Chapter 1, Before You Become a Memory 1. I took a minute to decide to love him, and spent 10 years waiting for him to realize that I loved him. However, that man has been a bit unfortunate and has never discovered my feelings for him. 12 years have passed since I met him, and it is said that 12 years is a full cycle, so I don't want to waste any more time to tea this moment. I have decided to give up on Gu Lianhao. As the plane circled above the capital airport, Gu Lianhao took a glance out of the cabin. It was one of the few good days in Beijing. The sky was clear, and there were big, fluffy clouds. When Gu Lianhao left, Beijing was still immersed in the rainy season of March. From the recent announcement, she learned that the weather had cleared up for 4 or 5 days. As she exited the cabin, she reached out with her fingers to touch the sunlight, which fell gently on her fingertips, warm and reminiscent of a clear sky. Gu Lianhao loved moments like this, simply and stubbornly. After coming out from the luggage claim area, and Marin was standing in the hall, lost in thought. Gu Lianhao nudged her with her arm. And Marin, are you daydreaming? And Marin, true to her name, was an unadulterated beauty from Shanghai who had just joined the filming crew for a year and was a well-known social butterfly. And Marin, teased the photographer, Zhou, have you encountered some honey? The honey of Marin referred to the men who surrounded her, usually young and talented. And Marin was a straightforward girl with a bit of vanity, announcing on her first day at work that she would only date young and talented M-E-N-N-O. And Marin murmured, I think if it were him, he should be a diamond, a rare one at that. As soon as she finished speaking, a dozen reporters and camera operators rushed in. Judging by the camera logos, they belonged to some of the more well-known financial channels in the country, along with a few foreign media representatives, all in a flurry as if searching for someone that moment. And Marin suddenly became nervous and began to touch up her makeup in public. After finishing, she dashed off to a certain spot. The crew members shrugged, thinking she had probably gone off in search of a romantic encounter. Outside the airport, the magazine's car was already waiting for them. They all got into the car, but Marin was still missing. The crew leader began to grow impatient, and just as he was about to blow up in Marin's phone, she returned, sulking that as soon as she sat in the car, she ripped off her false eyelashes without caring about her appearance. Fuming, I missed that big diamond, and he slipped away. Beauty, that big diamond wouldn't happen to be a man, would it? The intern, Xiao Wei, asked curiously, blinking her eyes and sweetly saying, Come on, beauty, tell us about it. Even without her false eyelashes, and Marin was still a beauty, she leaned back in her seat, frustrated, and thumped her head. Lan Tingfang, I let that big diamond slip right by me. I should have guessed that someone who could use the VIP passage would be either rich or noble. Just now, when I came out of the restroom, I bumped into him. He was wearing glasses and carrying a big bag, and I thought he was an overseas student. Later, airport staff escorted him through the VIP passage, and I was puzzled as to how a student could have such a grand entrance. Then I started to recognize him more and more. When I saw those reporters, I realized that man must be Lan Tingfang, but by the time I came to my senses and tried to catch him, he was already gone. And Marin became even more frustrated as she said this, banging her head against the car seat. I actually missed the chance that fate gave me. I didn't even recognize him. Damn it, he's not a big star. Why does he have to wrap himself up like one? Lan Tingfang. Xiao Wei murmured, a man named Lan Tingfang. What a flamboyant name. At this moment, Xiao Wei felt a burning gaze on her, and she instinctively turned her head to see Gu Lianhao staring blankly at her. What's wrong, Miss Gu? Xiao Wei subconsciously touched her face, feeling a bit uneasy. After more than 10 days of working together, she was somewhat afraid of this quiet Miss Gu, a freelance writer who reportedly collaborates with the magazine every quarter. Her columns were unique and lively, very popular. This time, the magazine planned to do a special issue on the customs of Brunei for the summer, and the leader had to make 3 visits to convince Miss Gu to join them. Nothing, she replied lightly, no longer looking at her, her gaze returning to the window. Outside, a black Mercedes was driving alongside their Gu Lianhao instinctively searched for the owner inside. The glass of the Mercedes was dark, thick, and opaque, revealing only the silhouette of a persona, beautiful silhouette. Looking at that silhouette, the gloom in Gu Lianhao's heart was gradually dispelled, replaced by a small joy and anticipation. Today was April 2nd, the day after April Fool's Day. In the past, he had said this about April 2 in D.S. Another mention of Lan Tingfang pulled Gu Lianhao's thoughts back, and Marin was still wallowing in self-pity. You guys, why am I so stupid to have lost a man ranked first on the list? When I bumped into him, I should have asked him to take me to the hospital. The crew leader, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't hold back any longer and turned around to ridicule her. Can't you just be quiet for a moment? Didn't those reports say Lan Tingfang is a man with a family? A man with a family? And Marin protested. Isn't everyone saying that it's just a smokescreen Lan Tingfang set up? Who is Lan Tingfang? The Murdoch of the East. With his looks and wealth, in this era, he is more popular than a money printer. Even those gossip magazines would stick to him 24 hours a day if they could. But this guy doesn't like dealing with the media. According to those paparazzi, this person values his privacy more than his life. He even formed a legal team specifically to deal with those who leak false reports. He registered his portrait rights, so anyone who publishes his photo without consent will be sued, making those media reporters love and hate him at the same time. At this moment, Marin also showed an expression of love and hate. Sister Beauty, you haven't told us what the smokescreen is about yet. Xiao Wei asked eagerly. She was a bookworm who only knew how to study, but the man with the flamboyant name piqued her interest at, the smokescreen. Marin said smugly, teasing them. After all, he was the one ranked first on her list, and she only fantasized about him. He was like a god to her. He claims to be married, but every time he's photographed, he's always alone, appearing in public consistently by himself. Everyone speculates that he must be tired of those women. It's said that one girl loved him madly and ended up with a delusion, telling everyone she was Lan Tingfang's wife. At that time, all the tabloids reported on it extensively, making it known everywhere that a woman had gone crazy for Lan Tingfang. In the end, Lan Tingfang's PR department had to come out and clarify that he was indeed married, but they never disclosed who the woman he married was. Later, everyone speculated that his marriage might be a smokescreen to deter those women. Some joked that the number of women wanting to date Lan Tingfang could be measured in tons, and those who squeezed in to make up the numbers were all carefully selected. Everyone in the car was intrigued by Marin, and the bookworm Xiao Wei blurted out, Sister Marin, what exactly is Lan Tingfang capable of? Cut. Except for the driver and Gu Lianhao. Everyone else looked at Xiao Wei with disdain, as if not knowing who Lan Tingfang was akin to an American not knowing Obama. You're such a bookworm, and Marin said with an incredulous look, glaring at Xiao Wei and holding up her finger like she was recounting a treasure. Lan Tingfang graduated from college and started his own business. In his first year, he sold computer software at a stall in a supermarket. In the second year, he became the Chinese regional agent for a famous foreign software company. In the third year, he used his first pot of gold to establish a website, then got involved in newspapers, electronic media, and satellite television, eventually becoming a media tycoon. People call him the Murdoch of the East, and financial magazines are clamoring to invite him to be on their covers. Xiao Wei still looked puzzled, her mouth slightly agape. And Marin took a deep breath. Have you heard of Asia-Pacific media? Xiao Wei nodded. I heard my classmates say that a quarter of the news resources we currently have come from Asia-Pacific media. Yes. And Marin's tone became proud. That's right. He is the founder of Asia-Pacific Media. Lan Tingfang is also the largest shareholder of BBC, a well-known news platform in Japan. In Southeast Asia, he owns 3 pay TV channels that broadcast the top sports events 247 recently. The big news in the media industry is that Asia-Pacific Media wants to exclusively monopolize the broadcast rights for the Super Bowl, which is the hottest football league in Europe and America. The Super Bowl. Xiao Wei became excited. I know the Super Bowl, my brother is crazy about it. I've heard that the viewership has consistently ranked in the top 10 globally. Wow, it sounds like Lan Tingfang is really impressive. That's right. And Marin lifted her chin. What's even more impressive is his age. He's only 28 this year. Do you know how foreigners describe him? They say he's a myth, a legend, a true aristocrat. What is a true aristocrat? A true aristocrat doesn't flaunt flashy supercars everywhere, doesn't have tabloid gossip every few days about having an affair with some star, doesn't frequently appear at luxury brand launch events or at high-profile parties. It's said that Lan Tingfang drives a Mercedes for 5 years, and his Mercedes is even a second-hand car. Some people have seen him waiting in line at McDonald's with a bunch of kids. Xiao Wei's mouth dropped wider. Little girl, have you heard of G.T? And Marin was getting more and more excited. Xiao Wei shook her head foolishly. G.T stand for the Super Yacht Club. Compared to the Supercar Club, it's like comparing a big witch to a small witch. Members of the Supercar Club own luxury sports cars, while G.T members own luxury yachts. Lan Tingfang is a member of GT. If it weren't for the day he accidentally wandered into Turkish waters while partying at sea and got caught, no one would have known he was a member of GT. I tell you. Okay, can we be a little quieter? A crisp voice interrupted in Marin's endless chatter. Gu Lianhao, who had been silent, covered her head and said, "And Marin, your voice is too loud. I've been on a plane for several hours and am a bit tired." And Marin closed her mouth, made an apologetic gesture, and then added playfully, "Another piece of evidence that Lan Tingfang is still single is that he doesn't wear any rings on his 10 fingers. After she said this, she noticed Gu Lianhao's expression was becoming increasingly displeased. Chapter 2. Before you become a memory too. Back at the magazine headquarters, everyone returned to their respective posts. Gu Lianhao picked up her canvas backpack and was about to get her car when the team leader called out to her, "Gu Lianhao, let's go have a drink tonight." Before she could refuse, the team leader slapped his head and looked apologetic as his gaze fell on her ring finger. "Sorry, I forgot that Miss Gu is a married woman. After being away for more than 10 days, of course, you should spend some time with your husband tonight." Gu Lianhao smiled slightly, a bit shyly. "He'll treat everyone another day. Today is my 6-year wedding anniversary with him." In the elevator, Amarin sighed. Gu Lianhao is only 2 years older than me, yet she has been married for 6 years. I don't even know where my groom is." She glanced at the middle-aged man beside her. "Hey, what kind of man did Gu Lianhao marry?" "I heard her mom is a diplomat stationed in the U.S. I've heard that Gu Lianhao seems to live in Qingyuan. Qingyuan is the most mysterious residential area in Beijing, designed by designer Shirte Li, whose hillside residences are mostly from his hand. His biggest feature is always prioritizing personal privacy. The intention of inviting him to Qingyuan is evident. It is said that even the security guards there are specially trained, and some say that purebred trained Tibet Mastiffs are kept there. In any case, it is a place the common people in Beijing can only dream of. Women. The team leader sighed. "Haven't you heard? Curiosity killed the cat. I think Gu Lianhao is not much different from us. Her mom is a diplomat, but from the few times I've interacted with her, I think she lives quite simply." "What about the man she married? I heard you've known each other for 2 years. And Marin was still not convinced. Although she hadn't interacted much with Gu Lianhao, she felt that Gu Lianhao was quite a mysterious person, and from her columns, she vaguely sensed that Gu Lianhao had a story. "I don't know. We never talk about personal matters while working. We usually only communicate when there's a problem with the articles. However, I think she must love her husband very much because I see how she treasures her wedding ring." He recalled the plain ring on Gu Lianhao's finger, which she always carefully avoided touching while working. Nodding, and Marin thought of Gu Lianhao, a woman who seemed very contradictory. When she worked, she was radiant, exuding a natural wisdom that made her quite convincing, but when she wasn't working, she became quite unkempt, often sitting in hotel lobbies, staring vacantly at the comings and goings of people. Her short curly hair paired with oversized shirts and her petite figure made her look like a little girl at 27, completely different from her working self. Gu Lianhao touched the hard object in her canvas bag. While driving, it contained a sailboat model carved by Brunei's most famous sculptor, who had even used spices on the model. It was said that the fragrance of that spice became more pronounced over time. She loved collecting various sailboat models, and her room was almost overflowing with them. Gu Lianhao smiled slightly, recalling her phone call with him 10 days ago, where he said he would return by April 2nd and promised to celebrate their wedding anniversary with her. This year, no matter what. While waiting at traffic light, Gu Lianhao patted her cheek, talking to herself. "Gu Lianhao, I didn't expect you to become so sentimental, looking forward to a wedding anniversary like this." By the time she arrived at Qingyuan, the lights were already bright. Every time she faced those heavy electronic gates, Gu Lianhao felt a headache. It was set up like a secret military base, with cameras and electronic doors everywhere. Finally, she managed to drive into the garage and took the elevator, once again helplessly pressing her palm against the fingerprint door lock. Every time she did this motion, she would naturally think of the skilled female thief in the movies. He sighed. That person always placed personal privacy at the top of their priorities. Over time, Gu Lianhao felt that whenever he returned here, it was as if he were isolated from the outside world. The door opened to a room of darkness clearly. He had not yet returned. He turned on all the lights one by one. For some time now, whenever night fell, Gu Lianhao had gotten into the habit of turning on all the lights in the house. It was too big and too empty, Sometimes it was so quiet that it felt like only his own breathing was left, and Gu Lianhao was becoming increasingly afraid of hearing his own breath. He hurriedly took a shower, lingered for a moment in the dressing room, hesitated, then changed into a little black dress. He arranged the items he had bought from the supermarket, made a beautifully presented fruit platter, and added tulips as suggested by the florist. It was said that tulips on a wedding anniversary represented holiness and happiness. Finally, he took out a bottle of 1972 vintage red wine from the wine cabinet, changed into 4-inch high heels, and stood in front of the mirror. For the 100th time, Gu Lianhao found himself disliking his own reflection. How pretentious it was to dress in a skirt like someone else, to wear high heels like someone else, to play at romance like someone else. However, he couldn't deny that the joy bubbling up inside him was like bubbles, endlessly growing and expanding. At 8 o'clock, Gu Lianhao picked up his phone and pressed the number 1 key. He felt a bit heavy-hearted and annoyed. The mechanical voice repeated, "The user you have dialed is powered off." At 8:30, Gu Lianhao numbly moved to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the night sky. The city's colorful neon lights had already obscured the starlight above. At 9 o'clock, his phone rang. It wasn't him. After a brief moment of disappointment, warmth surged through him as he answered. "Married woman, I'm currently with your dear one." Du Qing's voice was as lively as ever. "He still hasn't returned." Gu Lianhao touched his nose to mask the loneliness creeping up from his heart. There was a brief silence on the other end. Gu Lianhao, don't you get tired of this year after year, day after day? Qing asked cautiously, her old friend's voice sounding bittersweet tonight. Tired? Gu Lianhao squinted. The light cast her shadow on the glass window. She couldn't see her expression, but she knew it must be unfavorable. A little, Qing. Sometimes when I'm alone at night, looking at the empty house, I feel like a part of my heart has turned gray. I think that's what they call tiredness. But, Qing, when I wake up after a good sleep and see the sunshine everywhere, my heart feels bright again because I am in love with someone and that person is like sunshine, permeating my heart everywhere. Silly, a long sigh came from the other end. Gu Lianhao is a silly woman, a superhero in the world of love. Gu Lianhao is also a lovely, charming woman. If I were a man, I would definitely love you. Even if I didn't fall in love with you at first sight, I would still love you at the second and third sight. Anyone who doesn't love you must be a foolish man. Lianhao smiled and paused. Qing, how many sights would that foolish man need to fall in love with me? Lianhao felt like someone who had been drifting at sea for a long time, desperately needing someone to tell her that the shore was not far away, that with just a little more effort, she could reach it. There was another moment of silence on the phone. That I don't know, Qing said honestly. Although I am a reporter, my profession seems to give me an extra pair of eyes. But Lianhao, I can't see through your man. That man is too profound for me. He is like a scripture, or rather, a scripture written in Sanskrit. After hanging up the phone, Lianhao lowered her gaze, staring at her very comfortable shoes. Sanskrit scripture? Yes, Qing was right. He had once told her, Lianhao, don't try to touch my inner world. Sometimes I don't even understand myself. She took off her shoes, went barefoot, played some music, and sat down in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, resting her head against the glass, curling her knees. At 10:30, he still hadn't returned. The tulips in the vase remained vibrant. The fruit platter still looked appetizing, and the 1972 red wine still evoked images of the vast vineyards of the estate and the happy face of the estate owner during the harvest season. At 11 o'clock, Lianhao called his phone again. It was still powered off. At 11:50, Lianhao opened the red wine. The fragrance of the decades-old wine was dazzling. After taking a big sip, she unexpectedly cried, a small drop flowing from the corner of her eye. Not knowing why it came to midnight, another day had passed. Lianhao turned off the music, took another shower, and fell into a deep sleep, borrowing the lingering fragrance of the wine. In her dream, she vaguely saw the sea from her grandmother's house, and she was still in her teenage years, secretly releasing a message in a bottle into the sea at dusk. When she woke up, sunlight filtered through the thick curtains, casting a subtle glow in the bedroom. Lianhao stared blankly at the room for a while. She didn't like the room's decor. The gray and white tones, combined with the spaciousness of the room, made her feel negative emotions if she stayed here too long. But he liked it. He appreciated that kind of style that was both decadent and elegant, just like the giant oil painting opposite the bed, which he had painstakingly purchased from a noble in Europe, said to be over 100 years old. The painting was done entirely in dark tones, depicting a dilapidated windmill and the half-face of a frail girl, so thin that her neck seemed about to snap. Because of her thinness, the eye visible on her half-face was particularly large and hollow, staring at you as if peering into your inner world. When the painting was first hung there, Lianhao would be startled every morning when she woke up. When she got to the living room, she looked at what she had prepared last night and couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly. Patting her head, Gu Lianhao, you seem to be overthinking. Lianhao loved self-deprecation. A philosopher once said that self-deprecation is an attitude toward life. Learning to self-deprecate helps maintain a good mental state. After cleaning everything up, Lianhao made a simple breakfast and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, taking a deep breath that he returned in the evening. Gu Lianhao was sitting on the sofa, listening to music and organizing her manuscript. She knew he was back, but she didn't want to move, continuing to bury her head as her fingers flew over the keyboard. This house, illuminated by brilliant lights, was his home. The woman sitting on the white sofa was his wife. When they got married, they told him that Gu Lianhao was a good girl. At that time, he sighed inwardly. Yes, Gu Lianhao was a good girl, but she was not the girl he loved. It had been 6 years of marriage, and they all told him that Gu Lianhao was a good woman. Yes, now he knew even better. Gu Lianhao was a good woman, but she still hadn't become the woman he loved. In their 6 years of living together, he respected her and relied on her. But apart from that, he clearly knew there was nothing more. He sighed and walked over, kissing her temple. Lianhao. Chapter 3 Before You Become a Memory. 3. Most of the time, Gu Lianhao in Lan Tingfang's life was quite routine. Lan Tingfang would return home a few times a month, mostly on weekends. Lan Tingfang was very busy, spending half of each month traveling, and the rest of the time either in the office or in meetings. He would also regularly attend airport business meetings each month and occasionally go out to sea when the weather was nice. Therefore, Gu Lianhao felt that the few days they could spend together each month was already quite rare. When Lianhao told this to Kuing, the woman scolded her, hitting her on the head with her bag, exclaiming in frustration, Gu Lianhao, you are a couple. Couple? Lianhao sometimes felt confused by this term. When he first married Lan Tingfang, their life was very difficult. At that time, they were in Guangzhou, crammed into a small rental apartment. The apartment was very close to the subway station, and when the subway passed by, it felt as if the ground beneath their feet was moving. During that time, he would extend his hand to support her, his eyes filled with pity. Even though it was pity, Lianhao felt good about it, as they shared both joys and hardships, which brought their hearts closer together. Back then, although he didn't like to talk much, he would ask her 1 or 2 questions at night. Lianhao, are you tired? Are your feet sore? Now, the bathroom beneath Lianhao's feet was larger than that rental apartment, allowing her to soak in the bathtub while watching all the programs she wanted on a huge electronic screen. Sipping fragrant red wine, the bathroom's computer assistant could even adjust the water temperature to suit her body condition. Looking in the mirror, Lianhao carefully examined herself. Her figure was quite good, with a slim waist, decent breasts, and although her legs were not long, they were proportionate. Her skin was fair, and as she gazed at herself, Lianhao fell into a daze. She didn't know when it started, but the pity in Lan Tingfang's eyes gradually turned into guilt, a kind of guilt that had accumulated over the years. Was he guilty for not loving her? Or was it the guilt of a husband feeling that the woman in his heart was not his wife? Because of this guilt, he gave her shares in the company. Out of guilt, he even established a strange agreement at the law firm, stating that only the wife could initiate a divorce, while the husband would never have that right. In fact, Lianhao thought it might not just be guilt. He was also afraid enough to come up with that bad idea to bind his heart with a piece of paper. When he handed over those stamped documents to Lianhao, she accepted them without asking further. She didn't want her husband to feel like a thorn in his seat every time he was with her. As expected, after she accepted those documents, Lan Tingfang let out a huge sigh of relief. Lianhao, is something wrong? Do you need help? Came Lan Tingfang's calm voice from outside. Lianhao responded, putting on her robe and shaking her head. Is something wrong? Do you need help? It seemed he always spoke to her in this polite tone. So polite that it often made Lianhao forget that she was his wife. Looking at his toothbrush, Lianhao puffed her cheeks, her finger pointing at his toothbrush. Lan Tingfang, when will you realize that I love you? Yes, Lianhao dared not tell Lan Tingfang that she loved him, that she had loved him for a long time. Because that day he said, "Gu Lianhao, I want to find someone to marry, someone who doesn't love me. If you happen to not love me either, then let's get married. I want a home. I want someone by my side." So, Lianhao thought for a minute, learning to speak in the same understated tone he used. "Lan Tingfang, I stopped believing in love when my parents divorced. Coincidentally, I also want a home, and I also want someone to accompany me. Although I don't love you, I love your music. I am your fan and will be a loyal fan for life." At that time, the little girl's thoughts made her express "I love you" in fragments. At that time, he was a boy whose father had passed away early and whose mother had married and moved abroad, living at his uncle's house, while she was a rebellious girl in the eyes of outsiders, just after her parents' divorce. So, 3 hours later, they became a couple. The next day, after becoming a couple, he took her to the airport to see Bai Annie off. Lan Tingfang and Bai Annie were childhood friends. She was his Nun, and he was her Lan. They played music together and formed a band, while Lianhao was the unpaid assistant of that band. It was a simple story. Bai Annie's talent attracted a top producer from Europe and America, who promised her that he would eventually let her stand at the Vienna Opera House. So, she chose to leave for the Vienna Opera House, promising that she would only be his wife. However, that proud-spirited Lan Tingfang took a decisive way to retaliate against Bai Annie's betrayal. At that time, Lianhao also felt that Bai Annie's actions were a betrayal. Time passed, and when Lianhao saw the 25-year-old Bai Annie standing at the Vienna Theater with her band on the big screen, she understood a little bit the choice Bai Annie had made back then. She stood there like a fairy singing in the woods. Bai Annie was born for the stage. The scene of those two at the airport occasionally flickered through Lianhao's mood. When Lan Tingfang announced their marriage, Bai Annie's face turned pale. They stared at each other stubbornly. In the end, she glanced at Lianhao with tears streaming down her face and fled in despair. Taking a deep breath, Lianhao composed herself and walked out of the bathroom. Lan Tingfang stood in front of the glass, his figure tall and slender. Lianhao stopped in front of the glass window, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. "I'm sorry," he said in that somewhat helpless tone. "I was too busy yesterday, and I forgot. I think I will remember next year." If he hadn't said such things, Lianhao might not have felt so bad. She suddenly remembered Ku Ying's words. "Isn't it tiring year after year, day after day?" Last year he said something similar, and a few years ago he didn't even mention it. In fact, Lianhao didn't care about these things, but in their first year of marriage, he bought her flowers, and although he said nothing from that day on, Lianhao looked forward to receiving his flowers on that day. People are like this. With hope comes disappointment. Seeing her silent, he asked again, "Are you angry?" "No," Lianhao replied softly, her eyes distant. Seeing her like this made Lan Tingfang feel a bit of pain in his heart, and he reached out to pull her into his arms. She didn't move, just obediently placed her hand on his shoulder. She had a faint scent of body wash, and her half-dry short curls clung to her face, giving off a subtle allure. He picked her up horizontally and walked toward the bedroom. Their intimate life was as routine as their daily life. Sometimes it happened twice a month, sometimes 3 times. Lianhao lay in bed, closing her eyes, knowing that this man would symbolically press his lips against hers for a few seconds, then kiss her neck along her lips, followed by undressing her, lingering on her chest for a moment before entering, finally moving in rhythm. Sometimes, Lianhao doubted whether the man she married was a Puritan. But Lianhao knew that even if he truly were a Puritan, she would still follow him without hesitation. His lips fell on her chest. Usually Lianhao would gently stroke his hair, but tonight she felt a different emotion fermenting in her mind. Her hand slipped from his hair to his shoulder, her nails digging fiercely into his skin. He raised his head from her chest, looking at Lianhao in surprise. Lianhao closed her eyes, hooked her arms around his neck, and kissed him fiercely, prying open his teeth, their tongues intertwining. He broke free from her, asking, "Lianhao, is something wrong?" When Lianhao loosened her grip, she turned her head to look at the neatly arranged pajamas. Tears slipped down from the corners of her eyes. Fortunately, this man usually liked to turn off the lights during such moments, leaving only a dim wall lamp. So even if she was in tears, he wouldn't know. "It's okay." Lianhao breathed lightly. Thus, everything returned to the way it was before, and the man felt safe again. After he left her body, He went to the bathroom, refreshed himself, and fell asleep peacefully. Lianhao would always inch closer to him little by little after hearing his even breathing. Carefully taking his hand to stroke her hair, imitating his tone, "Lianhao, good night." Lianhao felt that her and Lan Tingfang's double bed was like a Pacific Ocean. They never whispered sweet nothings in bed. It wasn't that they hadn't tried, but every time she spoke, he would always furrow his beautifully shaped brows and say, "Lianhao, I am tired." Over time, this bed, which should have represented the closest intimacy, gradually became the Pacific Ocean, with her on one side and him on the other. In the morning, the man in the kitchen making breakfast momentarily distracted Lianhao. He wore a gray t-shirt and royal blue casual pants, the long pant legs covering his feet, so he was barefoot. His hair was messy, some strands hanging over his forehead, and his chiseled features made it undeniable that such a man was a sight one could never tire of. The scene was warm-toned, decorating the sunny sky in Lianhao's heart. When others praised how good-looking Lan Tingfang was while growing up, Gu Lianhao didn't think much of her own beauty. Having grown up in a coastal area, most of the young travelers who came to the AO every year were good-looking boys, and when Lianhao first saw Lan Tingfang, she thought he was too pale, with a deep contour. His fair skin combined with a slightly European deep contour gave him an air of shadow. Having grown up by the sea, Lianhao preferred sunny boys. But at a very special moment, Lan Tingfang told Gu Lianhao, "Hey, classmate, if you like, I could be your sounding board." Just like that, he slowly became the vine entwined around her heart. The light clink of a dish interrupted Lianhao's thoughts. "Get up. I made breakfast." He looked at her and said, Chapter 4, Before You Become a Memory. 4. Lan Tingfang is a person who values quality of life. He dislikes nightclub culture and flashy places. He prepares breakfast himself, which includes eggs, milk, lemon water, along with a morning newspaper. He is not fond of electronic media, although it is the main focus of his media empire. The morning newspaper he reads is called Good Morning, New China, which is also under Asia-Pacific Media. It is said that now 1 in 5 bourgeois families has a copy of Good Morning, New China on their breakfast table. Lan Tingfang rarely makes breakfast. It is usually prepared by Lianhao. After taking a sip of milk, Lianhao sadly realizes that she is once again lost in thought, wondering if it is because he has forgotten their wedding anniversary, which makes him feel guilty again. The morning light in April is excellent, with bright rays spreading over Lan Tingfang's hair, making him look clean and clear like the morning light in a forest. Lianhao suddenly cannot remember the boy who used to vent his youthful anger and dissatisfaction in a mixed crowd at underground bars, turning it into a series of musical notes. Her lover had once been young and reckless, but time has obscured his appearance. He lowers his eyes, letting his eyelids hide the mist in his eyes. If he sees it, he would be uneasy. "Really, Gu Lianhao, have you grown old?" It is said that one characteristic of aging is nostalgia, always recalling the past with a mournful heart. "Lianhao." He puts down his cup and calls out to her, neither heavy nor light. She replies softly, still with her eyes downcast, using her knife and fork to pick at the egg. "Let's watch a movie together tonight." He pushes his cup away and leans back in his high-back chair. "Don't you like Johnny Depp? He has a new movie coming out." "Okay." If this invitation had come a few years ago, Lianhao would have surely been excited, but unfortunately, not now. The only time they watched a movie together was 2 years ago, and that ended with Lan Tingfang missing the appointment. Lianhao remembers it was autumn when a certain French politician visited China, and to respond to the friendly relations between China and France, the Broadcasting Bureau held a retrospective of French films. One of those films was Chocolate, starring Johnny Depp and French actress Juliette Binoche. Lianhao liked Johnny Depp a lot. Privately, she thought that Lan Tingfang resembled him in temperament. Lianhao has always known that she liked Johnny Depp because of Lan Tingfang, but Lan Tingfang did not know. She got an invitation from her mother's friend and, like a shy child, nervously asked Lan Tingfang, "Tingfang, can you go to the movie with me? I really like Johnny Depp." He thought for a moment and agreed. Thus, the silly her tried on one outfit after another in the fitting room, finally wearing a burgundy dress with a wide skirt that had an old European charm, adorned with earrings, standing gracefully in front of the beautiful movie poster. Posing with a bit of innocence, praying with 1,000 earnest hopes that the man she loved would be attracted by her silhouette and gradually discover her good qualities. Lianhao particularly believed in the saying that the pastor told the hard-working and brave child, "Dear child, God will not easily overlook you. In the end, he will see you." Yes, in the end, Gu Lianhao, God will see you. Ultimately, he will see. After waiting for half an hour, he called, saying he had to go out to sea. Lan Tingfang's biggest hobby is going out to sea. He also likes to buy yachts and hold an international yacht driving license, often spending 2 or 3 days at sea. That day, she still went to see chocolate. A well-dressed lady asked her in surprise, "Miss, how come you're crying when this movie has a happy ending?" She replied, "No, I just thought of my lover. My lover also likes to live at sea." The character played by Johnny Depp is a traveler who enjoys drifting on a boat at sea and ultimately chooses to come ashore for the sake of his beloved. As that lady said, it is a good ending, and Lianhao felt she was crying out of happiness. Upon leaving the cinema, the media screen set in the skyscraper was rolling out news of a 25-year-old Chinese girl who made a stunning debut in Vienna, intermittently showing clips of her performance. Dressed in black, with a neutral outfit and a top hat, she stood in the center of the stage playing the violin. Her petite frame produced music like a violent storm. When the final note ended, she stood on stage gasping for breath, raising her hand as her hat flew into the audience. At that moment, people awakened from the storm, followed by half a minute of applause, and the audience began rhythmically calling her Chinese name by Annie, by Annie. Standing under the skyscrapers, Lianhao touched her face, relieved that her tears had been dried by the happy ending movie in the cinema. After that, Lianhao did not like watching movies much anymore. She felt that movies made people too sentimental. "Lianhao," his voice interrupted her memories again, and she nervously looked up to see him gazing at her. He asked, "Why are you so distracted?" Lianhao forced a smile. "Nothing, I was just thinking about work." Just before leaving, he casually said, "I'll have Xiao Dao pick you up tonight." The lights of Beijing at night seemed too dazzling to Lianhao. She still preferred the night in Guangzhou, where the crowded streets were filled with people wearing casual clothes, flip-flops and shorts. Walking in such a bustling area made her heart race, and she rested her head on the car window, watching the fleeting lights, feeling a sense of desolation inside. Xiao Dao looked at the woman in the back seat through the rearview mirror. This was the 4th time he had driven her in 3 years as Mr. Land's chauffeur. Dressed in a white, oversized shirt, black fitted 3/4 pants, and neutral low-heeled shoes, she sat quietly. Looking at her like this, Miss Gu shares a bit of the same temperament as Mr. Lan. Both are reserved and introspective. Upon entering the cinema lobby, she spotted Lan Tingfang at a glance. His bangs covered most of his forehead, wearing black frame glasses and a beige shirt, a very ordinary outfit, holding a cola and popcorn, standing there watching her. In that instant, Lianhao felt as if spring had arrived, blooming with colors. During the movie, Lan Tingfang took off his glasses, and Lianhao secretly turned her face to look at him. In the dim and bright flickers of the film, she saw his long eyelashes. Lan Tingfang had eyelashes more beautiful than a girl's, something she only discovered 3 days after their marriage. In the morning light, looking at him from such a close distance brought her inexplicable happiness. The character played by Johnny Depp, Captain Jack, made the audience laugh heartily, and Lianhao couldn't help but smile. The man sleeping on her shoulder made her heart feel soft, like the fine sand beneath her feet on the beach during childhood, and she dared not move, fearing that any movement would turn that fine sand into a quagmire. When Lan Tingfang woke up, the cinema was empty. He leaned on Lianhao's shoulder, and when he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was her earlobe, small and delicate, with 3 ear piercings. In a daze, Lan Tingfang recalled a distant time when a girl cried under a tree, sorrowfully speaking to the tree dad. "How can you do this? How can you forget mom's love because of loneliness? How can you fall in love with another woman because of loneliness? Dad, to punish you, I got 6 ear piercings, 3 on each side. I want to wear colorful earrings to embarrass you in front of your friends. I even want to dye my hair blonde or get a tattoo, but I can't make mom sad. You've already made her sad enough." The girl under the tree exuded a sense of loneliness and heartache, so he impulsively jumped down from the tree and said, "Hey, classmate, if you like, I can be your tree hole." From then on, she would appear before him from time to time, volunteering to be the errand runner for their band, titled assistant who only listens to music and doesn't ask for money. Whenever she came, she always brought a variety of imported snacks. At that time, the band members didn't particularly like her. It was obvious at a glance that she came from a good family, and indeed she did. Her father was a government translator, occasionally seen on television standing beside some leader, and her mother was a diplomat stationed in the U.S. At that time, everyone thought she was just a rich girl playing around, but who would have thought she would follow them from high school to university? In the empty midnight cinema, Lan Tingfang squinted at his wife, her gaze fixed on some unknown point, her expression gentle and serene. Lan Tingfang didn't know why his heart felt so quiet, as if a warm breeze gently passed through, warming him and making him want to say some heartfelt words to thank this woman for accompanying him through so many years of hardship. That year, the sun in Guangzhou was scorching, and they stood at the entrance of the hotel where the American agent was staying. It was an upscale place, and the hotel staff only allowed them to wait outside. Just when he decided that the blazing sun was going to roast him, she unexpectedly brought him some mineral water. She dampened a handkerchief with the water and helped wipe his face. When he felt cool all over, he turned around and saw the American agent standing not far away, who said, "You remind me of your country's fine traditions." A few hours later, they received authorization from the American, surprising many excellent competitors. Lan Tingfang still remembered that the American told him they reminded him of a Chinese couple who used to rent a house from them, where the husband worked hard to ensure his wife could live in their bright home, while the wife secretly worked as a part-time maid when her husband was away, using the money she earned to buy beef bones, claiming the soup she made with them was leftovers from the landlord's house. Lan Tingfang always knew that Gu Lianhao was a good woman, hard-working, knowledgeable, and tolerant. Lianhao. Her mouth opened slightly, and Lan Tingfang felt a bit nervous. He didn't know what words to use to express his gratitude. She turned her head, half of her face hidden in shadow. "You're awake." She reached out her hand to him, inching closer, her gaze too gentle. Instinctively, Lan Tingfang turned his face away. Her fair hand froze in midair, gently landing on his hair. She removed the popcorn from his head, and Lianhao felt a deep bitterness in her heart. "You have popcorn on your head." Lianhao threw the popcorn into the shadows, along with her own face, which also disappeared into the darkness. Just now, his most instinctive reaction evoked a wave of helplessness in Lianhao's heart. Couples shouldn't be like this. They shouldn't just be like this. A couple should be like the man and woman sitting in front of them moments ago, where the wife wiped the popcorn off her husband's mouth, and the husband returned her a natural smile, as if it were only right, not something to shy away from. Year after year, day after day, is it tiring, Lianhao? Lianhao recalled Ku Ying's words again. The cinema staff came to clear the space, and Lianhao walked behind Lan Tingfang. Before the cinema exit, she looked back at the empty theater, thinking, why does every visit to the cinema leave her with such sad memories? After leaving the cinema, he reached for her hand, and Lianhao let him hold it. Xiao Dao was already waiting there. After a moment's thought, Lan Tingfang asked her, "It's Fang Zuang's birthday today. Do you want to come with me to his birthday party?" "No." Lianhao shook her head, awkwardly touching her hair. "I have a manuscript to finish." He nodded, signaling Xiao Dao to take her home. Lianhao refused again, and without waiting for him to speak, she hurriedly hailed a taxi. Once she sat in the taxi, she leaned her head against the seat. "Driver, take me to the liveliest place." Now, she needed the crowd to drive away the sadness that lingered in her heart and to push away some restless thoughts. Chapter 5 Before You Become a Memory 5. The kind-hearted taxi driver dropped Lianhao off at Donghuimen, pointing at the bustling crowd, cheerfully saying, "Miss, if you see something you like, buy it. If you see something delicious, eat it. Stuff yourself, and I guarantee all your worries and troubles will vanish." Lianhao touched her face, forcing a smile. "Driver, I don't have any worries." The taxi driver put away the money and, with the unique warmth of a Beijing cab driver, replied, "If you're unhappy, then just be unhappy. Modern people find worries easily, but they also go away easily. It's nothing." He didn't forget to remind her to bargain fiercely with the vendors. After the driver's teasing, Lianhao felt much better. It was her first time at the Donghuimen night market, which felt a bit like the night markets in Guangzhou. Lianhao aimlessly followed the crowd, thinking how nice it was. In such a crowded street, No one noticed if she was alone, nor did anyone care about the expression on her face. She picked up her phone and chatted with King while walking. When they reached a pet store at the corner, Lianhao paused and walked inside. When she came out, she had a purebred Mexican Chihuahua named Kaka in her hands. She had been captivated by it as soon as she entered the store, where it looked at her pitifully through its exquisite little nest. King, I brought out a little thing from the pet store. She continued talking on the phone. A puppy? Yes, a puppy. Lianhao buried her face in the Chihuahua's light yellow long fur. It's a Chihuahua, and its mother is a descendant of the South American Chihuahua champion. A Chihuahua. King elongated her voice. Lianhao, if you want a baby, you can communicate with Lan Tingfang. Baby. Lianhao stopped, turned her head. Her silhouette reflected in the store's glass window, the dim light shining on her. She stared blankly, forgetting to continue the call. Lianhao. King's tone became anxious. Turning her face away, Lianhao numbly said, King, my phone has no battery. She hurriedly hung up, leaning against a lamppost, resting her head on Kaka, who gently pawed at her hair with its tiny claws. Look, within half an hour, this little thing had already started showing her friendliness. But that man, Lan Tingfang, it had been nearly 12 years. They had known each other for 2 years, secretly loved each other for 4 years, and had been married for 6 years. It was long enough that she felt as if she was walking a road of no return. Although she had started with great expectations, she realized along the way that loneliness had dulled her initial ambitions. Baby. Her mother had mentioned having children in a phone call half a month ago, saying she envied her friends who held their grandchildren. Mom, she cooed over the phone, Lan Tingfang and I are still young. We agreed to wait until we are 30 to have children. We want to enjoy our world together. Lianhao had rarely been coy with her mother. Growing up with her visually impaired grandmother made her independent and mature, so she never knew how to act cutesy with her parents. She remembered her mother seeming surprised, exclaiming, Lan Tingfang treats you very well, doesn't he? Our Lianhao is getting younger and younger. Lianhao wished everything would be as her mother said. Baby, heaven knows how much I wish for a child to come to my side sooner. In the first few years of marriage, they didn't dare to have a child because Lan Tingfang's career was on the rise. By their 4th year of marriage, Lianhao had her own job. Asia-Pacific media had been listed in Tokyo, Hong Kong, and Shanghai, the 3 international financial centers. That year, Lianhao felt it was time to have a child. Before she could even bring it up, something happened. She remembered it was a hot May when she started experiencing symptoms typical of pregnancy: nausea, chest tightness. She excitedly told Lan Tingfang, knowing he liked children, as sometimes he would gaze at children on the street lost in thought. But Lan Tingfang's first response was, no way. Our contraceptive measures have always been effective. Panicking like a child, and a corner of Lianhao's heart began to gray again. Soon, she was taken to the hospital. Before the results came out, his face remained pale. Only when the results showed it was just acid reflux did he lean against the wall, close his eyes, and let out a deep breath. Lianhao stood outside the door, feeling cold sweat in the May weather. Memories were like a terrible, sad movie. Lianhao leaned against the lamppost, only feeling tired. These past few months had been particularly exhausting, and the little thing was pawing at her hair again. Lianhao gently stroked its long fur. Listen, little one, I don't want you because of loneliness or because of a child. As soon as Lan Tingfang stepped into Fonglin Pavilion, Xiujin was already waiting there. Fonglin Pavilion is a diamond-level private gathering place in the capital, famous for its innovative theme parties. Fonglin Pavilion has a professional team that organizes various theme parties tailored to the members' needs. Xiujin handed him something, a sailor outfit, clearly related to Feng Zhuang's birthday party. Lan Tingfang waved his hand, not liking such things. On the 13th floor, everything was blue and white. Blue walls, white sails, high-tech lighting simulated the deep sea. A dozen men and women in sailor outfits leaned against the bar, soft music accompanied by the occasional sound of dripping water and the horn of a ferry. Feng Zhuang raised his glass and opened his arms. Hey, friends, welcome to 5,000 miles beneath the sea. Happy birthday. Lan Tingfang patted this old friend with whom he had played in a band. After he came to Beijing for 2 years, Feng Zhuang also arrived. Later, Ko Jimin came too. In Guangzhou, they were all friends, playing, making noise, forming a band, dreaming of standing on stage and hearing applause. Later, they also smashed instruments together, cursed this strange era, and mocked the so-called popular music on the streets, ridiculing those packaged pop singers as mascots, and laughed at the songs on the charts as trash. Nowadays, they rarely talked about the past when they gathered together and had made new friends, meeting up on weekends. The bartender made him a blue cocktail, a drink with a pleasant name called Summer Passion. Lan Tingfang took a sip and found it nothing special. It had a mint flavor. A pure and youthful girl in a sailor outfit with braided hair sat down next to him and quietly asked, "Hello, this is my first time attending such a gathering. Is this your first time too?" Seeing he didn't answer, the girl leaned a little closer. "Sir, can I ask if you're Lan Tingfang?" Lan Tingfang smiled at her. "It must be Lan Tingfang." The girl smiled brightly under the blue lights like a lily, pointing to a few girls on the sofa. "My senior sisters are betting on whether you're a Lan Tingfang. They heard Mr. Fong call your name and are wondering if you are that Lan Tingfang." The girl acted like a little fan. "Mr. Lanting, many of my classmates collect magazines that feature you." "Why do they want to collect my magazines?" "I'm not a star." He continued to smile. "You're more handsome than those stars," she shyly said. Lan Tingfang's smile turned cold. "Classmate, what comes next?" What's next?" The girl blinked her bright eyes. "Let me guess." He lightly touched her braid with his finger and said, "Next, are you going to introduce yourself? Next, are you going to ask for my private number, using that incredibly naive voice of yours? Classmate, this place isn't suitable for you. You should go back and focus on your studies. Don't come to gatherings like this with ulterior motives. What I can tell you is that the men in this gathering can only offer you houses, cars, and money, nothing else. Of course, if that's what you're here for, you can continue." The girl's face turned pale, the blue light casting shadows under her eyes as she looked at him with tears in her eyes. Lan Tingfang turned his high stool, crossed his arms, and looked back at her with a good mood. After the girl left, Fang Zhuang and Gu Lianhao came to his side. Fang Zhuang laughed. "You made that delicate little sister cry." Lan Tingfang always knew that nothing could go back to the way it was. All the purity, passion, fervor, and faith had turned into a distant past. Fang Zhuang married the daughter of a high-ranking official in the capital and was thriving in the political arena. He and his wife were a well-known, loving couple in high society, with a harmonious relationship, but privately, he had a mistress. The young mistress of Fengling Pavilion was his lover, named Xiu Jin, a graduate of a prestigious university. Gu Lianhao was a well-known heir of a time-honored brand in the capital, who, tired of his family's rigidity, ran away to Guangzhou, only to return 6 years later to his family, which he described as a grand mansion. That year, Lan Tingfang personally witnessed him casually pushing a box filled with cash to a middle-aged man with a big belly, who was the head of the tax bureau. It was said that this was called bribery. As for himself, after falling and getting up repeatedly, he discovered the existence of the profession of commercial espionage. Thus, he generously delivered large amounts of US dollars to them, and his generosity made those top commercial spies willing to collaborate with him. Last year, 2 years ago in Tokyo, BBSS's arch-rival, Harada Corp., collapsed due to the leak of commercial secrets, and ultimately, an employee of Harada jumped from the 18th floor. Seeing this report on the screen, Lan Tingfang felt nothing, despite the shocking images. Shouldn't he feel some compassion? But he didn't. When did he start to change? When did his heart begin to harden and lock itself away? "Lan Tingfang, what's wrong with you tonight?" Gu Lianhao poured him a drink. "You seem a bit off tonight." Lan Tingfang gestured to Gu Lianhao and Fang Zhuang that he wanted to be alone for a moment. Chapter 6 Before You Become a Memory. 6. Lan Tingfang felt a bit stuffy tonight. The underwater-themed setting made him feel suffocated. In every corner, there were flirtations between men and women, and there were even 1 or 2 couples openly starting extreme performances. A girl with braided hair seemed to be persistently glancing over at him with her companions, which annoyed Lan Tingfang. At that moment, an oblivious woman kept expressing her admiration for him. "Shut up. If you keep babbling, I'll stuff all these ice cubes into your mouth," he said coldly, causing the woman, whose makeup resembled Cleopatra's, to lose her color. He stepped out onto the balcony and closed the door behind him, enjoying the quiet. Leaning against the railing, he turned his face to look at the night view of the capital. Beijing had somehow transformed into a city that never sleeps, with the nights filled with seductive music. The evening breeze slightly lifted his tipsiness, and he felt frustrated about what had happened in the cinema. It wasn't that he couldn't understand Lianhao's hurt. It was just his instinctive reaction. The gentler she was, the more he feared her. That fear was growing, and he even dreaded that she might fall in love with him during their long interactions. A woman as good as her loving him meant he could only repay her with love. But what kind of love could he offer her? With a heart that was empty and had nowhere to settle? He sighed and picked up his phone, only to find it was turned off. He remembered she usually kept it on 24/7, which frustrated him even more. Then he dialed the home landline. It took a long time before it was answered, and there was silence on the other end. "Are you home?" he asked after a while, his voice dry. What are you doing?" "Just finished showering and was about to sleep." "Then go to sleep." After a pause, hesitating, he added, "I won't be going back tonight. I'll be flying straight to Tokyo from the office tomorrow, and we'll be back in a week." After saying that, he hurriedly hung up, feeling like he was playing the role of a devoted husband reporting to his wife. Then he chuckled silently. After all, he was her husband, and she was his wife. The balcony door was pushed open, and Xiao came over with red wine and 2 glasses. "Want a drink?" She placed the wine and glasses on the small table on the balcony and swirled one of the glasses, handing him a glass filled with red wine. She mimicked his posture, tilting her head slightly towards him. Lan Tingfang frowned and turned away. "Why don't you ever bring her out?" "I heard Zhuang say her name is Lianhao." She lowered her head. "Lianhao, is it the lotus character? Was she born in a good season when the lotus blooms?" "No, it's the character for Lian with the grass radical. Her name comes from joining together in marriage. 100 years of harmony." Lan Tingfang recalled how Lianhao had spoken about the origin of her name with sadness, a deep sorrow that couldn't even bring tears. That day, she learned that her parents had divorced. She had told him with a tone full of sarcasm, "Originally, my birth was rooted in love." "Lianhao," Xiao repeated softly. "That's a nice name. Tingfang, next time, bring her out to meet me. I'm curious about what kind of woman she is." "This kind of place isn't suitable for her," Lan Tingfang blurted out, realizing it was an inappropriate remark as soon as he said it. "This kind of place?" Xiao hand holding the wine glass trembled, and she turned her head away awkwardly. After a moment, she smiled. "A few days ago, I heard a guest say something interesting. He said good women are for respect and kept at home, while bad women are for love and held on the arm. Your words just reminded me of that guest statement. Mr. Lan, do you think he is right?" As soon as Xiao finished speaking, she caught Lan Tingfang's shadowy gaze. He waved his hand and tossed the wine glass lightly into the air, smiling mockingly at her. "You take a little praise and start a dying workshop. You should be the one with the most authority on that guest's words. It seems you've forgotten your identity." He brushed past her shoulder, and after a few steps, he stopped. "Put away your thoughts. I can tell you, I won't be equipping you with the software for a lover because I find it disgraceful. Also, I want to give you a piece of advice. If you're going to be a lover, be professional about it. Don't play that kind of fickle game. You're a smart person. Don't make such a low-level mistake." Xiao stood calmly in the same posture, but her heart was tumultuous. A man like Lan Tingfang was toxic. She had met him through Fang Zhuang, initially driven by a bit of vanity and curiosity about the upper class. Maintaining an ambiguous relationship with Fang Zhuang, feeling both distant and close. She understood this was the best distance between men and women. She thought she was just playing, confident that she could retreat completely. But the moment she saw Lan Tingfang, she knew she could never retreat. When she learned he had a wife, she felt desperate. Yet she still attended every gathering they had, just to catch a glimpse of him. He rarely appeared, only showing up when she was longing for him. Gradually, Xiao realized he never mentioned his wife. It was said that he was unwilling to talk about her. She wondered if their marriage was like the transactional marriage model of Fang Zhuang. She thought that she would be willing to be that man's lover for a lifetime. But in the end, she became Fang Zhuang's lover. At this moment, Xiao realized how foolish she had been back then. Meanwhile, Lianhao was holding the phone receiver. Her feelings mixed, a little sweetness, a little bitterness. Even though she knew this call was mostly out of guilt, she still felt a tinge of sweetness. Wasn't he actively informing her of his schedule now? Before, she had to ask him for details. Sure enough, love can sometimes feel like a speck of dust. The excitement of being brought home hadn't faded, The spacious living room allowed the little creature to run around with its butt in the air. It came to Lianhao's side and nudged her with its little paws. Lianhao wrinkled her nose and picked it up. After drying her hair, she felt a headache coming on as the excited little fellow was now treating Lan Tingfang's slippers as a foe, trying hard to take it down. When Lan Tingfang returned home a week later, he discovered this tiny family member. He had no idea such a small dog had been smuggled in. Luckily, it was small enough to go unnoticed, as Qingyuan didn't allow pets. Last night, when he returned, it was already very late, so he slept in the guest room. When he woke up and stepped out of the guest room, something furry tugged at his pant leg. Frowning, he stumbled, and the little creature barked. Squatting down, he parted its long fur and suddenly realized, "Oh, so you're a dog." Just as he finished speaking, he heard a crisp laugh. Silly. What else could it be if not a dog? After a few seconds of pause, Lan Tingfang slowly raised his head. She stood with her back to the light, which streamed through the floor-to-ceiling glass, casting large reflections on her body. That light seemed to come from deep within the clouds. She was wearing sportswear, her short hair tucked behind her ears, with little beads of sweat on her forehead and hair tips, sparkling like morning dew in a tropical rainforest under the light's reflection. She said, "Silly, what else could it be if not a dog?" In the fading memories of his past, he faintly recalled such images in the mottled memories. She returned from a morning run and said the same thing. What had he said back then? He forgot what he had said, only remembering that she seemed to sigh. My Lan Lan is such an idiot. My Lan Lan, she always called him that. Every time she called him that, he felt embarrassed, yet amidst the embarrassment, something indescribable fermented in his heart. It must be love, right? Shouldn't it be like she likes to call out to him? Under his burning gaze, even Lianhao found her heart racing uncontrollably. How strange it was, clearly past the age when hearts flutter, clearly having spent 12 years with this man. Yet her heart still beats like a young girless. But her feet moved of their own accord towards him, step by step, squatting down in front of him, tidying up his messy hair after he woke up. Although he looked handsome even in disarray, Lianhao longed for an opportunity to help him smooth his hair. It is said that many wives have done this for their husbands. The morning light gave her this courage. It wasn't that she wasn't brave enough, but she feared that being too brave might scare him away. She loved him, unilaterally in love, like a speck of dust gazing up at the sky. Therefore, she wouldn't feel wronged, nor could she afford to feel wronged. It made a clicking sound. Lianhao satisfiedly said, "I finally let it in, and just a few days later, it ruined your 3 pairs of slippers. Yesterday, it took an interest in the remote control. If the TV turns on for no reason, don't be surprised. And don't treat the suddenly playing music as a supernatural event." Her soft voice flowed rhythmically like a high-quality tape, bringing him back from the old days. Lan Tingfang cruelly pinched the muscle in her heart with her nails, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. If at that moment Lianhao had looked up, she would have definitely seen a man with a pained expression. At that time, she didn't know if she would still be so persistent. This weekend, Lan Tingfang unprecedentedly stayed at home, eating the meals Lianhao made, even volunteering to give Kaka a bath and setting the table. In the well-lit living room, Lianhao pretended to revise her manuscript, but in reality, she was secretly watching the man who was engrossed in playing games. He sat on the floor in front of the huge screen, completely absorbed, sometimes frowning, sometimes smiling, his body swaying with the excitement of the game, like a big boy. Such moments were precious for Lianhao as well. She shifted her position, secretly sitting on the couch closest to him. In the evening, they drank wine, and, after drinking, he carried her to bed. That night, he was wild as if venting something. Lianhao just held him tightly, enduring his reckless advances, his sweat covering her body, his breath coming out in joyful gasps. Despite the passion, Lianhao knew this wasn't love. A woman's body recognizes the man who loves her. But what does it matter? At least, her body brought pleasure to the man she loved at that moment. After her body reached great satisfaction, he lay on top of her, murmuring softly, "Lianhao, why don't we love each other?" Lianhao thought maybe she really was getting old. She had heard that once people grow old, they easily shed tears. And this man Lan Tingfang had already aged her heart. Chapter 7 Before You Become a Memory 7. Lianhao, why don't we fall in love? After saying this, He fell into a deep sleep on her. Lianhao reached out to embrace the man lying on her, gently kissing his temple. An old Chinese medicine doctor once told her that this is a person's most concentrated acupoint. It is said that older Europeans love to kiss their partner's temple. Kissing the temple is a tradition among old Europeans, symbolizing affection. Lianhao closed her eyes and murmured, "Tingfang, you are the smartest person, yet you are also the dumbest. You used your clever mind to come up with this silly idea, believing every word Gu Lianhao says, believing she doesn't love you. Silly. Gu Lianhao isn't cool enough to marry a man she doesn't love. You just choose not to see clearly. Tingfang, actually, Gu Lianhao is a strange woman who loves to be stubborn. She treats loving you as a secret waiting for you to discover. She thinks that her love for you needs to be discovered by you, and she stubbornly believes that once you discover it, you will fall in love with her. Isn't it strange? Tingfang, I always feel that once I tell you I love you, you will never love me. Tingfang, why don't you let yourself discover it? How much longer do I have to wait for you to realize it? Recently, I have been losing confidence, or perhaps it should be said that I am losing patience. So, Tingfang, don't make me wait until my heart grows weary. That night, Lan Tingfang had a dream, dreaming that he was lying on a soft sandy beach, with warm seawater slowly surrounding him. On Monday, Lianhao brought her notebook to Starbucks. Mondays at Starbucks usually offer ample space and bright sunlight streaming through the glass windows. She had just sent an email to the magazine when Ku Ying arrived, sporting a frizzy hairstyle and skin that looked like it was about to be sunburned. Lianhao covered her mouth, trying not to laugh. A trip to the Middle East really changed her style. Lianhao teased, "Did you scare your soldier?" Ku Ying's boyfriend is an officer in the army, and the two are working hard for their wedding house in Beijing. Ku Ying is a reporter for Asia News under Asia Pacific Media, and last year, she impulsively became a frontline reporter for the attractive salary and benefits. Asia News is known for its fast and accurate reporting. 2 weeks ago, she missed the first scene of a train derailment in India, which made their usually calm boss furious. A call came in, and of course, the reporters on the front line became the targets of his anger. So they were sent to Afghanistan to dig for news. Ku Ying transformed into an angry bull, attacking her under the table. "It's all because of your clueless man." One phone call made our editor-in-chief tremble, insisting on sending us to Afghanistan. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, tugging at her own hair. Afghanistan, the breeding ground for terrorists. Once I got there, my colleague suggested I change my hairstyle, and I ended up looking like this. The barber explained to me that a style like this wouldn't attract attention, and no attention means safety. I'm terrified even lying in bed, worried that stray bullets and rockets might come through the walls. She leaned her face closer to Lianhao. See? A week of dark circles hasn't gone away. Don't say that. Lianhao comfortingly patted her forehead. You are a good kid. God will bring good fortune to you. Look, you, the female hero, got the first-hand news, which has been widely reprinted by other media. Your name, Ku Ying, is on those reports. Now you can hold your head high. Mentioning the first-hand news calmed Ku Ying down, and she smiled brightly, her eyes rolling around on Lianhao, finally landing on her neck. Her fingers pulled open Lianhao's collar, half closing her eyes suggestively. Woman, no wonder I felt you suddenly became charming when I saw you outside. It turns out you've been well taken care of by your man. Lianhao blushed, looking around awkwardly, and removed Ku Ying's fingers, buttoning the top button of her shirt. What nonsense are you talking about? Someone cast a sidelong glance at her, which made Lianhao a bit angry. Is it that your relationship with Lan Tingfang has reached another level? Ku Ying asked in a low voice, happy for her, if that were the case. Ku Ying is a native of Guangzhou, and she and Lianhao were high school classmates and desk mates for 3 years, witnessing her initial feelings for Lan Tingfang. Later, when she entered Beijing Communication University, she discovered that Lianhao had married Lan Tingfang. Coincidentally, she ended up working for Lan Tingfang. Only later did Ku Ying understand how much Lianhao suffered in love, and because of this understanding, she felt a sense of respect for her. After all, in this era, no one can selflessly devote themselves to a man without complaint, especially to a man whose heart is not with her. Being the woman behind a successful man is a common saying. It sounds simple, but who knows the bittersweetness behind it? Therefore, Kuing feels that Gu Lianhao is a superwoman in the emotional world. That man likes to keep a low profile. Every time he goes out, he carries cash, fearing that the signature on his credit card might bring unnecessary trouble. That man has his first love in his heart, and she pretends not to know. He is also not ready for children, and she brushes off her mother's inquiries by saying she is still young. She keeps an eye on the weather forecast for the countries and cities he visits, and her face turns pale at the mention of plane crashes. Wait. She has silently done a lot for him behind the scenes, so much that Kuing feels pain for her. So much that Kuing thinks that even the brilliant Lan Tingfang is not worthy of Gu Lianhao. No, Lianhao said sadly, facing her only friend, never hiding anything from her. Kuing, that day you asked me if I get tired year after year, day after day? I've been thinking about that question lately. To be honest, how can I not be tired? I feel like I'm running a marathon with no end in sight. But Kuing, I don't want to be like my mother. When my parents divorced, I saw them both crying. Although so much time has passed, and my mother said nothing, I know she regrets it. Maybe she regrets not doing her best to save her love for my father. As long as I still love him, I want to make an effort for my love. Kuing felt her heart ache again. This woman, who appears indifferent and full of edges, actually has a gentle heart that radiates a beautiful fragrance. I hope Lan Tingfang has enough luck to realize how fortunate he is to have such a woman by his side. Gu Lianhao, Kuing said helplessly, you really are a superwoman. She took her hand. Come on, superwoman. Let us go, shed this Middle Eastern label, and enjoy some sunshine and good food together. When she got home, she received a call from her mother, saying she had 3 days off and wanted to take friends to Beijing to play and see her. When I was a child, due to my parents' professions, I lived with my grandmother in Tai O. Tai O is part of the Hong Kong administrative region, a fishing port surrounded by mountains and water, often referred to as the Venice of Hong Kong. There, I spent a lonely yet joyful childhood. My parents were strangers to me, only visiting my grandmother's house during the Lunar New Year each year. I remember that whenever they arrived, the phone at my grandmother's house would ring incessantly. Later, when they got mobile phones, those would ring nonstop as well. When I was 15, my father grew tired of his translation work, resigned from his government job, and settled in Guangzhou to start a small logistics company with friends. My mother, however, was on the rise, transforming from a diplomat in a remote small country to a prominent figure at the consulate in the United States, frequently appearing on various diplomatic stages. From that moment, the cracks in their relationship began to surface, and later I learned that my father had lost his job because of another woman. At that time, some people often made a big deal out of this, and a few times I saw journalists writing extensively about my parents' divorce in the newspapers. My mother always responded politely, gently blaming herself for being too busy with work to fulfill her responsibilities as a wife and mother. From that moment on, the image of my mother in my heart was no longer that of the unfamiliar woman on television with perfectly styled hair and a constant official smile. I felt pity for her and began to respect her. I always knew that my mother loved me very much. She kept books in her bag about how mothers and children interact, and as I grew up, those books changed with my age. When I was 13, my mother gave me a strangely long scarf, which I later learned she had knitted herself. Several times I wanted to tell my mother why I admired her, to express that in my heart, she was a devoted mother. But ultimately, I never did. The older one gets, the more unspoken words one tends to keep inside. After thinking for a while, I picked up my phone. On the 28th floor of the BBSS headquarters in Tokyo, Lan Tingfang's personal administrative assistant, Fang Yue, cautiously pushed the door open and said, "Mr. Lan, Miss Gu's call." Lan Tingfang rubbed his brow, showing signs of fatigue from the long flight. "Let her in." Fang Yue carefully closed the door. After being this man's administrative assistant for 3 years, he found that the man, nearly 10 years younger than him, was like a textbook that aspiring young people yearn for. Fang Yue speculated that by the time Lan Tingfang turned 35, many famous biographers would volunteer to write his autobiography, and publishers would flock to greet him every day. In his 34 years of life, Fang Yue knew there existed a rare type of person in this world, those who come into it with God's favor. Lan Tingfang was one of them. The only flaw might be that Miss Gu, whom Fang Yue only learned after following him for more than 6 months, was indeed Mr. Lan's wife. Since she was Mr. Lan's wife, He naturally referred to her as Mrs. Lan, but to his surprise, Mr. Lan showed an unhappy expression upon hearing this. After a while, he said, "Let's just call her Miss Gu." A hint of discontent was revealed. It turned out that Mr. Lan was not fond of his own wife. At that moment, Fang Yue felt that wealthy people were particularly constrained. Why would they marry someone they didn't like? Fang Yue had met Miss Gu once when Mr. Lan had forgotten his passport at home. Miss Gu was polite and had delicate features, clearly coming from a good background. Later, by chance, Fang Yue discovered that in Mr. Lan's phone, Miss Gu was ranked third in the contact list, with the first slot empty and the second occupied by the captain of his private jet. Sighing, Fang Yue felt a bit indignant for Miss Gu at that moment. It was a hot day, and she had hurriedly come down to get the passport, obviously having returned home from a long distance. After another sigh, Fang Yue decided not to trouble himself further. Chapter 8. Before You Become a Memory. 8. When Lianhao asked Lan Tingfang to set aside a day to spend with her mother. Lan Tingfang on the other end of the phone thought for a moment, but still said that her schedule was already full that day. Through the phone, Lianhao's heart ached. After 6 years of marriage, her mother had only met Lan Tingfang once, and that time was just a hurried meal. "Tingfang," Lianhao bit her lip. "This time, no matter what, I must make you set aside time." "Gu Lianhao." His tone clearly indicated that he was troubled and evidently angry. "Lan Tingfang, we've been married for 6 years, and you've only met my mother once. Do you think my request is difficult for you?" Lianhao leaned against the wall, hung up the phone, fearing that she might lose control in the next moment, afraid that she would accuse him like a creditor. "Gu Lianhao, you chose to love him," Lianhao repeatedly told herself. The dusk gradually enveloped her, and the phone tightly held in her hand rang. She answered it numbly, and his voice came through. He said, "Lianhao, it's my fault. I will make time." Lianhao replied lightly and then hung up the phone. She exhaled sharply, feeling like she had become the superwoman of love, as described by Kuing. Himane took the last flight, arriving after 10 p.m. Beijing time. As soon as she exited the passage, she saw her daughter holding a large bouquet of flowers, standing there with a big smile and frantically waving at them. She was genuinely startled by her daughter's appearance. Due to her upbringing, Lianhao had always been very independent, even to the point of feeling lost. During her divorce, she rationally said, "I respect your choices," and after they divorced, she moved out alone to rent a place with classmates, and eventually, without a word, she got married. 3 days after her marriage, she made a long-distance call, casually saying, "Mom, I'm married." Today, Lianhao had specifically worn colorful clothes, carrying flowers, smiling, and with short curly hair, standing out in the crowd like a bright tropical fish. Himane couldn't help but smile. She still didn't know that her daughter had such a side to her. She even felt grateful to the son-in-law. She didn't even know what he looked like now. The first time she met her son-in-law was 2 years ago. Based on her intuition about Lan Tingfang, she felt that this young boy had a deadly charm, a mix of the unique aura of both boyhood and manhood. She could imagine him as a handsome mountain, a deep ocean, a vast blue sky, or a bright ray of sunshine over the Mediterranean. Each imagination was vividly projected onto him. Perhaps that was why the lonely Lianhao would risk everything for him. He was a quiet boy who politely introduced himself, and then quietly ate his meal, his gaze occasionally distant and unfocused. And by the end of the meal, Himane felt her heart sink. As a diplomat dealing with all sorts of people, her first impression of Lan Tingfang was that marrying such a man would surely bring hardship to Lianhao. After the meal, Himane found a moment to pull her daughter aside. She remembered Lianhao with her head down, looking fragile, saying, "Mom, I love him. If you love me, please love him too." Thus, Himane truly accepted the handsome boy named Lan Tingfang as her son-in-law. Lianhao awkwardly adjusted her posture, wanting her mother to see her bright side. Her mother was accompanied by her friend Daisy, who was the same age as her mother, an American-born Chinese. 2 years ago, when they went to America, her mother had taken her to visit Daisy's home. She was a strong woman, owning a dozen supermarkets in California. "Mom, Aunt Daisy." Lianhao handed the prepared flowers to them. Daisy embraced Lianhao, warmly exclaiming, "Dear, you look just like an ivy, making me smell the scent of spring." Lianhao liked Daisy. She felt an instant connection upon first meeting her. Daisy was a beautiful and charming woman, and Lianhao thought her smile, even with crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, was enchanting. Before her mother and Daisy arrived, they had already booked a hotel. Lianhao drove them to the hotel, and when she returned home, Lan Tingfang was already back, sleeping on the sofa, with the unique scent of someone who had just taken a shower, his hair still damp. Half squatting in front of him, Lianhao gently caught the water droplets falling from his forehead, his face just a few dozen centimeters away from her. This face had occupied her heart year after year. Lianhao stared foolishly and greedily at this face. The sound of a droplet startled both of them. The computer assistant automatically upgraded the security alert at midnight. The blue light spinning in circles, then quieted down a few seconds later. In those few seconds while the blue light spun, Lan Tingfang and Gu Lianhao gazed at each other. "Lianhao, what are you doing?" Lan Tingfang did not move. "I was afraid the water droplets in your hair would wake you up, so I was catching them." Lianhao also did not move. This midnight made her forget about growing up, bringing her back to her innocent years. In those few seconds while the blue light spun, Lan Tingfang felt as if time had been enchanted, and at that moment he felt that in this world, there was only him and the woman named Lianhao. For a moment, he felt that this woman named Lianhao had filled his always empty heart to the brim. For that moment, the blue light circle disappeared, as if the magic had vanished, and a heart began to feel empty again. The woman named Lianhao had become his wife. Lan Tingfang stood up, rubbed his hands, casually asking, "Why didn't your mom come back with you?" "Mom said it's a bit far here, and it's more convenient to stay at a hotel." Lianhao replied mechanically, feeling her heart thumping. He responded gently and left the sofa, his clothes brushing against Lianhao's face. After a while, the sound of a hairdryer came from the study. The next day, around 9 o'clock, Lianhao helplessly watched the man in the cloakroom, his baseball cap covering most of his face, with sunglasses on. "What's wrong?" Lan Tingfang tilted his head and asked, still not satisfied as he looked in the mirror, his hands searching for a larger pair of glasses among the rows of eyewear. Lianhao stood on tiptoe, took off his hat and glasses, and sighed, "Mr. Lan, if you keep this up, my mom will definitely say you look like a Lushan mountain again." Lan Tingfang showed a troubled expression. "Those people are everywhere. You know, I hate my face being treated like an animal in a zoo. They always blow trivial matters out of proportion." Lianhao knew he despised the omnipresent cameras of the 21st century and the increasingly entertainment-driven environment. The media treated celebrities like flies drawn to a honeypot, eager to install tracking systems on them to broadcast their private lives 24/7. Once at the airport, Lan Tingfang merely helped a boy with a flying phobia. And the next day, major media outlets had sensational headlines about the founder of Asia Pacific Media and his same-sex friend at the airport. Even more audacious tabloids speculated about his pedophilic tendencies based on the boy's characteristics. Last year, he was inexplicably caught up in a pajama party at a high-end venue in Tokyo, simply because a camera captured him driving near the party late at night. These absurd reports that kept surfacing made Lan Tingfang extremely annoyed. Lianhao took out a pair of thick black-framed glasses from his bag, styled his hair into a thick fringe covering his forehead, and pulled him to stand in front of the mirror again. The reflection in the mirror was a typical bookworm image, one that could be seen everywhere on the street. Some say that a hat can block a third of the sky, and that third of the sky can affect your mood when looking at the scenery. "Mr. Lan, we're here to enjoy the scenery, and today, let's really take in the view." Lan Tingfang touched his face. His current appearance was indeed very ordinary, and he believed that not many people on the street would notice him. Satisfied, he smiled slightly and touched his glasses, which were roughly made. "How did you get this thing?" "I found it at the night market. It cost 15 yuan each, but I haggled it down to 10. Lianhao said with a hint of pride. "The vendor even said that whoever marries me will surely become rich eventually." The smile froze at the corner of his lips, as distant memories began to flood back. Long ago, someone also liked to haggle at the night market, and long ago, someone said that his little wife was clever and capable. Despite that, through the lenses, Lianhao could still read the melancholy in his eyes. Yes, at this moment, he must be reminded of another person who knew how to bargain, someone who loved to stroll through the night market, singing while her eyes darted around. She called herself the little dragon of the night market. Back then, Lianhao followed her, pondering how God could create such a bright girl. Lianhao gently tugged at Lan Tingfang's hand. Let's go, Mom must be getting anxious. After walking a few steps, Lianhao stopped again and hesitated. What's wrong? Lan Tingfang asked absent-mindedly. Tingfang. Lianhao struggled to find the words. Can you act a bit warmer in front of my mom? Got it. Lan Tingfang tightened his grip on Lianhao's hand. Last time it was my fault. And Lianhao appeared hesitant again. Every mom in this world wants to see her daughter happy, and my mom is no different. You mean? Lan Tingfang, thou wen. His expression darkening. No. Lianhao hurriedly interrupted, not letting him finish. She stood in front of him, her face slightly flushed. Tingfang, we've been married for 6 years. Sometimes, couples who have been married for 6 years look like family. They bicker and have disagreements, and they interact naturally. So, I just hope you won't always say sorry to me. The air seemed to fall silent, as Lianhao twisted her fingers. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Understood. I will be more mindful in front of your mom. From now on, I will pay attention. His expression was complex as he said these words. Chapter 9, Before You Become a Memory. 9. The weekend traffic in Beijing was as congested as ever. Lan Tingfang took them to a well-known private farmhouse restaurant near Hohai. The owner combined nature with dining, allowing guests to pick their favorite vegetables and fruits from the garden. Daisy and her mother were delighted to choose organic vegetables in the restaurant's backyard, with Lianhao and Lan Tingfang helping them out. Daisy would sometimes exaggerate in American English about the little bugs on the organic vegetables, making the young waitresses laugh. They would occasionally glance at Lan Tingfang. Soon, at the suggestion of one of the waitresses, Daisy dragged her mother to another greenhouse to dig sweet potatoes, leaving the first greenhouse quiet. The greenhouse filled with organic vegetables was lush and green, and Lan Tingfang was captivated by a sensitive plant. He took off his glasses, leaned down slightly, and teased the leaves with his finger, softly saying, Lianhao, come look, this sensitive plant really does look like a shy little girl, as the book says. His calling made Lianhao happy, and she moved a little closer to him, their shoulders touching, also using her finger to tease the delicate leaves of the sensitive plant, watching it shyly fold up like a fan. His hair brushed against Lianhao's temple. Their fingers touched because of the tiny herbaceous plant, and the sunlight fell on the white, translucent plastic of the greenhouse, shining brightly. He treated her very well all day long, without being overly deliberate. He fastened her seatbelt when they got in the car, shielded her behind him in the elevator, naturally held her hand, and placed his hand on her waist. Several times, Lianhao saw her mother's comforting smile. He was wearing a fitted white shirt and blue jeans, looking fresh like the sea and sky of Tai, among the greenery. Lianhao began to immerse herself in the vastness of calling Lan Tingfang's name. Tingfang. Lianhao softly murmured his name, which felt enchanting. He responded, what are you doing? Nothing. Lianhao didn't look at him, her fingers continuing to play with the leaves of the sensitive plant. I just wanted to call you. Lan Tingfang froze, and with a snap, he suddenly shot out like a spring. Before Lianhao could figure out what had happened, she heard a loud crash as an object hit the ground. A girl about 17 or 18 stood there dazed. Who are you? Who allowed you to take pictures? Lan Tingfang grabbed the girl's throat. Lianhao rushed over, and the girl's face was already flushed red from being choked. She forcefully pulled Lan Tingfang's hand away. What are you doing? Can't you just talk it out? Lan Tingfang was relentless, pointing at the girl with disgust. Say it. Which TV station are you from? Which newspaper? The girl, looking innocent, was clearly frightened, shaking her hands and saying, No, I just thought you looked so good together, so. While she spoke, she hurriedly took out her student ID from her bag and handed it to Lianhao. I'm just a high school student. I like photography. I just came here to eat with my dad. Get lost. Lan Tingfang looked down at the digital camera that had been smashed on the ground, coldly spitting out. The girl's eyes turned red. She glanced at Lianhao, then looked at Lan Tingfang, filled with embarrassment as she turned to leave. The young waitress, who had just been eyeing Lan Tingfang, now bowed her head low, not daring to breathe. Let those two waitresses go, Lianhao said, placing the remnants of the digital camera in the trash can. Lan Tingfang sat on a stone bench nearby, smoking. Taking the cigarette from his hand, Lianhao sat beside him, resting her head on his shoulder. Sometimes I feel like you're a tightly wound spring, ready to snap at any moment. Lianhao closed her eyes and softly said, That girl is still a high school student. At that age, they admire beautiful things with pure admiration. Tingfang, you must feel a bit uncomfortable too, right? Actually, just now, you could have let her take the picture, and after that, you could have communicated with her nicely. Wouldn't that have been better? That girl would have had a joyful meal with her dad, and you wouldn't be sulking here. I'm not sulking. Lan Tingfang emphasized sulkily. Not sulking? Lianhao chuckled softly. But your ears turn red when you're angry. He frowned, awkwardly running his fingers through his hair, instinctively brushing it behind his ears. Tingfang, Lianhao tightened her fist. I hope you can live a little more easily, forget the bad things, and remember the good ones. Feeling the shoulder she was leaning on become rigid, Lianhao continued. Tingfang, from now on, can we live like today? Naturally, like all couples married for 6 years, without hiding our emotions. Lan Tingfang stood up, staring blankly at Lianhao. Lianhao didn't avoid his gaze, and they stared at each other. There was a persistent gloom in Lan Tingfang's eyes. Lianhao closed her eyes first. Since Bai Annie left, that gloom had never disappeared. Outside, she heard her mother calling her, and Lianhao turned around, speaking to him. Gu Lianhao, don't think that just because we've been married for 6 years, you understand me well. I warned you not to try to touch my heart, and don't take my guilt towards you as a way to push further. We made everything clear when we got married. Push further? This was the worst idiom Lianhao had ever heard. She shook her head at herself in self-mockery. Watching Lan Tingfang's retreating back grow faster, he regretted it deeply. In fact, he regretted those words the moment they left his mouth, cursing himself fiercely and chased after that back. He Maine discovered this time that her daughter had become childish, understanding how to bicker with her husband. They tugged at each other over a small spade for digging sweet potatoes, neither willing to give in. Lianhao puffed up her cheeks, while Lan Tingfang glared at her. Daisy watched on the side, fearing the world was not chaotic enough. In the tussle, Lan Tingfang let go first, and, as a result, Lianhao, pulling too hard, fell into the sweet potato field, her clothes covered in dirt. Lan Tingfang, arms crossed, looked down at her from above. Gu Lianhao, sorry to put you at a disadvantage. I originally wanted to fall in your place, but considering I'm wearing white today, it had to be you. Lianhao nodded, grabbing a handful of dirt as he reached out to show his gentlemanly demeanor. Just then, Lianhao jumped up like a monkey, climbing onto his back. In a mix of old grievances and new grudges, she smeared the dirt into his clothes. Seeing him flustered and his ears turning red, Lianhao burst into laughter. Under the blue sky and white clouds, she laughed freely on his shoulder, and Lan Tingfang suddenly felt the world becoming vast. Her laughter was like the wind chimes hanging under the eaves years ago, tinkling into his dreams. Adjusting her crooked position with a smile, she tilted her head. Lianhao, I don't think I've ever carried you before. Now, I'm carrying you. Let's go eat together. Lianhao stifled her laughter, afraid to make a loud noise, lest she miss his gentle voice. Lianhao, his voice was very low, so low that only Lianhao could hear. You don't like me saying sorry, but I still want to apologize for what I just said. Forget what I just said, okay? Gently, Lianhao leaned her face against his shoulder, softly saying, okay. Many times, Lianhao felt helpless about herself like this. This was the first time he carried her. When he was 18 or 19, he had occasionally fantasized about climbing on a Lan Tingfang's back. Under the endless silver moonlight, the silver moonlight draping over them, their shadows accompanying them as they walked. Many years later, gradually, Lianhao no longer dared to dream of that moment. At 27, Lianhao finally climbed on a Lan Tingfang's back, and indeed, it was as she imagined. Lan Tingfang's back was wide and warm. Lianhao rested her hand on Lan Tingfang's shoulder, closed her eyes, and imagined the endless silver moonlight. Her feet gently swayed at the bend of his legs. And today she wore a pair of beige sandals woven with hemp rope, revealing her small, cute toes. Lan Tingfang, for some reason, recalled those toes at night, resting on their ocean blue sheets like shells that had been rinsed clean and shone, those shells inadvertently stirring something deep within him, ticklish and incredibly soft. Lan Tingfang awkwardly pulled his gaze away from Lianhao's feet and turned to see He-Main smiling gently at him, her smile filled with gratitude and the earnestness of a mother, which tugged at Lan Tingfang's heart. Lianhao and Lan Tingfang wore matching couple shirts that the restaurant owner had prepared for them, which were somewhat over the top, colorful, and mismatched. Despite the awkwardness on their faces, Lianhao felt a small sweetness in her heart, thinking, look, I climbed on a Lan Tingfang's back, and we wore a couple shirts. During the meal, Lianhao secretly glanced at Lan Tingfang, discreetly serving food into her mother and Aunt Daisy's bowls, making Aunt Daisy continually express her blessings to Lianhao, wishing her to marry a man like Lan Tingfang. After leaving the restaurant, the group headed straight to the ruins of the old summer palace, which was the main purpose of Daisy's trip to Beijing. Since her teenage years, she had learned about the profound history of the old summer palace from Hugo's books and her parents' stories. Always wanted to come here one day to commemorate the dreamlike estate described by Hugo. Under the setting sun, the tall round pillars, weathered by time, still stood proud like seasoned soldiers, holding their heads high, supported by their will. The accompanying history professor passionately explained that lost history to them, while Daisy listened quietly and reverently. Finally, when the history professor mentioned that the fires set by the Anglo-French Allied forces burned for 3 days and nights at the old summer palace, she hugged her mother, her eyes resting on the resilient ruins. Maine, I think it's truly remarkable, even greater than the Temple of Apollo at Delphi, she said, resting on her mother's shoulder. Yes, Daisy, I feel the same way. Her mother gently patted Aunt Daisy's shoulder. Lianhao stood before the ruins, which were even more magnificent than the Temple of Apollo at Delphi, quietly watching the two women, no longer young, embrace under the setting sun, feeling an inexplicable emotion rise within her, her eyes becoming warm. The next moment, Lianhao was pulled into a familiar embrace, resting her head in the crook of his shoulder, her chest against his heart, feeling each heartbeat. For the first time, Lianhao felt that her heart was so close to this man named Lan Tingfang. Chapter 10, Before You Become a Memory. 10. At the suggestion of the history professor, Daisy led Lan Tingfang into the maze at the old Summer Palace Ruins Park, while Lianhao sat down on a bench at the maze's exit with her mother. The late April breeze felt like a fine veil, brushing against their faces like a mother gently caressing her child's hand. Lianhao leaned her head on her mother's shoulder, cherishing this hard-won moment. The lines around her mother's eyes varied in depth, and those lines made Lianhao's heart ache. Mom, Lianhao said shyly, every time I see you on TV or in the newspaper, I feel proud. Mom, do you know, all along I love you. Finally, Lianhao expressed the words she had kept in her heart for many years, and soon after, she was so grateful for this moment, for having said them. The lines at the corners of her mother's eyes deepened, clearly indicating that she was smiling. She placed her hand over Lianhao's hand, her voice choked with emotion. I know. I've always known. What mother doesn't know her daughter's feelings? But, Lianhao, thank you for telling me you love me. Mom, do you miss Grandma? Lianhao remembered the day Grandma passed away. Her mother was attending the Chinese summit in Washington as a secretary. Lianhao called, and her mother responded lightly, saying she understood. Later, when she returned, she sat quietly by Grandma's spirit for an entire night, and the next day, she flew back to Washington. At that time, Lianhao hated her mother, but now she understood that her mother must have been the saddest when Grandma passed away because she couldn't be by her side. How could I not miss her? Her mother sighed deeply. I brought you into this world and have always been there as you grew up, but I couldn't accompany her on her last journey. Her mother held Lianhao's hand to her heart. Lianhao, when your grandmother passed away, there was a hole in my heart. This hole will only be filled when I leave this world to join her. When that day comes, you can place my ashes beside her. I want to accompany her and also be with your grandfather. Under the afterglow of the sunset, the separation of life and death felt so natural. Mom, if one day I'm no longer here, I will come find you, Lianhao said, gazing at the deep sky. Maine patted her daughter's leg, pretending to be angry. You're still a child. Why are you talking about life and death like an old person? Indeed, in every mother's heart, children are forever their little ones. Mom, last year I saw a bench in a park in Florida with the names Jane and Jennifer engraved on it. Their names were connected, and there was a pastor's signature below. I found it strange and asked the woman sitting on the bench. She smiled and told me her name was Jennifer, and Jane was her late mother. That bench was a project they completed together in life, and her mother's soul rests on the green grass of the park. Jennifer told me that whenever she misses her mother, she comes to sit on that bench. Mom, at that moment, I miss you so much. I was thinking that in the future, I want a bench like there's in the park with our names engraved on it. Mom, what do you think? There are such benches in Washington, too. I also like that way of remembrance, but Himane looked down at her daughter. But, can you bear to part with Lan Tingfang? Don't you want to be with him? No, I just want to be with you, Mom. I just want to find you. Lianhao shook her head on her mother's shoulder. Lianhao had poured all her foolishness into Lan Tingfang. Being too foolish and infatuated had made her too tired. All right, Himane solemnly promised. Where do you want to place the bench engraved with Gu Lianhao and Himane? Let's put in Washington. I want to see the city where you lived for many years. Lianhao stretched her hand into the air, spreading her fingers to touch the afterglow of the sunset. Let's place it under the cherry blossom trees in Washington. I heard that the cherry blossoms in Washington bloom earlier than those in Japan every year. When the cherry blossoms bloom, the petals will surely fall on our bench. And it will be beautiful. Mom, what do you think? It will definitely be beautiful then. Himane had never known that her daughter had such romantic sentiments. The two sat on the bench, their heads leaning against each other, no longer speaking. Behind them, Lan Tingfang stood quietly, inadvertently overhearing the whispered conversation between the mother and daughter. Was the one who just spoke Lianhao his wife of 6 years? Lan Tingfang never expected to hear Lianhao speak of such sorrowful matters regarding leaving this world. Often, Gu Lianhao appeared indifferent to everything around her in his impression. She had always dutifully played the role of a wife, without complaints or unreasonable demands. Many times, Gu Lianhao was a reserved and independent person, just like her wedding vows when he slid the ring onto her finger. In the bustling crowd of Guangzhou, she held the ring, her expression calm as she said, "Tingfang, I will cherish this ring and be a good wife." In Lan Tingfang's heart, a good wife and the wife you love are different, just as a good husband and the husband who loves you are not the same. After 6 years of marriage, as she had said, she cherished their wedding rings and diligently played the role of a good wife, which even Lan Tingfang didn't know she could do so excellently. Instinctively, he touched his ring finger. The ring he wore had been lost after 6 months, and he didn't know where it went. He wondered if she had discovered that his ring was missing first. After realizing it was gone, Lan Tingfang felt a secret sigh of relief in his heart. But at that time, he still asked, "How about we buy another one?" He still remembered that she turned her back, not knowing what she was busy with. After a moment, she lightly replied, "No need, don't waste that money." Since then, they never mentioned the wedding ring again, and Lan Tingfang's ring finger remained bare. Remembering the scene of sliding the ring onto her hand and her words at that time, Lan Tingfang felt an emptiness in his heart, as if Gu Lianhao had always made him feel ashamed. However, at this moment, after hearing Lianhao's words, Lan Tingfang felt a blockage in his heart, especially when he heard Lianhao say that when she was gone, she would be with her mother. Her lonely tone seemed not to come from her mouth. Leaving the old Summer Palace Ruins Park, night was already falling. Daisy shyly suggested they take a photo at Tiananmen Square. Upon arriving at Tiananmen Square, Daisy hugged the pillar that held the 5-star red flag like a wandering child and kept taking pictures with her mother. As the lights began to glow, the square was filled with scenes of families of 3. Children were running around while parents chased after them. Lianhao found it hard to look away, having longed for such scenes countless times. A little boy in suspenders tripped and fell at Lianhao and Lan Tingfang's feet due to running too fast. Lianhao hurriedly helped him up. The child was clearly hurt but still stubbornly shook his lips. "It must hurt, right?" Lianhao tenderly patted the little boy's face. After all, he was a child. Just as Lianhao began to speak, the boy suddenly burst into tears, crying while speaking in a Beijing accent. "It hurts so much. But my mom says boys should get up by themselves when they fall. Mom also says boys can't cry even if it hurts, but Andy, it really hurts a lot. You have to prove to my mom that I didn't cry when I fell. Okay? Okay. Okay." Lianhao nodded vigorously. The child's mother rushed over, panting. After hearing what the child said, she was both amused and distressed, and she held her little boy tightly in her arms. The little boy, with tears in his eyes, was comforted by Lianhao, who took out the special pastries given to guests by the farm restaurant in the afternoon and stuffed them into the little boy's hands, which finally made him smile through his tears. After shaking her head and thanking Lianhao, the child's mother turned to leave. After taking a few steps, she looked back and said, You both look like you must have just gotten married. This young lady seems to really like children. Some young people today are so afraid of having kids, but there is no need to be scared. Children are so lovely, and once you have one, you'll realize they are even more adorable than you can imagine. The lights of Tiananmen were brilliantly shining, illuminating Lianhao's heart. She reached out and took his hand, which felt slightly cool. Tingfang, let us have a child, shall we? Just like that, Lianhao spoke the words, not daring to look at him. After a long time, just when Lianhao thought he wouldn't get a response, he said, Lianhao, I'm not ready to be a dad. As he finished speaking and tried to leave, Lianhao grabbed his hand, suddenly meeting his shadowy gaze. Looking around, Lianhao spoke excitedly, not ready? I don't even know if I'll get to see the day you're ready. Tingfang, our house is too empty, too big, too quiet. I want a child, our child. It would be best if he were a little troublemaker, turning our house upside down, crying and making noise all day, filling our home with chaos. Tingfang, let us have a child, can we? We don't need to make any preparations. When he comes, we'll treat him as a surprise in our lives and love him like other parents do, taking him to Tiananmen Square, okay? Lianhao said all this in one breath, looking eagerly at Lan Tingfang, panting after his outburst. After spending so many years together, Lianhao knew that the man before him was angry. When Lan Tingfang got angry, he became very aggressive. Standing at 182 meters, he towered over Lianhao, who was only 161 meters tall. Our house is too empty, too big, too quiet. Lan Tingfang said coldly, Gu Lianhao, are you indirectly accusing your husband of neglecting you? If you have any dissatisfaction, you can tell me, but don't drag a child into this. I don't like you doing that. Lianhao's once passionate heart cooled down, feeling heavy. Lan Tingfang, you're taking my words out of context. Taking out of context? He smiled coldly. Do you want me to believe that what you just said came from Gu Lianhao's mouth? When did Gu Lianhao become so sentimental about family warmth? Lianhao, today you're nothing like the Gu Lianhao I know. I'll take what you just said as a moment of impulsiveness. Lan Tingfang felt that he didn't like the Gu Lianhao of today. He was too unfamiliar. He had gotten used to the calm demeanor of Gu Lianhao and was not accustomed to her eagerness or the subtle sadness beneath her brows. That sadness felt stinging. Chapter 11, Before You Become a Memory. 11. Gu Lianhao, today you are nothing like yourself. What you just said, I'll take it as a momentary lapse of reason. He spoke these words with the entitlement of a stubborn child. Am I really nothing like Gu Lianhao today? Lianhao murmured. So, do you wish I was still the old Gu Lianhao? The one who could skip class at the drop of a hat? Who could scratch a luxury sports car without a second thought? Who once thought of getting herself into a detention center just to annoy her father? Tears welled up in Lianhao's eyes. Everything in this world has its reasons, Tingfang. Do you want me to tell you why I did those things? No need. Lan Tingfang replied reflexively. Lianhao, burdened as if by a mountain, seemed to weep under the shimmering lights. Perhaps that mountain was too heavy as she stood there, tears brimming in her eyes. Lan Tingfang numbly lifted his foot, taking a step forward. Now, he was afraid to approach her. To his receding figure, Lianhao said, Lan Tingfang, do you know? Skipping class with you was because I wanted to keep you company. I felt it was wrong for you to be alone. Scratching that luxury sports car was because its owner looked down on you and insulted you. Getting myself into the detention center was because of the bad rumors surrounding it. I was afraid those people would hurt you, and I thought at least being the daughter of a diplomat would protect you from being hit. Lan Tingfang, you coward. I finally mustered the courage to tell you these things, but you didn't want to hear them, did you? The mist in her eyes finally turned into tears that fell. That year, Gu Lianhao was 27. Bidding farewell to her lover under the brilliant lights of Tiananmen Square in Beijing, beneath the fluttering 5-star red flag. Unfortunately, her lover had run away. When they went to the restaurant for dinner, Lan Tingfang reached for Lianhao's hand again, but Lianhao subtly avoided it, leaving Lan Tingfang staring blankly at his empty hand. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was late at night. You go back. I'm staying at a hotel with my mom tonight. She said this while standing at the elevator door. Lan Tingfang was stunned and frowned. Are you angry? If what I said just now upset you, I apologize. This man was becoming more and more formal, his words sounding increasingly like a press release. Lianhao shook her head and smiled as she walked into the elevator. The elevator doors slowly closed, and Lan Tingfang frowned. The two doors of the hotel elevator resembled curtains, slowly drawing up Lianhao's face. Her expression a mix of mockery and sorrow. The car drove through the hazy night, the sunroof open, wind rushing in. Lan Tingfang lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, while the radio host was reminiscing about a movie he couldn't forget. The host had a wonderful voice, like tobacco in the midnight air, enchanting and captivating. He spoke eloquently. During my college years, there was a movie called Beijing Melody that I still think of fondly. I can hardly remember what the movie was about, but those images remain vividly etched in my mind. A group of young people, wearing various strange accessories and loving rock music, rode their old motorcycles, racing through the city and countryside to perform everywhere. Lan Tingfang knew Beijing Melody. It was Lianhao's favorite movie. She had bought the DVD back then and often watched it late at night, carefully putting it away after each screening. The host continued. In college, I dreamed of meeting a girl like Yang Ying from Beijing Melody. She is, to this day, the most successful female character I feel has been portrayed. Stubborn, gentle, tolerant, affectionate, and lovely. Even now, I still hope to encounter a girl like that. The cigarette burned his fingers, jolting Lan Tingfang awake. Fragments of memories flickered through his mind, as if in some year, Gu Lianhao had once said, I want to be a girl like Yang Ying, forever following my idol in my heart. The character Yang Ying in Beijing Melody fell in love with a down-and-out rock youth, embracing his free spirit, pride, insecurity, and fervor, seeing him as her eternal idol. In this era, some say there won't be a girl like that waiting for me to meet, but I still believe there will be. She must be waiting for me somewhere. The host spoke. Lan Tingfang hurriedly turned off the radio, pulled the car over to the side of the road, and began lighting a second cigarette, then a third. In the VIP suite of the Hilton Hotel, Daisy called as soon as she returned, and it was clear the call was not pleasant. After hanging up, she sat on the floor by the window, with red wine and a glass beside her. When Lianhao finished her shower and dried her hair, there was already half a bottle left. Lianhao sat down in front of her and took her wine glass. Has your mom gone to bed? She looked up, her expression fragile. Lianhao nodded. Daisy reached out to touch Lianhao's hair. Lianhao, I miss my son. Today. Watching Mayin, and you like this. I really miss him. I haven't seen him for over a year. Lianhao felt that the Daisy in front of her seemed somewhat like a child acting spoiled, a stark contrast to the decisive, fiery woman she had met in America. My son is named Yuan Ingxiong. He has carried my surname since birth. Don't feel sorry for me. I have never regretted bringing him into this world. Daisy's voice was calm. Ingxiong was very well-behaved and smart as a child. But later, when he heard about my situation, he got angry and ran away from home. That was 7 years ago. He is now 27. Lianhao poured red wine into the glass and handed it to her. She took a small sip. Looking despondent, it's my fault, Lianhao. When I was young, I was a professional model, and I was very proud of it. Many men pursued me because I was young and beautiful, but I fell in love with a man I couldn't have. That man had his own family and was a Chinese-American congressman. I used a very foolish method. I got pregnant with his child to blackmail him into divorcing his wife. In the end, we both suffered, and he fell from grace and withdrew from politics, while I faded into obscurity due to the scandal. Since then, I have had no contact with him. Ingxiong learned about this when he was 20. He told me he couldn't accept such a mother and couldn't accept that he was brought into this world as a pawn. Vaguely, Lianhao recalled hearing someone say that everyone does one or two foolish things in their youth, and every young mind eventually hits a wall called the Southern Wall. Even though now, Ingxiong and I have regular phone calls every month, and I visit him every year, I know we can never return to the way we were before. As she spoke, Daisy seemed to recall something. She pulled over her suitcase and took out a half of an English magazine. Lianhao recognized it. It was one of the top 10 magazines in the fashion industry in Europe and America, with many celebrities having graced its cover. Daisy pointed to the magazine's cover, proudly saying, "My hero has achieved what I couldn't as a model. He was just named Mr. Milan." Mr. Milan is voted on every quarter by over 100 fashion editors and brand designers. Such an honor is something many models dream of. Aunt Daisy should be proud, because her son has gained that honor with an Asian face. The Western fashion industry tends to favor more chiseled features. Taking Daisy's magazine, The man on the cover has a distinctly sculpted face, with a stereotypical hairstyle from Hollywood's black and white silent film era, and a smoky eye makeup that presents a striking effect in his gaze, immediately capturing attention. Below the magazine are several candid photos of him. One shows him in worn-out jeans that are clearly from DTY. If I'm not mistaken, even Lianhao should have seen that pair of jeans and its owner. My son may have inherited my fascination with the runway since childhood, but he knew I didn't approve, so he diligently studied market analysis, hoping to help me manage the supermarket after graduation. Later, after leaving me, he entered the modeling industry. I secretly watched him once. He was truly struggling at that time, sometimes serving as a background for famous models, standing still for hours on end. Now, all of this is a result of his hard work, and I'm proud of him. At this point, she began to cry, resting her head on Lianhao's shoulder like a child. My child is out there alone. During Christmas, New Year, Thanksgiving, he has no family by his side during these holidays. I want to be with him, but I don't dare. I'm a terrible mother. Don't cry, Aunt Daisy. Lianhao gently patted her back. Let me tell you something interesting. I've met your son Yuan, and not just once. Daisy wiped her tears and looked at Lianhao. Sometimes, the concept of fate makes Lianhao feel incredulous. On such a night that should be filled with sadness, fortunately, his mother brought such a warm-hearted friend to help dispel the heartache brought by Lan Tingfang. Taking a sip of wine, Lianhao continued, "It was like this. Last year, I took a trip to Florida to write for a travel magazine about how Asian immigrant families celebrate Thanksgiving. In a restaurant in Orlando, a young man ordered a turkey dinner, and after the meal, he explained to the owner that he forgot his wallet. The guy didn't believe him. The young man looked like a hippie, wearing ripped jeans even in the cold, with long hair that looked like it hadn't been groomed in a while. During their argument, the young man cursed him in Cantonese, and hearing that, I paid for his meal. He didn't even say thank you. Instead, he asked if I liked his watch, offering to give it to me in exchange for the meal. I declined his watch, and then he left. That was the first time I met him. The second time I saw him was at the airport the same day. We were on the same flight from Orlando to Milan. He was with a few people, and when he saw me, he walked past without greeting me. At that moment, I thought he was quite rude. Upon arriving at Milan airport, several young girls asked him for autographs, and one girl asked him to sign her outfit. I saw the signature was quite flamboyant. Thinking back, those characters should have been Yuan. Aunt Daisy, I think that Yuan must be your son Yuan. That's definitely Yuan, Daisy exclaimed, dancing with joy. It's my son for sure. That kid always forgets to bring his wallet. In the past, I would receive his calls for help every few days. In this world of over 6 billion people, such a mysterious fate made Lianhao feel quite emotional at that moment. Chapter 12, Before You Become a Memory. 12. Lan Tingfang woke up in the early morning, staring blankly at the ceiling. For some reason, he thought of Gu Lianhao. The house was too spacious, too big, and too quiet. In the soundproof room, the silence was like death, and an emotion similar to loneliness was clamoring in his heart. Leaning against the bed, he lit a cigarette, squinting his eyes. Recently, he had been smoking quite heavily. In a vague memory, he recalled what Kawashima had said. Kawashima was a Japanese man in his 50s, working as a news planner at the BBC's headquarters. He was optimistic and ambitious. Once, during a meal, he talked about his married life, saying that after years of adjustment, his wife had become his life partner, mutually accommodating and encouraging each other. He gratefully mentioned that part of his success was due to his wife. Similarly, behind Lan Tingfang's success was Gu Lianhao's contribution. That early morning, Lan Tingfang suddenly realized that he had never sincerely expressed his gratitude to Gu Lianhao, even forgetting their wedding anniversary for 5 consecutive years. He got out of bed and walked to the living room. The tropical fish in a huge aquarium were swimming back and forth. Looking around despite the large space, everything was still neatly organized. The kitchen utensils gleamed under the light, and the refrigerator was orderly filled with vegetables and fruits. Since their marriage, whether in a house of dozens of square meters or hundreds, everything had been clean and bright, with Gu Lianhao consistently upholding her promise to be a good wife. Lan Tingfang, what more could you want? He asked himself while leaning against the wall. In the stillness of that early morning, he admitted he missed the image of her sitting on the big sofa in casual clothes, her cute toes peeking out, listening to music while working, even though she rarely spoke. As he came out of the kitchen, Lan Tingfang felt a bit dazed and thought he might have caught the flu. Gu Lianhao returned home around 8 in the evening. Upon entering, she sensed something was off. The kitchen was in disarray. Pushing open the bedroom door, she was hit by a strong smell of medicine. Lan Tingfang was sleeping in bed, several types of cold medicine scattered on the bedside table, all the seals opened, indicating that he had been desperately trying to treat himself. Her hand fell on his forehead, which felt a bit hot. Remembering the call he had cut off at noon, Gu Lianhao felt guilty. When Lan Tingfang woke up, he heard sounds coming from the kitchen and felt inexplicably relieved. Leaning against the archway of the kitchen, he quietly watched the woman busying herself. The little one, Kaka, was playing with her cute toes, and the aroma of porridge wafted through the kitchen, drawing his feet towards her involuntarily. Gu Lianhao was momentarily stunned by the suddenness of it all. He hugged her from behind, resting his head on her shoulder, nuzzling against her neck like a puppy. Gu Lianhao, I missed you a bit yesterday, he said. Gu Lianhao was spellbound, her hands trembling, her heart racing. Gu Lianhao, let us have a child. I'll allow him to mess up our house. I'll allow him to make our home chaotic day in and day out. You. Gu Lianhao's voice trembled. Tingfang, say that again. Gu Lianhao, I'll quit smoking, and then let us have a child. His warm breath brushed against her face, and his words echoed in her ears, turning over and over. Gu Lianhao, I missed you a bit yesterday. Gu Lianhao, let us have a child. This was the most beautiful melody she had heard in her 27 years. Such a melody came from Lan Tingfang, the man Gu Lianhao loved deeply. This overwhelming joy came without warning, frightening Gu Lianhao, feeling unreal. Gu Lianhao, Lan Tingfang is sick right now. Those little germs always make one weak easily. Should I take this seriously? Should I? Tingfang. Gu Lianhao took a deep breath. I will take your words seriously. He chuckled softly in her ear, shyly saying, Gu Lianhao, thank you for being Lan Tingfang's wife all these years. From now on, I won't miss our wedding anniversary every year, I swear. Gu Lianhao smiled, turned around, resting her head on his shoulder, her arms wrapping around his waist. In her memory, her grandmother always spoke sweetly about her marriage to her grandfather. Their marriage was arranged by their parents, and the initially unfamiliar couple gradually became familiar over time, growing to like each other, then to love, and finally to support each other through thick and thin. Her grandmother said her marriage was like eating sugarcane backward from bitter to sweet, and that sweetness, under the sedimentation of time, became a fine wine that accompanied her until the last second of her life. Gu Lianhao finally tasted the sweetness of that sugarcane, a feeling so wonderful that it overshadowed all bitterness. The next day, Gu Lianhao went to the airport to see off her mother and Daisy. Humane looked at Gu Lianhao seriously, and under her mother's scrutinizing gaze, Gu Lianhao awkwardly turned her face away. Humane smiled mischievously. Gu Lianhao, this time, Mom really feels much more at ease because you are so good. At that moment, Humane thought Gu Lianhao looked beautiful, her complexion rosy, her eyes joyful, making her appear radiant, which surely had something to do with love. Gu Lianhao, you look really beautiful today. Daisy hugged Gu Lianhao reluctantly, lamenting, if only you weren't married. I'd match you with Lianhao. I always feel something would happen between you and my son. Gu Lianhao couldn't help but laugh at that, remembering how Daisy had exclaimed that their meeting was like the beginning of a romantic movie, even though it wasn't a hero saving a beauty, but rather a beauty saving a hero. At that moment, Lan Tingfang hurried to the airport. Daisy's expression fell, shaking her head. It seems the movie of the beauty saving the hero is dimming here. Lianhao is just a side character. Lan Tingfang, wearing the glasses Gu Lianhao had given him, sincerely embraced his mother-in-law for the first time at the bustling airport. Mom, your daughter is wonderful. On a weekend in mid-May, Lan Tingfang arrived at Capital Airport in the evening. He had spent nearly half a month in Japan, the longest he had ever stayed there, mainly to handle several important matters in one go, so he could free up time to stay in Beijing. He was even considering whether to relocate the headquarters to Beijing, as it had been set up in Tokyo, primarily because Japan was the world's second-largest economy, with extensive transportation networks. Now, with China's economic rise, there was a trend of it taking over, and Lan Tingfang felt it necessary to reassess the market value in China. Unlike usual, upon returning to Beijing, he instructed Xiao Dao to take him straight home instead of to the company. Xiao Dao glanced at the man in the rearview mirror, sensing that Mr. Lan seemed a bit eager to return home. In the past, every time he came to the airport to pick up Mr. Lan, he always looked exhausted from long-distance flying. Now, although he still looked tired, his eyes were bright. A man with such bright eyes was charming, and Xiao Dao had to admit that sometimes some men could captivate even other men. Of course, he was purely appreciating. Due to the evening rush hour, Lan Tingfang returned home around 8 o'clock. As soon as he entered, the warm-toned lights made him feel cozy. The lighting was excellent, and the woman leaning on the sofa transformed into a ray of spring sunshine, warmly settling in his heart. Clearly, she had fallen asleep, perhaps tired from work, or perhaps fatigued from it. Unconsciously, Lan Tingfang tiptoed, closing the notebook in front of her and tidying up the scattered papers. After tidying everything up, he lowered his head and saw her lovely toes. From her toes, his gaze moved to her face, which boasted naturally beautiful skin. The first time he saw her, Lan Tingfang was reminded of a rosy apple. Now, she lacked some of that rosy hue, appearing almost translucent under the light, like a porcelain doll. Her short, curly hair was messily falling across her forehead. Gently brushing aside the hair, her entire face was unobstructed before him. Her eyebrows were arched and dark, her eyes not very large but bright, with short but dense eyelashes. Her nose only appeared upturned when she smiled, and when she did, she looked like a fox. Gu Lianhao was graceful, possessing the tranquility of a clear stream in the woods, yet with a proud and stubborn demeanor like that of a green pine. Lan Tingfang felt that Gu Lianhao's elegance was unlike anyone else's. He believed no one in the world resembled her. Finally, Lan Tingfang's gaze landed on Lianhao's lips, which were diamond-shaped, neither thin nor thick. According to a survey by an organization, Asian men favored girls with diamond-shaped lips the most for kissing. Lan Tingfang remembered that it seemed he had never truly kissed her in the real sense. A breeze, seemingly from nowhere, stirred his heartstrings at that moment. Slowly, he leaned down, pressing his lips against hers. The soft sensation was like petals coated in honey, beautifully permeating his taste buds, compelling him to instinctively extend his tongue for more, craving that indescribable sweetness to flood his senses. He turned, kissing her teeth with his tongue. It felt as though butterflies were fluttering on his face, accompanied by a gentle breeze, utterly intoxicating. His hand moved from the back of her head to her face, covering her eyes that were blinking rapidly in surprise. This foolish girl, how long would she keep blinking? Kissing should be done with closed eyes. His tongue pried open her teeth, wrapping around her tongue. Clearly, she was flustered and inexperienced, even unsure of where to place her hands. Hesitantly, she finally placed her hands on his shoulders, moving upward until they hooked around his neck, and, eventually, their tongues intertwined. This moment caught Lan Tingfang by surprise. He felt like a curious child who accidentally stumbled into a secret garden, fragrant and delightful, yet he did not know how long he would linger in that scent. Gu Lianhao had never known that kissing could bring tears, and small drops of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. For this kiss, this long-awaited kiss that had come after many years. Chapter 13, Before You Become a Memory. 13. A long time ago. Lianhao had been looking forward to such a moment. When Lan Tingfang kissed her, she thought it was just a dream. It wasn't her fault. After all, he kissed her while she was sleeping. It wasn't until Lan Tingfang covered her eyes with his hand that Lianhao realized this wasn't a dream. The entanglement of their lips and tongues may have lasted a long time, or perhaps it was just a fleeting moment, but when they finally let go of each other, they were both breathless. The sound of their gasps filled the air with an enchanting glow, and the atmosphere became intoxicating. Lan Tingfang leaned down again, this time kissing her collarbone, his hand tugging at her oversized t-shirt, which slipped off her shoulder like a dress. Beneath it was a small tank top, and his hand slipped underneath, deftly unclasping her front button bra, which fell to the floor without grace. His hand climbed up to her chest, fingers stirring up a storm at its peak. Lianhao's toes curled up. Under the bright lights, she felt like a drowning person. With only one thought remaining, this was the living room, and they were on the sofa. feeling the change in his body. Lianhao gently pushed him away and murmured like a mosquito, Tingfang, this is the living room. What's wrong with the living room? Lan Tingfang breathed low. Forget it. Our glass is imported with thermal insulation. Oh, right, when they bought the house. That chubby salesperson told her that it wouldn't matter if you stood in front of the window without clothes to enjoy the view. He said our home. Lianhao laughed lightly, but before she could fully smile, he kissed her again. His hands were already tugging at her shorts. Today, she wore denim shorts with a row of buttons for the zipper. Lan Tingfang unbuttoned the first one and touched the lace trim. Damn, the second button. Lan Tingfang's hands trembled as he struggled with it. In her heart, it felt like a fire was burning, wanting to envelop this woman within himself and burn together. This passionate side of Lan Tingfang was unfamiliar to Lianhao. Her body began to tremble, nervous, as if it were their first time. Now she was only wearing a small tank top. One of its straps had been broken by him, while his clothes remained intact. Under the bright lights, Lianhao stammered. Tingfang, I haven't taken a shower. A shower? Lan Tingfang paused, no longer caring about the second button, and picked her up. I haven't showered either. Let's shower together. As he entered the deepest part of her body, all sensations told him that this time was different from every previous time. This bathroom, mimicking an open-air hot spring, with its wooden bathtub exuding the scent of the forest, and the misty steam in her exquisite passage felt like a paradise of revelry. In that moment, Lan Tingfang felt like a wanderer who had finally found a warm harbor to dock at. He felt grateful to her for embracing him so beautifully. At that moment, Lan Tingfang recalled their first time, on a night lit by silver moonlight, their bed placed in front of the window, the curtain broken. The faint moonlight cast over their bed. They were newlyweds, having been married for just 6 days, familiar strangers. That night, they had a little to drink, and she rested her hand on his chest, her eyes downcast, her eyelashes fluttering gently. July in Guangzhou was sweltering. Their rented attic lacked cooling, and at night it felt like a big furnace. A small fan was spinning, but they were still drenched in sweat. He began to pity her. She should have been in an air-conditioned room listening to beautiful music on such a night. Out of pity, he kissed her, wanting to soothe her soul with his kiss. She was the one who unbuttoned his shirt first, and what followed was natural. When Lan Tingfang entered her body, feeling that barrier, he froze. He had never associated the carefree Lianhao from an international metropolis with the word virgin. He thought about retreating, feeling that Lianhao deserved better. At least she should have something cherished. He wanted to give her that, but he knew he couldn't provide it. In the moment, his thoughts were muddled. She tightly wrapped her arms around his waist, willingly welcoming him. Under the bright moonlight, her face was pale from pain, and their first time ended in astonishment. Over the past 6 years, they had become very familiar with each other's bodies. He knew her sensitive spots, one of which was uniquely located at the back of her neck. Later, he learned that she had a scar there from a burn caused by incense when she visited a temple with her grandmother. The nun at the temple had used some kind of medicine, and she told him that every time he kissed that spot, she remembered the scent of that medicine. In fact, his lips had only touched that spot once or twice. Lan Tingfang was a very stingy person, unwilling to give even a tiny bit of emotion. His mother had once said that he was selfish like his father, who was a talented painter and ended his life with a rope at a young age, leaving no explanation behind and abandoning his mother and him when he was only 7. As he paused inside her body, suppressing the surging tide of emotions, he kissed her tenderly. At least in that moment, he wanted to treat her gently. Lianhao felt like a tiny seed, and he was the fragrant soil. Under his guidance, she smelled the scent of dew at night and saw the endless silver moonlight. He turned her body over, letting her head rest on the edge of the bathtub, brushing her hair away from her neck, and softly kissing the mark left by the burn. So nice. Lianhao closed her eyes, and she smelled that scent again. The ancient temple, the gentle-natured nun, the bodhisattva saving all beings, the rising incense mist, and the square sky above the temple courtyard, deep and far-reaching. So wonderful. It was so good that Lianhao let out a sound, calling Tingfang, Tingfang, Tingfang. He entered her from behind, so full, leaving no gap, filling Lianhao's imagined beautiful world completely. This is love, ordinary yet great love that can take you to the ends of the earth. They shared a feast-like revelry together, and after the revelry, she leaned in his embrace. Both of them unclothed and resting against the bathtub. Lianhao held the remote control, and the ceiling of the bathroom opened up, revealing the night sky of Beijing through the transparent glass. Neither of them spoke, and they fell into a deep sleep in the bathtub. In the following days, Lianhao experienced the happiest time since her marriage. Lan Tingfang returned home every night, no matter how late it was. He began to bring some work home, and sometimes when he was too busy, he would ask Lianhao to help reply to some emails. Over a few days, they developed a working rapport. He would park the car at the supermarket entrance, waiting for Lianhao, and then they would go to a restaurant to eat. More often, they would cook together. She set the table while he washed the dishes. In the evenings, they would hide at home to watch DVDs, and if they encountered a dull movie, he would simply rest his head on Lianhao's lap and fall asleep. At that moment, Lianhao usually couldn't focus on the movie, just staring at the person on her lap with a silly smile. Although he still rarely kissed her, their married life suddenly increased, even having several encounters in the bathroom, once even on the sofa, and almost once in the kitchen where things nearly got out of hand. Each time, all right. Lianhao had to admit that every time they were very passionate, and he liked to tease her until she begged for mercy beneath him, even insisting on calling his name with a hint of kinkiness. This kind of life made Lianhao develop the illusion that after 6 years of marriage, they were finally entering their honeymoon phase. Holding on to such happiness, Lianhao felt like she was walking on thin ice. With the arrival of June, Beijing began to enter the peak summer period. At the beginning of June, Lan Tingfang started to quit smoking on the advice of their family doctor, and he confidently declared his intention to follow the trend and have an Olympic baby next year. Everything seemed perfect, so perfect that Lianhao thought she had finally passed through the difficult ice age and welcomed the warm spring. Although she knew that Lan Tingfang's feelings for her were not love yet, at least he had not closed himself off. He began to open his heart to himself and was responding to her with a positive attitude. However, how could a broken pocket hold pearls? In mid-June, Lianhao went to the magazine to socialize over her manuscript. This time, she was invited to write for the popular travel magazine, Cape of Good Hope, which was often seen as a trendsetter for specialty travel by major travel agencies. Gossip was a characteristic of the office, especially in a magazine environment where people engaged in literary work often carried a bit of laid-back attitude. Lianhao submitted her manuscript to the editor-in-chief of Cape of Good Hope, and they had a brief discussion about it. After leaving the editor's office, most of the cubicles were empty, and people gathered around the wall-mounted TV. As Lianhao walked past them, she did not pay much attention to what they were focused on, but after a few steps, a long-lost name suddenly pierced her eardrum, and when she listened carefully, she shook her head. The female voice from the TV was clearly announcing that by Annie, a member of the globally popular band Melodic Voices, had released a press statement early yesterday morning that she would be getting engaged to the band's lead singer, Mark John, after their global tour in July. Annie, known as a music sprite, had achieved extraordinary accomplishments representing her Chinese background, making her a sensation in China and among Asians. She and Mark John were a well-known couple in the entertainment industry, and Mark John had publicly expressed his affection for Annie in various places. Yet Annie repeatedly emphasized in media interviews that she did not feel a spark with Mark. This sudden announcement of their engagement was unexpected, as a first-hand press release was issued by Asia-Pacific Media. Now, many media outlets were gathered outside the Asia-Pacific Media office building, and our reporter, Lianhao, could no longer hear what the host was saying. The only thing left in her mind was that this morning, Lan Tingfang received a phone call, went to the study after the call, and emerged with a pale face and gloomy expression. Then, a sound came from the kitchen, followed by the sound of shattered dishes on the floor. My hand slipped, he said to Lianhao in a calm tone. Chapter 14, Before You Become a Memory, 14. As Lianhao walked out of the magazine office, she heard in Marin's envious and jealous voice saying, "This Annie is truly lucky, possessing beauty, talent, and grace all in one." Last year, she became the youngest Chinese artist to perform at the Grammy Awards. And now she is with Mark John. Mark John has quite the background. His uncle is a renowned producer, his parents are famous vocalists, and his uncle is even a member of the British Parliament. It's a real Cinderella story. Lianhao leaned against the elevator. No, Annie was never Cinderella, nor was she a lucky person. She was someone who was preparing for success every moment. Lianhao remembered that year when she stood in front of the advertisement featuring the Sydney Opera House, loudly declaring, "One day, I will stand on the stage of the Sydney Opera House. One day, Annie's dream will shine brightly." Annie was born into a poor family, and her father's illness dragged their already struggling family to the brink of despair. In the end, her father took a handful of sleeping pills to end his life when she was 16. Annie was obsessed with the violin. She told Lianhao that she would use her music to fight against fate, and eventually, she would make fate bow down to her. Annie was charming. Her beautiful face, combined with her fierce determination, attracted many boys, but she only liked her Lan. I pursued him actively. It took me 3 years to win him over, she used to say with great pride. Before she went to England, Lianhao remembered that during that time, Lan Tingfang and Annie were always arguing, and the usually uncrying Annie would often be in tears. Lianhao knew that Annie loved Lan Tingfang very much. Now, she was getting engaged. So, had she forgotten her Lan on the other side of the ocean? And on the other side, had he also sent his Ainen away with the passing years? That day, Lianhao wandered through the bustling shopping malls in Beijing, where multimedia displays were reporting on the musical prodigy's ties to the British music scene. Local television hosts were confidently declaring this a typical Sino-British marriage that would promote the development of Sino-British relations. Even the British media boldly predicted how much economic benefit Annie and John's engagement would bring to the UK. Lianhao found it somewhat amusing, but she couldn't laugh. After buying an iced coffee, she sat down in a resting area of the mall, where a small TV screen was also broadcasting news about Annie. The host quoted a reputable media outlet that suggested this engagement might be a publicity stunt related to the beautiful voice band's world tour from June 20th to August 8th, noting that they announced an engagement rather than a wedding, as there are many in the entertainment industry who get engaged without marrying. When Lianhao heard that Annie's last tour stop was in Guangzhou, she became completely flustered, a woman's intuition making her anxious. After buying a bunch of things she didn't even know about, she arrived at Kuing's workplace, feeling a bit panicked, like a child unsure of what to do. After spending a brief but wonderful time with Lan Tingfang, Lianhao felt greedier, wanted to hold on to that good time longer. But she didn't know how to keep it. When Kuing got off work, she saw a Lianhao she had never seen before, standing under a street sign with bags in hand, dazed as cars passed by her. The towering buildings around seemed like they were about to swallow her whole. The only person who could make Lianhao feel this way was the man named Lan Tingfang. She sighed inwardly and approached her. They went to a tea house in a hutong run by Tibetan sisters, where the environment was incredibly cozy, with a limit on guests. Lianhao and Kuing would come here every so often have a drink, enjoying some sheep milk wine and butter tea. The afternoon light softly fell on the courtyard, and the brightly colored Tibetan curtains fluttered in the May breeze. Normally, Lianhao would ask the Tibetan sisters to sing songs she didn't understand, but today she wasn't in the mood. Leaning against the soft cushion, she closed her eyes in the rich scent of butter. Kuing also leaned back against the cushion, not moving, waiting for Lianhao to speak. The current Lianhao was a stark contrast to the cheerful Lianhao from 2 days ago. After a while, she opened her eyes, took a sip of sheep milk wine, and said, "Kuing Annie is engaged." "So what?" Kuing replied nonchalantly, though deep down, she had already thoroughly condemned Lan Tingfang's ancestors. Damn it, that weird man had turned Gu Lianhao into a frightened bird. Gu Lianhao was someone who had the guts like a brave heroine, able to sit in a dark room drinking coffee while watching scenes from movies ranked among the world's scariest, who could roll her eyes and insult male thugs when they teased her, who could scratch a Ferrari that had only driven a few hundred kilometers without blinking, and who could spontaneously declare in class, "Teacher, I want to skip class. No, teacher, I want to ditch class." Looking at the current Lianhao, Kuing felt a surge of anger rising within her. She took a heavy sip of sheep milk wine and slammed the cup down on the table. "So what? Lan Tingfang is your husband. Your relationship is protected by the state. He can't run away. Your relationship is protected by the state?" That flimsy piece of paper was of no interest to her. Gu Lianhao had never cared about that. Kuing, you know me. Lianhao forced a smile. You also know I don't care about that. What I care about is whether his heart is with me when he is by my side. I know that Lan Tingfang has never forgotten by Annie all these years. Do you know? He never participates in those entertainment sections. Once, we went to a restaurant where they were playing by Annie's song, and he immediately turned around and left. Now that she is so publicly announcing her engagement, and even sent the first-hand press release to Asia-Pacific media, Ku Ing. I have a feeling this isn't as simple as it seems. Ku Ing fell silent. She knew Bai Annie was from the same cohort and was inseparable from Lan Tingfang. At that time, Ku Ing thought those two wouldn't last long. Bai Annie was someone who wouldn't settle for mediocrity and knew how to seize opportunities. She had witnessed her methods when she effortlessly got the music teacher to hand over the key to the practice room. Later, seeing her success didn't surprise Ku Ing. I feel uneasy, Ku Ing. Lianhao rubbed her face. You know, these days, Tingfang has been treating me really well. It seems like he has come to recognize that I am the wife he wants to spend his life with. Every morning, I wake up to see him sleeping beside me. And that morning when I saw our heads entangled, I couldn't help but cry. Ku Ing felt a pang of heartache and couldn't resist moving closer to her, gently resting Lianhao's head on her shoulder. When I made breakfast for him, I felt so happy, being Gu Lianhao as a woman and Lan Tingfang as a man. I'm happy that there is a relationship in this world called marriage. I'm happy for those who invented marriage certificates and marriage laws, as it allows a woman and a man to live together in a home legally. I'm happy that every morning I can make breakfast for him. Ku Ing, these days I've been so happy. What is love in this world? That makes life and death follow each other closely, perhaps like this. Ku Ing, I have a strong premonition that I'm going to lose Tingfang. My premonitions have always been accurate. When my grandmother passed away, I inexplicably fell asleep in class. When I woke up, my first thought was a sense of panic. An inexplicable panic that overwhelmed me. Half an hour later, my grandmother passed away. Ku Ing straightened her face and looked directly at her, holding her shoulder. Lianhao, Ku Ing said slowly, Lan Tingfang will see it. He will eventually see all the good in Gu Lianhao and will love you. Will he see it? Lianhao murmured. He will eventually see it and realize how much I love him. In the end, will he love me too? Lianhao's confusion made Ku Ying's heart ache. The years of waiting had worn down the edges of the once brave woman, making her anxious and uncertain. Ku Ing knew this couldn't go on. Listen to me, Lianhao. Ku Ing took a deep breath rather than waiting blindly like this. Why not take the opportunity to tell him? Tell him you love him. Lianhao shook her head in panic. No, Ku Ing, I can't. After saying this, she hurriedly picked up her handbag. Ku Ing wouldn't allow her to escape and pressed down on her shoulder. Gu Lianhao, are you afraid? Afraid he will be angry when you tell him, or afraid that he still won't love you after you tell him? Then, you won't find any reason to stay by his side. Gu Lianhao, I won't allow you to love so humbly that you lose yourself. Gu Lianhao is a good woman, and I don't want her to be trapped in Lan Tingfang's mire for her whole life. Gu Lianhao, you are still young, and you have a long road ahead. I hope the man who ultimately walks with you through the long years will love you and cherish you. Because there is no woman in this world more worthy of love than Gu Lianhao. The red begonia flowers in the courtyard were blooming fiercely, like the blood boiling in Lianhao's heart at that moment. Lianhao recalled her youth, that fearless youth. Tell him everything, if he truly won't love you. Then leave him and find someone you love who loves you back. Gu Lianhao deserves to be with such a person. She deserves the brightest life in this world. The brightest life, Lianhao repeated. These 5 words seemed to give her endless courage. Gu Lianhao, it's time for a change. She wants to live a brilliant life. Chapter 15, Before You Become a Memory. 15. Lianhao returned home around 6 in the evening. To her surprise, Lan Tingfang was actually at home. Usually, except on weekends, he rarely was home at this time. Even more surprising was that he was holding a cookbook and preparing dinner with great enthusiasm. When he saw Lianhao, he grinned widely. With that smile, the entire kitchen seemed to light up. Lianhao couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile, smoothing down his messy hair on his forehead. Lan Tingfang's hair always grew quickly, and he was too lazy to manage it. There was even a time when his hair was longer than hers. She recalled the year they were in Guangzhou when an old lady in their neighborhood said they looked like sisters. At that time, his hair was even longer than hers. They wore flip-flops, each carrying a large backpack filled with knockoff gadgets to sell at the night market, and with their free hand, they held bottles of mineral water to soothe their throats, as a loud voice would attract customers at the market. They shared many hardships and joys in their first year of marriage. Those bittersweet years had turned into beautiful memories. That night was nothing unusual. Lianhao was called to the study by Lan Tingfang to help out, and they went to bed around 11. That night, Lan Tingfang extended his hand, allowing Lianhao to rest her head on his arm as she fell asleep. As sleepiness set in, Lianhao thought she might be overthinking things. At 3 in the morning, Lianhao had a nightmare and woke up to find the other side of the bed empty. She stared blankly for a while. Exiting the bedroom, she went to Lan Tingfang's study, where a small wall lamp was lit, but no one was inside. The room was filled with a strong smell of nicotine. Lianhao took a deep breath. This person had been making a big show of quitting smoking for the past few days, and had even pledged to her that they would have an Olympic baby together. His words were still fresh in her mind. She checked the surveillance on the television, and Lan Tingfang's car was no longer in the garage. Leaning against the wall, Lianhao wondered where he had gone at this hour and when he had left her bed. The unique clarity of the early morning left her feeling a chill, and goosebumps rose on her skin. Around 4, Lianhao received a call from Fang Zhuang, who gave her an address and said Lan Tingfang was drunk. The early morning sky was as dark as ink, and Lianhao drove quickly. The roads in Beijing were relatively empty at this hour. She relished the long-lost thrill of speed, lowering the convertible top as the wind whistled past her ears. Lianhao felt she should thank Lan Tingfang for letting her experience that long-missed rush. When she arrived at the address, she realized she was standing in front of the famous Fenglin Pavilion, a place that many admired. To be a member here, one not only needed wealth and power, but also style and charisma. It was said that only certain members were accepted. Surely, Lan Tingfang must be a member here. The valet, dressed in a uniform reminiscent of royal drivers from the last century, politely took her car keys. As she got out of the car, a man and a woman approached her. The man was Fang Zhuang, and the woman was unfamiliar to her, but strikingly beautiful. He is drunk, completely out of it. We don't know what to do with him, Fang Zhuang said with a helpless expression. Lianhao nodded and followed him. Xiujin made way for her and followed behind, deliberately wanting to observe Lan Tingfang's wife with a woman's subtle psychology. She wasn't particularly eye-catching. Dressed casually with short curly hair similar to a boy's, a deep blue cardigan over a white tank top, and dark, wide-legged pants that made her look like she had just returned from the night market. With her petite frame and small face, she first reminded Lianhao of Taiwanese actress Gu Lianhao. Yet, this seemingly unassuming woman was driving a 2005 BMW Z4, a limited edition modified car released by BMW for their racing team's return to Formula One that year, specifically aimed at collectors. Xiujin was surprised to see Lan Tingfang's wife driving such a car, not because of its price, given Lan Tingfang's wealth. It wouldn't be outrageous if his wife drove a plane, but because it was unexpected for a seemingly delicate woman to have a penchant for modified cars, especially one so large. The three entered the elevator together. Fang Zhuang only stared at the golden patterns in the elevator and didn't speak to Lianhao. She didn't bother to ask either. She knew if she did, his response would be sarcastic, as it always was. Lan Tingfang's friends had never liked her and had stopped liking her a long time ago. Lianhao knew this well. Initially, she tried to please them subtly, but the more she tried, the more they resented her. Eventually, she realized that she was an outsider in their circle, completely out of place. They disliked that she received exquisite gift packages with American stamps every so often. They disliked that she brought in imported snacks that cost as much as their entire lunch for just a small piece of cookie. They disliked that she could skip classes without the teachers calling her out, and that even when she did skip, her grades were still among the best in school. They thought it was because her mother was a diplomat that she achieved such results. What they didn't know was that she spent every night at home reviewing the class notes that Kuing had copied for her. Lianhao thought about what they must have disliked the most, that she could so nonchalantly scratch a Ferrari worth tens of millions, and the owner, who had initially been arrogant, ended up being subservient to her. because he was a trade exporter who once waved a handful of $100 bills to treat them for their performances. The Fenglin Pavilion felt to Lianhao like a luxurious palace. The private room where Lan Tingfang was located was called Labyrinth, which was quite fitting. He lay on the sofa, and the room had a small stage designed in a black and white checkered pattern, a style Lan Tingfang favored, intense yet slightly eerie. There were quite a few women surrounding Lan Tingfang, while a few young men, with a hint of dazed expressions, were joking around with the women beside them. A tray held by a bunny girl, popular in the West, was filled with a bright red liquid that looked like blood. Gu Lianhao sat next to Lan Tingfang, with a flamboyantly dressed woman seated on his lap. When Lianhao entered, he tugged at the eye-catching, sexy woman who was whispering in Lan Tingfang's ear. Perhaps it was Lianhao's strange outfit that drew everyone's attention to her. Right now, she didn't care about that. All she wanted was to get Lan Tingfang out of there. She felt scared. What terrified her was the scent in the private room, a smell caused by marijuana. Back in Guangzhou, when she followed Lan Tingfang to bars, she had recognized that unique smell. Clearly, Lan Tingfang was so drunk he was out cold. Lianhao pushed him, and his head fell softly on her shoulder. With the help of Fang Zuwang and Gu Lianhao, they finally managed to get him into the car. Tingfang is there. Lianhao stood, gripping the car door tightly, the words stuck in her throat. No, Fang Zuwang said emphatically. What kind of person is Lan Tingfang that he would allow himself to touch that? He never touched it. Lianhao sighed in relief and nodded. That's good. As she was about to get into the car, Gu Lianhao called out to her, Gu Lianhao, don't worry, we haven't touched those things. We know what we can and can't do. Drunk. Gu Lianhao helplessly expressed a hint of disappointment to the dark sky at dawn. I don't know why I'm saying this to you. Let's just consider a thank you. Thank you for following us during that phase, even though I know it was for Lan Tingfang. Fang Zuwang, who always liked to mock Lianhao coldly and affectionately called her the daughter of a diplomat, took advantage of his slight inebriation and awkwardly said, Gu Lianhao, I apologize for my past recklessness and immaturity. You know, at that time, I had those feelings. Honestly, I was jealous of you. Jealous of a girl who lived so freely. More like a man than we were. This was the first time Lianhao heard someone compare her to a man. It wasn't easy to get these two men to apologize. They had previously considered themselves the third party, shamelessly enacting a drama of love rivalry, with Fang Zuwang calling by Annie's sister-in-law and Gu Lianhao calling her little sister-in-law. As they drove away from Fenglin Pavilion, the sky was already lightening. Lianhao didn't take Lan Tingfang home. Instead, she drove to an abandoned overpass to wait for the sunrise. Lan Tingfang was awakened by a strong light. As she slowly opened her eyes, the bright red light flooded in, and a red sun hung between the unfinished buildings. Rising gradually, painting the clouds red and making the city's skyscrapers appear warm and soft, like a children's watercolor painting, rather than the usual coldness. The intoxication in her mind had not yet dissipated, and the beautiful scenery before her seemed to take her back to her childhood, where her parents held her hand to watch the sunrise on a moss-covered terrace. In that moment, it felt like a dream. A hand held hers, warm like the afternoon sun. The owner of that hand was her wife, wearing the ring he had given her, worth 998 renminbi. At that time, she had been a bit silly, choosing a very ordinary ring that cost only 1018, saying it was much cheaper, even though it was just 10 yuan less. Isn't it beautiful? She asked him. Nodding, Lan Tingfang turned to look at her. The sunrise light spread across her face, resembling radiance. Do you like it here? She asked. Lan Tingfang turned back, not daring to look at Lianhao, feeling as if Lianhao was like a black hole in the universe, irresistibly alluring yet terrifying, as it might swallow you whole in the next moment. When I first discovered this place, I thought one day I would bring you here. Now, I've finally brought you. Lan Tingfang remained silent. I wanted to bring you here because I wanted to share this beautiful scenery with you. My mother said that beautiful scenery needs to be shared, just like happiness and pain. Lan Tingfang, Gu Lianhao wants to share beautiful scenery, happiness, and pain with you for a long time. Lan Tingfang continued to be silent, finally saying, Lianhao, let's go back. Chapter 16, Before You Become a Memory, 16. On June 18, 2007. It became a fork in the road for Lan Tingfang and Gu Lianhao. That morning, he made breakfast for Lianhao, and after they finished eating, he said, "Lianhao, I have some personal matters to attend to during this time." "Okay." Lianhao didn't look at him, turned her back, and said with a hint of bitterness, "But I hope your phone is on 24 hours a day. Don't worry, I won't bother you with calls for no reason. I just want to be able to reach you when I need to." He hugged her from behind and replied, "Okay, I'll keep my phone on 24 hours a day, so you can find me when you need me." 4 days later, a piece of news topped the entertainment sections of major publications. The beautiful voice band had a successful first stop on their global tour in New York. It was reported that ticket prices had skyrocketed more than 30 times due to scalpers. However, the next day, people were not focused on their brilliant performance, but rather on the mysterious figure who picked up by Annie from backstage. A reporter captured 2 photos showing by Annie and a tall man in a hat leaving together in by Annie's nanny car after the concert. An hour later, they were spotted together again at the hotel where by Annie was staying. Unfortunately, the mysterious man was tightly covered from head to toe, and the photos only showed by Annie closely beside him, with his hand gently wrapped around her waist. Some speculated that the man might be Joe John, who had just gotten engaged to her. Later, more media reported that the man who was with by Annie that night was definitely not Joe John, as he was attending the celebration party held by the organizers at that time. According to an anonymous source, Joe was heavily intoxicated at the celebration, which led the media to speculate that he was drowning his sorrows in alcohol. The heat of this news began to spread rapidly. This news also reached major newspapers in Beijing, where Lianhao saw it at Starbucks. It lay on high-quality paper, featuring an illustration of by Annie and a tall man in a black, thin trench coat. The man looked most charming in the trench coat. Such a simple piece could exude an irresistible allure, reminiscent of the casualness of Parisian streets and the dazzling sunlight of the Mediterranean. So this is what you call personal matters. You can't bear to let her go to another man? If you were so reluctant to part with her, wouldn't it have been better to leave with her back then? Why bother me? Don't you know? Gu Lianhao has always been a stubborn woman. Lianhao gently stroked the man in the newspaper. It was strange. It should have hurt a lot, but it felt like it didn't. She just felt numb inside. She thought, maybe that's what they call numbness. When he had just married her, he often called her by the wrong name, mistaking Lianhao for Anan. In the initial moments of their passionate love, in his drunken state, he would repeatedly hold her waist and question why she had to leave like that. Over many moments that Lianhao was unwilling to recall, she gradually became numb. "Lan Tingfang, you can't bear to part with her. So what about me? What should I do?" Lianhao sighed, only able to sigh, her gaze fixed on the couple in the newspaper. A pair of hands snatched the newspaper from the table, crumpling it into a ball, and then she began to shout loudly for the waiter. "Get this trash away from me," Ku Ying said angrily, and seeing the waiter did not respond, she repeated it in English. Lianhao hurriedly grabbed Ku Ying, apologizing to the waiter and the disturbed guests. That day, on the bustling streets of Beijing, Lianhao shouted at the sky, "Lan Tingfang, you are a pig, you are a stupid donkey." They drove onto the highway, traveling for a long time, eventually heading to the Great Wall. In the dim twilight, Ku Ying said, "Lianhao, let's not want Lan Tingfang anymore. Let's not want him, okay?" Lianhao gazed at the magnificent structure that seemed endless, speechless, as the wind rushed from all directions. Ku Ying continued, "Look, that man couldn't sit still when he heard by Annie was going to marry another man." Amid the howling wind, as twilight began to engulf them, Lianhao said, "Ku Ying, I can't bear to part with him, just like Lan Tingfang can't bear to part with by Annie. Lan Tingfang is the man I loved for 10 years. The man I loved during my most beautiful decade." Saying I can't bear to part with him brought tears to Lianhao's eyes, and finally, she couldn't help but cry on Ku Ying's shoulder like a child. Besides her grandmother's death, she hadn't cried like this before. Ku Ying patted Lianhao's back repeatedly, saying, "Gu Lianhao, you foolish woman, it's my misfortune to have a friend like you. The pressure of work is already great, and I have to worry about a silly woman like you. How unlucky I am. Gu Lianhao, you are a pathetic woman." This made Lianhao laugh, and she said while still on Ku Ying's shoulder, "Don't worry, Ku Ying, Gu Lianhao won't be pathetic forever. I want to make one last effort. If Lan Tingfang is still a pig, then we won't want him anymore. I'll dump him and find a man who deserves me. In the twilight, Ku Ying extended her hand. Okay, remember what you just said? Gu Lianhao, let us make a pinky promise. I remember. Lianhao extended her hand. This was the promise between Gu Lianhao and Ku Ying at the Great Wall. The next day, when Annie was interviewed by the media, her agent blocked all personal questions, citing that they did not accept any. The mysterious man who appeared with Annie at the hotel became a hot topic for major media and websites, leading to a split among the beautiful voice band fans. Most fans accused Annie of being too-timing, while a minority insisted that it was just media exaggeration for attention. This debate continued until the beautiful voice band concert in Los Angeles on June 26th, whereby Annie's scandal attracted significant media attention. However, after the concert, no media managed to capture the mysterious man's figure, while Annie made a high-profile appearance at the celebration banquet. Just when everyone thought it was all just a misunderstanding, a staff member responsible for the celebration revealed that Annie had left through the back door of the hotel wearing her assistant's clothes near the end of the banquet, directly getting into a black sedan parked behind the hotel. The hotel surveillance footage recorded Annie leaving through the back door in her assistant's outfit, but did not capture the car. In response, Annie's agent stated that she left early to avoid disrupting the celebration because she was not feeling well. The ambiguous rumors accompanied the beautiful voice band as they continued their spectacular tour, moving from Los Angeles to Paris, Madrid, Munich, Rio de Janeiro, Mumbai, Sydney, Seoul, and Tokyo. Tokyo was the second-to-last stop for the beautiful voice band. On the last day of July, someone captured a photo of Annie and a tall man wearing matching couple hats and glasses while enjoying Tokyo Tower before the concert. That set of photos was posted online, instantly attracting countless eyes. The two in the photos looked very compatible, wearing large sunglasses, hats, and masks, making it difficult to see their true faces. However, the woman bore a striking resemblance to Annie, and the man's physique matched the mysterious man described by the media in New York. Additionally, the netizen who took the photos confidently claimed that the man was definitely not Joe John and boldly speculated that he was Asian. Suddenly, Annie's scandal was once again a hot topic. In the media interview area after the concert, reporters threw out the question, and Annie simply replied that it was the netizen's imagination running wild. For such an ambiguous response, the reporters who thrived on chaos were not convinced. So the next day, major entertainment sections began to stir up rumors about Annie, speculating about her relationship with Mark John and suggesting that her sudden announcement of engagement was a planned publicity stunt by the agency for the tour to cater to fans. This split into two mainstream narratives, with some pointing out that, under such circumstances, Annie's true soulmate should be someone else. Beijing welcomed August in the sweltering heat of July. For the entire month of July, aside from going to the supermarket and visiting the magazine office twice, Ku Ying mostly spent her time at home. In her free time, she would invite Lianhao to stroll around. Throughout July, Lianhao did not call Lan Tingfang. He would usually call every weekend evening to check in, and Lianhao would silently listen, the calls ending after a simple report of safety, with neither saying anything extra. In this era, the most developed aspect is probably the dissemination of information. Even if you choose not to pay attention, it will still naturally drift to your ears. People seem to treat gossip as eternal truth, tirelessly. Despite the scorching sun throughout July, Lianhao still felt that the omnipresent sunshine could not reach her heart. Whenever dusk came and she stood by the window, she always felt that the twilight outside would gradually swallow her up. Lianhao even had a premonition that her marriage with Lan Tingfang had reached its end and was now in a countdown. Occasionally, she would think, Gu Lianhao, what do you rely on? What do you have to disregard everything? Just because you love him, does he have to love you back? Isn't love the most unforceable thing in the world? She knew this well. On August 6th, a call from Fang Zhuang brought Lianhao face to face with a long-lost person. She stood in front of a giant oil painting, like a beautiful swan, smiling gracefully, exuding immense confidence, as if speaking to an old friend she hadn't seen in years. Gu Lianhao, long time no see. In fact, Gu Lianhao and Annie had never been particularly close friends. They hadn't been from the start, and gradually, they drifted apart. Chapter 17, Before You Become a Memory. 17. Gu Lianhao, long time no see. Bai Annie stood in front of the oil painting of the Sunset Bridge, smiling gently, with a hint of detachment and a touch of joy similar to that of a long-lost reunion. It was as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. However, Gu Lianhao and Bai Annie were not old friends. Even if they never saw each other again in this lifetime, Lianhao would not feel regret. Some people are destined to be like this. Gu Lianhao, what if you and Tingfang got married? Believe it or not, in the end, he still belongs to me. This was the last sentence Bai Annie said to Lianhao before leaving, leaning close to Lianhao's ear, whispering softly like a powerful enchantress. Thus, Lianhao always feared seeing Bai Annie again, afraid that she would cast a spell and cause the castle she painstakingly built to collapse. Bai Annie, long time no see. Lianhao straightened her back and smiled. Bai Annie was lively both on and off the stage, possessing the elegance of a swan after the baptism of time, with light makeup and appropriate clothing. While Lianhao was observing her, Bai Annie was also observing her, then with a hint of disappointment. Lianhao, clearly I was born a month later than you. Why do I feel like your elder sister? Ko Jiaming and Fang Zuong walked in, joking. Are you two ladies planning to stand there forever? Hey, watch your words, ladies. Lianhao and I are not at that level yet. The graceful white swan expressed a hint of dissatisfaction. Yes, big star. Fang Zuong nodded and bowed. In the past, Lan Tingfang by Annie, Fang Zuong, and Ko Jiaming were like an inseparable group. There was a time when Lianhao felt they were as beautiful as an inspirational movie. Lianhao and Bai Annie sat down on the chairs on the balcony. This was Ko Jiaming's villa, located in the suburbs, far from the hustle and bustle of the city, surrounded by tranquility, a perfect place for conversation. Presumably, Bai Annie intended to have a long talk with her. At this moment, Lianhao felt they were like a melodramatic scene from a TV drama, the two women sitting at the negotiation table because they both loved the same man. Lianhao never expected such a cliché scene would appear in her life. Tingfang will only return tomorrow. Bai Annie looked at Lianhao and said, this opening line sounded very plain. It was a sharp dagger to the throat. Lianhao believed her expression must look terrible now, although she knew they had been together for the past month. Hearing it still hurt more than she imagined. Lianhao tightened her hands. What do you want to express next? I think you should have guessed it. Tingfang has been following me around the world these days. I know saying this is very unfair to you and will hurt you, but Lianhao, we've been very happy together this past month. This was the most beautiful word Lianhao could think of as it tightly connected two people, a group of people, intimately together. However, Lianhao never dared to use this word in relation to Lan Tingfang. She couldn't naturally say we in front of others because of her guilt, as the man named Lan Tingfang and her heart were separated by an entire galaxy. Bai Annie, on the other hand, confidently said we in front of that man's wife. Lianhao just quietly watched Bai Annie, observing her lowered eyes and the slight trembling of her eyelashes. This is just your one-sided expression, Lianhao said. As for Tingfang by Annie, how much do you really know about him? Do you still think he is the same Lan from back then? Time has shaped him, and I am the witness, in the role of a wife. It seems you have forgotten my identity, which is why you are so impatient to come in front of me to flaunt how happy you are together. But is he really happy with you? I have been his bedfellow for 6 years. I know my man, to some extent. I forgive you, Bai Annie, because you were someone he once loved. Bai Annie's expression also turned sour. Once? Bai Annie lifted her chin. Lianhao, do you really think it was just once? Or are you deceiving yourself in this way? You have seen the reality. As soon as I announced my engagement, Tingfang crossed half the globe to be by my side. Do you still think this is just a once? So for Lan Tingfang, you spread a huge lie to the world. Lianhao shook her head. Annie, you shouldn't be like this. Lan Tingfang is not your darling. When you don't want him, you casually cast him aside. And when you want him, you try every means to get him back. Bai Annie, have you forgotten that I once gave you a chance? I told you Lan Tingfang proposed to me, and I accepted. I told you if you had the determination to be with him, I could pretend it never happened. But you just casually told me that Lan was just playing with you. You have been with him for so long. How could you not understand Lan Tingfang? I think, actually at that time, you had already given up. Now, you are speaking to me like this. At the beginning of August, the evening breeze carried the fragrance of the countryside, which Lianhao found bitter. I regret it. Bai Annie's eyes glistened. Lianhao, I regret it. I have known for a long time that I was wrong. No matter how high the honor, it is hollow without the person you love to share it with. No matter how luxurious the clothing, it is pale without the one you love to appreciate it. So, Lianhao's voice stiffened. There is no so. Lianhao, we are still young. I don't want the three of us to fall into a predicament. Bai Annie finally lost her confidence. She even looked a bit pitiful. So, one of the three must willingly step back to fulfill the two who love each other. Lianhao found it amusing. In fact, she even laughed out loud. Bai Annie, you've become vulgar. Since this has happened, Lianhao stood up. In fact, I think it's utterly absurd to sit here and talk about these things with you. If Tingfang knew, he would surely be furious. I don't know why you thought to do this. If you simply came to show off, then congratulations, you succeeded. Hearing you say we have been happy together this past month has made me sad. If you came to persuade me to step aside, then I tell you, you really don't have to go through so much trouble. If I knew Lan Tingfang had been so happy with you this month, I would naturally step aside without you saying so. I can accept being foolish, I can accept being blind, but I will not accept being stupid. The man I love deserves my love, and I firmly believe that. Bai Annie's hands were already sweating, more nervous than when she first went on stage. She always knew that the daughter of the diplomat named Gu Lianhao was reserved, but she didn't realize she could be so sharp. But she's Bai Annie. Facing Lianhao, Bai Annie's gaze was intense. Bai Annie's principle is to live freely in this lifetime. If she regrets, she must find a way to avoid regret. If she misses out, she will make amends for those mistakes. And if she loses, as long as she still likes it, she will get it back. Gu Lianhao, I hope you can pay attention to my concert the day after tomorrow. At that time, you will see that my love for him is no less than yours. Saying this, I know I'm being shameless, but I want to tell you that I don't care about titles. What I care about is his heart. Then, let us wait and see, Lianhao said coldly. After going down the stairs, she saw Feng Zhuang and Ko Jiaming standing aside, looking awkward, wanting to say something, but ultimately said nothing. Lan Tingfang returned the next night around 10 o'clock. When he arrived, Lianhao was lying in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Upon hearing his voice, Lianhao closed her eyes, unsure of how to face him after being apart for a month and 18 days. After a while, he pushed open the bedroom door. His footsteps stopped in front of the bed, and after a moment, he pushed the door open again. Soon, one side of the bed sank down, and he approached Lianhao, his body carrying the scent of soap, his lips brushing against the back of her neck. I know you're not asleep, he said. Lianhao kept her eyes closed, feeling neither very angry, nor very sad, nor very heartbroken. She only felt exhausted. Lianhao thought, is this the precursor to the great sorrow of a heart that has died? After all, the heart is made of flesh, and no matter how strong your will, it still needs rest. Why didn't you call me? Didn't you say you wanted me to keep my phone on 24 hours a day? This time, I kept my phone on for 24 hours. See, I listened to you. His voice carried a subtle hint of flattery. At this moment, what saddened Lianhao was that she recalled a saying from a relationship expert in a women's magazine. If your man returns from a business trip and is overly nice to you, you should be more worried. What is wrong with this world? So many people enjoy dissecting others' hearts, laying them out on the operating table, and speaking so matter-of-factly about it, while listeners take it as profound wisdom. His hand slipped around Lianhao's waist, and his body pressed closer. Lianhao, tomorrow is your birthday. I specifically rushed back for it. His warm breath brushed against her neck, seemingly displeased that she was turned away from him. In the next moment, her body was turned to face him. Lianhao opened her eyes. The golden bedside lamp cast a soft curve around his outline. This man is wonderful, uniquely gifted, with the qualities of both a boy and a man perfectly blended in him, capable of being as cold as ice or as gentle as a cloud. Look, now he's showing her his innocent side again, with his messy hair, skin better than a girl's, and his soft brows and eyes that easily softened every corner of her heart under the light. Lianhao, I specifically rushed back for your birthday, he repeated. Tomorrow would be Lianhao's 28th birthday. Normally, Lianhao would be thrilled. This was the first time Lan Tingfang remembered her birthday. But now, her feelings were complex, indistinguishable between joy and sorrow. Lianhao responded faintly and asked, Where have you been these days? His face buried her chest. He replied hoarsely, I just got back from Tokyo today. A good answer, cleverly avoiding the crux of the question. Lianhao tilted her head, placing a hand over her chest. Chapter 18 Before You Become a Memory. 18. I just returned from Tokyo today. Lan Tingfang ziplit. After finishing his words, he hurriedly pulled open the collar of her nightgown. Now, he was afraid that Lianhao would continue to ask. Usually, she didn't wear underwear when sleeping at night. With one pull, half of her spring scenery was revealed. Lan Tingfang thought that he liked Lianhao's body, like the undulating mountains under the bright moonlight, carrying a hint of mystery. Initially, he might not have felt much. It couldn't be called liking or disliking. He was a person with cleanliness issues and looked very lightly upon such matters. Of course, he had felt moved before. However, as time passed, that kind of liking seemed to have started at some unknown point. Perhaps it was due to familiarity, or perhaps it was because of the unique fragrance on Lianhao. Sometimes, Lan Tingfang would be lost in that fragrance that seemed to come from the depths of her soul. Lan Tingfang was surprised by Lianhao's hand blocking her chest and couldn't help but look up at her. Tingfang, I don't want it tonight, Lianhao said, rubbing her long hair. Lan Tingfang reached out and touched her forehead. It was a bit hot. He held her in his arms. All right, let's sleep. If you still feel unwell tomorrow, we'll call the doctor. Lianhao didn't speak, her thoughts muddled, leaning against him. Clearly, the one holding her had not yet recovered from the recent emotional tide. His breathing was chaotic. After a while, he seemed to be reluctant, quietly holding her hand and bringing it to her lower abdomen, moving it slightly, then pausing, and then said, Lianhao, comfort a bit. When she felt that burning temperature, Lianhao was enchanted, and her face flushed as if it were on fire. She never expected to hear such words from Lan Tingfang. And then came the feeling of being touched. This was something only the closest of people would say, and he said it to her so naturally. Then came happiness, a kind of humble happiness. This was the most intimate moment between Lan Tingfang and Lianhao, more intimate than any moment when he entered her body. That night, Lianhao had sweet dreams. After waking up, there were slight sounds coming from the kitchen. Presumably, he was making breakfast. Last night, he said he hurried back because today was Lianhao's 28th birthday. Lianhao smiled, feeling as if even her toes were comfortably rejoicing. The clock pointed to 11 o'clock, and Lianhao felt distressed, clearly indicating that breakfast time had passed. In a bright glass dining room, on the round, white dining table, the white calla lily petals still had droplets of water on them, as if they had just been picked from the garden. On both sides, exquisite tableware held beautifully plated pasta with a small cake in the center. Standing in light-colored casual clothes in the well-lit area, he smiled slightly, with a hint of awkwardness, and hugged her. Happy birthday, Lianhao, he said. Lianhao wrapped her arms around his waist. The flowers are for me, the cake is also for me, but the pasta was made by the hotel chef. You know I'm not good at that. Lianhao stood in front of the mirror, changing into a wine-red little dress with mid-length sleeves, a cinched waist, and a wide skirt. 2 years ago, she bought this dress in Europe when a movie was popular there. A girl in the movie wore a wine-red dress, walking under apple trees, through green grass dotted with little yellow flowers, crossing a small stream in front of a farm to meet her long-lost lover. The wine-red skirt danced on the tips of the grass and over the little yellow flowers. After the movie was released, many shop windows in Europe displayed a red dress, and many girls wanted to wear that dress to meet their lovers. Lianhao also wanted to wear the red dress to meet Lan Tingfang. Lan Tingfang was stunned when he saw Lianhao. His gaze lingered on her. The wine red made her skin appear even fairer, reflecting a faint glow in the glass. The neckline of the dress was perfectly cut, and the meticulous tailoring made her, who wasn't very tall, stand elegantly. Lan Tingfang vaguely thought that his wife was beautiful, like a strawberry that made one drool in summer. Very beautiful. This dress suits you very well, he said, reaching for Lianhao's hand. Finally, Lianhao wore that red dress to meet her lover. This meal was warm and beautiful, and the little one, Kaka, tugged at Lan Tingfang's pants, showing a jealous emotion. This little guy, after a few months of being with Lianhao, almost considered her as his possession. Whenever Lianhao returned home, trained to do so, he would bring her slippers in front of her. If it weren't for Lan Tingfang's next words, Lianhao would have thought this was the most perfect birthday she had ever had. Lianhao, I can't spend this day with you. Let Kuing accompany you tonight. He appeared calm, speaking in the tone he used when he occasionally mentioned his whereabouts to Lianhao in the past. I have some personal matters to attend to, and I will catch a flight soon. Lianhao turned her gaze to the dining table, where the calla lilies were quietly blooming. Vaguely, through the passage of time, she saw her own smiling face from a few minutes ago, a bit silly. What personal matters? Lianhao asked stiffly. I can't tell you that. He paused before replying. What if I say I don't want you to leave tonight? Lianhao blocked Lan Tingfang's way. Lianhao, he frowned. Tingfang, I have something important to tell you tonight. Just stay. Lianhao's tone carried a slight plea. What is it that you can tell me now? Lan Tingfang's brow remained furrowed. Lianhao shook her head. No, I can't tell you now. Tingfang, I want to tell you at a special moment. Just consider it a woman's strange thoughts. Stay tonight. Lianhao, either you tell me now, or you don't tell me at all. After checking his watch, Lan Tingfang gently pushed Lianhao aside. I need to catch a flight. If you still want to tell me in 10 days, I will listen attentively. Lan Tingfang walked to the door, hearing her voice behind him. There won't be 10 days. If you don't stay tonight, there won't be 10 days. And there will never be 10 days. If you don't stay tonight, then Lianhao will give up on Lan Tingfang. Lianhao will give up on Lan Tingfang? Lan Tingfang didn't move, but turned back. Lianhao, are you playing a strange word game with me? So what is the answer? No, I'm threatening you. And I mean it. Lan Tingfang laughed coldly. Lianhao, you should know that I hate being threatened the most. He opened the door and walked out. Lianhao leaned against the wall, panting, and Kaka came over with her slippers, eagerly pawing at Lianhao's shoes. Lianhao squatted down, burying her face in his long fur. After tonight, Lianhao would be free. Half an hour later, Lan Tingfang received a text from Lianhao. After thinking for a moment, he opened the message, which contained the address of a university in Chaoyang District, and she simply said, I'm waiting for you. One last time. Lan Tingfang threw his phone aside angrily. He didn't like Lianhao being so aggressive today. Thinking of the inexplicable words she said today, he felt irritated. He asked Xiao Dao to stop the car, opened the window, lit a cigarette, and gazed at the curling smoke, beginning to lose himself in thought. As something surged within him, eager to break free. The nights of Beijing and Guangzhou unfolded under the same sky. The Tianhe Sports Center in Guangzhou is bustling with people. The popular Meishing Band will conclude their final tour performance in this venue that can accommodate 60,000 people. The fact that by Annie, a member of Meishing Band, is a true Guangzhou girl led to all 60,000 tickets being sold out in just 10 days. Outside the Tianhe Sports Center, some people are holding signs asking for tickets, and many have brought homemade signs to the concert, most of which read, Annie, welcome home, and Annie, we are always with you. The lights in Beijing tonight are still dazzling. This evening, Beijing finally welcomes the historic moment of the one-year countdown to the Beijing Olympics. Amidst the anticipation of countless people, for this occasion, various celebrations are being held in the capital, with even the usually homebound elderly coming out to join the festivities. In the hustle and bustle of the city, a university auditorium in Chaoyang District, a unique gathering is taking place. A month ago, a netizen named Mu Ku posted a message calling for friends who enjoy collecting messages and bottles to come together on August 8th to bid farewell to this electronic age and return to a pure and heartfelt gathering. The post received enthusiastic responses. On this day, they brought their messages in bottles, leaving their sofas and TVs behind, and arrived at the venue. Outside the auditorium, under the guidance of a young girl, they placed their messages in a large box before entering the auditorium. Inside, the lighting was very dim, with only a small lamp shining on the stage. In the center of the stage was a medium-sized multimedia setup and a table. Nothing else was present. The hundreds of seats were already filled, indicating a large turnout, though it was too dark to see each other's faces clearly. Once everyone was seated, the lights on the stage went out, and a cheerful female voice reassured them not to worry. 5 minutes later, dozens of candles replaced the lamp on stage, cleverly separating the stage from the audience in two worlds. The audience remained in darkness while the stage flickered with candlelight. A well-dressed woman slowly walked onto the stage and bowed deeply to the audience. Thank you all for coming. I am Mu Ku, the one who posted the message. The reason I called everyone here is that I am helping a friend who wants to tell a special person something at this moment. After speaking, she stepped down. Amidst the flickering candlelight, a woman in a burgundy dress with short hair and an attractive appearance slowly approached the stage. Chapter 19, Before You Become a Memory. 19. At 8 in the evening. The final global tour concert of the beautiful voice band finally kicked off with excitement at the Tiana Sports Center in Guangzhou. Outside the sports center, several live broadcast vehicles were parked, one of which was from Asia Pacific Media, which surprised many, as their live broadcast vehicles were typically reserved for hot news and top-level sporting events. The stage of this concert was mainly in black and white, without overly dazzling lights, achieving a rustic effect. In the center of the stage was a small bar set up with 4 high stools, surrounded by various musical instruments from different eras. When a special guest announced the start of the concert, the entire venue was in darkness. About a minute later, when the lights came back on, the 4 members of the beautiful voice band were already seated on the 4 stools on stage, with by Annie and Mark John sitting in the middle. As a large screen displayed the number 1 in Arabic numerals, the music began to play. In a small university auditorium in Chaoyang District, Beijing, music also began to resonate. Amidst the music and the flickering candlelight, a woman in a burgundy dress with short hair slowly walked onto the stage. She appeared to be about 25 years old, standing around 1.6 meters tall. "Hello, everyone." She stopped in the middle of the platform and waved to everyone. "Thank you so much for being here to share this moment." Someone turned on a slide projector, and a beige letterhead with a printed hyacinth appeared on the screen, with faded blue handwriting that read, "Lu Qing, I'm getting married. If you love me, please appear at my wedding and take me away." The woman in the red dress pointed at the slide and said, "This is the first bottle letter I found by the sea. At that time, I was 14, living in Taiyou, and I would go for walks by the sea at dusk. It was pushed to my feet by the waves, and when I picked it up, I felt like I had found a story. I didn't know whether the person named Lu Qing was a man or a woman, and I didn't know if she ever appeared at that wedding, but I knew that there was someone in this world who loved Lu Qing very much. I took this bottle letter home. It carried someone's thoughts, and I kept it well as a memento." The auditorium was silent. Only the woman's slightly melancholic voice could be heard. "There are some people in this world who come to the seaside during their beautiful years, putting their emotions into bottles to let the sea carry them far away." So, she smiled faintly in the candlelight, her eyes falling on the box at her feet containing the bottle letters. "So, we receive all kinds of bottle letters filled with emotions. Now, let me read what is written here." She opened the first bottle letter and read, "Yao Bing, you sissy. How can you fall for a girl as disgusting as Mei Mei? Mei Mei, BFF. Laughter erupted in the auditorium. She opened one after another, reading them aloud. "Damn, I wish you good health. I have troubles. They are both good, and I don't know whose love to accept. One day, I will make a name for myself. Min Min, keep it up. My biggest dream is to travel around the world, so I've decided to start saving every penny now. Backstreet Boys, I heard you are disbanding. I'm really sad. I hope you will always be together. Kaka, you are my forever idol. I want to marry a man like you. I want to be a big official." Finally, she read, "Grandma, I miss you. After you left this world, I felt like I grew up overnight. Grandma, I'm sorry I didn't let you hear me say I love you before you left this world, but Grandma, I do love you. I only truly realized this after you left. Grandma, I have so many apologies to you. I'm sorry for slamming the table when you nagged me. I'm sorry for lying to you to take money to buy pretty clothes. I'm sorry for not helping you when you fell. I'm sorry for so many things. I hope you in heaven can hear me." After finishing, soft sobs arose from the audience, and a small girl's voice said, "I also have a lot of apologies to my grandma. When she died, I was just playing outside and didn't even attend her funeral." The auditorium echoed only with the sound of the girls crying, and nearby people embraced her, silencing her sobs. Everyone quietly gave time to the crying girl. Later, the girl gradually stopped crying. The template on the stage began to change with the slides, and this time a light blue letterhead appeared, with a neat line of writing, saying, "Do you know I am waiting for you? This is the first bottle letter I wrote." She pointed at the words on the template. "Because of my parents' work, I lived with my grandmother in Tai, since I was a child. I was quite lonely when I was little, and when I felt lonely, I often talked to the sea. I thought it was a good listener. Later, when my grandmother passed away, I wrote my first bottle letter when I left Tai-O, wanting to leave a memory. Do you know I am waiting for you? This was the tagline on an advertisement on a billboard at the intersection of Tai-O, featuring two hands wearing the same ring tightly holding each other. Every day after school, I would linger for a while under that billboard. The woman in the red dress took a few steps forward, her gaze directed at the audience, as if trying hard to see something clearly. Here, I can't conveniently tell you my name. I want to tell you my love story and also want to get my love in front of everyone as a witness. She pointed to the template behind her. Some small letters recorded here document the footprints of my love, and I put them into glass bottles as secrets, waiting for the person I love to discover them. Girls often believe in romantic details that resemble movies, and I am no exception. I never knew that the bottle letter I put by the seaside in Tai-O would appear years later in the hands of the boy I had always had a good feeling for. The moment I saw it, I fell in love recklessly and even believed that it was a fate that no one could stop, firmly believing that we would last forever. Later, that boy became my husband. For the love of him, I was willing to become his wife. While my husband didn't make me his wife just because he loved me, the woman in the red dress smiled self-deprecatingly. This is how we started our marriage. Later, I recorded some important moments I experienced and made them into bottle letters, hoping to share them with my husband one day. The second letter appeared on the slide template, saying, "Today I can hardly believe my eyes," when I saw the glass bottle in his hand and the familiar handwriting on the letter inside. It took me a minute to decide to love him. Below the letter, the date and weather conditions were detailed. Soon, the template displayed the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. February 14th is Valentine's Day. The greatest significance of this day for me is that the person I love came into this world on this day. I'm grateful for this day. Today, he asked me if I want to marry him. I took a minute to think, and then I agreed. Actually, I was wondering if this was a beautiful dream I was having. Fortunately, it wasn't. We bought rings, and on the bustling street, I promised him and also promised myself, I will definitely be a good wife. When taking wedding photos, I smiled foolishly, looking quite silly. He glanced at me, frowned, and his frowning expression looked very nice. The toothbrushes were placed together, the slippers were together, there were 2 cups and 2 pillows. I felt sweet inside, wondering if this is what the elderly mean by being a couple. On our first wedding anniversary, he bought me flowers. At night, I secretly got out of bed to check if the flowers were still in a vase, covering my mouth to avoid laughing too loudly. Sitting on the train to Beijing, with our heads leaning against each other, listening to the rumble of the train, I felt happy at that moment, even though Beijing was an unpredictable future for us. Because we were together, we moved to a big house, and I placed a message in a bottle I wrote in one room and handed the key of that room to him, saying, "This room holds my secrets, and I hope that one day those secrets will become your beautiful memories." 6 years have passed, and he has never used the key I gave him to open that door. As I waited, I felt a bit tired. Why hasn't he come? Does he want me to wait until I'm old and gray? The last date on the note was August 7th, which was yesterday. Lianhao stood there quietly, and the audience was silent as well. Then a voice rang out. "May I ask, miss, how many people do you think will believe what you've said?" Personally, I lean towards thinking this is just a unique promotional method for an artistic love movie. Are you an actress, or perhaps a planner for this film? Why do you think so? Lianhao calmly asked. I just think that such love happening in this era is an unbelievable thing. The audience couldn't clearly see his face, but his voice noticeably softened. Lianhao nodded and said, "Why can't there be such love in this era? I believe that no matter how cool this era becomes, love will always be there." Lianhao cleared her throat and slowly said, "At this moment, you may think I'm foolish, but I still want to do one last thing for my love, to tell my husband something in front of everyone." She wanted to tell her husband that his wife loves him very much, and that she fell in love with him even when he was in love with another girl. She hoped this moment would become one of the beautiful moments in his life, and she wanted him to learn to love her, because she really is quite wonderful. There was a pause as Lianhao approached the stage, her voice trembling. "Now, my husband may be in the audience, or he may not be. If you are here, please place your hand on the button to your right, so I can see you." Everyone held their breath, waiting for the moment the light would turn on, hoping that light would illuminate. They and T realized that love could be this way. It turns out that love could be like this, and that one could indeed invest their heart and soul into loving like this. Chapter 20 Before you become a memory now. My husband may be in the audience or he may not. If you are here, please place your hand on the button to your right so that I can see you. Lianhao trembled as she spoke into the darkness of the audience. The audience remained shrouded in darkness, except for a wire in his designated seat, which connected to a button on the armrest of a chair. Pressing that button would reveal a three-dimensional simulation of a starry sky in the auditorium. The starry sky was beautiful, filled with the Milky Way and countless twinkling stars. And she hoped he could see them, hoped so much. If you feel that you cannot love me, it's okay. If my love is a burden to you, I can let you go. Now, if you are here, please place your hand on the button to your right so that I can see you. Time flowed slowly as silence enveloped the audience. Lianhao slowly crouched down, her legs trembling from the weight. She pressed her knees against her heart. But hadn't she already gone numb? Why did it still hurt? Finally, there was a sound. Finally, there was light as someone turned on their phone screen. The blue light flickered in the audience, and Lianhao stared blankly at the small glow, hearing a beautiful voice speaking. It's okay. I don't know your name. I don't know where you're from, but I know that your husband will regret missing this moment for the rest of his life. It's okay if he didn't come. We are here, aren't we? Yes, we are here. Every person in the audience echoed this sentiment. Many female voices breaking into tears as they spoke. They all turned on their phone screens, and the auditorium was instantly immersed in a sea of blue. In the middle of that blue ocean, the special chair remained empty, with hundreds of gazes fixed on that vacant seat. Amidst the sighs, the initial beautiful voice continued. I'm a radio DJ, and I'm glad I impulsively came here. May I buy your original message in a bottle? Lianhao stared blankly at the empty chair. Lan Tingfang, he really didn't come. His absence meant it was over, it really had to end. Gu Lianhao felt powerless. A man approached Lianhao and crouched down to face her. Hello, my name is Peng Haiwe. I'm 29 years old. My favorite movie is Beijing Love Story, and I hope to meet a girl like Yang Ying. Now, I think I have, but unfortunately, she loves someone else. However, it's okay. At least I know such a girl exists. I started saving money after graduating from university, hoping one day to travel the world with a girl like Yang Ying. I have saved 48,000 RMB, and I want to use that money to buy your original message in a bottle as a keepsake, because that money represents my most precious possession, containing my purest and most beautiful dreams. Lianhao remained dazed. The man named Peng Haiwe scratched his head and began to stutter. Miss, do you understand what I'm trying to say? I want to express that you deserve the most precious things. Lianhao smiled, tears welling up in her eyes, and slowly nodded. Voices rose from the audience. A young man said, Sister, I'm a sophomore. If that person disappointed you or made you sad, it's okay. If you decide to leave him, consider me. I'm not bad. I have a decent face and a good sense of humor. You won't be bored with me. Someone else said, I'm the one who questioned you earlier. I'm sorry. I apologize for my shallow remarks. You are a sincere and lovely girl. Encouraging voices came from the audience, filled with youthful enthusiasm. Someone said, It's okay. You are the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Another said, Don't be too sad. He may have been delayed for some reason. If you want, we can wait with you. Someone else said, If his heart doesn't have you, that's his loss. You are so unique. Someone will wait in line to love you. Finally, the loudest voice declared, Why don't you consider me? I'm a rich second generation. But my heart is definitely not that of a rich second generation. As he finished speaking, Lianhao laughed out loud. Suddenly, the entire auditorium felt like spring had arrived. Lianhao walked off the stage and slowly approached the chair that belonged to Lan Tingfang, gently pressing the button. Goodbye, Lan Tingfang. Goodbye. The Lan Tingfang that Gu Lianhao loved for 10 years. Now, she no longer had the strength to love you. A simulated starry sky slowly unfolded, with lovely men and women rowing boats on the Milky Way, and countless shooting stars flew past them. Everyone was mesmerized by the breathtaking, starry sky, and they even thought that the woman in the red dress was an angel who had fallen to earth, wielding a magic wand that created this starry sky. Gently caressing the chair, Lianhao wished he could sit there and listen to her express her love for him, hoped so much. Gu Lianhao's foolishness came to an end. She no longer had the strength to do foolish things. Kuing slowly walked toward her. In the scorching July, everything in this small auditorium bore the sweat they had both left behind. Lianhao stood there, taking a deep breath, facing Kuing and the kind faces in the audience, saying, "Once I took a minute to decide to love him, and I waited 10 years for him to discover my love for him. However, that man has been unfortunate. He has never noticed my love for him. 12 years have passed since I met him, and they say 12 years is a cycle, so I don't want to waste any more time. Right now, at this moment, I've decided to give him up. Kuing, I don't want him anymore." After Lianhao finished speaking, she could no longer hold back her tears. At the moment Kuing embraced her, she burst into tears for the first time, crying without restraint. Long ago, Lianhao had wanted to cry like this, like a child, like that saying, "Let your tears flow freely," as if you've never been hurt. Yes, she must act as if she had never been hurt. One by one, people came to hug Lianhao and bid her farewell. That night, their embraces slowly filled the big hole in Lianhao's heart. Finally, it was Peng Haiyue's turn. He was a man as warm as his voice. Lianhao took the initiative to hug him and said, "Actually, I also like Beijing Love Story. In fact, when I watched that movie, I also wanted to be Yang." In the end, Lianhao gave all her messages in a bottle to Peng Haiyue. As the music ended and the crowd dispersed, the night had grown deep. Kuing drove Lianhao to the airport. Outside the airport, Lianhao stopped Kuing, afraid of the kind of farewell that comes with airports. Lianhao handed over the signed divorce agreement, some property certificates, stock transfer documents, marriage certificate, ring, and everything related to Lan Tingfang to Kuing, asking her to give them to her lawyer. Finally, Lianhao kissed Ka, reluctantly handing it over to Kuing, with tears in her eyes. Kuing looked at Lianhao, who forced a smile and self-deprecatingly said, "I assent, it's silly. I never expected Gu Lianhao would also be so superstitious about love." Yes, why would she become so infatuated at that moment? When he saw his initial message in a bottle in his dormitory, despite Lan Tingfang saying that the glass bottle with the words, "Do you know I am waiting for you?" was not something he picked up, but rather something a child had handed to him at the dock one day and asked him to keep, and that the child had never asked for it back. He casually took it back to his dorm. Yet, Lianhao still felt that it was a hard-won fate, deciding to love him in just a minute. In fact, he should have fallen in love much earlier. Lianhao never believed in love superstitions, but at that moment he suddenly felt inexplicably confused. No wonder some people say that love is like a twist of fate. Don't smile like that. Kuing reached out to block that smile. "You're not foolish at all. Gu Lianhao is not foolish at all. The foolish one is Lan Tingfang. He's not only foolish, but also unlucky. Later, he will realize what he has truly missed." Lianhao, do you believe it? That unlucky man will regret it. Kuing, the daughter of a bone-setting master, had once silently put her dislocated wrist back in place without shedding a single tear, but at this moment she was in tears. "I believe it. I really believe that Lan Tingfang will definitely regret it." Lianhao nodded. He took a deep breath, thinking, "It's okay, Gu Lianhao, you've lost love, friends, and your mother. It's okay, Gu Lianhao, time is a remedy, and one day, your fingers will still touch the clear skies of 1,000 miles." Lianhao took out his travel bag and bid farewell to Kuing in an embrace. "Kuing, one day I will come back. This is my homeland, and one day I will return." Kuing watched as Lianhao walked step by step into the airport gate, disappearing into the crowd. She thought of many possibilities. Perhaps Lan Tingfang would be touched by Lianhao and accept her, or perhaps Lan Tingfang would be difficult, and Lianhao would leave disheartened. Or maybe Lan Tingfang would appear ambiguous, and Lianhao wouldn't be able to bear it, and they would continue to live together. Yet among all those possibilities, Kuing never thought that Lan Tingfang would not show up at all. All of Lianhao's efforts turned into a one-man show. Lan Tingfang, where on earth is that foolish man now? Chapter 21. Before you become a memory, the concert of the Meisheng Band at the Guangzhou Tiana Sports Center has come to an end. With 60,000 spectators entranced by their voices, the perfect interpretation of the songs, and their attitude towards the audience. Finally, all the songs have been performed, and just as everyone is left wanting more, the pride of Guangzhou, by Annie steps forward to deeply bow to everyone and says, "Next, I will perform a special show for you." As she reappears on stage, by Annie changes into her most iconic outfit, a black androgynous suit, wearing a top hat. Holding the golden violin given to her by the Swedish royal family, she slowly walks to the front of the stage. She pauses in the center, her eyes fixed on a certain spot, a slight smile spreading across her face as she lowers her head to kiss the violin. All the stage lights go out, and a beam of white light descends upon by Annie. Under that white light, she appears like a fairy breaking through the night. With a slight tremor of her hand, the distant sound of the violin begins to play. By Annie plays Liebesfreude by Chrysler, and under her captivating performance, it is filled with a joyful and romantic atmosphere, reminiscent of lovers frolicking in the countryside, whispering under the stars, and gazing into each other's eyes beneath the midsummer shade. The audience is entranced. In the end, with a wave of her hand, the last note of the violin pierces the air, her fingers tracing a beautiful arc in the air, landing on her top hat, which she removes and tosses into the audience, her long hair cascading down like a waterfall. This series of actions flows gracefully, elegantly, and enchantingly, like a fairy dancing on the tips of blades of grass. This is an irreplaceable classic moment belonging to By Annie. A young boy in the audience who catches her hat bursts into tears of joy, shouting, "By Annie, I will love you forever." The crowd echoes, "I love By Annie." Standing in that beam of white light, the diamonds on By Annie's earrings sparkle brilliantly as she places her hand over her lips, signaling for silence. Soon, the entire venue quiets down, and they hear their goddess say, "The joy of love is dedicated to my beloved. Thank you for coming to the concert and sharing my last performance." Last performance? Clearly, everyone is confused by this message, staring blankly at the person on stage. Yes, you heard me right. Just now was my last performance in my life. You don't have to feel sad for me. In 2 months, I will turn 28. For so many years, my world has only been music. If I were 20 years old, I would proudly say that my world is only music. But now that I am 28, what I need more is love, so I want to retire. The 60,000 people stare blankly at By Annie. Her face projected on the big screen, tears glistening in her eyes. Here, I want to apologize to someone in front of all of you. That person is my first love. I want to say to him, I'm sorry for what happened back then. I want to say I was wrong at that time. I also want to say, please forgive me. I want to say, I have never forgotten him since that moment. I want to ask him, can you forgive me? I care about nothing else. I just ask him to forgive me. If you're willing to forgive me, come to me. No words are needed. By Annie stand there, filled with hope. At this moment, everyone begins to understand. By Annie wants to leave the Mei Sheng band, just like many extraordinary female stars who retire for love. By Annie is now treating the stage as a confession venue. And obviously, that lucky person is her first love, who must be in the audience. At this time, over 60,000 spectators realize they might be witnesses to a beautiful love story, their eyes wide open, trying to find the man who must have the face of a Prince Charming, believing that whoever made By Annie unable to forget and retire for him must be exceptional. However, the Prince Charming does not appear. On the big screen, By Annie's expression is tense, as if waiting for a judgment day. At the same moment, at Beijing Capital Airport, Lianhao's face is pale as she stands in the airport lounge in front of the television, which is broadcasting By Annie's concert live. When Lan Tingfang, dressed in black formal attire, with a thin wool hat and a large mask, comes on stage to hug By Annie, she cries like a child. At that moment, Lianhao feels that Lan Tingfang is truly capable of making two women cry like fools on the same day. However, the tears of the two women express two different emotions. This is what By Annie specially invited her to see that day. It turns out that 10 years of companionship cannot compete with the initial spark of love. It turns out that every first love is unforgettable. But Lan Tingfang is also Lianhao's first love. His hand slowly rests on By Annie's back, filled with affection as he closes his eyes. Lianhao cannot bear to look anymore. She thinks she may have reached a critical point in her life where there will no longer be moments of falling. Nothing will ultimately be seen by God. Nothing. Those are all lies, sweet words to deceive children into becoming good kids. Stumbling like a zombie into the airport hall, someone bumps into Lianhao and the ticket in her hand falls to the ground. The person helps her pick it up, an over 50-year-old blonde woman with gentle, loving brows. She smiles and says, "Miss, your dress is beautiful." Lianhao smiles. Fortunately, Lan Tingfang saw her wearing this dress in the morning. This dress, which traveled across oceans, she finally wore to meet Lan Tingfang, but now she must wear it to leave him. The woman places a piece of chocolate in Lianhao's hand and says, "Eat this sadness like chocolate." Clearly, she is smiling. So how could this stranger say she was sad? How could that be? Squatting in a corner of the airport, Lianhao buries her head in her dress, thinking that this sadness will pass, just like the pain from a physical injury will gradually fade. Yet that sadness is long like fine silk, slowly twisting around her heart. Not painful, but making her feel a chilling ache from her hair follicles to her toes. Lianhao picks up her phone, and the call connects. Mom. This call to her mother opens the floodgates of her heart, and sorrow rushes in like an ocean, boundless. Lianhao begins to cry uncontrollably, gasping for breath. "Mom, I'm feeling so sad right now, Mom. You can't even imagine how sad I am. Mom, I divorced Tingfang. I thought we would grow old together. I thought we had to grow old together, but Mom, it's not happening, damn it, it's not happening, Mom. Why am I the only one loving him, why?" At noon in the United States, receiving a sudden call from her daughter, Maine is driving. Lianhao is crying on the phone, and she hurriedly pulls over to the side of the road. "Mom, I can't take it anymore. I'm so sad right now. Why am I the only one loving him? Why do I have to be so sad even at the last moment?" She hears Lianhao crying. "Lianhao, it's okay, you see. Didn't Mom go through this too?" Holding the phone, Maine's heart feels like it's being cut with a knife. She never knew her daughter Lianhao could cry like this. She never knew. "Mom, people say that it's okay not to have luck. What's important is to have a positive attitude. Mom, I'm very positive. I love him positively, but it doesn't work. Lianhao shook her head, tears overflowing. "Mom, not loving is just not loving, no matter how hardworking and positive you are." The airport announcement sounded for the flight to Washington. Lianhao stood up, hearing her mom say, "It's okay, Lianhao, come to Mom." The signal became intermittent. Her mother's voice seemed both far and near. She said, "Lianhao, Mom loves you. Forever." On August 8, 2007, Gu Lianhao left this city that broke her heart amidst the fireworks celebrating the one-year countdown to the Beijing 2008 Olympics. A week later, in Shanghai, at the top private club on Yongfu Road, this Western building with a history of about 70 years was brilliantly lit. Xiaojin leaned against the glass corridor, squinting. The garden was arranged like a fairy, with various people in gorgeous masks leaning on the exquisite railing. Below the railing, singers stood among the flowers imitating Italian arias singing opera. This ball was called the Venice Carnival, and it was said that Lan Tingfang had started preparing for it 2 months ago. Squinting at the couple surrounded by people in elegant clothes, Xiaojin at that moment didn't he know whether to feel sorrow for the woman named Gu Lianhao. On the flight from Beijing to Shanghai, Ko Zuwang kept warning herself not to speak recklessly, and then she realized that the woman named by Annie was the main character. So that is how it is. Such things are not surprising in the wealthy circles. But in this extravagant place, Xiaojin couldn't help but think of Lan Tingfang's wife. That small woman must love Lan Tingfang very much, right? She is a woman. She understands. All deep love is hard to keep secret. That person will make your gaze focused. That person will soften your expression. That person will make all your body language tell you that you are deeply in love with him. The fountain in the center of the garden changed color with the classical duet that began to play, turning into the blue of a midsummer sky. Lan Tingfang reached out to Bai Annie, and the two began to spin around the fountain with the music. The diamonds set in their masks sparkled. A singer softly sang between heaven and hell. And then, "Are you happy being with me these days?" Happy as being in heaven. The mask covered her face. Lan Tingfang raised his hand. She spun in his palm, once, twice, 3 times. As he bent his hand, she leaned into his arm. He said, "Nin, this is a ball I specially held for you." She said, "I like you holding such a party for me." He said, "And then do you love me?" She said, "Of course I love you, and I have never stopped since the moment I fell in love with you." He said, "My mom also says she loves me, but when she loves me, she simultaneously loves her decent life. To have that decent life, she married an old man 27 years older than her, and for him, She even studies Arabic every day. She said, Lan Lan, I am me. Your mother is your mother. Our love is different. He said, no, your love is the same. Mom says she loves me, but she pretends not to know how her stepson, who is the same age as her, uses all kinds of means against me. You say you love me, but you aborted our child for your so-called dream. How? Are all women in this world like this in love? He said, do you know how I escaped from that family? I burned the Quran in front of them, and finally, I was expelled from that family. The funny thing is my mom was still in tears, just like you, who so decisively aborted my child, now has the face to ask for my forgiveness. You are as greedy as my mom. He said, do you know? And then, this is the ball I prepared for you between heaven and hell. Because I have also experienced such moments. In just 1 minute, I went from knowing I had a child to losing that child. What I hate most is my dad's choice to leave me without explanation. He made me guess during my long growing years if I was the reason he left. And you made me become someone like my dad, even making me unable to make any effort for that child. He said, by Annie, I want you to pay the price for that minute. Since you were so shameless, I can gladly accompany you. He said, do you know, last year, that brat who always bullied me came to me to confess, with tears and snot, begging me to stop making those seemingly true reports. He said, so by Annie, how's the game from heaven to hell? He said those words in just about a minute, and by Annie felt the world spinning around her, then remembered Gu Lianhao's words. As for Tingfang, by Annie, how much do you understand him? Did you think he was still the Lan Lan you knew back then? Time has honed him, and I am the witness in the identity of a wife. Chapter 22, The Butterfly Effect, Mom. I think it's that glass bottle's fault. Because it's so beautiful that I always wanted to write something, so I did. Mom, it's the sea's fault for washing it ashore. Mom, it's that child's fault. He shouldn't have picked up that glass bottle, and he definitely shouldn't have given it to Lan Tingfang. Mom, it's that little stone's fault. It shouldn't have made me fall. If I hadn't fallen, I wouldn't have gone to Lan Tingfang's dorm to find Bondi, and I wouldn't have discovered that glass bottle. Mom, it's the fault of those movies and novels. They're so wonderful that they make people long for them. Mom, if that glass bottle hadn't ended up in Lan Tingfang's hands, I don't think I would have decided to love him so recklessly. If I hadn't loved him so much, I wouldn't have had such a strange marriage with him. If I hadn't married him, I wouldn't have been so persistent. If I hadn't been so persistent, I wouldn't have kept wanting to do those silly things. If I hadn't done those silly things, I wouldn't have been so sad. If I hadn't been so sad, I wouldn't have called you. If I hadn't called you, you wouldn't have stopped your car. If you hadn't stopped, you wouldn't have left me. So, Mom, the most wrong person is me. It's my fault. Mom, on the evening of August 15th, 2007, Lianhao sat under a cherry blossom tree in Washington, slowly talking while carving Gu Lianhao and He-Main on a bench. From initially speaking lightly to finally breaking down in tears. Her mother encountered a chain car accident at the moment she stopped the car to talk to her on the phone. After the accident, she calmly said, Lianhao, Mom loves you forever. She even took a picture of the blue sky she last saw with her phone, instructing that the picture of the blue sky be sent to her daughter. In her notebook, she wrote in a shaky hand, Lianhao, the sky is very, very blue. The butterfly effect originates from a chaotic phenomenon proposed by meteorologist Edward Lorenz, where the flap of a butterfly's wings in South America might trigger a tornado in North America. Now, Lianhao understands that there exists such a butterfly effect in life. Gu Lianhao's love for Lan Tingfang became a butterfly effect, and in the end, that butterfly effect took her mother away. The park's lights were tinged with sorrow as Lianhao gently touched her mother's name. Her mother returned to her homeland wrapped in the 5-star red flag, greeted by many people. The central government held a grand memorial service for her mother, where many people shed tears, especially those who had received her help traveling from afar. Finally, Lianhao laid her mother's ashes beside her grandmother. The man her mother loved also came. Lianhao only allowed him to stay at her mother's spirit for 5 minutes. That day, Lianhao saw words her mother had written long ago in her mother's notebook, the handwriting messy, stating that emotional infidelity is more heartbreaking than physical infidelity. From Aunt Daisy, Lianhao learned that her father had always been unable to forget his first love. Later, his first love encountered an accident, and her father used legal loopholes to help her. Upon learning this, her mother proposed a divorce, and not long after, her father was with his first love. That day, Lianhao politely saw him to the door, calling him by name, saying, "I would rather this world didn't have me than for my mother to encounter you." The man wept bitterly, collapsing on the cold ground, heartbroken. Her mother was lovely. Unlike Lianhao, in life, she was afraid of bugs, couldn't cook, enjoyed dancing to the music while taking off her shoes, and often chattered about trivial matters. Mom, Lianhao longed for her, gently pressing her cheek against the name he made. 2 months ago, she was still with her mother. At that time, Lianhao thought the bench engraved with Himane and Gu Lianhao's names was something far in the future, perhaps for when she was old and gray. This bench was made by Aunt Daisy and her mother, named Zhandi, and they had even gone through the proper procedures for it. This place was chosen after much deliberation. Lianhao curled her feet up on the bench, listening to the sound of the evening breeze on the cherry blossom branches. After a while, someone sat down beside Lianhao, letting out a gentle sigh, and a piece of clothing was draped over her. "Lianhao," Daisy sighed softly, unsure how to comfort her old friend's daughter. "Just like your mother said, the sky is still very, very blue." "Yes." Tears that had dried up began to flow again. "The sky is still very, very blue." The two sat quietly together. After a long time, Daisy said sadly, "So, what are your plans for the future? How about living with me? Just to keep Aunt company?" "No, Aunt." Lianhao straightened her body. "I have booked a flight to Chile." After speaking, Lianhao patted her feet. "Then, I will go to Santiago." Daisy looked at Lianhao in surprise. "If you lose yourself, then just throw away your phone, smash your notebook, spend all your bank savings, and carry your backpack, making your feet your closest companions to take you to Santiago. It will help you find your original soul," Lianhao murmured. "I saw this in a book, Aunt Daisy. I believe it. I believe I will find my original soul there, and then I can understand the very, very blue sky my mother spoke of. I know this is what my mother most wanted me to understand." Daisy nodded repeatedly, reaching out to hold Lianhao's hand. "Then, take me with you." At the same time in Beijing, around 8 in the morning, Lan Tingfang had just returned home and opened the bedroom door. The bedroom was empty, and he vaguely felt that this time was different from every other time he returned home. It was cold. That was his first feeling upon opening the bedroom door. A coldness similar to emptiness. He dialed Lianhao's phone again, but it still couldn't be connected, just like the responses this week. Everything in the bedroom was the same as usual, except that Lianhao's travel bag was missing. In the past, she would always tell him when she went on a business trip, but this time she didn't. Lan Tingfang felt an indescribable panic in his heart, and that panic continued into the afternoon. Around 3 in the afternoon, in his office, Lan Tingfang met Ma Weiqiang, Lianhao's representative lawyer, who placed a stack of documents in front of him. Lan Tingfang carefully examined each document, then, with a blank expression, asked, "What does this mean?" "I'm here to inform Mr. Lan that Gu Lianhao is no longer your legal wife. On behalf of my client, I am returning everything to its rightful owner. My client has decided to sell her 11 stake in Asia Pacific Media to Mr. Lan. She has entrusted me to donate the proceeds to a charity that will purchase food to be regularly donated to the Horn of Africa. Gu Lianhao is not my legal wife." Lan Tingfang laughed. It was the funniest thing he had ever heard. "What is this about? Why didn't I know?" He threw the documents harshly to the ground, and their wedding photo fluttered down at his feet, with Gu Lianhao smiling foolishly, unlike her usual self. Ma Weiqiang crossed his arms and quietly watched him. Lan Tingfang grabbed Ma Weiqiang by the lapel of his suit. "Where is Gu Lianhao? Let her come see me. I want to see how she can unilaterally terminate our marriage." "She can do that, Mr. Lan. Don't you remember? There is an agreement between you, which states that my client can unilaterally and at any time terminate your marriage. It took effect the day she signed it, and I have already filed it with the notary office. Now, you and my client have no relationship." Lan Tingfang suddenly remembered that Gu Lianhao really could unilaterally dissolve their marriage. The answer to her statement that day about Gu Lianhao wanting to give up on Lan Tingfang was this. "Tell me, where is Gu Lianhao now?" Lan Tingfang felt her voice was sharp enough to pierce eardrums. Ma Weiqiang said coldly, "I don't know where she is. The only thing I know is that she must be very sad right now because her mother passed away a week ago." "Her mother passed away? A week ago? And where was I a week ago?" "Right, a week ago. She was carrying out that grand revenge plan. Lan Tingfang slowly sat down on the chair and, after a while, looked up and asked, "Do you have a cigarette?" Holding the cigarette. He couldn't light it no matter what, and finally, exhausted, leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes. At the end of the year, Beijing was hit by a torrential downpour. This heavy rain, combined with the rush hour in the afternoon, caused long traffic jams on the road. Lan Tingfang and his car were stuck on the West Second Ring Road. As night fell, he lit a cigarette. In fact, he wasn't in a hurry to go back. He had been a bit afraid to return home lately, and he hadn't been home for over a month. He turned on the radio and heard the voice of the radio host with a tone like Nikolai's. The host was using his pleasant voice to comfort a girl who called in crying about her conflicts with her boyfriend. The girl said she argued with her boyfriend every day over trivial matters and felt she could hardly go on. "Do you love him?" he asked her. "I do," she replied. "So, what have you done for your love?" He sighed. Next, the host began to narrate a love story about waiting and a message in a bottle to that female listener. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, people stuck on the West Second Ring Road saw a man running frantically in the pouring rain. Lan Tingfang returned home and found the key that Gu Lianhao had given him long ago. At that time, she said, "Tingfang, I entrust my secret to you. I hope you discover it, and I hope my secret can become a beautiful memory for you." With trembling hands, he opened the room that held Gu Lianhao's secret. The room had nothing but a display case. It was still empty. On one side of the display case was a small glass table with a petite glass bottle containing light blue stationery. He opened the stationery, and it read, "Once, I thought you were a beautiful aurora I encountered." Tears fell from his eyes, and he couldn't tell if they were raindrops or tears. In that moment, Lan Tingfang remembered that Gu Lianhao left without a word. So why leave behind such inexplicable words? At that moment, Lan Tingfang remembered why he hadn't even given her a wedding. He just let her come to his rented metal shed with a small travel bag under the scorching sun. Right, at that time, she was also holding a basketball. It was quite strange for a girl to hold a basketball, he thought. "Gu Lianhao, you are truly a strange woman," he said while sitting on the ground. This was all of Lan Tingfang's understanding of Gu Lianhao. Chapter 23, The Butterfly Effect on Mid-Autumn Festival. Kuing met both by Annie and Lan Tingfang on the same day, at 2 different times. On this day, the highest leader of Asia-Pacific media would send a video holiday greeting to his employees. And each department under Asia-Pacific Group would send a representative to the regional headquarters for a communication meeting. The representative had to be a popular figure in the department. But Kuing was puzzled as to why she, not being a key person in her department, was chosen to go to the headquarters. Knowing she wouldn't run into Lan Tingfang at the headquarters, Kuing reluctantly went to the office building near Wangfujing. That day, she planned to show her face at the headquarters and then take her pet, Kaka, for vaccination, as the top executives wouldn't recognize her as a small fry. After leaving Kaka at the security desk, she arrived in the lobby and immediately saw Bai Annie. Bai Annie's final farewell concert a month ago had created a whirlwind in the music and media industry, and various versions of her romantic story with her mysterious first love emerged. Opinions on what happened at the Guangzhou concert were mixed. Some criticized Bai Annie for being capricious and playing with the feelings of 2 men, while others supported her, saying there was nothing wrong with pursuing her own love. The foreign media lambasted Bai Annie, claiming she was an artist without professional ethics. As for her first love, those watching the drama unfold could only feel anxious, as reports about the mysterious person on stage that day were scarce. Sometimes, a tabloid would boldly indulge in gossip, and the next day would find itself inexplicably ordered to cease publication, and it was a permanent suspension. After a few instances, they realized they had provoked someone they shouldn't have, and thereafter, no one reported on that mysterious person. Anyway, the news heat only began to wane a few days ago when a major celebrity was exposed for a secret marriage. Kuing, with her entry pass, walked past Bai Annie and glanced at her. Bai Annie was wrapped up like a zongzi, communicating with the front desk staff, indicating she wanted to see Lan Tingfang. "Our president does not meet with anyone who hasn't made an appointment," the staff coldly replied. Bai Annie took off her large sunglasses that covered most of her face, revealing a haggard appearance, no longer the enchanting figure she was on stage. Kuing coldly snorted in her heart, surprised that this woman could also have such a day. Kuing didn't expect to see Lan Tingfang at the headquarters banquet. He personally delivered the mid-autumn speech, surrounded by a crowd. From a distance, Gu Ing couldn't see the man's expression clearly. She left the banquet early, and whenever she faced Lan Tingfang, she would think of Lianhao's lonely figure as he turned to enter the airport. Since Lianhao left that day, Gu Ing had taken all the leave she could to visit her boyfriend in the army. Lianhao had been gone for over a month without contacting her, and she hadn't reached out to him either. She knew that one day he would contact her on his own, and the only thing she could do for him now was wait. After retrieving Kaka from the security desk, Gu Ing heard a mournful female voice around the corner leading to the underground parking lot. She was saying, Lan, you're blaming me, right? At that time, I know I was wrong. I should have removed the child without discussing it with you. I was wrong, but I love you. Don't you also love me? Tell me, how much time do you need to forgive me? A cold male voice replied, by Annie, weren't you proud? Why do you keep clinging to me? Is it because of my current status? Lan, don't call me that. Every time you call me that, I feel like I've swallowed a fly. And also, you seem to have delusions of grandeur. Thinking I love you? Do you really think I love you? However, if you want to think of me as your emotional support, I don't mind. If you believe I love you, then let it be. I just hope you won't keep haunting me in the future, okay? Gu Ing had always known that Lan Tingfang's words were sharp, never holding back. Sure enough, she heard by Annie's soft sobbing from around the corner. Just as she was about to leave, Kaka slipped out of her arms, and Gu Ing had to chase after him. Turning the corner, she saw Kaka being held by Lan Tingfang, playfully interacting with the fireworks pinned to his suit. Lan Tingfang looked down, obscuring his expression, but his long, fair fingers were resting on Kaka's long fur. Gu Ing expressionlessly took Kaka back from Lan Tingfang's arms, turned, and quickened her pace. Footsteps followed behind her. Gu Ing. Lan Tingfang called her name from behind. Gu Ing stopped, turned around, and rushed toward Lan Tingfang with a swift step, shaking her fist in front of him, channeling the vigor of a martial artist's daughter. Lan Tingfang, shut up, right now. I don't want to say a single word to you. You're more despicable than a fly. You're a pile of dog shit. Whoever steps on you is unlucky. At the end of the year, a true love story about a letter in a bottle spread warmth in the capital during that cold winter, touching the hearts of lovers who were either together or had already separated. Many people quoted the words of the host who initially shared this love story through the radio. What have we done for our love? Later, a radio program called What Have We Done for Our Love emerged, and many people called in to share what they had done for love. After the new year, Gu Ing found an old newspaper from August in a janitor's trash can at the newspaper office. The newspaper featured a large headline about the famous diplomat He Mei's involvement in a series of car accidents in Washington. Flipping to another page, she was stunned to see Lianhao, dressed in black mourning attire and holding her mother's urn, standing alone amidst a crowd of similarly dressed people. Long ago, Gu Lianhao and Gu Ing had a saying in their lives that would never fade. In the end, God will see. Therefore, they had always been diligent good children, waiting for God to discover them. Look, what has God done? Even more ridiculous was that Asia-Pacific media had sent a news team to cover the events around the clock, providing detailed reports from the moment the plane landed to the memorial service, including a list of attendees. Look, what has God done? Stroking Lianhao's face in the newspaper, Gu Ing felt her heart twist in pain and immediately dialed Lianhao's number, only to find that the 11-digit number no longer existed in this world. 3 hours later, Gu Ing unilaterally proposed to terminate her contract with the newspaper. A week later, she was received by the highest leader of Asia-Pacific media. In Lan Tingfang's office, Gu Ing coldly stared at him. Termination is fine, but I want Kaka. That's the only condition, he said, still wearing an expressionless face, showing no joy. Giskiviko ong sulunalonet. What did this man mean by that? But now, it was meaningless for everyone. Gu Ing stepped closer to Gu Lianhao, treating him like a treasure. Lan Tingfang, I ask you, where were you the moment Lianhao's mother passed away? Where were you when Lianhao's mother held the memorial service? Where were you when Lianhao stood alone in the mourning hall? Where were you when Lianhao took her mother's ashes to her grandmother? She accompanied you for over a decade, and you let her face all this alone. He remained seated in the office chair, maintaining the same posture. Though his face had turned a bit pale, Gu Ing continued to smile. This man was truly exceptional, with his fair skin and sharp, chiseled features. Coupled with that brooding gaze, he was even more charming than the vampire counts played by Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt in Interview with the Vampire. That day, Mr. Lan should have been sharing your first love's melody with your old flame, right? May I ask, Mr. Lan, how does it feel to relive old feelings? Did the music fairy make you feel ecstatic? Cooing. Lan Tingfang stood up. Are you going to give it or not? Give. I couldn't ask for more. Ku Ying shrugged and spread her hands. I hope that little thing will make you think of Gu Lianhao, that foolish woman, all the time. Lan Tingfang approached Ku Ying, face to face with a shadowy gaze. You women are really complicated. You like to make men guess your thoughts. Complicated? Ku Ying rubbed her eyes again, dispersing the tears that had gathered around her eyelids. Maybe, but Gu Lianhao is the simplest woman. The man she loves is always as precious as a gem. A long time ago, Gu Lianhao said boldly, Ku Ying, as long as it's the man I love, I'll let him suffer it all. Ku Ying smiled maliciously, saying, Lan Tingfang, I curse you to deeply love Gu Lianhao. For the first time, Ku Ying saw the expression of that godlike man crumble. In early spring, Ku Ying received a house key from a middle-aged woman who claimed to be a sales agent for a place called Greenwater Garden. The woman told Ku Ying that about half a year ago, a Miss Gu had purchased a residence in Greenwater Garden as a wedding gift for a friend and instructed her to hand over the house to the owner during the spring season. The key felt heavy in her hand. The middle-aged woman handed a card to Ku Ying, who opened it. The card featured Gu Lianhao's elegant handwriting, stating, Ku Ying, marry him in spring, live happily and joyfully with him. Gu Lianhao, what a meddlesome, nagging woman, completely at odds with her appearance. Ku Ying let out a deep breath. Having driven for several hours to the outskirts, sitting on the hood of her car, she repeatedly read Lianhao's card until her eyes shimmered with tears. The surroundings were lush and green. Small wildflowers grew by the roadside, and the trees, stripped of their leaves, were sprouting new buds. This spring, had truly arrived. Picking up her phone, she dialed, Chun Jianzhong, let's get married in spring. Chapter 24, The Butterfly Effect. Ku Ying's wedding was simple. Held at a farm near Chun Jianzhong's military unit, with enthusiastic soldiers and family and friends from both sides, making the whole ceremony warm and romantic. However, she did not expect to see Lan Tingfang at her own wedding. His excuse for being there was rather flimsy. He was just passing by. Dressed sharply, he brought a cash gift and even sat at the banquet, his eyes scanning the venue like a precise scanner, making the women attending her wedding, including her bridesmaids, swoon. Seizing a moment, Ku Ying called Lan Tingfang outside and bluntly said, You can go back now. I want to keep a cheerful mood on the most important day of my life. He lowered his head, his tone shifting from his usual indifference to a low, almost hesitant question. Did she not come? Has she contacted you? Is she doing well? Lan Tingfang, feeling guilty? Ku Ying was in a great mood. He remained silent. Don't worry. Gu Lianhao is a woman who loves life. She will be very happy. Eventually, she will meet a man who understands and cherishes her. Gu Lianhao deserves a happier life than anyone else in this world. That day, Ku Ying watched as the man walked away into the dusk. After the wedding, Ku Ying rented over 100 square meters at Baogong Building and hired 2 employees to start a magazine introducing Beijing's night market food culture. On the opening day of the magazine, she received a flower basket personally delivered by Lan Tingfang. Several publishers who were friendly with Ku Ying nearly dropped their jaws when they saw the name on the basket and then looked at Lan Tingfang. Soon, rumors spread in the circle that Ku Ying and Lan Tingfang were relatives, and inexplicably, her small magazine became popular. In early summer, the Asia-Pacific Group made a big announcement about relocating its headquarters from Tokyo to Beijing. The summer in Beijing attracted widespread attention due to the 2008 Summer Olympics. That August, Lan Tingfang and his Asia-Pacific media impressed Western media by presenting a vibrant nation with a unique and humorously exaggerated perspective, breaking free from the stereotypes and formulas that Westerners had of Chinese media. Asia-Pacific media's highly efficient news teams, think tanks, crisis public relations, and passionate commentators brought them instant fame. They always managed to invite heavyweight sports celebrities to their studio, capturing everyone's attention. That summer, Lan Tingfang, the young man, was pushed to the top of the pyramid. The stock price of Asia-Pacific media rose daily, and renowned companies saw getting coverage in Asia-Pacific media as a symbol of strength. The advertising department received sky-high contracts from famous brands worldwide. Some eager individuals even calculated Lan Tingfang's fortune daily. In October, Lan Tingfang accepted a personal interview with Sky News in the UK. After the interview aired, he earned a nickname from the host, a renowned presenter known for his rigor, who kissed Lan Tingfang and exclaimed that he was a charming angel. Thus, this charming angel was voted the dream lover at the end of 2008, and amusingly, he also became the object of affection from many men. When Gu Lianhao saw this report, her only feeling was that Lan Tingfang had become flamboyant, followed by anger. This man seemed to be living quite well after his divorce from Lianhao. The footage from the Sky News interview was quite suggestive, showcasing his perfect physique and flawless features, complemented by his naturally disheveled aura that made women and men alike unable to resist him. Subsequently, Lan Tingfang frequently appeared in various platforms, known as gossip media magazines. He was photographed on his luxury yacht in a Gulf country, attending quirky parties hosted by celebrities, buying items at charity auctions for exorbitant prices, and gambling lavishly in Las Vegas. Such reports, whether praising or criticizing, made Lan Tingfang a representative figure of the new generation of young, wealthy individuals. Every time Gu Lianhao saw reports about Lan Tingfang, she felt a headache. In this age of information, forgetting Lan Tingfang was likely to be even more difficult for Lianhao. On Valentine's Day in 2009, Gu Lianhao was stood up by Chen Jianzhong due to a special military task, so he couldn't spend the day with her. Furious, she scolded her husband over the phone, only to turn around and see Su Si at the entrance of a high-end restaurant, angrily talking on his phone. Su Si, originally named Su Zhen, was a third-generation rich kid in Beijing, ranking fourth in his family, hence the name Su Si, known for his boldness. He returned home as a visual analyst, causing quite a stir since his return, and by chance, he and Gu Lianhao became close friends. Thus, on Valentine's Day evening, Gu Lianhao and her boyfriend, suspected of cheating, stormed into Fenglin Pavilion, a place known more by name than presence. What Gu Lianhao did not expect was to see the big shot, Lan Tingfang, at Fenglin Pavilion. Su Si was holding on to a young, glamorous woman who was leaning over a young man. When someone turned on the lights in the private room, Gu Lianhao saw Lan Tingfang sitting in the middle, tilting his head with a girl beside him. Several young girls were playing a game of catching playing cards with their lips, wearing scant clothing, with a pile of clothes on one side. The men sat on one side watching, and with the sudden intrusion of the reckless Su Si, the playing cards fell, prompting a raucous shout to strip. Beautiful women, fine wine, and seductive music made it clear this was a different world, one that most people could never reach. In the quiet corridor, Lan Tingfang lit a cigarette. As Gu Lianhao grew impatient waiting, he said, "Today is my birthday." Now, Lan Tingfang looked far from the glamorous figure he appeared in various media. Instead, his silent demeanor made him seem dejected and lonely. Did he want to hear her say happy birthday? Gu Lianhao coldly snorted in her heart, turned to leave, and then heard him ask, "Is she doing well?" This time, Gu Lianhao was no longer in a hurry to leave. She slowly walked up to Lan Tingfang and asked, "Why do you want to know that? Have you fallen under my curse? Have you discovered that you still love Gu Lianhao?" He did not respond, taking deep drags from his cigarette. Gu Lianhao certainly did not believe her curse was that effective. No matter what your intentions are, Lan Tingfang, you must not think about Gu Lianhao, because you are not worthy and you do not have that qualification. Lan Tingfang, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. If you feel sorry for Lianhao, then like me, sincerely wish her happiness. Their essay saying, if you don't meet, you can forget. In the future, if you run into her on the street, you should take a detour. That is what you owe her. In early May, Gu Lianhao was bumped into by a girl at the supermarket, causing her phone to break. The girl looked to be in her 20s, with a ponytail, fair skin, and a pure appearance, hurriedly apologizing. After leaving the supermarket, Gu Lianhao saw the girl who had just bumped into her rushing into a car that looked quite flashy. Gu Lianhao couldn't help but look a few more times. And in the car, she saw Lan Tingfang sitting in the back seat alongside the girl with a young man driving. Gu Lianhao recognized him as Xiao Dao, Lan Tingfang's driver. Watching the cars whiz by, Gu Lianhao couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly. It seemed that this man had found a substitute for Bai Annie. She didn't understand why Lan Tingfang didn't end up with Bai Annie. Bai Annie had settled in Beijing and recently opened a studio there, transitioning to behind-the-scenes work as a music producer. The studio was not far from the Asia-Pacific headquarters, making Bai Annie's intentions quite clear. But what was the point of Lan Tingfang's pretentiousness? The girl she had just seen bore a striking resemblance to Bai Annie. Ku Ying took out the name and phone number the girl had written for her from her handbag. Shu Xiao Xiao. Ku Ying raised an eyebrow. That was quite an unusual name. She tossed the note into the trash can. Forget it. If her phone was broken, so be it. She didn't want any entanglements with anyone related to Lan Tingfang. In August, Ku Ying's long-dormant email address belonging to Gu Lianhao finally received the message she had been waiting for. Lianhao sent her a photo of herself. In the photo, Lianhao was standing next to a tall Indian man, covered in colorful face paint, surrounded by several children, all smiling like sunflowers in a lush green jungle. Ku Ying smiled along with Lianhao in the photo, tears welling up in her eyes. She understood the significance of Lianhao sending this picture. Finally, the brave woman Gu Lianhao had embraced a brand new life. At the end of 2009, during the Asian Film Media Awards held in Tokyo, a 30-minute short film captured the attention of all the judges and audience members. The film was titled Dream. It was a science fiction film that could be summarized as a story about emotions, about a woman from Mercury who fell in love with a human man. Due to communication issues, the man was unaware that the woman had been silently loving him all along. One day, the woman had to return to Mercury, and she wanted to tell the man the only sentence she had learned on Earth. She waited at the place where they first met until the last second, but ultimately, she did not meet the man. In that final moment, as she spoke the words "I love you," she also learned what it meant to shed human tears. The tears that fell from her eyes transformed into a dream. Later, the man understood, realized, and comprehended. Then, because he saved a boy, the man was involved in a car accident. While he was being taken to the hospital, all the instruments indicated that he had stopped breathing. However, remarkably, his body remained warm, and his heart was still beating faintly. This miraculous moment lasted for 2 hours. After 2 hours, the man's expression changed. The previously tense look softened, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corners of his mouth before he became completely cold. No one could explain those miraculous 2 hours. Later, at the place where the man and woman first met, all the clocks stopped for 2 hours. The entire film had no dialogue throughout. There was a soothing voiceover from a man. In the end, the film left behind this line. The man exchanged his death for 2 hours of time reversal, during which he finally heard the first sentence of human language that the woman had learned, and he witnessed the first drop of tear she had learned to shed. This short film won the Audience Favorite Award that year, but no one came to accept the award. The person who brought the film to the exhibition told the organizers that it was just a journey of one person's dream. The short film never appeared again afterwards. Chapter 25, After You Become a Memory. 1. Lan Tingfang. Tell me, what will it take for you to love me again? On a summer evening in early June 2010, excited fans and various media outlets had gathered early outside the red carpet of the Asia-Pacific Media Headquarters building. Today marked the official launch of a fashion channel meticulously crafted by Asia-Pacific Media, which would present the most dazzling, cool, and trendy fashion information from around the world to viewers in real time. How could such an event lack the presence of big-name stars? The names of the celebrities listed on Asia-Pacific Media's official website who would appear on the red carpet were enough to send large crowds of fans into screams of excitement. Dressed in glamorous attire, the stars arrived one after another, and their interactions with reporters and fans elicited waves of screams. Fans held cameras and phones, snapping photos incessantly. And even those fans who were cordoned off by security tried to escape their restraints to take pictures with their idols. Among them was a fan next to Shu Xiao Xiao, whose ponytail was nearly yanked off by a frenzied admirer. Huang Yin, who was with her, forcefully pried the fan's hand away. Huang Yin took Shu Xiao Xiao's hand and led her to a less crowded area, amidst the rising waves of screams, and asked loudly, "Are you sure you'll see him?" She was the only one at school who knew Shu Xiao Xiao's secret. Shu Xiao Xiao blushed, gave Huang Yin a big eye roll, and tried to widen her eyes to spot his figure on the red carpet. He should be appearing, right? The official website of Asia Pacific Media had already announced that he would be attending. It had been over 2 months since Xu Xiaoxiao last saw him. That day, he had just finished eating the meal she cooked when he received a phone call that changed his expression dramatically. He shouted into the phone, "What the hell? You actually made Kaka sick." That day, he left her place in a furious hurry. It was the first time Xu Xiaoxiao saw such a side to him, and she began to feel anxious. Who was Kaka? It sounded like a child. After that day, Xu Xiaoxiao did not see him again nor received a phone call from him. Another round of high-pitched screams erupted as a Korean pop group took the stage, causing a group of girls with hearts in their eyes to scream in a bizarre mix of Korean, shouting, "Appa, I love you," while the outside was buzzing. The Asia-Pacific media lobby was peaceful, with stars sitting at their respective tables, whispering to one another. In this setting, Gu Lianhao.Lianhao was an outsider. He wasn't familiar with the other stars and had no interest in getting to know them. He was engrossed in a mobile game when Feng Wei suddenly appeared before him. In the golden reception room, Gu Lianhao saw the man named Lan Tingfang for the second time, dressed in a cream-colored fitted suit, a royal blue bow tie, and wide-legged dark blue jeans. This seemingly mismatched outfit somehow exuded charm, making him look like a captivating lord from a medieval manor in a classic novel. Set against a golden backdrop. "Nice to see you again." Gu Lianhao extended his hand to Lan Tingfang. After all, this was about his future bank balance and his development in this emerging market, as well as how large a small island in the Pacific he could buy before retiring at 40. So, he had to be polite. Lan Tingfang shook his hand and quickly let go, and Gu Lianhao guessed that this man likely had obsessive-compulsive tendencies. He even secretly imagined the man in the bathroom, desperately scrubbing his hands with soap. The two took their seats. "I heard Mr. Yuan is here to sign a contract with our company. Have you made up your mind?" Lan Tingfang asked, turning his head to him. "Yes." Gu Lianhao handed over the prepared contract, which Lan Tingfang's administrative assistant promptly took and handed to a lawyer nearby. Clearing his throat, Gu Lianhao curiously asked, "Mr. Lan Tingfang, why did you choose me to be the spokesperson for your channel?" He didn't answer immediately. With a slight furrow of his brow, he took a moment before responding, "Because I accidentally heard you say something. No matter how cool this era is, love is always there." Someone else once said something similar. The channel we are creating needs to embody both tradition and contemporary trends, and I believe Mr. Yuan meets those criteria. This made Gu Lianhao feel good inside, and he grinned. "When I get back, I need to teach my manager a lesson." It turns out this saying isn't originally hers. Just then his phone rang. The ringtone sounded familiar, and Lan Tingfang glanced at his phone, which was the latest model of BlackBerry. The contact photo was of a brilliantly blooming red sunflower, with the name manager flashing on the screen, causing the man to smile as he answered and walked outside. Looking pleased. For some reason, Lan Tingfang felt his heart sink again into a great void. Previously, his heart had been empty, and now, he smiled self-deprecatingly. Now, his heart felt like a desolate desert with no end in sight, a rotting animal carcass, a black ocean that could swallow him whole at any moment. Manager? She must be someone very close to him, perhaps a wife, maybe a longtime girlfriend. The first time he met Gu Lianhao was on a public channel in Italy, where he was being interviewed by a Hong Kong media outlet and spoke fluent Mandarin about his views on love. He said a lovely woman told him, "No matter how cool this era is, love is always there," and he gradually began to agree with that sentiment. When Gu Lianhao returned to the reception room after finishing the call, Lan Tingfang was already gone, leaving only the administrative assistant and the lawyer. Half an hour later, Gu Lianhao became the spokesperson for Asia-Pacific Media's most fashionable channel. Required to appear in the studio every weekend to record a 1-hour program introducing the latest global fashion trends for the upcoming week. 3 hours later, Gu Lianhao, now part of Asia-Pacific Media, was taken to the launch ceremony. At the banquet, he felt that the elegantly dressed female stars were casting fleeting glances at the male host of the banquet, Lan Tingfang, who stood there like an unparalleled presence. This made him, who had always been favored by Western beauties, feel a bit jealous. No wonder his manager told him that in the Eastern entertainment industry, having just a pretty face wasn't enough. As the launch ceremony concluded, Lan Tingfang hastily answered a few questions from the media and left early, appearing at the banquet for only a brief moment. After the banquet, Fang Wei took Gu Lianhao and his manager, Amy, to the apartment that the company had prepared for him and arranged for a lifestyle assistant named Xiaofan. The apartment was only a 15-minute drive from Asia Pacific Media headquarters, with 3 rooms and a living room, simple and bright, quite suitable for 2 single men. The day after signing the contract, Gu appeared in the recording studio. Clearly, there were many differences between Eastern and Western work environments. In the West, directors and crew expressed themselves in a more relaxed and free manner, while the Eastern crew was more rigorous and serious, making Gu feel somewhat uncomfortable. Coupled with Amy's limited Chinese, after several hours of work, he felt he was both a father and a mother, and by the time they finished recording, it was already past 9 at night. After leaving the studio, Xiong found a little thing, a fluffy chihuahua, sleeping soundly in the large backpack he had brought. They were new to the place and were at a loss for how to deal with this unexpected guest. The staff all claimed that the chihuahua wasn't theirs. As a result, under the suggestion of Amy, a member of the Animal Protection Association, Xiong did something silly. He just sat there waiting. He didn't even know if he was waiting for the chihuahua to wake up and tell him the address, or for the dog's owner to come looking for it. However, his foolishness turned out to be worthwhile. He didn't expect that the chihuahua's owner was actually Lan Tingfang's precious darling. From the almost frothing at-the-mouth reaction of Fang Yue, the administrative assistant, one could imagine how important this little creature was to its owner. The little one was named Kaka. Fang Yue said he intended to take Kaka for a routine checkup at the vet that day, but after he finished getting documents from his office, Kaka had run away from home. It is said that as soon as the owner learned that Kaka had been missing for over 3 hours, they rushed back from Singapore. This was somewhat astonishing to Xiong's ears. Lan Tingfang seemed like a clean freak, and such a person would actually fly back overnight from Singapore for a little dog. However, Amy was visibly excited to hear this, and after Xiong guessed for half an hour, he was sure that Amy would unprofessionally label this animal-loving mister. Lan is a good person. When Kaka was taken away by Fang Yue, the little one was still sleeping soundly. This is how Xiong's first workday in Beijing came to an end. The next day, after finishing the program that hadn't been recorded the day before, Xiong unexpectedly saw Lan Tingfang appear in the studio. His arrival clearly surprised all the staff. The recording that day went much better than the day before, and they wrapped up around 5 in the afternoon, with Lan Tingfang arriving at the studio at 5 o'clock. Xiong, have dinner with me tonight, he said in front of everyone. At this, everyone cast ambiguous glances at these 2 men, whose faces and figures matched perfectly. The big boss, with skin that looked perfect enough to break, and the beautiful young man who had become a dream lover in the eyes of male colleagues. Could there be a chance for a relationship, especially as same-sex relationships had gradually become legal in the West? Xiong felt his scalp tingle under their gaze. Although he didn't discriminate against gay men, he was really not one of them. Lan Tingfang took him to a restaurant with a strong Chinese flavor, requesting an open-air private room on the top floor, where the waiter served mouth-watering dishes. Most of the dinner was eaten by Xiong alone, while Lan Tingfang leaned against the side, seemingly forgetting his existence. After finishing his meal, he smoked a cigarette, just leaning there by himself. Xiong had to admit that Lan Tingfang, like his name, was full of charm, a charm that could captivate women as well as men. Such a man often tempts you to open up your rich imagination. Chapter 26, After You Become a Memory, 2. Xiong. Thank you for Kaka's matter. Lan Tingfang said. Xiong nearly choked on the water. He didn't expect that the enormous honor that had fallen upon him actually came from that little thing. Yes, Xiaofan had secretly told him to treat this meal with Lan Tingfang as a great honor because Lan Tingfang was inviting his employee to dinner in a personal capacity. When that little assistant excitedly told Xiong these words, he was gnashing his teeth in anger inside, wondering how he had become Lan Tingfang's employee when they were obviously in a partnership. Before Xiong could catch his breath, Lan Tingfang tossed out a second sentence. If you want, I can help you open up the Chinese market. Xiong's pride was slightly hurt, and he frowned. No need. Mr. Lang, what I did last night was merely out of instinct, and I have no intention of raising my profile. Nor will I use that little dog as a publicity stunt. I didn't think that way. I genuinely appreciate you. You may not know, Kaka. He paused here. Kaka has a special significance for me. It is not just a simple little dog to me. I cannot lose it. Yuan Yingxiong understood. Lan Tingfang was sincerely grateful to him. When he was in college, he had taken a psychology course out of boredom, and that little dog, Kaka, should belong to this man's transference tendency, where feelings for unattainable or lost people or things are projected onto related objects. Nodding, Yuan Yingxiong surveyed the restaurant, which had a very cheerful name called Zilfu. Compared to those Chinese restaurants in Chinatown flaunting a pure Chinese style, this place was on a completely different level. He felt that everything here was filled with a sense of age, and the waiters in traditional Chinese uniforms with friendly smiles made it seem as if they had fallen into another time and space. Thus, Yuan Yingxiong found Lan Tingfang's smoking earlier to be quite rude, and what was worse was that he pulled out a second cigarette from the iron box. Before he could stop him, another pair of hands had already intervened. "You're playing with fire." Ko Jiaming angrily snatched the cigarette from Lan Tingfang, saying that if he continued to smoke so recklessly, as the doctor said, in 10 years his lungs would become a ticking time bomb. Sighing, he placed the medicinal dish he had specially prepared for Lan Tingfang in front of him, looking disappointed. "Eat this while it's hot. It's good for long-term smokers. Come once a month, and I'll have the kitchen prepare it for you." Yuan Yingxiong guessed that this suddenly appearing man should be the owner of the restaurant. He also thought that this man's mannerisms were somewhat reminiscent of Lan Tingfang's wife. Before coming to Beijing, he had specifically read some reports about Lan Tingfang. It was the first time he felt curious about a man. The first time he met Lan Tingfang was through MES introduction, and for some reason, Yuan Yingxiong felt a fondness for Lan Tingfang at first sight. He felt as if there was some shared magnetic field between them, which in China should be called mutual affinity. Most reports about Lan Tingfang were rather vague, and his private life was rarely exposed, making his marital status even more mysterious. "I hate people staring at me like that," the person opposite suddenly said coldly. Yuan Yingxiong awkwardly noticed a text message notification on his phone. Lan Tingfang casually glanced over, and the phone screen still showed that sunflower. The owner of that sunflower clearly delighted Yuan Yingxiong, who smiled while reading it. And that smile suddenly made Lan Tingfang feel irritated. He averted his gaze, not wanting to pay attention. Yes, Yuan Yingxiong was very happily finishing the text, happily holding his phone, and he casually blurted out, "She's coming. She'll be in Beijing at the beginning of next month. I haven't seen her for a month." Lan Tingfang remained non-committal. Tonight, Yuan Yingxiong had a few drinks. Once he had alcohol, he loved to talk, and Emmy was most afraid of him drinking, saying that the incessantly chattering Yuan Yingxiong was ruining his image. Little bits of happiness continuously bubbled up, and Yuan Yingxiong wanted to share his joy with Lan Tingfang, whom he felt he had a shared magnetic field with. He thought that the housekeeper had successfully trained him. He was obviously cold, introverted, and slightly reclusive, yet now it seemed as if he was becoming more childlike, eagerly wanting to share his sweet cherries with someone. He also felt that Lan Tingfang was very suitable to share his sweet cherries with. Initially, I hated her. She was the daughter of my mom's friend. Strangely, my mom entrusted me to her before she passed away, and she stormed up to me, saying she was here to claim the inheritance my mother left her. And I was her inheritance. Isn't that strange? She did a lot of absurd things. She really treated me as her inheritance, controlling this and controlling that, forbidding me from attending all-night parties, forbidding me from causing trouble in bars, forbidding me from making those dubious friends. At this point, Yuan Yingxiong casually rolled up his sleeves, pointing to several spots on his arms. "See? She even pulled my arm and made me remove some tattoos. She was so strong. Her voice loud and her tongue sharp. I wasn't afraid of any of that, but strangely, I was afraid of her crying. That day, I broke the tattoo removal solution, and she cried, saying that Aunt's son should be clean, healthy, and upright. Later, those absurd behaviors of hers that I used to hate gradually became lovable. Then, I started to feel uncomfortable if I didn't hear her voice for a day, and my heart would feel empty if I didn't see her figure. But this irresponsible woman, after successfully transforming me, went to some rundown school to teach Chinese, saying she wanted to fulfill her mother's wish. Yuan Yingxiong complained. Lan Tingfang didn't he know why he was here, listening to a man talk about his romance. When he finally heard him say with a look of relief, "Thank goodness, in the end, I realized her goodness." At that moment, Lan Tingfang felt a sharp pang in his heart, and some part of him began to rot again. The Yuan Yingxiong in front of him transformed into the embodiment of his deepest hatred. Why did he, in the end, come to know the goodness of the her he mentioned? Why did God give him such an opportunity? Yuan Yingxiong was speaking passionately when unexpectedly, the person opposite stood up with a gloomy face and threw out, without showing any courtesy, "I hope you don't appear in public like this in the future. I don't want us to create an image of a chatterbox." Chatterbox? Yuan Yingxiong thought for a while before finally understanding what this meant. This was a derogatory term. Absolutely derogatory. Xiao Dao carefully peered through the car mirror to look at the person in the back seat. The dark clothing made Mr. Lan appear exceptionally melancholic. Xiao Dao even felt that every body language of Mr. Lan exuded sadness. He acted naturally in front of others, but once he relaxed, it was as if he had slipped into another space. Once, Xiao Dao heard the drunken Mr. Lan ask his friend, Jiaming, "Do you think I have the right to look for her?" "No, you don't. I've heard that story too, and I think you've missed too much. So much that you can never recover it. What if I become very, very good? She loved me when I was very bad. If I become very, very good." At that time, Xiao Dao felt that Mr. Lan's final words were almost like a plea, as if he were begging for some kind of affirmation. "Tingfang, how many flower-like years does a woman have?" I heard a story about a young man in ancient times who had longed to see the beautiful peach blossoms of Jiangnan. However, he was always delayed by various matters. Later in his old age, he finally arrived in Jiangnan to see the peach blossoms. But when he stood under the peach tree, he realized he had lost the excitement he once had for them. What is missed is missed. Tingfang, don't disturb her anymore. I think this is best. Don't disturb her? Ko Jiaming, I didn't expect you to say that too. Everyone is telling me not to disturb her. Everyone is saying that. In the end, Mr. Lan made a sound that was like crying and laughing at the same time. Xiao Dao didn't know who she referred to between them, but last year, Assistant Fong accidentally let it slip that Mr. Lan and Mrs. Lan had been divorced for several years. However, Xiao Dao distinctly remembered a time when he casually asked about Mrs. Lan and Mr. Lan replied lightly that she had gone to travel around the world. The lights along the way brushed past the windshield one by one, and the lights from the residential windows on both sides shone with the warm tones that Lan Tingfang despised. In the past, his home also had such lights. Closing his eyes, he placed his hand on his temple. "Xiao Dao, turn around, go to Xiang Yuan." A week later, the program hosted by Yuan Yingxiong finally aired. Yuan Yingxiong was very familiar with the job of a host. During the off-season of fashion in Italy, he would take on hosting work to maintain his exposure. In Beijing, the program he hosted was called Connecting with Italy, and it received a good response after its premiere. He was satisfied, as his demeanor in front of the camera was natural and his speech fluent. The day after the program aired, viewers called the production team requesting detailed personal information about the host. Many industry insiders gave positive feedback, and several high-end fashion brands had already expressed interest in sponsoring the program. At the celebration banquet for the premiere, many high-ranking officials attended. But Yuan Yingxiong did not see Lan Tingfang. Xiao Fan told him that Lan Tingfang rarely attended internal gatherings. On the first weekend of June, Yuan Yingxiong got up early, tidied up his house, and also tidied himself up. Standing in front of the full-length mirror, wearing a white t-shirt and gray casual pants with a neat hairstyle, he smiled at himself in the mirror. Good, clean, and fresh, just the way she likes him. In 6 hours, he would be able to see her. Ipin Xiangguan is a tavern modeled after Japanese establishment from the mid-18th century, and it holds a prominent position in the capital. It features hot springs, authentic Japanese sake, top-notch chefs, well-trained geishas, and exquisite private rooms. In the softly lit corridor of the private rooms, a subtle fragrance wafted through. A tall, well-built man leaned against the wall adorned with hibiscus flowers, while two beautiful women leaned against him, their hands climbing over him like growing vines, suggesting they would not stop until death. However, if an unexpected visitor were to appear, it would certainly spoil the scene. At the end of the corridor stood a slender woman who paused for a moment, then lowered her footsteps and hurried toward them. The two women paid no attention to the unexpected guest and continued to entangle with the man. The corridor was not spacious, and the unexpected guest passed closely by them. Perhaps due to her hurried pace, one of her shoes unexpectedly fell off at that moment, landing right by the feet of the man and the two women. She softly cursed under her breath, took a few steps back, and forced herself to speak. "I'm sorry to disturb you. I want to pick up my shoe." Her voice was like celestial music, and the man seemed to awaken from a dream, then overflowed with emotion. Goodbye. Chapter 27, After You Become a Memory. 3. Lianhao. In the soft light, the voice trembled like the altered tone of a cello's tail note. Lan Tingfang. It belonged to an instinct. When she saw the man leaning against the wall, it spread its wings and broke free like a chrysalis. Lan Tingfang. Lan Tingfang was Gu Lianhao's epitaph from her past life. Lan Tingfang was something Gu Lianhao used to forget and had already forgotten. The three characters of Lan Tingfang were too intense, and Gu Lianhao could only remember it through a sense of loss. Lianhao never expected to meet Lan Tingfang on the third day after returning to Beijing, and under such a seductive visual, this sudden encounter left her a bit dazed. Standing there like a golden rooster, forgetting her shoes. He squatted down in front of her, resting her feet on his thigh, picked up one shoe, gently put it on her foot, and then gently held her ankle to place it back on the ground. Lianhao frowned. Lan Tingfang was still squatting on the ground, looking at her, most of his expression hidden in shadow. "President Lan, do you know each other?" one of the girls asked in a delicate voice. Lianhao remembered that Kuing was still waiting for her in the private room. She had just stepped out to take a phone call and got lost, leading to this strange encounter. She nodded faintly, and just as Lianhao wanted to leave, a force suddenly pulled her back hard. Lianhao frowned again. Lan Tingfang was gripping her tightly, and the two were frozen like that. "President Lan." The delicate voice rang out again. "Get lost." Lan Tingfang spat out harshly. After the two girls left, the corridor felt even quieter with only their breathing sounds. "Lan Tingfang, let me go," Lianhao said calmly. "Kuing is waiting for me. I've been out for a while." Lan Tingfang's voice was anxious. Lianhao, can we talk? Just for a moment. It won't take much of your time." "Okay. I don't think there's anything we need to talk about." Lianhao pulled her hand, but his grip was like a vice. Lianhao became impatient and glared at him. "Besides, I think Mr. Lan's current state is not suitable for conversation." Following her gaze, Lan Tingfang's heart sank, and he hurriedly tried to tidy his clothes with his free hand, but the more flustered he became, the more disheveled he looked. There were several lipstick marks on the collar of his white shirt, and 3 buttons were undone. She stood facing the light, wearing a light blue sleeveless dress that revealed her collarbone, her hair long and just shoulder length, her eyes bright. She looked good, as Kuing said. Gu Lianhao was truly someone who understood life. She looked at him calmly, without any turbulence, and this gaze caused Lan Tingfang's heart to sink little by little, as if he had fallen from heaven into hell. Everyone told him not to disturb her. Everyone said he had already missed his chance. Everyone said he was no longer worthy of having her. Everyone said Gu Lianhao deserved better. He helplessly released her hand. She was gone. Lan Tingfang leaned against the wall. It seemed that the good fortune belonging to Lan Tingfang had been squandered by him. And to meet her under such circumstances was just a result of him being pulled over by Ko, Jiaming, and the others. A large group of people, both men and women. He felt bored and came out to get some air. As he leaned against the wall, those 2 women came out and clung to him. Coincidentally, he was too lazy to move, and when one of them reached for his abdomen, he was just about to push her away when he heard Lianhao's voice and saw her for certain. Some say that those who waste too many opportunities will ultimately be punished, and indeed, it was like that. Lan Tingfang smiled until every bone in his body ached. In fact, since the day Lianhao left, God had already begun punishing him. In a private room at Yipinxiang, Kuing was enthusiastically recommending Miss Su Si to Lianhao, who was holding a geisha's umbrella and wearing wooden sandals, taking small steps. Her peculiar appearance amused the 2 geishas who had just finished performing, making them cover their mouths and laugh. When this Miss Su Si heard Lianhao say she could eat instant noodles while watching Sadako crawl out of the TV, and even praised Yuanxiong for being cute, She immediately wished to become sworn sisters with Lianhao, because she too happened to be eating instant noodles while watching Sadako crawl out of the TV. And she thought Juanxiong, with a lot of white powder on his face, was cute, so she naturally started calling Lianhao affectionately. After spending a few hours together, Lianhao found Su Si to be quite charming, straightforward, and generous. After they left the Sichuan spicy restaurant, Su Si exclaimed that she wanted to play something elegant. So she excitedly called a few friends and came to Yiping Xiang. Su Si became lively after a bit of sake and could no longer be elegant. Just as she was trying hard to imitate the geisha's performance, the door swung open and a few men entered, the one in front opening his arms. Sister Si, your brother is here to share a table with you. To Lianhao's surprise, the man calling Su Si Sister Si was actually Gu Lianhao, followed by Fang Zuang. And behind him were two unfamiliar faces, with Lan Tingfang walking in last, having changed into a black shirt. Apart from Ku Ying and Lianhao, the other girls in the private room showed great enthusiasm. Everyone who came was good-looking, especially the grand entrance of Lan Tingfang, who, as soon as he entered, made the girl sitting opposite Lianhao exclaim Lan Tingfang, and immediately start to fix her hair. Gu Lianhao, seeing Su Si getting along well, almost like a game, approached Lianhao with a smile that contained bitterness, extending his hand. Gu Lianhao, it's a pleasure to see you again. Lianhao did not extend her hand, merely giving him a faint nod while continuing to sit on the Japanese-style soft mat on the floor. Fang Zuang also came to Lianhao's side, feeling awkward in front of her, even though he usually handled himself smoothly in public. He recalled that day at Gu Lianhao's villa when he even played matchmaker for Gu Lianhao and by Annie, harboring ulterior motives, always feeling that by Annie and Lan Tingfang should be together. Later, on a debauched midnight, he heard a story about a message in a bottle, which softly pierced his heart that had long been numb, and he suddenly felt fortunate to have heard this story, and he was glad that it was true. Later, he was genuinely shocked by Gu Lianhao. Now, seeing Gu Lianhao again, Fang Zuang wanted to hug the woman who had surprised him and whom he admired, and sincerely apologized to her. He raised his hand, but under her bright gaze, he ultimately did nothing. Lan Tingfang politely asked the girl sitting next to Lianhao if she could give up her seat for him, and the girl, surprised, slightly opened her mouth but still stood up. This little situation made the atmosphere in the private room somewhat awkward. Su Si's eyes turned, realizing it was rare to see Lan Tingfang here. She couldn't let the atmosphere go cold, shaking her maracas and laughing vibrantly. Do Su Si. Lan Tingfang was the fifth element man, mysterious, sexy, charming. She often heard his name at gatherings but had only heard of him without seeing him. Now that she finally saw Lan Tingfang, she wouldn't miss the chance to observe him closely. Of course, her curiosity was pure, and she had no ulterior motives. In Su Si's eyes, the fifth element man could be a sexual fantasy, but living together was out of the question. She didn't want to become a neurotic woman, living in suspicion every day, worrying that her man was being coveted by someone else. Ku Ying was very troubled by this situation, but fortunately, Lianhao appeared calm and unbothered, which was definitely not an act. After taking a sip of water, Ku Ying felt relieved in her heart. If asked how Lianhao feels about Lan Tingfang sitting beside her at this moment, Lianhao wouldn't know how to describe it. She only feels helpless. No excitement, no hatred, just helplessness. Indeed, Lianhao never expected to encounter Lan Tingfang again, nor did she want to. For Lianhao, Lan Tingfang is just a distant, broken memory. She lowered her eyes and heard him call her name softly. Lianhao. Lianhao replied faintly, her gaze falling on the dancing geisha. Lianhao, give me a little time, okay? Let's talk. Lan Tingfang's voice lingered in Lianhao's ears, both near and far. Finally, Lianhao pulled her gaze to Lan Tingfang's face. Frowning. What do we have to talk about? It seems we have nothing left to discuss. Lan Tingfang avoided Lianhao's eyes and changed the subject. Lianhao, Kaka must really want to see you. Please meet him. Last year I took him to Mexico, and that little guy was quite a handful when he returned to his birthplace. Lianhao remained silent, and Lan Tingfang continued speaking. He's very cute. I specially hired a trainer for him. He can roll over, lie down, shake hands, and stand at attention. I think one day when you come back and see him like this, you'll be very happy. I also plan to. That's enough, Lan Tingfang. Actually, I never thought about meeting you. Do you understand what I'm saying? Lianhao's hand gripped the water cup tightly. Lan Tingfang's face quickly turned pale, as if all the blood had been drained from her in an instant. She struggled to take a sip of water and asked hoarsely, I understand, Lianhao. Can you spare a little time to let me treat you to a meal? Rubbing her forehead, Lianhao sighed heavily and said, Lan Tingfang, you really don't have to do this. I'm doing very well. A glimmer of light, like starlight, from Lianhao's ring finger pierced Lan Tingfang's eyes as she raised her hand. Once she saw clearly, Lan Tingfang's mind went blank. Mr. Lan, let's stop here. If you need, I can also tell you how well I'm doing now. Do you want to hear? No need. Lan Tingfang shouted loudly. Everyone turned their gaze to them, and the man who usually seemed indifferent stood up in a fluster, muttering to himself, No need, no need. As long as you're doing well, that's enough. As he muttered, he stumbled out of the private room. Fang Zhuang quickly followed him out, and Ko Jiaming gave Lianhao a deep look, sighed, and also left the room. Inside the private room, Lianhao and Ku Ying exchanged bitter smiles. Fate often brings moments of helplessness. Chapter 28, After You Become a Memory. 4. Fang Zhuang drove after Lan Tingfang's car, cursing her fiercely for being a crazy person, showing off her reckless driving on the roads of Beijing. If speeding isn't madness, then what is? Fortunately, it wasn't rush hour, but many drivers leaned out of their windows to curse. Eventually, the traffic police were alerted and stopped Lan Tingfang's car at an intersection. After several rounds of negotiations with the police, the situation finally calmed down. Throughout it all, Lan Tingfang had her head down on the steering wheel and did not say a word. In the early morning hours, they arrived at an overpass. Lan Tingfang sat in the passenger seat, extending her fingers out of the window. Fang Zhuang remained silent. The atmosphere in the car became oppressive due to Lan Tingfang's shadowy gaze. Just hours earlier, she had been in a dreamlike state, exclaiming, I saw her, with a joy that was hard to conceal, and then sniffing the clothes of the men in the private room, ultimately tearing off Ko Jiaming's black shirt because it didn't smell of perfume. When he saw Gu Lianhao in another private room, Fang Zhuang finally understood Lan Tingfang's strange behavior. Seeing his friend eagerly approaching made him sigh, realizing how cruel fate could be. He didn't know how long had passed when he heard Lan Tingfang quietly ask Zhuang, what do you think it means for a divorced woman to wear a ring on her ring finger? A divorced woman wearing a ring on her ring finger? Fang Zhuang felt uncomfortable with this question from Lan Tingfang. He thought for a moment, what could it mean? Maybe. Lan Tingfang clearly didn't want him to answer, hurriedly adding, she's not that kind of woman. Fang Zhuang sighed inwardly. Even Lan Tingfang was like this. He had seen the ring on Gu Lianhao's ring finger. What else could it mean for a woman to wear a ring on her ring finger? Over the years since Gu Lianhao left, Fang Zhuang had witnessed Lan Tingfang's most desperate moments, and at that moment, he suddenly felt pity. Clearing his throat, he pretended to be casual. In some countries, I've heard that divorced young women wear rings on their ring fingers to avoid unnecessary trouble, like preventing harassment from colleagues or bosses at work. Lan Tingfang's eyes suddenly brightened. Her expression animated as she grasped his shoulder. Yes, yes. Why didn't I think of that? I recently saw a similar report. How could I forget? Yes, yes. Those women who come up with such ideas are really clever and lovely. It's a brilliant solution. Fang Zhuang forced a smile, but his throat felt choked, unable to say a word. He didn't know if it was because her grip on his shoulder hurt too much or if it was the bitterness rising in his heart. He never thought Lan Tingfang could have such moments. At around 1:30 a.m., Xiao Dao was woken up by his boss's excited voice on the phone, saying, Xiao Dao, go to the Car Beauty Center tomorrow and bring back the retro legend. At around 2:00 a.m., Fang Yue was woken up by his direct superior, who informed him in an unprecedented tone that he didn't have to work tomorrow and should take Kaka out to dress her up nicely. Fang Yue held the phone in a daze, wondering if it was a prank call, then heard his boss say, Kaka's mom is back. Kaka's mom? Another dog? The next day, Fang Yue still took the little creature to the pet center, where he was no longer surprised. He remembered being quite startled the first time he came here, not expecting such a place to exist. It was luxurious enough to rival those star-rated venues, with dedicated grooming salons for pets and designers creating clothes for them. Most astonishingly, There were even pet psychologists. Once, when Kaka was particularly irritable, Fang Yue discovered that his boss had put down his work to come to the pet center, listening attentively to the pet psychologist analyze Kaka's mental state during that time. From that day on, Fang Yue no longer dared to neglect the little chihuahua, who always looked a bit pitiful. He knew that this little creature, named Kaka, was very important to Lan Tingfang. Fang Yue delivered the beautifully groomed Kaka to his boss on time. Lan Tingfang was truly captivating, with short hair revealing a beautiful outline, a translucent white shirt, and dark gray Versace business trousers, all of which highlighted his masculine charm. No wonder that young office worker, who reportedly received a smile from Mr. Lan today, was so excited that she screamed, waving her arms and spitting as she exclaimed, "Mr. Lan smiled at me. Fang Yue, are you done staring?" Suddenly, he heard his boss's angry voice. Fang Yue awkwardly withdrew his gaze and stammered, "Mr. Lan, doctor. Zhou said Kaka is in a good mood today." Lan Tingfang disliked the formal titles in the workplace. Most of the time, he preferred Fang Yue to call him Mr. Lan unless they were in particularly formal public settings. Kaka's good mood clearly pleased Lan Tingfang, who lifted Kaka high. But the pink bow around Kaka's neck made him frown slightly, and with a look of disdain, he left the office with Kaka. After Lan Tingfang left, Fang Yue began tidying up the office. In the lounge area, he accidentally bumped into Lan Tingfang's computer, and a file popped up. By some strange coincidence, he opened the file, which left him dumbfounded. It contained a series of tips on how to win a girl's heart, clearly lifted from various magazines. In addition, there was a questionnaire about how much favorability one had in a girl's eyes, in which Lan Tingfang unsurprisingly scored negative points. One question asked how he would apologize to his girlfriend. Option 1. Buy her favorite flowers and sincerely apologize. Option 2. Make her favorite food and say sorry in a romantic atmosphere. Option 3. Go with the flow. Option 4. I don't know. Lan Tingfang had chosen the fourth option. There is a type of person in this world who is exceptionally intelligent, but completely lacking in emotional intelligence. And Fang Yue felt that Lan Tingfang belonged to that category. Xiao Dao drove the retro legend, which Mr. Lan regularly sent for maintenance, back to the Qingyuan garage and returned the car keys to Mr. Lan. Upon receiving the keys, Mr. Lan displayed a rare smile so dazzling that Xiao Dao didn't dare to look directly at his face, instead focusing on the pink bow around the neck of the chihuahua in Mr. Lan's arms. Mr. Lan was undoubtedly in a good mood, to the extent that at a traffic light, Xiao Dao even heard him softly say to the little creature in his arms, "Kaka, you must behave well when you see your mom tomorrow. It would be best to lure her back to our home. It must be an auditory hallucination." Xiao Dao kept telling himself. Whether it was an illusion remained a mystery. But if it wasn't a hallucination, then who was Kaka's mom? Another dog? On the 5th day of Lianhao's return to Beijing, she met Lan Tingfang for the second time at a government-arranged guest house, recommended by the dean. Lianhao came to Beijing mainly at the invitation of a cultural official, bringing a group of children from the Confucius Institute to participate in a cultural summer camp. Most of these children were very interested in this distant, ancient Eastern country. Dean Wu and Lianhao's mother were good friends. She was from Chaos Han and had immigrated to New Jersey with her parents during her childhood. Now she was the dean of the Confucius Institute in New Jersey, dedicated to promoting Chinese culture. At that time, Lianhao's mother promised her that she would come to teach Chinese at her institute once she retired, but unexpectedly. A year ago, Lianhao replaced her mother and became a Chinese teacher at the institute. Thinking of her mother made Lianhao a bit melancholic, but she gathered her spirits to face the unexpected guest that Dean Wu regarded as an honored visitor. In the small, simple reception room, Lianhao placed water in front of Lan Tingfang and Dean Wu. Just as she was about to step back, Dean Wu called her. "Lianhao, Mr. Lan wants to do some reporting about our institute, and he also wants to know about the specific situation regarding funding our institute. You young people communicate more easily. Today, I will lead the children. You are responsible for answering any questions Mr. Lan may have." No wonder Dean Wu was so happy. The Confucius Institute was a semi-public school, mostly relying on government subsidies and fundraising, often worrying about the next semester as soon as the current one ended. After explaining everything, Dean Wu left with a smile. Lianhao didn't understand why Lan Tingfang had come here so early. She thought she had expressed herself clearly the night before. After Dean Wu left, Lan Tingfang, who had just been cheerful, fell silent and didn't say a word. Lianhao approached him, crossed her arms, and stared directly at him. "Mr. Lan, if you sincerely want to fund our institute, I can compile a detailed report for you. If you have other intentions, please leave." Lan Tingfang took a sip of water, then said, "Lianhao, I genuinely want to provide support. I haven't had breakfast yet. Can you accompany me? We can talk while having breakfast. What do you think?" Lianhao ignored him and returned to her room, feeling irritated by Lan Tingfang's unexpected arrival on what was supposed to be a beautiful morning. While tidying up the children's messy clothes, Lianhao accidentally stepped on a small bouncy ball the kids had been playing with. She lost her balance, and just when she thought she would surely hurt herself, she found herself in a warm embrace, a once familiar embrace. Lianhao's first reaction was to push away as if she would get stuck if she didn't do so immediately. Standing firm, the man she once loved smiled bitterly. Lianhao's gaze lingered on Lan Tingfang's face. He looked even more handsome now, his brows and eyes like a charming painting, as beautiful as one could imagine. Gradually, a suspicious blush appeared on Lan Tingfang's fair face, and Lianhao realized she had been staring at him for too long. "Lianhao, have a meal with me. I brought kaka. It's in the car." Lan Tingfang lowered his gaze, having done his homework all night. It was said that women generally had no resistance to men who were humble and obedient, especially handsome ones, and indeed it worked. "You wait for me outside." Lianhao nodded. After changing her clothes, Lianhao stood in front of the mirror, dazed for a moment before stepping out of the room. Chapter 29, After You Become a Memory. 5. After changing her clothes, Lianhao walked out of the room, and she really did manage to scare Lan Tingfang. He awkwardly took the handbag from her hand, clearly not accustomed to such actions. As soon as they entered the lobby of the guest house, Lan Tingfang started to feel annoyed. Lianhao was wearing a yellow short-sleeved shirt paired with brown shorts, her two white legs constantly swaying in front of him. Lan Tingfang suddenly thought that Lianhao's habit of wearing shorts in summer was a bad one. Her legs weren't very long, but they were evenly proportioned, and her skin was as fair as snow. The men in the lobby's gazes occasionally landed on her legs. At the front door of the guest house, Lianhao was slightly startled. She didn't expect to see her vintage car again, and it looked even newer than when she left. "I take it for maintenance every once in a while," Lan Tingfang said beside her. Lianhao deliberately lowered her head to avoid looking at the beloved car that gleamed in the morning sun. She had liked it at first sight. It was hard for her to like anything, but in a foreign land on the endless highway, she often missed that big guy, feeling that the sound of its tires on the pavement was incomparable to any other car. Before she could touch the car door, Lan Tingfang opened it for her. Though his movements were awkward, lacking the elegance of British gentlemen. Standing by the car door, his face slightly flushed, he said, "Your driver's license is expired, so let me be your driver." Lianhao passively got into the car. A fluffy little head popped out of a beautiful pet basket, its long hair tied with a small bow, revealing its sparkling eyes. "Kaka." Lianhao picked it up, her face eagerly burying into its long fur. When she first saw it in the pet store, she thought holding this little thing in winter would surely be warm, but by the time winter came, she was no longer by its side. The little guy seemed to have forgotten her, showing a disdainful expression as it pawed at Lianhao's hair. "Kaka, stop." Lan Tingfang, who had just gotten in the car, raised his voice, and Kaka obediently lay in Lianhao's arms. Lan Tingfang took Kaka from Lianhao's arms and carefully placed it back in the pet basket. He retrieved a thermos box from the back seat, filled with Yonghe soy milk, which Lianhao used to love, along with some pastries she often ate with it. He handed each item to Lianhao one by one. She didn't look at Lan Tingfang. Instead, she passively ate everything under his gaze. After finishing the food with great difficulty, Lan Tingfang handed her a tissue. Lianhao took the tissue and wiped her mouth vigorously before throwing it out the window. Lan Tingfang, what exactly do you want? Lianhao couldn't help but blurt out. While tidying up everything in the car, Lan Tingfang spoke softly, "I'm not doing anything." "Lianhao, Kaka has a competition today. We should go and watch." Lianhao almost thought the person in front of her wasn't Lan Tingfang. He wasn't like this. He had layers upon layers of shells, and for 10 years, she hadn't been able to peel away any of them. The Lan Tingfang she knew was like granite that could never be warmed. But now he seemed different. This Lan Tingfang left Lianhao unsure of how to react. When Kaka heard its name, it perked up, revealing its little head and staring blankly at Lianhao, as if trying hard to recall something from memory. That familiar appearance softened Lianhao's heart. "All right, let us go together." Lianhao leaned down, gently running her fingers through Kaka's fur, which must have been well taken care of. Half an hour later, Lianhao followed Lan Tingfang to a show venue. This was the first time she realized such a strange place existed. A half-meter-high runway, comprehensive lighting equipment, and judge seats on both sides of the runway. Various stylishly dressed chihuahuas paraded in front of their owners, some adorned with gold and silver, while another chihuahua even had diamonds embedded in its nose. Lianhao held Kaka, astonished, not noticing when Lan Tingfang came up and wrapped his arms around her waist, nor did she realize she was now framed in his embrace, oblivious to the warm smile that filled Lan Tingfang's eyes and brows. When Kaka's trainer arrived, Lan Tingfang quietly released Lianhao and handed Kaka over to the trainer. Afterward, someone accidentally spilled a drink on Lianhao's shorts. Lan Tingfang somehow found a pair of women's long pants, and Lianhao sat with him in the audience watching the little dogs strut their stuff like models on the runway, posing in various styles under their trainer's commands. Kaka was the second to last to appear, dressed adorably in pink with cream-colored fur, looking like a little pink ball. As soon as it appeared, Kaka blew kisses to the judges under the trainer's gestures. When it was time for the talent show, Lianhao nervously gripped Lan Tingfang's hand as Kaka was about to jump through the hoop held by the trainer. Lan Tingfang placed his hand over hers. "It's fine. Our little guy will be very brave." His voice was gentle and deep like a rich cello. While Lianhao was still dazed, Kaka had already made a beautiful leap through the hoop, winning over the judges and the audience, who applauded enthusiastically. Proudly, Kaka directed its gaze towards them, and overwhelmed with excitement, Lianhao stood up and waved vigorously at Kaka. Her expression sparkled under the lights. Memories and time seemed to unintentionally intersect at that moment, and some images began to gradually clarify. That year, during a basketball game, he scored the winning shot and casually handed the ball to the girl beside him who was passing him water, his eyes solely searching for by Annie on the court. Through the clear images, it was as if Lan Tingfang was watching a silent movie. The girl handing him water had her face squished, tightly holding the water, and at the moment everyone else was cheering for victory. She only cared whether he would be thirsty. The girl had short hair and bright eyes, and later, she came to his side along with that forgotten basketball, accompanying him for 10 years. 10 years consist of 10 sets of 365 days, each day having 24 hours, each hour 60 minutes. How could he not understand her feelings amidst so many minutes counted in billions? How could he? Lianhao was pulled out of the show venue by a strong force, and in a corner of the venue, she was tightly embraced. "Lianhao, I never knew I could be so foolish." She didn't reciprocate the hug or pull away. In that little corner, Lianhao thought that this man had finally realized her initial feelings. In fact, perhaps he had sensed it long before, but at that moment, he simply didn't want to face it. "Let us go back. I don't want to miss the results of the competition." Lianhao tugged at Lan Tingfang's shirt. Kaka, with a dazzling performance, defeated the diamond-studded chihuahua named Leon and secured second place. After receiving the certificate and giving an acceptance speech, they spent a chaotic time chatting about dog training and left the venue just as the lights began to brighten. Lan Tingfang handed Kaka over to the trainer. Silently following Lan Tingfang into the car, the night and neon lights gave this ancient city a different hue. Perhaps because this city is called the capital, Lianhao had once gazed longingly in the direction of Beijing during the most desolate moments of her life, missing her native language that sounded so clear and articulate amidst the foreign tongues that filled her environment. Lianhao rested her head against the car window, watching the neon lights flicker across her face. Lan Tingfang drove very slowly, the spark on her ring finger shining brightly. The ring was beautiful. It is said that single women abroad often wear rings on their ring fingers to ward off unnecessary troubles. Lan Tingfang cleared her throat with a hint of casualness, but her palm gripping the steering wheel was already covered in sweat. Lianhao touched the ring on her finger, smiled, and did not respond. At 8 o'clock, Lan Tingfang brought Lianhao to a French restaurant. They were the only two customers in the entire restaurant, with background music that Lianhao loved, slow and cheerful country music. The restaurant manager led them to a central table, where a brown-haired chef warmly introduced their dishes, and after he left, a violin performer arrived, a middle-aged man with a weathered face and brown eyes, whose music sounded like the gentle wind over an autumn grassland. During dinner, all the restaurant staff withdrew. Lan Tingfang stood up to pour wine for Lianhao, carefully pushing the cut steak in front of her. Through the white tulips, still glistening with dew, Lianhao felt a pang in her heart. How wonderful it would have been if such moments had happened a long time ago. Back then, Gu Lianhao loved Lan Tingfang very much. After an hour and a half of dinner, Lan Tingfang fulfilled everything that a blooming girl yearns for, like a passionate prince, though her clumsiness and the childishness that Lianhao saw, who had already passed her prime, were evident. By the time Lianhao returned to the guest house, it was already past 11 o'clock. Under the tall, unnamed trees, Lan Tingfang opened the car door for Lianhao. Stepping out of the car, Lianhao stood there, looking up at Lan Tingfang, took a deep breath, and said, "Lan Tingfang, I hope everything ends here. If it goes on, it will be over. Although many people nowadays say that after divorce, they can still be friends. I don't want to be friends with you." Lianhao, actually, yesterday I researched a lot about how to please a woman. Everything I did today was according to what I read in the book. I just wanted... I know. Lianhao looked down at her shoes. After being with you for so many years, I understand you a little. You think it's a pity that we are rushing to divorce after so many years of marriage. You believe we should have a formal occasion for a farewell ceremony. So I have cooperated with you today. Let everything end here. A farewell ceremony? Lan Tingfang's lips curled slightly. At the beginning of the divorce, she indeed thought of that. But gradually it changed. Gu Lianhao, today is not a farewell ceremony. Today, I just want you to know that Lan Tingfang is different from before. Chapter 30 After You Turn Into a Memory. 6. Gu Lianhao, today is not a farewell ceremony. Today, I just want you to know that Lan Tingfang is different from before. Lan Tingfang said to Lianhao, "Different from before?" Lianhao sighed inwardly. What does that have to do with her? All right, Lan Tingfang, whether you're the same as before or not has nothing to do with me now. Listen, I don't have much time in Beijing, and I don't want to waste time dancing around with you. I owe you nothing and have no obligation to you. If you genuinely want to sponsor our academy, I will record the details and send you an email. From now on, I don't want to hear the same words twice. After finishing these words, Lianhao turned and walked away without looking back. Lan Tingfang didn't leave immediately. He leaned against the car, watching her figure pass through the shadows of the trees and enter the guest house. He pulled out a cigarette from the spot where smoke was coming from the car, held it in his hand, and just as he was about to light it, his hand paused, dropped, and he threw the unlit cigarette on the ground. He had promised to quit smoking and to have an Olympic baby with her. Lan Tingfang had promised Gu Lianhao that he would give her an Olympic baby. Hey, sir, don't litter cigarette butts." A voice suddenly rang out. Lan Tingfang frowned, turned his head, and under the dim light stood a tall figure, slowly walking over and bending down to pick up the cigarette from the ground. "Mr. Lan, why are you here?" "Yuan Xiong, what are you doing here?" They both spoke at the same time. Yuan Xiong put the cigarette in the trash can, shook the thermos in his hand, and smiled. "I just finished recording a program, and I was afraid my manager would be hungry, so I brought her some late-night snacks to win her favor." Lan Tingfang was surprised. "She lives here too?" "She does." Yuan Xiong nodded. "So, Mr. Lan has a friend living here as well?" Yuan Xiong's gaze softened as he looked at Lan Tingfang. Watching the flickering lights from the guest house windows, his voice gentle. "Yes, she lives here too." When entering the guest house, Yuan Xiong turned back to look, and Lan Tingfang had not left. He was still leaning against the car, facing a certain direction, like a monk in meditation. At that moment, Yuan Xiong thought that there must be someone very important to him staying in this guest house. Could it be a woman? Could it be a woman who haunted his dreams? Could that woman be related to the one called Kaka? Movies always portray it this way. Lost in thought, Yuan Xiong bumped into a clear glass door with a thud. A familiar laugh spread in his ears. Yuan Xiong grinned and walked towards that annoying laughter. After midnight, Lan Tingfang parked the car in front of a famous late-night snack shop, queued up to buy late-night snacks. It is said that the sweet potato porridge here is the most authentic in the capital, and Gu Lianhao really likes sweet potato porridge, which is one of the few things he knows about her preferences. Back in Guangzhou, after setting up the night market, she could finish 2 large bowls of sweet potato porridge. At a traffic light intersection, Lan Tingfang called Lianhao's mobile phone. As soon as the phone was answered and he heard his voice, it was immediately hung up. When he called again, it was already turned off. Lan Tingfang leaned dejectedly against the driver's seat. When his phone rang beside him, he picked it up like he was electrocuted, and upon seeing the string of numbers flashing on the phone, he smiled self-deprecatingly and turned off the phone. How could she possibly call herself? How could that be? Xu Xiao covered her phone. The call hadn't connected before it was cut off. He must be unhappy, right? She numbly walked to the mirror. In the mirror, her oval face, clear and bright eyes, and no makeup on her face. It is said that men are fond of such girls, pure as white paper. Everyone says Xu Xiao is a simple girl. A simple girl? Maybe she was a long time ago, but poverty always sets up obstacles in your life. Once you remove those obstacles, you will find that you can no longer be simple. This year, she is 22 years old. She met him on Valentine's Day when she was 20. At that time, she took a job as a substitute driver. And actually, the person she was supposed to pick up was not him. He drunkenly opened her car door and called her little knife. He had a very beautiful face, a face that often appeared on magazines. Every time his face appeared on the cover of a magazine, her classmates would scream while holding the magazine. The people in the magazine embodied all the factors that would make you crazy and reckless for them. Wealth, looks. Yes, Xu Xiao placed wealth before looks because she could only fall in love with wealthy men. After he got in her car, Xu Xiao thought for 3 seconds and then decided to go along with it. In the real world, there are no kind witches who will really turn pumpkins into beautiful carriages to take you to a golden palace. While her classmates were captivated by that charming face, Xu Xiao was only enchanted by the golden palace that belonged to that beautiful face. That night, Xu Xiao drove to an open area where the golden sunrise flooded in, and he woke up. He asked from behind her, "Who are you?" Turning around, Xu Xiao smiled softly and said, "Isn't it beautiful? I thought such a beautiful sunrise could only be seen in my hometown." Later, Xu Xiao moved from the school dormitory to Shangyuan. Occasionally, he would come to see her, bringing her small trinkets from around the world, and sometimes taking her to friends' gatherings. Xu Xiao felt that it was inevitable that she would fall in love with him. He possessed all the conditions that drove people crazy, so she flew into the fire. Because he happened to have wealth, and also had the kind of appearance that was hard not to love. The next day, Lianhao saw the filming crew in front of the guest house. The staff was distributing large gift bags to the Academy's children from a large van marked with the Asia-Pacific Media logo. Lan Tingfang was happily chatting with Director Wu and several officials from the summer camp's organizing committee. Director Wu excitedly told Lianhao that Asia-Pacific Media wanted to shoot a documentary for this Beijing summer camp, and his proposal received a warm response from the organizers. Lianhao looked coldly at those officials. Clearly, being favored by Asia-Pacific Media was enough to leave them astonished, and their expressions were full of gratitude. Lianhao did not expect that after last night's conversation, Lan Tingfang would reappear in front of her, smiling and casually glancing at her. Director Wu probably doesn't know that Lianhao and I are old classmates. When Director Wu turned his gaze to Lianhao, she gave a dry smile. The children were escorted onto the bus, with the filming crew's vehicle following behind. Due to her relationship with Lan Tingfang as an old classmate, Lianhao was forcibly stuffed into Lan Tingfang's car by Director Wu. Today, Lianhao sat in the back seat, and Lan Tingfang did not say much, just silently drove. Occasionally, Lianhao would catch his gaze in the rearview mirror, and at those moments, she felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. Throughout the day, the children at the academy had a great time because the cultural sites that were hard to get tickets for were open to them for free. Thanks to the escort of Asia-Pacific Media, Lianhao was anxiously worried that the children might accidentally damage those cultural relics. Finally, waiting for the sun to set, the filming crew finished work. Someone among the accompanying officials from a Ministry of Culture suggested visiting the Asia-Pacific Media building. After a rough tour of the television stations and studios in the Asia-Pacific Media building, at Lan Tingfang's enthusiastic invitation, they had a rich dinner in the Golden Hall. The excitement was evident on the children's faces, and Lianhao was passively arranged to sit next to Lan Tingfang. As Lan Tingfang carefully peeled away the condiments placed on the fish, revealing the white fish meat, and then dipped the fish meat in sauce before pushing the plate in front of Lianhao. She couldn't help but wonder what she was doing sitting at the dining table with this person, accepting his attentions. Gu Lianhao really couldn't be friends with Lan Tingfang. Aside from the innocent children, the others all wore knowing expressions, their gazes subtly directed at her, and even Dean Wu was full of hope. Lianhao was not unaware of how much Dean Wu wished to receive funding from Lan Tingfang. The college's library was already quite old, the dormitory buildings were insufficient, and due to low salaries, there was a serious loss of Chinese teachers. Some funds had yet to be allocated, and those sponsors only provided short-term support, while government subsidies could barely scratch the surface. From once being Miss Gu, Mrs. Lan to now no longer being Mrs. Lan, Gu Lianhao's appearance at the Asia-Pacific headquarters surprised Fang Yue. He truly couldn't understand why Miss Gu would be here or why Mr. Lan, who had always been unfriendly towards her, seemed to be so warm towards her now. Before Fang Yue could figure it out, Mr. Lan surprised him again. He didn't expect Mr. Lan to show such a considerate side. When he pushed the plate in front of Miss Gu, Fang Yue nearly dropped his eyes out. At that moment, he felt that Mr. Lan finally resembled a husband who cherished his wife. Lianhao stood up, using her discomfort as an excuse to leave the table. She walked out of the hall, and hurried footsteps followed her down the corridor. From the expressions of the staff on both sides of the corridor, it was easy to discern who was chasing after her. Lianhao quickened her pace, but the corridor seemed endless, and in the end, he caught up with her. Grabbing Lianhao's hand, Lan Tingfang disregarded the curious gazes in the corridor. "What's wrong? Did you eat something bad? I'll take you to the hospital." Lianhao stopped, looking around, as the curious eyes quickly darted away. What was this overly private man doing in such a public place? She shook off his hand and continued walking, but he followed her again. Finally, they reached the corner of the long corridor. Lianhao turned back, speaking each word clearly. "Mr. Lan, I'm not uncomfortable. Don't you understand? That was just an excuse, a reason for me to avoid you. I thought I had made it very clear." He lowered his eyes, his long eyelashes casting a shadow on his fair face, like the wings of a dark angel. Chapter 31, After You Become a Memory, 7. Mr. Lan. "I'm not uncomfortable, don't you understand? That was just an excuse, a way for me to avoid you. I thought I had made it very clear." Lianhao took a deep breath to say it out loud. He lowered his head. "As long as you're not uncomfortable, that's good." Lianhao sniffed and turned to leave. After all, it was the man she had cherished for 10 years, and it was hard for her to see him so submissive. His hand was grabbed, and he said, "Let me take you back. It's late, and I'm worried about you going back alone. I'll just take you back. And if you don't like talking, I'll one-T say a word." Lianhao really didn't know what to do with such a Lan Tingfang. The two of them walked to the parking lot, with Lan Tingfang maintaining a slight distance from Lianhao. Just as he opened the car door for her to get in first, a crisp voice rang out in the parking lot. "Lan Lan." A white figure flashed out from the shadows. Lan Tingfang's heart sank. Finally, he believed that everyone in this world would receive their share of happiness, but long ago, he had already overdrawn his portion of happiness, and now God wouldn't allow him to touch it easily anymore. The name Lan Lan had once been nailed into Lianhao's heart like a nail long ago. Bai Annie always called her Lan Lan in a soft voice. But back then, Gu Lianhao didn't even dare to feel jealous. Lianhao sat in the car, closed her eyes, and passed through the dusty years. It was as if she saw herself hiding in a deserted place, whispering like a mouse, mimicking Bai Annie calling her Lan Lan. Lan Tingfang stood there frozen. He hadn't seen Bai Annie for half a year and thought his refusal had been clear enough. Bai Annie didn't realize there was someone in the car. She came to Lan Tingfang's side, displaying a charming smile and raising her hands in surrender. "Hey, look, I forgot you don't like me calling you Lan Lan. It's strange to call you Lan Lan when you're like this. All right, I'll remember not to call you that anymore. Look at you. Why is your brow all furrowed?" Bai Annie's hand was about to touch Lan Tingfang's brow when it was caught in midair. Lan Tingfang's voice was as cold as an ice blade in winter. "Bai Annie, I thought I had made myself clear enough." He pushed her away and opened the car door. Bai Annie trembled slightly. Tingfang, I'm willing to wait for you. I'm willing to spend my whole life waiting for you. Lan Tingfang started the car engine, and by Annie shouted loudly, I've met that girl named Xu Xiao. Why can you accept her, but not me? When the streamlined car body passed in front of Bai Annie, she saw a slender figure sitting in Lan Tingfang's car. Bai Annie stood there dazed. Was that girl named Xu Xiao sitting in the car? She had seen that girl before. When she smiled, there was a shadow of her past self. The car drove quickly, finally coming to an abrupt stop with a sudden brake, then driving smoothly again. After a while, Lan Tingfang looked at Lianhao in a rearview mirror and slowly spoke. I have nothing with her. I never thought of having anything with her. Back then. Enough. Lianhao interrupted him. You don't need to tell me that. And I'm not interested in knowing. After a pause, Lianhao softly said, Lan Tingfang, we are already divorced. Since August 8th, 2007, Gu Lianhao and Lan Tingfang have ended their marriage. The fingers gripping the steering wheel had knuckles that seemed like they could pierce through the skin. Gu Lianhao, why didn't you tell me everything back then? Yes. Why didn't I tell you everything back then? Lianhao had thought more than once about why she didn't tell him everything. If she had told him everything, no matter the outcome, her mother wouldn't have left her, right? Lianhao sighed slightly. This small car, with excellent sound insulation, seemed to isolate her from the noisy world outside, where life and death happened every day. The Lan Tingfang whom Gu Lianhao had loved for 10 years seemed to have grown into a bone within her, and in this small car, that bone connected to her flesh and blood, becoming a sorrow deep in her soul. Tingfang, you still don't know, right? Sometimes women have many strange thoughts. Just like when watching a movie and seeing some cheesy scenes, they disdain it on the outside, while secretly hoping those cheesy scenes would happen to them. In fact, Gu Lianhao often had such moments too. I always thought that after waiting for you and accompanying you for 10 years, I should have a right to make you wait for me for a few hours. But you don't seem to think so. That's fair. Emotional investment doesn't equate to a numerical problem that will yield an expected answer. Slowly, the car seemed to come to a standstill and then stopped at a parking spot by the roadside. Lan Tingfang rested his head on the steering wheel, his shoulders slightly shaking. After a long time, he said, I'm sorry, Gu Lianhao. Lianhao nodded, turned her head to wipe away tears from the corners of her eyes, and lowered her gaze, not daring to look at Lan Tingfang. Tingfang, we are both adults now. We understand that the people and things left behind in time can never be retrieved. No matter how regretful, annoyed, or guilty you feel, it should stop here. Lan Tingfang, I don't want to see you, so please don't appear in front of me again. I need to start a new life. And I have already started a new life. He didn't say anything more, just started the car, drove to the guest house, opened the car door for her, and sent her to her room door, waving goodbye. Lan Tingfang drove aimlessly, the car still carrying her scent, a mixture of sweetness and sadness. He stopped the car, reached out, and the phone that had fallen on the back seat landed in his palm. It was an ordinary Nokia phone made in 2008, with its edges already chipped. Gu Lianhao was a nostalgic woman, and Lan Tingfang was glad she was a nostalgic woman because that increased his chances. But she said she wanted to live a new life. What should he do? I need to start a new life, and I have already started a new life. She had just said that to him. He wondered if her new life had anything to do with the phone call she received at noon, which lasted half an hour, during which she leaned against the wall, mostly laughing heartily. So much so that he felt jealous of the person on the other end of the phone who made her so happy. When she got out of the car, Lan Tingfang saw her phone fall onto the back seat. He didn't want to tell her. In fact, he was somewhat pleased that this should be a small opportunity given to him by God, allowing him to take the phone to her tomorrow and tell her he came to return her phone. He opened the call log on the phone. The most frequent recent caller was the headache-inducing inheritance, and the call from the afternoon that lasted more than half an hour also belonged to the headache-inducing inheritance. The headache-inducing inheritance? Lan Tingfang frowned, feeling something was off, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong. Without hesitation, he pressed the call button for the headache-inducing inheritance. While waiting for the call to connect, Lan Tingfang's palms were sweating, and a flash of light gleamed on Lianhao's ring finger across his mind. Finally, the call connected, and a woman's voice came from the other end. Lan Tingfang hung up the phone, breathed a deep sigh of relief, and laughed like a madman, as if he had escaped death. How nostalgic Gu Lianhao was. Otherwise, how could she hide a man in her heart for 10 years? While Lan Tingfang laughed heartily, Xiao Fan looked at Yuanying's phone in confusion, glancing secretly at the hero who was taking pictures. This Yuanying was truly drool-worthy. But who was the housekeeper who called just now? The children from the academy returned around 10 o'clock. The full day of activities had clearly exhausted them. As soon as they hit the bed, they fell asleep. Even Emma, who usually couldn't sit still, obediently took a bath and climbed into bed. When Lianhao was tucking her in, this little girl lifted the blanket and hugged Lianhao's neck, saying in a childlike voice, "Lianhao, I like Lan. When I grow up, I want to marry him." Lianhao couldn't help but chuckle. This little girl was truly precocious. Just a month ago, she was saying she wanted to marry Bieber, and now she had fallen for Lan Tingfang. Lan Tingfang, Lan Tingfang. Lianhao sighed inwardly. Back in her own room, just after finishing her shower, someone knocked on the door. Lianhao thought it was Director Wu, but when she opened the door, she found it was Lan Tingfang. The door was only half open, and Lianhao stood in the gap. Not having time to speak before Lan Tingfang cheerfully waved a paper bag in his hand, holding her phone as well. "Your phone fell in my car. I came to return it and brought some congee since you didn't eat anything tonight. I was worried you would be hungry." In the dimly lit corridor of the guest house, Lan Tingfang's eyes sparkled like stars in water, turning with youthfulness. Lianhao couldn't take her eyes off him. At this late hour, the man who had been in her heart for 10 years gazed at her eagerly. Such a scene could easily stir emotions and draw one into a dreamy state, and it made her afraid. A long time ago, Lianhao's heart had already turned gray with age. I will eat," she said, taking the paper bag and her phone from Lan Tingfang. The 4 words made Lan Tingfang inexplicably happy. The gentleness in her voice and the softness in her gaze brought him joy, mixing together and affecting his nerves, causing him to forget about the glass door in the corridor. As a result, he bumped into it with a loud thud. He heard soft laughter behind him, which also pleased Lan Tingfang. Turning back, he said something he later thought was a bit silly. "It doesn't hurt, Lianhao. It doesn't hurt at all." He not only verbally expressed that it didn't hurt, but also conveyed it through his body language, waving at the silhouette leaning against the doorframe. Back in the car, a hint of annoyance flickered across Lan Tingfang's face. He felt that the clumsy man from earlier couldn't possibly be him. Once home, his phone rang. After almost 1,000 days apart, Lan Tingfang finally received a call from Gu Lianhao again. Chapter 32, After You Become a Memory. 8. Lan Tingfang. "Come pick me up tomorrow night. Let's go watch a movie together," she softly said on the other end of the phone. Lan Tingfang tightly held the phone, slowly making his way to Kaka's room, his hand falling onto its fur, gently brushing through it. Perhaps it was too comfortable. Kaka shook a little and continued to sleep soundly. In the quiet midnight, Lan Tingfang heard his own muttering. "Kaka, just now. Your mom invited your dad to watch a movie. What do you think that means?" "Look, she beat me to it again. I should have said that first. We should watch a movie together tonight. That line should have come from me. But it's okay, from now on, I will learn little by little. Learn those cheesy scenes from the movies. Your mom said she actually likes those too. From now on, I will learn every single one of them that she likes." On the other side, Lianhao hung up the phone and went to the window, leaning half of his shoulder against the wall. The night in Beijing seemed to always be associated with loneliness. After a day, Fang Yue felt that Mr. Lan's aura was extremely strange. Throughout the day, Mr. Lan's most frequent action was checking his watch. In the middle of a meeting, he suddenly asked, "What did I just say?" He postponed or canceled his recent overseas trips one by one, and some projects that had recently been brought to the agenda were indefinitely shelved. When meeting with Japanese clients, the two ended up discussing family values, with 70% of the conversation being Mr. Lan asking the Japanese client how to please the mother of his child. He also left work early around 4 in the afternoon, muttering to himself while holding an electronic notepad, and the male and female employees who brushed past him all received his charming smile. Lan Tingfang came to pick up Lianhao at 7. As Lianhao stepped out of the guest house, she saw him amidst the blossoming lanterns. He took her handbag and helped her open the car door. This time his movements were smooth and natural. When she was young, Lianhao often followed her grandmother to Macau, where she would frequently see young gentlemen holding the handbag of slender ladies in beautiful dresses and opening car doors for them. At that time, Lianhao often wondered if she would grow up to be such a lady and one day encounter a handsome gentleman. Back then, she thought love was actually very simple. So simple that holding a handbag and opening a car door was love. Love, when said to be simple, can indeed be simple, but when it comes to complexity, nothing in this world is more complex than it. Thus, she and he had been going in circles. The car was filled with soft music. The exquisite sound quality was like heavenly music. Lianhao sat in the passenger seat. The Aston Martin, known for its perfect aerodynamics, glided through the neon-lit streets like a medieval knight in the night. He held her hand and brought her to an empty cinema. In the cinema decorated like a starry sky, Lianhao watched a movie called Dream. No one spoke. Only the film reel turned with the light and shadow. The long shots of the movie portrayed the sad love between a woman from Mercury and a man from Earth. When the movie ended, Lianhao stared blankly at the blank silver screen, which then transformed into a sky full of fireworks. In those fireworks, Lianhao saw a set of words, Lan Tingfang, to Gu Lianhao's movie. At that moment, Lianhao's tears finally fell. If Lianhao had seen this movie 3 years ago, she would have thought it was the greatest happiness. Back then, Gu Lianhao might have thought that if God took her away at that moment, she would not feel regret. But now it was different. Tears dripped down onto her hands, and Lianhao felt that the droplets must be large. Otherwise, they wouldn't make a sound. He leaned closer to her, cupping her face, and wiped her tears away with his thumbs. He said, "So this is how Gu Lianhao cries." His face gradually moved closer to hers, the contours she once loved, the breath she once longed for. But it was different now. Just as his lips were about to touch hers, Lianhao turned her face away and said, "Tingfang, I'm married." Slowly, Lianhao took his hand to her ring finger. "Tingfang, this ring is not just for show." Just like that, the cinema fell silent. After a while, Lianhao heard Lan Tingfang's soft laughter. He leaned close to her ear, as if whispering, "Gu Lianhao, I think you misunderstood. Do you think I'm doing this to win you back? No, it's not that. I just feel that I was a bit of a mess in the past, letting a woman accompany me for 10 years without doing anything for her. Didn't you say you like those cheesy scenes from movies? I think I can do something for you. I want to make up for the debt I owe you over the past 10 years. That's all. You don't have to use your marriage as an excuse to draw a line with me." Lianhao moved, pulling her hand away, as if she just realized that Gu Lianhao had made a blunder. "Oh, I see." She moved her lips. "Of course." Lan Tingfang lightly cast his gaze back to the movie screen. "What else did you think? Gu Lianhao you still don't know, right? Now Lan Tingfang has an enormous attraction to those girls. My PR department is daily overwhelmed with love letters from all over the world on my private social network. Some girls have even tattooed my name on their bodies to express their love. Others have collected all my photos. Socialites hint at wanting to date me in various occasions. And every time I appear in public, those actresses drive me crazy." "Tingfang." Lianhao stood up. "Let's go back." Lan Tingfang did not move. And he said lightly, "I'll have Xiao Dao take you back. I have another date later. I'm not used to making girls wait for me." When Xiao Dao met the already ex-Mrs. Gu again, he vaguely understood Mr. Gu's strange behavior these past few days. On the way back to Ms. Gu's residence, he tried several times to say something good about Mr. Lan, but seeing Ms. Gu's calm face, he swallowed his words. Perhaps some things are just Mr. Lan's one-sided wish. When Lianhao returned to the guest house, the children had already gone to sleep. After returning to her room and having a drink, Lianhao lay on the bed, drowsily falling into a dream. She didn't know how long it had been when she was awakened by a chaotic knocking on the door. In her dazed state, she thought she was still in New Jersey and the kids were playing pranks again. In her confusion, she opened the door, and when she saw Lan Tingfang standing outside, she woke up a little, remembering that she was now in Beijing and recalling that just hours ago, this person was boasting about how girls were crazy for the name Lan Tingfang. Before Lianhao could figure out the intention of this unexpected visitor, she was pulled into his arms by a great force. Before she could understand what was happening, her mouth was covered. His alcohol-laden tongue surged in, wrapping around Lianhao's tongue like a vine. Little by little, she was led into the room, the door was closed, and she was pressed against the door, his palm holding the back of her head, forcing her to respond. The light from the tatami flickered as they wrestled intensely. Lianhao kicked at him, and he freed one hand to grab her foot forcing her foot to wrap around his waist. His kiss traveled from the corner of her mouth all the way down into the neckline of her nightgown, his body pressed tightly against her. And Lianhao even felt the heat against her lower abdomen. Lianhao gave up struggling, numbly leaning against the door, saying, "Lan Tingfang, why are you doing this to me? I can't think of any reason you have to treat me like this." Lan Tingfang's movements suddenly paused, maintaining the previous posture with his body stiffly lying on Lianhao. Neither of them moved, and the only sound in the air was his breath filled with desire. He lay on her, rubbing his temples up and down against Lianhao's neck, his tone like a little beast begging for affection. He said, "Lianhao, tell me, what would it take for you to love me again?" It was as if something had struck the tear ducts, and tears silently flowed down from the corners of his eyes. Beijing was a city that always made Lianhao cry easily. He kissed away her tears and said to her, "Is it because of Biani? I can't help but feel that way. Are you afraid because of what happened last night? Are you afraid that I will leave you again for Biani?" "No, Lianhao, that will never happen again. Lianhao, I'm scared, I regret it, and I have wished more than once that I could be like the man in the movies. Having 2 hours to go back to the past. Then I would definitely appear in that auditorium, listening to you and me say that you love me, and then holding your hand to the church, making vows in front of everyone, promising everyone that only death can separate us." This person suddenly expressed so many love words. This person poured out all the sweet nothings that Gu Lianhao had wanted to hear during the 10 years of loving him. How wonderful it would have been if these words had been spoken at the right time. How wonderful that would have been. Lianhao's hand gently fell on Lan Tingfang's hair. "Tingfang, didn't I tell you that day? I have started my new life, and I think I'm doing okay. Tingfang, I really got married." Chapter 33, After You Become a Memory. 9. Lianhao, I really got married. Lianhao said softly. He remained motionless, lying on his own. Lianhao continued, "I got married a year ago. We registered in California. He is a very nice person." Like a slow-motion scene in a movie, Lan Tingfang got up from Lianhao's body, raised his hand fiercely, and the door made a loud noise. Their faces were only about 20 centimeters apart. His face was filled with gloom, and his eyes were tinged with hostility, pressing straight towards her. "Gu Lianhao." Lan Tingfang pinched Lianhao's chin. Each were like a sharp blade. "You're fucking kidding me, married? He's a nice person? Don't treat me like a child. Would you be willing to marry someone else? Would you? Didn't you say you loved me for 10 years? Didn't you do a lot of tricks to try to move me? Well, you successfully moved me. And I came to you voluntarily, and now you want to play tricks on me again? Is it that the stupid things I did these days made you feel good?" His face was getting closer to hers. "Tell me, what else do you want me to do? If you wanted to run naked, I wouldn't even blink. They all say women like men who are crazy for them. So fine, I'll go completely crazy for you this time. Who told me I've fallen for you? Gu Lianhao, you tell me, what else do you want to see me make a fool of myself? As long as you can think of it, I can do it." Lianhao leaned against the door and felt exhausted. "Lan Tingfang, I don't need you to do anything for me. Just now, I was just stating a fact. I'm married." "Shut up. Don't keep bringing up marriage. Do you think I would believe your bullshit?" Lianhao used all his strength to push Lan Tingfang away. Anger boiling. "Believe it or not, I don't care whether you believe it or not, Mr. Lan. Listen carefully. This is the last time I will tolerate your unreasonable behavior. If you do something similar next time, I will sue you for sexually harassing a married woman." Unreasonable behavior? Sexual harassment? He stepped towards her. "Gu Lianhao, you seem to have forgotten. You used to love my unreasonable behavior. Do you want me to remind you how much you liked it back then?" Lianhao raised her hand and slapped Lan Tingfang's face. Even the most desperate and saddest moments, Lianhao never thought that one day her hand would hit Lan Tingfang's face. How did it come to this today? Lianhao trembled, standing there in a daze. The imprint of her palm quickly appeared on Lan Tingfang's fair face. She had used all her strength. It must have hurt. Lan Tingfang didn't mind. He still had a mocking smile as he faced Lianhao. "Tomorrow, at 8 o'clock at Xilfu, you bring him. I want to see if he really treats you well. Don't tell me he can't make it here. My private jet will gladly serve you." "What gives this person the audacity to be so arrogant?" Lianhao asked him. "Lan Tingfang, what gives you the right to be so arrogant? If you want your academy to be worry-free from now on, you better behave and listen." He spoke with an air of certainty. "Tomorrow, bring him to meet me." It has always been like this. Lan Tingfang has always had a selfish soul, indifferent to those around him. Lianhao raised her head and smiled. Well then, I will bring him to see you at 8 o'clock tomorrow, and there's no need for Mr. Lan's private jet. He happens to be in Beijing, I hope after Mr. Lan meets him, we can part ways. With a loud bang, he slammed the door as he left. Lan Tingfang mockingly said, Gu Lianhao, what a coincidence tomorrow. I suggest you find someone presentable. Don't just bring someone as a filler. Lianhao smiled bitterly. Someone said that Pisces men are the most changeable. And it's true. The next morning, a report surfaced in some tabloids insinuating that the founder of Asia Pacific Media was involved in a late-night brawl at a luxurious venue, prompting the old rivals of Asia Pacific Media to follow suit, publishing the address of the hospital where the injured party was located on their front pages. Keen-eyed paparazzi swarmed the hospital. Around 10 o'clock, Lianhao saw the representative lawyer of Lan Tingfang coming out of the hospital on television, claiming it was all just a misunderstanding, even showing a brotherly demeanor with the injured party in front of the media. Everyone thought it would spark a new round of mudslinging, but it ended abruptly with this scene. At noon, Director Wu happily informed Lianhao that Lan Tingfang had given the Academy a 10-year sponsorship agreement. She had just returned from Lan Tingfang's office. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lianhao arrived at Zhaofu as scheduled. Ko Jiaming stood on the elegantly designed steps, smiling at her. He led Lianhao through the VIP passage adorned with traditional patterns to a private room in the southern area. The room was classical and luxurious, with an antique square dining table next to a screen of the same style and exquisite Chinese tableware placed on the table. Ko Jiaming pulled out a chair for Lianhao by the screen and sat down beside her as the waiter brought them tea. This is the freshly produced Dongding Oolong. Ko Jiaming placed the brewed tea in front of Lianhao. I'm the operator of this Zhaofu, and we started our global chain half a year ago. Ko Jiaming's words surprised Lianhao a bit. She didn't expect him to venture into the restaurant business. If she remembered correctly, Ko Jiaming's family was in the herbal medicine business. Lianhao knew about Zhaofu, a rising star in the restaurant industry with brand chains overseas, boasting that no matter where you come from, you can always taste the most authentic hometown dishes at Zhaofu, and it enjoys a great reputation in the Chinese community. Ko Jiaming placed his hands on the table and quietly said, although I am the operator of Zhaofu, the real major shareholder is Tingfang. Do you know what he said? He said, Jiaming, let us open Zhaofu in places with the densest Chinese populations to help those far from home recall memories of their hometown. Saying this, he smiled. Lianhao, didn't he expect it, right? Lan Tingfang actually said such things. Later, he did something strange. He prepared a gift for every guest from Guangzhou, meaning every guest from Guangzhou could receive a small gift prepared by Zhaofu. After that, I began to understand his intentions, even though he didn't say it. I guess he must particularly hope that one day you would step into Zhaofu in some corner of the earth at some time and eat authentic hometown dishes. The tea that should have been sweet turned bitter after hearing Ko Jiaming's words. Although Lianhao was born in Guangzhou, her childhood was spent in Taiyou. She didn't particularly like Cantonese cuisine, but had a special fondness for the Big Bowl feast in the walled villages of Hong Kong. As a child, she always followed her grandmother to visit her grandmother's sisters who married into the walled village. During the new year, they would gather in the big courtyard, sitting together to eat the Big Bowl feast. At that moment, Lianhao felt happy as she sat beside her grandmother listening to the older people talk. Her little heart delighted in the noisy scene. Later, when she married Lan Tingfang, Lianhao always thought that when they had children, she would take her husband and children to the walled village together. However, that later never came. Lianhao lowered her head, staring at her cup, feeling anxious inside. Lianhao, don't be fooled by Tingfang's impressive appearance. In some ways, he is like a child. He often struggles to express his emotions. And it's always the women who love him. Annie did, and so do you. This has shaped Lan Tingfang's selfishness, leading him to do things he doesn't even understand. I guess he appears in those best-selling magazines and on well-known TV stations from time to time because of you. Deep down, he must be afraid that you will forget him, so he occasionally stirs up some trouble to attract attention. Perhaps, in reality, he wants to draw your focus. Lianhao, in matters of emotion, Tingfang is a novice, reckless, and naive. Ever since you returned, he has been like an ant on a hot pan. eager to become an expert in emotions overnight. The anxiety in his heart deepened, and Lianhao forced herself to take a sip of tea, managing to squeeze out a faint smile. Gu Lianhao, it's all in the past now. Whether your guesses are true or not means nothing to me anymore. Gu Lianhao wanted to say something more. I want to be alone right now. Lianhao waved her hand. Back in the office, Gu Lianhao unexpectedly saw Lan Tingfang standing by the window in a daze. His face looked a bit off, with a slight bruise on his forehead, probably from the commotion at Fenglin Pavilion last night. Who knows what madness drove him to hit a man? Gu Lianhao walked around Lan Tingfang, resting his chin on his hand, nodding. Lan Tingfang, you look quite dispirited right now. I wonder if Gu Lianhao would feel a bit heartbroken seeing you like this. Lan Tingfang half lowered his eyelids, pausing. Is she here? Yes. She is here. Is she alone? He asked, seemingly casually. Of course, she's alone. Gu Lianhao was puzzled. How many people would she need? After saying this, Gu Lianhao felt even more confused by Lan Tingfang. After hearing his words, Lan Tingfang let out a heavy sigh, as if a significant burden had been lifted, and his expression began to brighten. He pushed Gu Lianhao's shoulder with an urgent tone. Quick, go to the wine cellar and bring me that bottle of 1975 wine I got from Lion last year. After Gu Lianhao left, a while passed before Lan Tingfang appeared. Lianhao's gaze lingered on Lan Tingfang's forehead for a moment before she looked away. It's nothing. Lan Tingfang smiled at Lianhao. You must have seen those reports. That man last night was a bit of a jerk. Too caught up in fun that he forgot our wedding anniversary. When his wife came looking for him, he had the audacity to say a bunch of nonsense to her. I got so angry that I hit him. Lianhao, I felt like I was hitting myself when I hit him. Honestly, I used to be a jerk just like him. Lianhao hung her head, thinking how nice it would have been if she hadn't returned to Beijing. Lan Tingfang placed the wine he brought in front of Lianhao, stroking the label that recorded the wine's origin and year. I won this wine at an auction. Honestly, I don't even know how I ended up bidding on it. I just heard it was from 1975 and that it came from Lion, and I felt I had to have it. When I finally got it, I wondered why I felt that way. Gradually, I remembered you telling me that one day your mother took you to a gathering of one of her friends where you tasted a 1975 wine from Lion. You said that wine was magical. As soon as you tasted it, those little bubbles danced on your tongue, and each bubble had the flavor of the golden sun on the spire of the Lion Cathedral. Lianhao, you said, how can I be like this? I don't remember what you said in front of me, but I remember your words clearly when you left. Chapter 34, After You Become a Memory. 10. Lianhao. You say, how can I be like this? I don't remember what you said when you were in front of me, but I remember your words clearly when you leave. Lianhao tightly twisted her hands, so much that they hurt. She was scared that Lan Tingfang would continue speaking. But he seemed unaware of her panic and kept talking. In fact, I don't remember much of what you said, and I know very little about your preferences. But Lianhao, I am willing to learn about them one by one, to discover them one by one. Lianhao, do you think that is okay? Are you willing to give me time? Lianhao, do you think that is okay? Are you willing to give me time? He asked her like this. Time was actually passing little by little, but Lianhao felt as though time could never move forward again. No, I don't want to. Slowly, Lianhao said, Tingfang, there's a kind of fate in this world called spilled water that cannot be retrieved. After leaving you, I went through a very difficult time, and it was not easy for me to get through it. Now, I don't want to go back to the past. Tingfang, I believe that there are many girls in this world who would be willing to spend time loving you and waiting for you. Lan Tingfang felt that his expression must have been somewhat twisted, not knowing whether it was due to embarrassment, despair, or panic. He tightly grasped Lianhao's hand, as if it were the last straw for him. He searched desperately in his mind for words to convince the woman in front of him to believe that he was truly different from before. Lianhao, there is indeed a kind of fate in this world called spilled water that cannot be retrieved. But there's also a kind of fate called a broken mirror that can be reunited. I also know that there are many girls in this world who would be willing to spend time loving me and waiting for me just like you did before. But they are not you. In this world, I only want you to love me. For a moment, Lianhao wanted to pull her hand away, to touch the face she once loved, the face she thought was the most beautiful in the world because she loved him. Lianhao's hand was trembling. It seemed that God was not very willing to stage such a scene, so he arranged for an outsider to invade. The door of the private room was pushed open, and a handsome face appeared along with apologies in French, English, Cantonese, and Mandarin. Yuan Xiong, what are you doing here? Mr. Lan, how did you end up here? The two exclaimed in unison, the former with anger and the latter with surprise. Yuan Xiong didn't have time to be surprised or curious because he saw Lan Tingfang holding Lianhao's hand. How could this be? He walked over quietly and discreetly freed Lianhao's hand from Lan Tingfang's grasp. Gu Lianhao, how can you let another man hold your hand casually? Yuan Xiong wrapped his arm around Lianhao's shoulder, pretending to frown. Lan Tingfang's gaze unconsciously fell on Yuan Xiong's hand resting on Lianhao's shoulder, which also bore a ring identical to Lianhao's. Some disjointed fragments flashed through Lan Tingfang's mind like a broken film. The sunflower in his BlackBerry phone. The font of the housekeeper dancing under the sunflower, saying during a media interview that a lovely girl told her that no matter how cool this era is, love is always there. These fragments strung together made him dizzy. No, it can't be like that. Yuan Xiong, Lan Tingfang said coldly, adopting a condescending posture. Shouldn't you be in the recording studio at this time? What are you doing here? Lan Tingfang pointed to Yuan Xiong's hand resting on Lianhao's shoulder. And take your hand off Lianhao's shoulder. That woman is not someone you can touch casually. This sudden situation left Lianhao a bit confused. After sorting out her thoughts, Lianhao realized one thing. These two men knew each other. Lianhao forcefully shook off Yuan Xiong's hand and coldly said to him, Yuan Xiong, tell me, what is going on here? The grinning Yuan Xiong made a gesture of surrender. Hands together. I'm sorry, Lianhao, I lied to you again. Actually, I didn't come to Beijing for a fashion show. I signed a contract with the TV station. You always talk about wanting to settle down on some small island in the Pacific, right? I had to sign a contract with the TV station to be able to buy that small island in the Pacific. Who said you could buy a small island in the Pacific? Lianhao was getting a headache. How much money would it take to buy a small island in the Pacific? This person often does impulsive things. Okay. It's because I want to buy it myself. Yuan Xiong felt that this was not the time to discuss such matters. A man was currently eyeing Lianhao. Moreover, this man was Lan Tingfang. Yuan Xiong had never felt inferior in front of supermodels, but this man named Lan Tingfang made him feel a bit inferior. Even thinking that God seemed to slightly favor Lan Tingfang between the two of them. Lianhao, Yuan Xiong quickly asserted his claim, using a preemptive strategy like George W. Bush. Let me introduce you. This is Lan Tingfang, reluctantly adding, this Mr. Lan is the one who pays my salary. Should be what people in Guangzhou call the boss. Right, Lianhao, from the situation you just had, you must know each other, right? Lianhao did not expect such a situation to occur. Yuan Xiong actually signed a contract with Lan Tingfang's TV station. It really lived up to the saying that drama is like life. Nodding, Lianhao perked up. Yes, indeed, we know each other. Life had turned into a dark comedy at this point, with Lianhao standing between the two men, making what she felt was the most ridiculous introduction. This is Lan Tingfang, my ex-husband. This is Yuan Xiong, my current husband. Lianhao's introduction made Yuan Xiong gasp and then breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the ex-husband represented a past. Lianhao's latter part of the introduction made Lan Tingfang's face turn quickly pale, like a patient suffering a heart attack. The pale expression lasted only a moment before he quickly raised a shallow, charming smile, which grew until he couldn't help but laugh out loud. His fingers fell on Lianhao's cheek, gently tucking her hair behind her ear, his eyes full of affection, but his voice carried sarcasm. Lianhao, how could you have Yuan Xiong as your current husband? This person is said to have a large number of female fans, of all skin colors. And it is said that the girls who want to date him could form a United Nations. If you want to find someone, you should find someone convincing, like someone who has also been divorced. Yuan Xiong detected that this man's tone was unfriendly, but he was slow to understand the profound nuances of Chinese language. So he raised his voice. Lan Tingfang, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? Lan Tingfang stopped laughing, his expression cold as a shura in the hall. In China, someone like Gu Lianhao should be considered a second marriage. Second marriage. In China, a second marriage is like a slow-moving product, expired food, while you're a product that everyone is scrambling to buy. Do you think you two are compatible? Can you convince me? A slow-moving product? Expired food? That's right. Lan Tingfang had returned to the old Lan Tingfang, filled with aggression, never considering others' feelings, always unintentionally leaving you bruised. What had this man just said? He said, Lianhao, I am willing to learn about you piece by piece, to discover you piece by piece. He said, Lianhao, are you willing to spend time waiting for me? Lianhao thought she would no longer be sad for this man, Lan Tingfang, but she was still heartbroken. After Lan Tingfang finished speaking, he regretted it deeply, but he didn't know what to do. Well, he heard her calmly refer to herself as his ex-wife, and when she mentioned that the man in front of her, whom many girls were said to be infatuated with, was her current husband, he felt scared. He was afraid that Gu Lianhao might be one of those girls. So, those words just slipped out. Now, Yuan Yingxiong knew, understood, and realized that Lan Tingfang was using his words to bully Lianhao. He became furious and pulled Lianhao aside. Second marriage? What does a second marriage matter? Even if she had 10 marriages, I wouldn't care. Lianhao is the best woman in the world, in my opinion. Lan Tingfang, let me tell you, this woman is not someone you can bully. In this world, only I can bully Gu Lianhao, and I'm the only one who willingly lets Gu Lianhao bully me. Bully? At that moment, Lan Tingfang recalled some enchanting images, intertwined bodies, and teasing body language. Her body, like charming mountains, unfolded before him, and something in her mind exploded. A left hook landed heavily on Yuan Yingxiong's face. Yuan Yingxiong did not expect Lan Tingfang to be so brutal. Before he could defend himself, a second punch followed. Clearly, this man wanted to beat him to death. The punch was fierce and heavy, causing him to stagger back and ultimately fall to the ground along with the screen. If she could, Lan Tingfang would have been very willing to beat Yuan Yingxiong until his brains oozed out, to distort that pretty face into something extremely disgusting. At least enough to make Gu Lianhao lose her appetite. As the third punch came down, a figure rushed over, adopting a protective stance like a hen shielding her chicks. Gu Lianhao, with just one gesture, delivered the most lethal and soul-crushing palm strike to Lan Tingfang. Lan Tingfang abruptly stopped her fist, walked woodenly to the door of the private room, and without looking back, said, Gu Lianhao, you've become capable, even inviting Mr. Milan to run an errand for you. Chapter 35, After You Become a Memory, 11. At a corner of another hallway, Lan Tingfang leaned numbly against the wall. Gu Lianhao walked over and leaned against the wall with him. He had just come out of that private room and didn't expect things to turn out this way. Gu Lianhao, who had loved Lan Tingfang so much, was getting married, and to such an outstanding man. Gu Lianhao took out a cigarette, pulled one out, and offered it to Lan Tingfang. Want one? Lan Tingfang didn't reach for it, maintaining his previous posture. After a while, he said, No, she doesn't like me smoking. A few days ago, I asked my family doctor, and he said if I want to have a healthy baby, I should quit smoking and drink less alcohol. I plan to quit smoking. Listening to this, Gu Lianhao felt a pang in his heart, fiddling with the cigarette in his hand. After some thought, he slowly said, Tingfang, Lianhao is getting married. In the quiet hallway, Gu Lianhao heard Lan Tingfang laugh, a very faint laugh. He walked past him, took a few steps, and stopped without looking back. Lianhao, that's just Lianhao's little trick. Don't be fooled by her. After saying this, he walked down the hallway with his back straight, without looking back. At this point, Gu Lianhao finally understood that Lan Tingfang loved Gu Lianhao more deeply than anyone else. Even more than Lan Tingfang himself could imagine. Fang Yue was woken up in the middle of the night by his boss's urgent phone call. He called the head of the HR department to wake them up, and the HR department then called the archives department. Thus, these unfortunate souls appeared in the boss's office at dawn, delivering all the information about the recently popular Yuan Yingxiong to the boss's desk. Half an hour later, only he and the grim-faced Mr. Lan remained in the office. The files on the desk made Lan Tingfang's heart sink. The marriage column clearly stated 2 square words, married. That night, Lan Tingfang sat in front of the computer, meticulously going through all the reports about Yuan Yingxiong. None of the reports mentioned anything about his marriage. This handsome man, who had been rumored with many stars and models, had become a rumor-free zone in the past year. Some magazines reported that Yuan Yingxiong had a steady girlfriend, who had turned over a new leaf and some netizens captured a blurry photo of a man, suspected to be Yuan Xiong, with a woman at a gas station in New Jersey. The only photo taken at the gas station was very blurry, but Lan Tingfang recognized at a glance that the woman in the passenger seat was Gu Lianhao. That night, Lan Tingfang felt for the first time that fate was coming at him fiercely. Because of his boss's foul mood, Fang Yue didn't dare to raise his voice, fearing he would become the next fish in the pond. Having been by his side for so long, Lan Tingfang had always been mature for his age, never showing his emotions. It was rare to see him act like he did tonight. Tonight, Mr. Lan was like a cornered beast. When dawn broke, Fang Yue received a business card from Mr. Lan. He was to find the person at the address on the card and tell them he wanted to know all about Yuan Xiong, including his private life, as quickly as possible. At that moment, in another place, Lianhao woke up with a frown. Last night, she had drunk an expensive bottle of wine with Yuan Xiong in the park like a nouveau riche, and in a daze, she remembered talking a lot before falling asleep. Now, she was lying on a park bench, resting her head on Yuan Xiong's lap, covered with his clothes. Slowly, she opened her eyes to the bright, clear sky above, and Yuan Xiong was gazing at her from beneath that bright, clear sky. In the morning, the trees in the park were filled with the crisp calls of birds, which calmed Lianhao's heart. She closed her eyes, smiled, and when she opened them again, Yuan Xiong's face was close at hand. "What is it?" Lianhao furrowed her brow. "Gu Lianhao, sometimes you really have thick skin. How can you ask such a question when a man is about to kiss you? You should have leaned in to wrap your arms around his neck and offered your red lips." Yuan Xiong also frowned. Lianhao picked up her handbag and playfully hit him on the head. "You're being slick again." "I'm not being slick," Yuan Xiong said, looking very innocent. "I really wanted to kiss you just now." As dawn broke a little more, Lianhao looked up at the sky above the park and gently said, "Yuan Xiong, I'm sorry for dragging you into this." Yuan Xiong was playing with Lianhao's hair. She had great hair quality, soft and fluffy. Even though she was a 30-year-old woman, she still had some childlike fuzz at the ends of her hair. In winter, when she woke up, he would see those hairs standing up due to static electricity, and he thought that was the cutest version of Lianhao. "You're still saying sorry at your age?" Yuan Xiong teased, mimicking a Beijing accent. Lianhao picked up her handbag and hit him on the head again, but when she tried to get up, he pressed her down with one hand. His fingers found the pressure point on the bridge of her nose and gently rubbed it. Lianhao closed her eyes comfortably. "So, it turns out that Lan Tingfang is the man who has made you suffer." When he asked this question, Yuan Xiong felt Lianhao's brow furrow. Yuan Xiong knew that Gu Lianhao had a 6-year marriage history, but she rarely mentioned her ex-husband. No, she almost never mentioned him. At one point, he was so curious that he probed a few times, but she skillfully avoided the topic. Once, when there was no way to avoid it, she angrily warned him not to mention the man who had made her suffer. However, Yuan Xiong never expected that the man who had made her suffer was Lan Tingfang. He smiled bitterly inside, realizing why he felt a strange magnetic pull towards Lan Tingfang. It came from this woman named Gu Lianhao. "Lianhao, do you still love him?" Lianhao crossed her hands over her face, using her wrist to block the gradually brightening daylight, while the other hand rested on her heart. "Love? It seems I have forgotten that word along with the feeling it brings. If I hadn't encountered him again, I would have thought Lan Tingfang was part of my past life." "Why does it sound like you're talking like an old lady?" Yuan Xiong said. "Gu Lianhao, you're still a young girl." Yuan Xiong didn't like Lianhao speaking in this tone. He removed her hand from her face, and as soon as he touched it, he felt a warm, damp sensation. He didn't attempt to pull her hand away, but instead adjusted the clothes covering her. "Gu Lianhao, you really make my heart ache." Yuan Xiong felt helpless. "Lan Tingfang, you make me jealous. Do you still want to continue with work? If you want to leave, I can help you tell him." Lianhao raised her hand to touch the swollen area on Yuan Xiong's face. "Lan Tingfang has become savage. How would he hit you like this? Hero, how about we report him and let him spend a few days in jail? I'll be your witness." "Gu Lianhao, you really treat me like your inheritance." Yuan Xiong shook his head helplessly. "You are indeed my inheritance," Lianhao said seriously. "Aunt Daisy entrusted her most precious inheritance to me. Half a year after her mother passed away, Aunt Daisy left too, dying of breast cancer. That beauty often pretended to forget that she had breast cancer and generously offered to take Lianhao to San Diego. In the end, in a local hospital in San Diego, during her final moments, she held Lianhao's hand and said, "Lianhao, I entrust my most precious inheritance, Yuan Xiong, to you, whom I trust the most. I hope you can show him what true living is." Hero, do you miss Aunt Daisy? The clear morning reminded Lianhao of the color of heaven. Wondering if her mother had met Aunt Daisy in heaven. Nodding slightly, Yuan Xiong fell silent. Hero, I miss my mom too. Lianhao closed her eyes again, her eyelids seemingly becoming heavy all at once. Upon returning to the company, Yuan Xiong received a notification for a flight to Thailand in an hour and a half, reportedly to record a program set against a Southeast Asian backdrop. He made a phone call to Lianhao at the airport, relaying a few words, and finally said while holding the phone, "Lianhao, wait for me. I will definitely buy a small island in the Pacific for you, and then we can eat the vegetables we grow in our garden together." After turning 20, Yuan Xiong had become quite adept at sweet talk, charming various beautiful and sexy women. But when it came to Gu Lianhao, he couldn't bring himself to say those sweet words. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, and then that gentle voice reminded him, "Yuan Xiong, take care of yourself out there." Yuan Xiong smiled bitterly. Gu Lianhao continued to avoid him as always. This woman wasn't dull, but she always made herself seem as if she were. On her side, Lianhao slowly put down her phone, lowered her eyes, and gently touched the ring on her ring finger. In the next 2 days, Lianhao continued the cultural journey with the kids from the academy. The children made many friends from around the world at the summer camp. And the ancient city of Beijing, along with its unique cultural customs, filled them with excitement. During these 2 days, Lan Tingfang didn't come looking for Lianhao, and Director Wu, along with her, had gone to the headquarters of Asia-Pacific Media without mentioning anything special, which relieved Lianhao deep down. Just as she felt a moment of ease, on the third night around 10 o'clock, Lianhao received a call from Fang Zhuang. "Gu Lianhao, if you want to see the name Lan Tingfang appear in tomorrow's crime section, then don't come." Fang Zhuang dropped this harsh statement over the phone. Lianhao arrived at Fenglin Garden for the second time, and the scene was still stunning. The valet, dressed in a style reminiscent of medieval royal drivers, sighed in relief upon seeing her. "Miss Gu, Mr. Lan is drunk and insists on seeing you, or he cause a scene," the valet, Xiao Dao, said hesitantly. He had experienced Mr. Lan's drunken antics that night, and honestly found it hard to commend. Lan Tingfang was drunk and shouting to see her, or he would cause a scene. What was going on? Could Lan Tingfang really act like that? At that moment, Lianhao felt as if Xiao Dao was talking about someone else entirely. Following Xiao Dao, Lianhao entered the private elevator, which stopped at the private area on the 7th floor. She entered a softly lit room, gently parting the star-like bead curtain. Amidst the tinkling sounds, Lan Tingfang was half reclining on an Arabian-style couch, while the beautiful hostess of Fenglin Garden sat beside her, gazing at him with a complex expression. Chapter 36. After you become a memory. 12. All along, Xiaojin thought that Lan Tingfang's heart was filled with by an eye. She had seen the girl named Shu Xiao Xiao, a very quiet girl, and through her face, she could vaguely feel that perhaps Bai Nanai used to look like that. Several times, Xiaojin caught Lan Tingfang and Shu Xiao Xiao in intimate moments, with a tipsy Lan Tingfang kissing the back of Shu Xiao Xiao's neck carefully, as if treating the rarest treasure. When Xiao Dao appeared with the long-awaited Gu Lianhao, Xiaojin felt surprised, and along with that surprise was a faint heartache, stemming from her identity as Lan Tingfang's ex-wife. It wasn't until she lowered her head and saw the small, bead-like scar on the back of her neck that she was momentarily stunned. Shu Xiao Xiao also had a similar mark on her neck, and at that moment, Xiaojin suddenly realized. Lianhao lowered her head. Her first instinct was to tidy Lan Tingfang's collar and button his shirt. In the past, when Lan Tingfang was drunk, Lianhao would do the same, and these actions seemed to have become a pattern stored in a computer. Just as she finished buttoning his shirt, Lianhao was about to pull her hand away when it was tightly grasped by Lan Tingfang, who pressed her hand against his cheek. "Lianhao, let's go home. Go home," he murmured as if in a dream. Lianhao was momentarily dazed. "Lianhao, come home with me. Let's go home." "Okay, Lianhao, Lianhao," he called softly, his tone lingering, with the fragrance of alcohol in his voice. The scent of alcohol seemed to instantly convey to Lianhao, and the hand that should have been pulled away instead tightened its grip on his hand. The words that should have been rejected turned into, "Okay, let's go home." All the way, he was like an obedient child, sitting in the back seat of the car, resting his head on Lianhao's shoulder, occasionally sniffing her like a little puppy, then smiling with the innocent joy of a child. The dreamy neon lights adorned the road along the way, and this scene felt familiar, as if it had existed in a distant time before. That scene was like a mirror moon in the water. In the chaotic night, Lianhao once again arrived at the home that once belonged to her and Lan Tingfang. After Xiao Dao helped her get Lan Tingfang to the bedroom, he left. Lianhao sat on the ocean-like bed sheets, staring blankly at the entire room. This bedroom still retained the appearance it had when she left. Only the oil painting that used to show half a face across from the bed was replaced by an endless golden wheat field, which Lianhao had bought from a street painter in Prague, Czech Republic, and had always kept in her study. Lianhao wanted to pull her hand away from Lan Tingfang's tight grip, but just as she moved, Lan Tingfang yanked her down onto the bed, curling up beside Lianhao in a position reminiscent of a baby in its mother's womb, his messy hair sticking to his forehead, the longer strands covering his eyes. Vaguely, Lianhao remembered that afternoon, the creaking sound of the swing chains echoing in the quiet weekend campus afternoon. Lianhao leaned under the shade of a tree, framing a camera lens with her thumb and index finger, aiming at a boy swinging not far away. The boy had slightly long hair, and the early summer breeze lifted his hair, with the ends glistening in the autumn gold sunlight as they danced with the swing's arc. The sky was clear, and autumn had dyed the surrounding leaves a light yellow. It was a beautiful scene. When Lianhao understood that the sky would change colors with the seasons, she became extremely infatuated with the cinematic lens. That afternoon, the boy on the swing felt like a beautiful film shot. After a while, a girl called out with a backpack, "Lan Tingfang, and an eye is waiting for you at the school gate." At that moment, Lianhao realized that the boy on the swing was the one many girls at school secretly gathered to talk about shyly, Lan Tingfang. Lianhao didn't have much impression of Lan Tingfang when she first saw him. Her impression was that his hair was a bit long and had a great cinematic quality. That year, Lianhao was 16, infatuated with film frames, dreaming of becoming a director and making movies as poetic as poetry. 2 years later, Lianhao was still infatuated with film frames, but she was more infatuated with a boy named Lan Tingfang, dreaming of one day becoming Lan Tingfang's wife and bearing his children. Memories are like a fractured zone, filled with all sorts of bumps and pits. In this familiar room, the sleeping Lan Tingfang seemed to transform into the boy swinging that afternoon. Lianhao's fingers trembled in the air, and for a moment, she wanted to brush away the hair covering Lan Tingfang's forehead. In the end, her outstretched fingers retracted one by one, turning into fists. With a sudden effort, Lianhao got up from the bed. Standing at the bedroom door, like a shy traveler, Lianhao slowly opened the bedroom door, her hands searching for the switch. It was still there. With a gentle press, the whole house brightened up and the soft lights unfolded. Lianhao liked warm-colored light. On many winter nights, it always helped her dispel the desolation deep inside her heart. Along with the sudden brightness in the room came a sense of loss. Every corner of this house hid the losses that belonged to Gu Lianhao. Hope, waiting, disappointment, and loneliness were the four movements of Gu Lianhao's day, playing out day after day. Finally, Lianhao's gaze fell on the sofa in the living room. In the mottled memories, Lianhao seemed to see her former self, curled up on the sofa, biting the end of a pen, staring blankly at the clock across the room, hoping time would slow down before midnight so that maybe in the next second he would come back. After midnight, she hoped time would speed up so that she could begin waiting for the next day. Silly? A bit silly, Lianhao asked herself and answered, wiping her eyes and patting her face. Gu Lianhao, it's all in the past. Just as the scriptures say, no matter how long the dark night lasts, it will eventually pass. Lifting her eyelids, the three-dimensional structure of the ceiling turned into a kaleidoscope after a hangover, making Lan Tingfang's heart feel chaotic. The emptiness in his heart began to extend endlessly. He hated returning to this familiar environment, yet often, after avoiding a phase, he would return here. This place was once called home, inhabited by a woman named Gu Lianhao. Once, her identity was Lan Tingfang's wife. Once? At this moment, Lan Tingfang hated the term once, as it was this once that made him lose his wife. There were faint sounds outside, and Lan Tingfang turned over, covering his head with a blanket. He hated this auditory hallucination. This kind of hallucination always tortured him relentlessly every hungover morning. In the dark, he remembered the vague dream from last night, where it seemed that the only scent left in the world was the unique fragrance from Lianhao. In the first year after Lianhao left, Lan Tingfang had dated several young women. Some wore perfume, and some didn't, but he tried to find that scent belonging to Lianhao in them. It was a scent that always made one nostalgic. Gradually, he understood that some people's scent actually comes from your feelings. It is said that this scent only comes from the person you deeply love. At that time, he thought this was the most illogical thing. Deep love? Clearly, Gu Lianhao was just a good girl, a good woman, a good wife to him. But she had never been the girl he loved, the woman he loved, the wife he loved. Look, now she had become the girl loved by another man. The woman loved by another man, another man's. Thinking of this, Lan Tingfang's heart was painfully twisted, and the pain made him curl up his body. Outside, there seemed to be something falling, and faintly, Lan Tingfang heard a gentle reprimand. "Ka, can you be a little quieter?" That voice spread like fireworks in the night sky, resonating in Lan Tingfang's empty mind. In the kitchen, Kaka was circling around Lianhao, tugging at her pant legs and fiddling with her slippers, which made Lianhao quite distressed. She had originally planned to leave while Lan Tingfang was still asleep. Last night, Lianhao had fallen asleep on the sofa, and when she woke up, Kaka was curled up next to her, looking at her pitifully. So, Lianhao found herself in the kitchen, intending to fill Kaka's belly. After some thought, she grabbed a handful of rice to make porridge. Lan Tingfang had a habit of drinking plain porridge after a hangover, and she always added a little salt to it. Everything in the kitchen was still arranged as it had been at that time, familiar enough to make Lianhao momentarily dazed, as if she had never experienced separation. She stared blankly at the steam rising from the porridge, while the already satisfied Kaka was gnawing at her pant leg again. "Kaka, can't you be a little quieter?" Lianhao helplessly looked down at Kaka, who just happened to lift its eyes to meet hers, looking innocent, which made Lianhao smile. But the smile quickly froze on her lips as a long finger wrapped around her from behind, pulling her into his embrace. She heard a soft voice from behind that seemed to drip with tenderness. "So, it turns out last night I wasn't dreaming. Lianhao, it really is you." Lianhao wanted to pull away his hand, but he held her firmly. "Be good. Don't move. Just for a moment, let me hold you." Time is powerful. The traces left in time will remind you of nostalgic scenes from old movies at certain moments. Gu Lianhao and Lan Tingfang had beautiful memories together. He had made her breakfast, spent wonderful mornings with her. He had carried her on his back, whispering sweet nothings in her ear in the gentle breeze of early summer. He had tied her shoelaces, looking more handsome than the male lead in a romantic movie. He had put gloves on her hands during the coldest winter, his own hands turning red from the cold. He had shown up at the airport in the middle of the night, braving the wind and snow to help her with her luggage, and brought her warm soup, telling her he was there to take her home. He had kissed her, entered her body, allowing her to understand the sweetness that belonged to lovers, completing the beautiful and painful process of a girl transforming into a woman. The memories of Gu Lianhao and Lan Tingfang were not all bitter. As Lianhao immersed herself in these memories, a butterfly-like touch gently fell on the small scar on the back of her neck that had been burned. Lianhao closed her eyes, as if she had returned to her younger self, holding her grandmother's hand as they climbed the moss-covered steps to an ancient temple, singing the nursery rhymes she had just learned. The scent of incense from the good men and women worshipping the Bodhisattva wafted through the air. It seemed that Lianhao could smell the fragrance from the temple again. Lan Tingfang's lips felt like they were covered in that scent she always yearned for as he kissed the corner of her mouth and breathed into her ear, saying, "Lianhao, leave him, come back to me." A sound similar to a car crash suddenly pierced Lianhao's eardrum. Chapter 37, After You Become a Memory, 13, Leave him, come back to me. He whispered softly while kissing her. A loud crash, reminiscent of a car collision, pierced through Lianhao's eardrum. She forcefully pushed Lan Tingfang away, bent down to catch her breath, and instinctively touched the ring on her ring finger. This action directly hurt Lan Tingfang. He pushed Lianhao against the countertop, locking her in his embrace with his arms. With no way to retreat, Lianhao could only clench her fists, pressing against Lan Tingfang to create a little distance. "Leave him. He doesn't deserve you," Lan Tingfang said word by word. "Leave him. He doesn't deserve you?" Lianhao recalled what Lan Tingfang had said a few days ago in the box at Xiaofu, finding this man quite ridiculous. "He doesn't deserve me?" Lianhao laughed. "Mister, Lan seems to have forgotten that I am in a second marriage. You also said that second marriages are unsellable products in China, expired food. Just a few days have passed, and how has your tone changed completely?" "Damn," Lan Tingfang cursed himself fiercely in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he tried to steady his voice, holding Lianhao's waist and running his hand up and down her back. He hated that her body was stiff in his arms. "I found out everything in 48 hours. I know about everything that appeared in the media and everything that didn't." Lianhao's heart tightened, her voice trembling. "What do you know?" "I know you got together with Yuan Yingxiong because of his mother. His mother wants you to help him get rid of the bad habits in the fashion industry. But you don't need to involve yourself." "Got together?" Lianhao shook her head. His tone was really unpleasant. "Mr. Lan, please watch your words. Yingxiong and I are legally married, and our relationship is protected by law. Moreover," Lianhao emphasized moreover, "I think being able to marry Yingxiong is a wonderful thing." A wonderful thing? This was definitely the most unbearable statement Lan Tingfang had ever heard. His fist slammed down hard on the countertop, causing a series of dishes to clatter. The pain radiating from his palm made him furrow his brows. And at the same time, the pain reminded him that this was not the time to get angry. Adjusting his breath, Lan Tingfang's cheek pressed against Lianhao's temple. "Lianhao, he doesn't deserve you. Additionally, he isn't suitable for you. His circle is too complicated, and his private life is chaotic. He has used drugs, flirted with married women, made statements attacking government laws, and has been detained for illegal possession of firearms. You, Gu Lianhao, are someone who likes a simple life. You two are not suitable together." His tone was gentle, as if he were an elder wishing her well, which left Lianhao feeling lost. "Those are all things of the past." Lianhao struggled to voice her thoughts. "Tingfang, I don't know the reasons behind your recent behaviors and don't want to know. The only thing I can be sure of is that we have become a thing of the past. I can also tell you that Yingxiong is great. There is no incompatibility that you speak of. I willingly want to be with him." After saying this, Lianhao felt Lan Tingfang's grip on her shoulder tighten painfully. His chest rose and fell violently, as if conveying a sense of anger. "Yuan Yingxiong is great? Gu Lianhao, who are you trying to fool? Do you know that just a week after your marriage, that so-called great man of yours was fooling around in a hotel with an Italian named Monica? How can I trust you to him?" Ultimately, the name Monica was brought up, causing Lianhao to smile bitterly. "I know about that. It was a misunderstanding." Lianhao turned her face away. "Misunderstanding?" Lan Tingfang slammed his fist down heavily on the countertop again, causing the dishes on the cabinet to fall, startling Ka. "Gu Lianhao, is that how he told you? Should I pull out that video for you to appreciate? With the right angle, the footage will definitely not disappoint you." "You." Lianhao trembled with anger. "Lan Tingfang, you actually sent someone to investigate him. Do you understand what privacy means? You are such a jerk. You." For cursing him for another man. This realization made Lan Tingfang extremely furious. He pressed closer to her. "I what? Gu Lianhao, that man has betrayed you, and you still defend him." His breath was hot against Lianhao's ear, tickling her, making her even more flustered, to the point where she lost her ability to articulate her thoughts. Forcing Lianhao's chin up, Lan Tingfang looked straight into her eyes, and slowly, the corners of his mouth lifted. "Lianhao, at this moment, after hearing my words, shouldn't you show the sadness and jealousy of a wife? Why instead are you questioning about a person's privacy protection?" At this point, Lan Tingfang's voice became softer, and this realization undoubtedly made him feel good. His fingers teased up and down her cheek, employing a bit of flirtation. "Lianhao, is it that you don't care if he's betrayed you? Lianhao, is it that you have no feelings for him at all? Lianhao, is it that you have never let go of me, so you can't develop feelings for other men?" The fingers resting on her cheek felt like a dangerous electric current, causing Lianhao to tremble uncontrollably. "Divorce him, Lianhao, then be with me," Lan Tingfang whispered in her ear. Perhaps being too close caused Lianhao's mind to feel oxygen-deprived, leaving her unable to think. His face drew closer, his long eyelashes resembling the wings of a black and beautiful butterfly in the forest, spreading out endlessly toward her. His lips landed on her forehead, then her nose, and finally her lips. She didn't even know how his tongue pried open her teeth, nor how his tongue entwined with hers. As if a voice from deep within her soul was telling Lianhao that she also craved this moment. Driven by desire, Lianhao's trembling hands slowly wrapped around his waist, causing her to stand on her tiptoes. A chill shot through her chest as a button fell to the ground with a soft, crisp sound. That small sound unleashed a tidal wave. Amidst a sharp scream, the first car collided with the second car because it couldn't stop. The second car was forced into the third car, and the cars parked by the roadside fell like dominoes. The last car hit was a black Toyota, where a woman was on the phone, her expression anxious. When the second button hit the ground, Lianhao forcefully pushed the man who had buried his head in her chest. But she couldn't move him. It was as if, at that moment, she was a patient who had lost her ability to speak, and tears streamed down her face in large droplets. The warmth of the tears made Lan Tingfang stop all his movements. As soon as he relaxed, Lianhao struggled desperately, and her tear-streaked face stunned Lan Tingfang. In the next second, her body was forcefully pushed to the ground, and then her palm went numb as she fled. Lianhao escaped to the living room, grabbing her handbag and heading to the door, hearing him say behind her, "Lianhao, don't go." After a pause, she said, "Tingfang, I am married. This is a fact you need to accept. I don't want you to repeatedly do things like today, and I hate your interference in my marriage." After saying this, Lianhao opened the door without a hint of hesitation. Staring at the closed door, Lan Tingfang clenched his fists tightly, feeling a wave of pain from his palms. Blood oozed from the cuts made by the utensils, dripping onto the off-white floor, a shocking sight. On the weekend, the penultimate event of this Beijing summer camp arrived, a folk culture tour. In the folk village, the children were deeply attracted by the activities filled with folk charm. They wandered through the many villages symbolizing various ethnic minorities, having a great time. In the evening, the staff of the folk village brought in firewood, and due to the arrival of the children and the film crew, they specially lit a bonfire party, usually held only during festivals. As the bonfire was just ignited, Lan Tingfang arrived, bringing food under the pretense of a visit. He instructed Xiao Dao and Fang Yuwei, who came with him, to distribute the food one by one and went directly to Lianhao's side. Since that morning, Lan Tingfang had not appeared in front of Lianhao for 2 days. The children and director Wu showed great enthusiasm for Lan Tingfang's arrival. Emma, who claimed she wanted to marry Lan Tingfang when she grew up, affectionately held his hand. Lan Tingfang patted her head, listening to Emma chatter in her not-so-fluent Chinese. The bonfire illuminated his face, his delicate features resembling a midnight mandala, enchanting. Sensing Lianhao's gaze, he turned his face towards her and smiled. That smile, under the bright bonfire, held a captivating charm. Lianhao panicked and quickly turned her face away, feeling her ears gradually getting warm. The children finally finished the dinner specially prepared for them by the folk village. Lan Tingfang walked up to them and clapped his hands. "Children, I want to tell you something here and seek your opinion." He wore a gentle smile. "Dear ones, do you want to come back to Beijing next year with your parents?" The children cheered with joy. Lan Tingfang then announced that for the next 10 years, Asia-Pacific Media would hold a parent-child summer camp every year, and he would sponsor 500 children from the academy and their families to come to Beijing to participate in the camp. This news delighted director Wu and the children. Some eager children even picked up their phones to inform their parents across the ocean, while others were already shouting to sign up. Director Wu approached Lan Tingfang to express his gratitude. Amid the children's chatter, Lan Tingfang clapped his hands again to signal them to be quiet. Once the children quieted down, Lan Tingfang's gaze fell on Lianhao's face, saying, "However, there is one condition. You must lend me your teacher Gu. Now, I am seeking your opinion and your teacher Gu's opinion." The children turned their eyes towards Lianhao, who looked somewhat pale. Lianhao, are you willing to lend yourself to me? Chapter 38, After You Become a Memory, 14. In front of everyone, Lan Tingfang asked Lianhao, Lianhao, would you be willing to lend yourself to me? The children looked at Lianhao with eager eyes, and Lianhao, feeling anxious, turned her gaze to Dean Wu, whose face, like her mother's, was no longer young but held a faint hope. One of the children, a black boy named Jesse, grabbed Lianhao's hand and said in the Chinese language she had taught him, please, just agree. I want to bring my mom to China to eat Chinese roast duck, listen to Chinese opera, and climb the Great Wall of Beijing. Jesse's father was unknown, and his mother, who loved Chinese culture, had worked odd jobs to send him to the academy. In the clarity of his hopeful gaze, Lianhao felt her eyes welling up. She bent down and kissed Jesse's forehead, stood up, took a deep breath, and raised her hand. Okay. Her words drew the children towards her like soft candy, showering her with compliments. Lianhao was forcibly pulled away from the children by Lan Tingfang, who ran with her amidst the commotion. Once they were out of the folk village, Lianhao fiercely shook off Lan Tingfang's hand, using considerable force. Lan Tingfang furrowed his brow and covered his right hand. And only then did Lianhao see that his right hand was wrapped in a bandage. What happened to your hand? Lianhao asked softly. That day, when you pushed me in the kitchen, I hit the glass on the floor, was the unexpected reply from Lan Tingfang. When she asked him this, a small voice told him to let her feel guilty, preferably so guilty that she would obey him. At 20, Lan Tingfang never imagined that 11 years later he would use such unrefined tricks on a woman. Sure enough, the woman gradually leaned closer, stared at his hand for a moment, and softly asked, where are we going? Tonight, let's follow my arrangements, okay? Lan Tingfang leaned in, and she didn't pull away, just lowered her eyes and nodded. A small sense of pride filled Lan Tingfang. He had read in a book about the art of talking to women that they preferred the phrasing of, is that okay, over other options, as it represented complete respect. Lianhao allowed Lan Tingfang to take her to the car, which arrived at the famous shopping street in the capital. When they got back into the car, Lianhao was dressed in a black Chanel dress with a subtle floral pattern. In the dress, Lianhao looked elegant, her beauty not overly demanding. Yet her features were just right in Lan Tingfang's eyes. It was as if her nose were a bit higher, it would be unappealing. If her eyes were a bit larger, they would be a distraction, and if her eyebrows were a bit thicker, they would lose their delicacy. Shaking his head, Lan Tingfang was unsure where this logic came from. Lianhao felt uneasy under his intense gaze, her eyes dropping down to his black suit. Only then realizing how formal Lan Tingfang was tonight, the handmade Italian suit making him stand out even more. Lianhao's heart began to race again. Amidst her anxiety, Lan Tingfang gently caressed her earlobe, and, during her unease, he placed earrings on her. They were classic pearl earrings, their shine reflecting on the car window, shimmering beautifully. As he gently touched Lianhao's pearl earrings, Lan Tingfang felt a pang of sadness. I'm sorry, Lianhao. When you were my wife, I didn't put these in your ears. These earrings belong to my grandmother, passed down since the Guangxu era. I should have given them to you when we married, but I didn't and that was my fault. With a touch of sadness in his heart, he realized that perhaps for the 6 years they had been married, he had never truly seen her as his wife. Perhaps the one he really wanted to see wearing the pearl earrings was by Annie. Lianhao moved her hand to her ear, intending to take off the pearl earrings. No, Lianhao. Lan Tingfang pressed her hand down. You said tonight, let us follow my plans. After a moment of hesitation, Lianhao slowly let her hand fall. A faint joy colored Lan Tingfang's expression. Now wear them and come with me to a charity gala. The charity gala Lan Tingfang mentioned was held at the National Theater. Upon seeing the large title, Lianhao realized that Lan Tingfang had brought her to the government-hosted annual charity awards ceremony, where the central government honored several individuals who had made significant contributions to society. The gala was heavily guarded, with numerous government vehicles present. As soon as Lan Tingfang's car stopped, Fang Yuwei and several security personnel came over to greet them. Lianhao. Lan Tingfang called out to Lianhao, who was about to get out of the car. You and Fang Yuwei go in first. I'll join you later. Lianhao nodded and followed Fang Yuwei as he entered through a special passageway leading to the gala venue, accompanied by 2 security personnel. Fang Yuwei slowed his pace, walking shoulder to shoulder with Lianhao. He glanced at her, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Miss Gu, mister. Lan doesn't want you to enter with him because he doesn't want you to be exposed. You have no idea how much those magazines love to write nonsense. And those paparazzi are always on the lookout. If you get photographed with Mr. Lan, they will dig up everything about your family history. And they'll even bring up your school records and exam scores to make a fuss. They will surely report daily from where you live, and I know all of this." Lianhao smiled, interrupting the anxious Fang Yue. Fang Yue felt embarrassed. Once they entered the venue, the host checked their invitation cards and led them to the front row special guest seats. After taking their seats, Lianhao glanced around the venue. The stage was simply decorated, with only an award platform, while the rest was draped in golden curtains. The lights reflecting off the stage illuminated the seats below, which were filled with important figures, many of whom frequently appeared on international channels. Just as Lianhao sat for a moment, she saw Lan Tingfang, guided by the host, sitting in the VIP area. When Lianhao looked at him, Lan Tingfang happened to be looking at her too, and he smiled slightly. That smile, however, caught the attention of another person by Annie, who stared at Lan Tingfang in the VIP area, stunned. Was he smiling at her just now? How long had it been since he had smiled at her like that? Quickly, Annie took out a small mirror to check her makeup, knowing that he would appear here today. She had used many methods to get this invitation card. Normally preferring light makeup, she had spent 3 hours at the beauty salon to achieve the current trendy nude look. The reflection in the mirror showed her beauty. But looking at herself, Annie felt bitter. She had not always been like this. She used to meet him in plain clothes, wearing slippers. But now, Annie found it hard to remember her former self. Ever since Lan Tingfang appeared, Annie had stopped paying attention to everything happening at the gala. The host, dressed formally, began with a series of official remarks, followed by an auction of items belonging to prominent figures. Lan Tingfang raised his paddle 7 times, purchasing 3 items, which he then donated, earning rounds of applause. He slightly bowed and nodded to the audience, calm and composed. Seeing such a Lan Tingfang made Annie feel a wave of sadness. He was no longer the rebellious boy pouring out his youth in an underground bar with an old bass hanging from his neck. At that moment, Annie finally realized that the gentle Lan had been evaporated by the years, settling into the man before her, who was adored by many, like the most tempting fragrance in the world. His gaze, faint and elusive, fell towards her, and this recognition made Annie feel excited. After the small auction concluded, the evening entered its true theme. This government-awarded prize was something to aspire to but rarely attained. With only 2 slots available each year, the Outstanding Contribution Award and the Outstanding Young Representative Award. The Outstanding Contribution Award was generally given to the older generation, while the Outstanding Young Award was the highlight, representing and symbolizing the future. The Outstanding Contribution Award was presented to a scientist. And when it was time to announce the Outstanding Young Representative, the special guest elongated the announcement, slowly pronouncing the name Lan Tingfang after about 3 seconds. The candidates sitting next to Lan Tingfang extended their hands to congratulate him. Lan Tingfang stood up and glanced over at her again, filling Annie's heart with a faint sweetness as the man she loved, guided by the MC in a cheapao, stepped onto the stage of honor. Unlike the elderly scientist who had just received his trophy and honorary certificate, his hair white and eyes filled with tears as he reminisced on stage, Lan Tingfang simply said thank you when he received the trophy from the guest. As Lan Tingfang finished receiving his award, the host announced that a special guest would present the freshly minted Outstanding Young Representative with a special gift. As soon as the host finished speaking, a middle-aged man with dark skin walked out from backstage. Upon reaching the stage, he embraced Lan Tingfang, and the host introduced his identity. The middle-aged black man was a member of the International Red Cross, and he brought an honorary medal specifically for Lan Tingfang from the Red Cross, as well as letters and handmade cards from many children in Africa. The host read a few letters written by the children to Lan Tingfang, and the simple words moved many in the audience. Lan Tingfang picked up one of the child's gifts, a corsage, and reverently pinned it onto his suit. Holding the host's microphone, he stepped forward and stood there, his gaze fixed somewhere, calmly saying, "Here, I want to thank someone, and I want to say some heartfelt words to her." In the audience, Lianhao turned his face away, feeling an indescribable anxiety in his heart. Bai Annie, sitting a few seats away from Lianhao, felt her heart racing wildly. She desperately thought about who Lan Tingfang would think. Lan Tingfang had always been a reserved person, so for someone so aloof to come forward and express gratitude was truly rare. Who could that person be? Chapter 39, After You Become a Memory, 15. Lan Tingfang stood on the stage, her gaze fixed on Lianhao. She recalled that small auditorium in Chaoyang district, wondering if she had stood on the stage filled with unease just like this. I know someone who accompanied me for many years. I didn't understand her kindness. So she got angry and left. She left, but left her mark behind. Every year, she would take a heap of things to Africa, returning dark and thin. Sometimes even ill. I thought she was just asking for trouble. She said it was the clear eyes of those children that drove her to step onto that land time and again. Later, when she left, I became curious. So I went to the place she told me about, a place people named the Horn of Africa. It was only after stepping there that I realized there existed such a piece of land in this world. That land receives only a few millimeters of moisture each year, cannot grow any crops, and the people there spend most of their days queuing at relief centers waiting for their meager food rations. The mothers there worry every night before sleeping whether their children beside them will wake up when dawn breaks. Sometimes, the children wake up to touch their relatives' cold bodies. At 20, I knew none of this. At 20, I complained all day long about the unfair treatment life gave me. Lan Tingfang paused, her features softening under the lights. The 20-year-old Lan Tingfang never thought one day she would become who she is now. Yes, I think I should thank her. I also want to tell her that she has subtly changed me. I think everyone has moments of confusion, not knowing why they exist in this world. I'm grateful that I met her during such a time. At that time, I was like a stubborn child who couldn't write, and she taught me how to write properly, revealing the meanings behind those words, which brought me to stand here today. The venue was silent, as if everyone was immersed in a passionate speech. Bai Annie quietly stood up and left the venue. Outside, she leaned against the wall for a while as the venue erupted in warm applause, the sound like a tornado crashing against her eardrum. Wiping her face, Bai Annie walked numbly into the restroom. Lianhao quietly rose amidst the thunderous applause, softly leaving her seat, step by step exiting the venue, feeling a strong gaze from somewhere firmly fixed on her back. But she couldn't reach that gaze now. Bai Annie stood in front of the restroom mirror, picked up a lipstick, the latest Maybelline shade, vibrant and suitable for girls in their 20s, yet she chose that one. After applying the lipstick, her face in the mirror brightened a little. With a bitter smile, she thought, Bai Annie, when did you become so insecure? Just now? Who was the person Lan Tingfang expressed his heartfelt gratitude for? Who else but herself had accompanied him through such a long time? A name surfaced in her mind, but Bai Annie shook her head, weakly lighting a cigarette and leaning against the wall. The curling smoke was like the haze of time, indistinct and impossible to hold on to. Lan Tingfang, how did you become an emotional person, speaking those words so eloquently? Lan Tingfang, how much have you changed? When Bai Annie is no longer by your side, are you really, as she said, that you're no longer the person you used to be? So, did she witness everything? As she mentioned, in the role of a wife? No, not anymore. Now Gu Lianhao is already Lan Tingfang's ex-wife. So, what is everything that happened tonight what Lan Tingfang, who is unfamiliar to Bai Annie on stage, represent? It's really annoying. Bai Annie extinguished her cigarette, frowning at the mirror. Bai Annie, not only have you become insecure, but you also like to overthink. Gu Lianhao and Lan Tingfang have become a thing of the past. Now, you are still by his side while she has left him. Exiting the restroom, she saw a slender figure in a black little dress with her back to her, one shoulder leaning against the wall. Head down while talking on the phone, her voice soft and calm. She seemed to be saying, Hero, when will you come back? Hero, when will you come back? Hearing her say that, Bai Annie found it amusing. The person she was on the phone with couldn't possibly be named Hero. Could they? There really are people who dare to be called Hero. The woman on the phone had a beautiful silhouette, a graceful neck. And a woman with such a beautiful neck was best suited to wear a qipao, Bai Annie thought vaguely. As she moved closer, the voice of the person on the phone became eerily familiar, so familiar that Bai Annie stopped in her tracks. In distant memories, Lan Tingfang had a tail girl who often followed him, reminding him, Lan Tingfang, you haven't eaten. Lan Tingfang, you left your notes behind. Lan Tingfang, you should change your shoes. Lan Tingfang, do you want some water? Lan Tingfang, the tail girl constantly mentioned his name, driving her mad. Finally, she said to him, Lan Tingfang, I hate Gu Lianhao. That afternoon, under the green shade, the tail girl called out Lan Tingfang's name again because he forgot his book in the classroom. He took the book from her hand and straightforwardly told the tail girl, Gu Lianhao, don't always follow me. Annie doesn't like it. The tail girl stood quietly in the shade, simply responding, okay. At that time, Bai Annie really disliked Gu Lianhao. She came from a good family and excelled academically. Bai Annie always felt that the daughter of the diplomat named Gu Lianhao had an innate nobility, unrelated to her background and academic success. It was a kind of innate nobility that made her presence felt even when she wore the cheapest clothes, making her stand out among a group of slightly naive students. Thus, with a subtle heart, Bai Annie indulged Gu Lianhao and Lan Tingfang's closeness because she wanted to see her fail. At that time, Bai Annie didn't know if the tail girl under the green shade was sad about Gu Lianhao. She only saw her standing there for a long time. Later, she rarely appeared around Lan Tingfang. Eventually, the tail girl became Lan Tingfang's wife. That figure was still with her head down, talking on the phone, and Bai Annie's palm felt icy. After hanging up, Lianhao didn't enter the venue. She lowered her head, fiddling with her phone, opened the photo album, and eventually found a photo with her mother. Back then, they stood under a tall oak tree. She looked awkward, and her mother was in formal attire. Her expression slightly reserved. Aunt Daisy once told Lianhao's mother that her daughter was harder to grasp than any diplomatic engagement, fearing that if she was held too tightly, it would backfire, and if held too loosely, an insurmountable distance would emerge. Silly mom. Lianhao's fingers brushed her mother's features. Gu Lianhao. A hesitant female voice unfolded behind Lianhao. She didn't turn around. Gu Lianhao was never a person with keen hearing, but she should have guessed who it was. Someone who could call Lan Lan like poetry, someone who could sing the most ethereal harmony. Lianhao, Gu Lianhao. The voice behind her trembled slightly. Lianhao turned around, and Bai Annie stood there, beautiful and delicate. Bai Annie was almost losing her grip on her handbag, her fingers tightening. In the next second, she slightly lifted her chin and took a few steps closer to Lianhao. Lianhao, when did you come back? She asked with a gentle smile. The kind of smile that even in the darkest moments could touch the heart. The smile that captivated Lan Tingfang the most. I've been back for a few days. Lianhao gently put her phone back in her handbag and replied, the dress is nice, pointing to Lianhao's black gown. It suits you well. Lianhao remained silent and motionless. She certainly didn't think Bai Annie intended to discuss clothing with her. Were you invited to? Or, Bai Annie paused. Where did you come with Tingfang? Just then, Fang Yue appeared anxiously, slightly out of breath. Miss Gu, Mr. Lan has been looking for you everywhere. Everything was already self-evident. Fang Yue had seen Bai Annie a few times and was Lan Tingfang's personal assistant. He had witnessed her embarrassing moments several times, and once, he had even reprimanded her harshly, mistaking her for a persistent admirer of Lan Tingfang. In fact, she was not much different from those persistent admirers of Lan Tingfang. At that moment, Fang Yue noticed Bai Annie. Having these two women together was definitely not good for Mr. Lan. He half-blocked Bai Annie and showed a respectful demeanor towards Lianhao. Fang Yue guided Lianhao past Bai Annie, who stood tall in her 8-inch heels, feeling a piercing pain in her heart. Bai Annie despised her current state. Clearly a long time ago, under the green shade, Lan Tingfang chose to distance himself from Gu Lianhao because of her disdain for Gu Lianhao. People at the venue had begun to leave through the exit in succession, and the media interview area was bustling with noise, the sound of cameras clicking accompanying the reporters' eager questions, all aimed at Lan Tingfang. Fang Yue brought Lianhao to the interview area, where Lan Tingfang, surrounded by reporters, didn't look too good. His expression showed impatience. The reporters' questions were almost entirely focused on the identity of the person he wanted to thank on stage, and they showed great enthusiasm for this. Amid the reporters' relentless inquiries, Lan Tingfang coldly said, "You don't need to know this. and put away your curiosity. I don't think it will be of any help to you. On the contrary, it might bring you unnecessary trouble. If you want to keep your jobs, you'd better be quiet and not let your imagination run wild. If someone else had said this, it might have provoked an attack from the reporters, but once Lan Tingfang said it, it resonated strongly. Asia-Pacific media definitely had the power to turn the tide in the media industry, and for a moment, everyone started to laugh. The person Tingfang wants to thank is you, right? Gu Lianhao. Bai Annie had somehow arrived at Lianhao's side. He should thank you. Half of his success today is thanks to you. You have a well-connected mother. Although he hasn't said it, I know he has always been grateful to you. Gu Lianhao. Tingfang is very grateful to you. I think he will be grateful to you for a lifetime. Chapter 40 After You Become a Memory. 16. Gu Lianhao. Tingfang is very grateful to you. I think he will be grateful to you for the rest of his life. Bai Annie stood repeatedly, her eyes fixed on Lan Tingfang. He will be grateful to you for the rest of his life? Bai Annie has always proclaimed her ownership over Lan Tingfang. Whether before Lianhao married him, after they got married, or even after their divorce. Is it just because they grew up together? Is it just because she appeared in his life before her? Lianhao hated being caught in such a ridiculous situation because of a man. A winemaker once said that a man's growth is like the process of brewing wine, going through every stage. Bai Annie, if you love this man, you have to learn to understand each of his stages. Do you understand the current stage of Lan Tingfang? If you understand, you would need to so eagerly emphasize his gratitude towards me in front of me. Gu Lianhao's calm expression and tone were deeply loathed by Bai Annie, making everything seem so self-evident in her words. She absent-mindedly adjusted her curly hair that hung in front of her chest. After hours of styling, it achieved a natural effect, looking extremely charming. Lianhao, I heard you used to be a writer. You really make a living with your pen. What you say is still very beautiful and grand, but not practical. Turning her head, Lianhao looked at Bai Annie. If you love that man, you not only need to learn to understand each of his stages, but also to accept each of his stages. To accept the fact that he loves you or no longer loves you. That is what I understand as love. Lianhao's words pierced into Bai Annie's most vulnerable spot. Gu Lianhao, no matter how I look at it, you seem like a compassionate Guanyin today. Bai Annie shrugged. So, Tingfang is always grateful to you. Not in love with you. Because you were so good to him in the past, he has always wanted to make it up to you. Also, because he owes you too much, he feels that being with me has become a sin. The sadness in her heart was perhaps because she had poured the best 10 years of her youth into that person. The sorrow rendered Lianhao speechless. Feng Yue turned around. The two women were huddled together again. He patted his head. Now he had to take Miss Gu to the car. If Boss found out that these two women had crossed paths, it would definitely bring disaster upon him, and he would lose all his vacation days. On the way back, Lianhao leaned against the car window, lost in thought. Lan Tingfang drove very slowly. Evidently, the moment he was on stage did not move her. Those words were things he thought long and hard about, and of course, they were all his heartfelt words. However, it took enormous courage to say heartfelt words in front of so many people. Gu Lianhao's heart had indeed hardened. After hearing those words he had bravely spoken, she didn't utter a single sound. Lan Tingfang felt frustrated. Lianhao, what's wrong? Lan Tingfang asked cautiously. Is the air at the venue making you uncomfortable? After a long wait without a response, she quietly asked, Tingfang, why didn't you end up with Bai Annie? Why, after so much passion and entanglement? Are you still not together? Lan Tingfang's heart trembled, and his mood suddenly turned sour. Oh, do you want me to be with her? He didn't like Gu Lianhao's detached demeanor. That day, Lianhao sighed at the street view. That day at the airport, I saw you at Bai Annie's last concert. How much courage did it take to touch upon that scene at Beijing Capital Airport? Everything seen through the television screen. The woman in the red dress, tears streaming down her face, and the elderly woman with a loving face telling her that after eating the chocolate, she wouldn't feel sad anymore. In the corner, the woman in the red dress was on the phone, and that call eventually became a nightmare that haunted her life. A concert? Yes, indeed there was such a night. Under the gaze of thousands, he expressed his deep feelings. This was the second most foolish thing Lan Tingfang had done. The most foolish thing Lan Tingfang had ever done was pretend he didn't understand Gu Lianhao's love. In the end, it became a regret. Lan Tingfang couldn't imagine what Lianhao felt that night accepting that scene, where a wife gathered the courage to express her love to her husband of 6 years, while the man she had given everything to appeared before her first love, showing his tenderness. Lan Tingfang pulled the car over. He couldn't drive now. Habitually reaching for a cigarette, he remembered he had started to quit. He struggled to swallow that urge and finally managed to say, "I'm sorry, Lianhao," that day. The words that followed he still couldn't say. Should he say it was for revenge? Revenge against the first love that once took away a life that had his blood? No, no. Lan Tingfang didn't have that courage now. The current Lan Tingfang was like a startled bird, afraid she would know the malice that came from his bones, afraid she would know that before Gu Lianhao, Lan Tingfang had already had a physical bond with another woman named by Annie. Watching him think so hard, Lianhao felt like she had done something foolish again. She rubbed her temples and waved her hand. "Take me back. I'm a bit tired now. The air at the venue really isn't good. I'm a bit exhausted." Lan Tingfang restarted the car, and Lianhao closed her eyes. She was indeed tired. Every time she touched on that scene at the airport, she always felt weary. In a daze, Lianhao felt gentle hands lightly brushing her brow. When she was embraced in familiar arms, she thought, still in a daze, her husband. Finally, a moment of romance. You know, Lianhao had often intentionally fallen asleep on the sofa just to let him come back with a helpless expression and then helplessly carry her to the bedroom. But that person always failed to understand the mood, repeatedly waking her from the sofa. "Lan Tingfang, you pighead." Lianhao often secretly scolded him in her heart at that time. For some reason, tears still overflowed in her days. Lianhao buried her head deep into that chest. The calendar still stopped before August 8th, 2027, when her mother was still across the ocean under that sky. In a daze, gentle hands removed her shoes, then her stockings. The delicate belt was unfastened, the collar of her clothes loosened, and shedding that layer of restraint. Lianhao felt like a free fish in the ocean. The gentle seawater was so comfortable it made her sigh. Someone sighed at that moment just like her. A warm towel gently caressed her skin. That touch made Lianhao feel joyful, as if she was a silver moonbeam finally touching the gentlest sea surface she had longed for. In a daze, the place beside her sank down, and that familiar body warmth came closer. Finally, the big bed of Lan Tingfang and Gu Lianhao was no longer the Pacific Ocean. Lianhao closed her eyes and let herself indulge, because time had stopped before August 8th, 2027. Her mother would call across the ocean every month, and, at intervals, she could see her figure in scattered television images in the newspapers. The sea blue sheets, the golden wheat field painting hanging on the wall. Lianhao was stunned. And after a while, she blinked. With that blink, her thoughts began to turn, but a gray emotion surged in her heart. Gu Lianhao. How sad it truly was to let herself willingly fall into an obscure dream. Standing in front of the full-length mirror, she had replaced the black dress from last night with her old pajamas, her hair tousled and slightly lazy, her face flushed from a good night's sleep filled with sweet dreams. No, this face should be angry. He had brought her here without her consent, even changing her clothes without permission, despite her being a married woman. Now, Gu Lianhao's identity was the wife of Yuan Yixiong. The door was pushed open, and he spoke with a voice as gentle as a spring breeze. "You're awake? I prepared breakfast. You must be hungry." His figure was reflected in the mirror, wearing tan casual pants and a dark gray top, with a stylishly messy hairstyle, his features exquisite like a work of art, and his fair, translucent skin looked ethereal, earning him the title of an angel. Lianhao remembered the time at the subway station in New York when several Asian girls held magazines renowned for featuring handsome men. A magazine that was quite popular in North America, published once every 2 months. Almost every man on the cover of that magazine would cause a frenzy among girls. Those Asian girls were excited because a face resembling theirs, with yellow skin, black hair, and black eyes, finally appeared on the magazine. The photographer presented the Eastern man named Lan Tingfang from a dreamy angle. A single look could entice girls to reach into their pockets to buy his magazine from the bookstore, hoping that face would appear in their dreams. It was said that that issue sold out, and after its release, all the girls knew that there was an angelic man in the distant East. The angel spoke with his heavenly voice. First, drink a glass of milk to soothe your stomach. How ridiculous! Lan Tingfang was truly laughable, acting like a devoted good man on this morning, while he used to be quite stingy. Clenching her fist, Lianhao turned around, snatched the glass of milk from his hand, and smashed it hard on the ground. The white liquid splattered with a crisp sound, creating an out-of-tune note in the quiet morning, like a broken guitar string. Lan Tingfang, who allowed you to bring me here? Who gave you permission to change my clothes? Lianhao knew she was being unreasonable now, but she was scared. Lianhao was afraid of everything familiar, afraid of getting entangled with Lan Tingfang again. Once was enough to carve deep memories. Lan Tingfang showed an awkward expression, lowering his head to look at the ground, where her fair toes left imprints. He can take his eyes off those toes. In many late nights that followed, Lan Tingfang missed her lovely toes very much. They felt like soft feathers tickling his heart. Chapter 41, After You Become a Memory, 17. Lan Tingfang, who brought me here? Who changed my clothes? Lianhao said angrily, pointing at Lan Tingfang. He ignored her words and kept staring at his toes. Lianhao tried hard to pull her toes back into her nightgown, retreating her body. Just as she took a step back, he rushed over and picked her up horizontally. His sudden move made Lianhao even angrier, struggling to slip out of his arms. He whispered in her ear, I wouldn't tee you on your beautiful little feet to step on those glass shards. Beautiful little feet? At this moment, Lianhao cited another accusation against Lan Tingfang, provoking a married woman with words. He carried her into the living room and set her down. Pointing to his own nose, he said, If you're angry, you can point at my nose and scold me. Patting his shoulder, he added, If you're really upset, you can hit here. Extending his wrist, he continued, If you're still not satisfied with the first two, then you can bite me. Is this Lan Tingfang? Lianhao was stunned. Is this really Lan Tingfang? He sighed and said, Lianhao, didn't you say you would lend yourself to me? You promised that in front of the children. You've actually lent yourself to me, and your luggage was moved here yesterday. This person is so presumptuous. What is he doing at this moment? Gratitude, guilt, a hot-headed impulse. Or is he already used to a woman loving him so wholeheartedly, akin to the famous Stockholm Syndrome? Stockholm Syndrome refers to the subtle feelings of dependence that develop between a kidnapper and their victim over time. Lianhao clenched her fists tightly, not pointing at his nose to scold him, not hitting his shoulder and not biting his wrist, just coldly saying, Mr. Lan, it seems your memory isn't very good. You seem to have forgotten that I'm already married. Mr. Lan, who gave you the right to change clothes for a married woman? A married woman. This was a heavy blow to Lan Tingfang's heart. Lan Tingfang's temper flared. Gu Lianhao, your memory isn't so great either. Didn't I tell you to leave him? I've had my lawyer prepare the divorce agreement between you and Yuan Xiang. When the time comes, you just need to sign your name on the agreement, and you won't have to worry about the rest. Lan Tingfang bit the divorce agreement hard. Lianhao could hardly believe her ears. Lan Tingfang was so arrogant as to prepare a divorce agreement for her. In an instant, Lianhao laughed in anger, her voice trembling. Lan Tingfang, on what basis? On what basis do you prepare a divorce agreement for me? I will not divorce. No. Lianhao shouted loudly. Never. He is not worthy of you. Lan Tingfang's patience was wearing thin. Gu Lianhao, didn't you ask me on what basis? Well, let me tell you, you don't love him, and he is not worthy of you. Just based on that, I can have you two divorced. Power and glory seemed to have made this man oblivious to everything else. And then, Lianhao's voice trembled. And then, Lan Tingfang's gaze softened. Then we will get married. We will hold a grand wedding, and I want the whole world to know that you, Gu Lianhao, are Lan Tingfang's wife. Then we will have our children, and finally, when we are old and gray, we will share the same ice cream in the park. Weddings. Children growing old together, sharing ice cream. These were once all of Gu Lianhao's aspirations, and it turns out this man knows that. We will have the wedding in August. You like Czech, right? Then we will hold the wedding in Prague Square. He said this as if it were a matter of course. Lianhao didn't he understand where Lan Tingfang got his confidence? Was it because he had done so many foolish things for him? Was it because she had always been the tail girl of Lan Tingfang in by Annie's words? Lianhao covered her forehead and laughed, laughing uncontrollably. She was so angry that she couldn't say anything to refute this arrogant man. While laughing, she picked up the phone and pointed it at Lan Tingfang. Mr. Lan, do you believe I will expose what you just said to the newspaper, letting everyone know that the so-called angel, Lan Tingfang, actually intervenes in other people's marriages? No, it should be destroying other people's marriages. At that time, I believe Mr. Lan will be disgraced and his character shattered. Didn't Mr. Lan despise those paparazzi? They will be more than happy to report to Mr. Lan every day. So, Mr. Lan, it's best to stop while you're ahead. After being with Gu Lianhao for so many years, don't you understand yet? Lan Tingfang never understood what it meant to stop while ahead. Lan Tingfang's temples throbbed. Gu Lianhao had actually threatened him. He stepped forward, snatched the phone from her hand, dialed a number, and forcibly placed the receiver back in her hand. This newspaper is my sworn enemy. I believe they would be more than happy to hear such a scoop. Gu Lianhao, I can tell you that this newspaper will help you achieve the effect you desire. Voices of inquiry came from the receiver. Lianhao stood there dazed at this moment. The receiver felt like a hot potato. Gu Lianhao felt truly helpless, unable to do anything. She smashed the phone on the ground in frustration, then grabbed Lan Tingfang's collar, standing on tiptoe, using all her strength. Lan Tingfang, what do you want? Yes, Lan Tingfang, what do you want? Do you know that Gu Lianhao is no longer the fearless Gu Lianhao of the past? After using all her strength to say this, tears fell down, making Lianhao feel weak. She said sadly, Tingfang, just let me go, okay? We are no longer. Lan Tingfang didn't let her finish her sentence, blocking her mouth and pushing in deeply. His tongue was like the most affectionate snake, threatening, teasing, and nibbling at her thoughts little by little, making her feel as if she was plunging into a 5,000-meter deep sea. Finally, Lan Tingfang released Lianhao, looking satisfied at her swollen lips. The next second, Lianhao grabbed Lan Tingfang's hand and bit down hard on his wrist. She hated him and hated herself, biting as hard as she could. He didn't move, allowing her to bite until she had no strength left, until tiny beads of blood seeped through his fair skin. Lianhao slumped to the ground, burying her head in her knees. Lan Tingfang crouched down, wrapping her body in his embrace, feeling her tremble. It wasn't that he didn't care. He didn't want to force her like this. But it seemed that God had blocked all paths, and since God had blocked all paths, then let her rely on herself to find a breakthrough. Gently kissing her hair, Lan Tingfang said hoarsely, Lianhao, give me a chance. In his almost pleading tone, Lianhao shook her head desperately in his embrace, repeatedly saying, Lan Tingfang, I'm already married. Lan Tingfang, I am already married. Don't force me. Don't force me. Her slightly curled hair stuck to her face, whether from tears or sweat, her swollen lips, and her dazed, panicked eyes. Lan Tingfang had never seen such a Gu Lianhao, so disheveled. For a moment, Lan Tingfang felt a great pain in his heart. Okay. I won't force you. I won't force you anymore. Holding her, his fingers gently fell on the top of her head, soothing her, one stroke after another. In the evening, Lan Tingfang went to the company and then to the supermarket for shopping. It was his first time in the fresh produce section, followed by a little knife. The little knife thought that Mr. Lan was already strange enough today, suddenly having the idea of shopping at the supermarket himself. And he was so enthusiastic about it. As a result, when Mr. Lan entered the fresh produce section, the atmosphere became even more bizarre. The aunties and older ladies in the fresh produce section went from discreetly stealing glances at Mr. Lan when he first entered to openly staring at him, as if they could gain something from how much they looked. When several pairs of eyes swept over him and returned to Mr. Lan, it felt ambiguous and knowing. The little knife was about to explode in this day and age. Did those aunties and older ladies really like to associate two men shopping together in a supermarket with strange and peculiar dramas? As for Mr. Lan, he wasn't in a much better situation, frowning with his fair face slightly reddening under the attention of the aunties and older ladies. At a glance, it gave off a bit of a peach blossom vibe, which made the aunties and older ladies even more cheerful. Someone even asked if Mr. Lan was so-and-so, and anyway, the so-and-so mentioned by those aunties were all young, popular actors frequently seen on screen. The little knife, feeling impatient with Mr. Lan being questioned, said, "Tell them all to shut up." "All right, with such a domineering demeanor. The little knife had long wanted to show off a bit in front of those aunties and older ladies. So, he took a sturdy hairpin from the head of one auntie, squeezed it in his hand, and with a bit of force, the hairpin turned into small, evenly sized pieces. Although it didn't turn into powder like in the dramas, it successfully silenced those aunties and older ladies. Then, Mr. Lan, with a calm expression, carefully selected a striped grouper. One daringly cheerful chubby auntie said, "Young man, this fish is so fresh. It must be boiled. Your wife will look beautiful after eating it." Hearing this, Mr. Lan's mood brightened, and he showed a rare smile, picking up on the auntie's words. "Yes, my wife loves boiled fish." Wife. Ah, the little knife muttered. Where is the wife? Even if there was one, it has already become a thing of the past. To be precise, it should be called an ex-wife. Chapter 42, After You Become a Memory, 18. As soon as she opened the door, the whole house was silent. She wasn't in the living room, and she searched room after room until she finally reached the bedroom. Fortunately, her suitcase was still there. Bitterly smiling, Lan Tingfang thought, "I never expected you would end up like this." From the flower room came her soft, melodious voice. Lan Tingfang stood outside the flower room, where she sat in a wicker chair, holding her phone and playfully fiddling with the green leaves of a potted plant. She said, "Hero, let's go to Finland this Christmas. Stay in a glass house where we can see the northern lights and ride a sled. You were angry last year that we couldn't go, right?" She raised her hand in a gesture of swearing, her voice sweet. "All right, I swear, I promise." Lan Tingfang felt a chill in her heart. Gu Lianhao had never acted cutesy with him. Yet look, now she was being coy with Yuan Yingxiong over the phone. With a loud slam of the door, Lianhao hung up. In the kitchen, a grouper was struggling to survive in the trash can, while some household items and vegetables had fallen out of a supermarket shopping bag. Bending down, Lianhao sorted the food and put it in the refrigerator. "Lan Tingfang, what do you want me to do?" Driving as fast as she could. With the music blaring, Lan Tingfang laughed while listening to the music. 5 hours ago, he was like a good-tempered husband, trying to persuade his angry wife to eat. 4 hours ago, he stood at the door, repeatedly reminding Gu Lianhao to wait for him at home in a tone he himself despised. 3 hours ago, he was eager to return to the company. 2 hours ago, he was desperately thinking about what would move her. An hour ago, he was pretending to be a perfect husband, picking out her favorite dishes at the supermarket. Half an hour ago, he heard her being cutesy with another man. How disgusting. A 30-year-old woman acting like a little girl, not even afraid of embarrassing herself. Lan Tingfang slammed her hand on the steering wheel. Great. Gu Lianhao learned to act cute with men, and she shamelessly invited another man to Finland to stay in a glass house where they could see the northern lights. How sickening. Lan Tingfang slammed her hand down on the wheel again. Great. A glass house where they could see the northern lights. Which means they would also be sleeping together in that glass house. Fantastic, just fantastic. Lan Tingfang made a sharp turn, drifting the car as it parked in the wind forest garden, the front of the car harshly kissing the rear of the car in front. Sitting in the driver's seat, Lan Tingfang gasped, enjoying the piercing sound of the car alarm cutting through the night sky. In the private room on the 7th floor of Wind Forest Garden, Fang Zhuang was there, and Gu Jiaming, who had just rushed over, was also panting. Lan Tingfang, if you keep this up, you'll be seen as a madwoman. Fang Zhuang shouted, pointing at Lan Tingfang, who was staring blankly at the ceiling while leaning against the sofa. Look at how much trouble you've caused these past few days. Fang Zhuang knew for sure that Lan Tingfang was doing this on purpose. Come on, how old are you? You're not at the age where you throw tantrums to attract the attention of a girl anymore. Stop doing such childish things. Lan Tingfang remained unresponsive, her expression blank. Gu Jiaming, feeling sympathetic, sat down beside him and softly said, Tingfang, Gu Lianhao, is married. Just forget about her, and, like her, find a suitable girl to be with. It will be better for both of you. Forget her? Lan Tingfang murmured. Forget her? I wish I could. But why did she leave such a strong mark on my life? Why did she do so many foolish things that hurt me and then just walk away? Jiaming, haven't you heard that the human heart is made of flesh? Jiaming, 10 years is such a long time. Gu Lianhao has left a deep imprint in my heart over those 10 years. Gu Jiaming remained silent, and Fang Zhuang sighed. But Tingfang, Lianhao is married. You know she's a stubborn woman. Yes, Gu Lianhao is married. Yes, she is such a stubborn woman, Lan Tingfang said, rubbing her sore eyes slowly. Fang Zhuang, find me a girl, preferably a virgin, with an innocent face and a charming figure. This girl must also be studying in the performing arts. Fang Zhuang frowned. Where can I find such a girl? And why do you want one? Suddenly, Lan Tingfang seemed to return to that young, wise decision-maker in front of the media, speaking each word deliberately. I want to set a trap for Yuan Xiong. I want Lianhao to see clearly that man is not worthy of her. You're crazy, Gu Jiaming said, looking incredulous. Fang Zhuang crossed his arms and shook his head helplessly. Finally, Gu Jiaming looked directly at Lan Tingfang. Tingfang, have you thought about the consequences? If Lianhao finds out, she will hate you. Then let her hate me. Hatred is also a form of presence. Lan Tingfang gritted his teeth, speaking with desperation. The night was deep. Lan Tingfang stood downstairs, gazing at the warm light shining through the window. He didn't know how long he had been standing there, only feeling that the warm light symbolized a little happiness. He quietly opened the door, and the warm light flooded the room, softening every corner of his heart. This softness didn't come from the lights, but from the woman who left the lights on for him. Lan Tingfang, after enduring the passage of time, finally understood all of this. In the refrigerator, he neatly arranged the food he bought from the supermarket, with eco-friendly shopping bags hanging tidily. The kitchen window featured vibrant green vine plants, making the kitchen look interesting. This was Gu Lianhao, waiting for him in her unique way, understated like a long, silent stream. He opened the bedroom door, but she wasn't inside. Searching room after room, he finally found her in the cozy Kaka room. Lan Tingfang had never seen such a cute side of Gu Lianhao before. The two of them, one person and one dog, were nestled together on the recliner. And what was more striking was that both their heads had slight curls, aside from the color difference. For a moment, Lan Tingfang felt jealous of Kaka, envious that it had won her favor and could sleep close to her. He carefully took Kaka from her arms and gently lifted her up, needing to be cautious not to wake her, or she would start clawing and saying something unpleasant again. He pushed open the bedroom door and carefully placed her on the bed. She smelled of bath soap, and he brushed away the strands of hair that covered her face, revealing her beautiful features. His fingers traced along her brow, and at that moment, this room belonging to Gu Lianhao became beautiful. So beautiful that it felt like a piece of cotton candy was melting in his heart, sweet in a way that no words could match. After taking a shower, unable to resist, Lan Tingfang returned to the bedroom, feeling like a child who had received the treasure of his dreams, fearing it would vanish with a blink or a turn. So he kept a restless heart, wanting to guard it at all times. Lifting the blanket, Lan Tingfang saw Lianhao's toes, small and neatly trimmed, glimmering under the light, causing his ears to heat up. Forgetting everything, Lan Tingfang climbed onto the bed, slowly snuggling against Lianhao until their bodies formed a warm curve. Lianhao woke up in Lan Tingfang's arms, her head resting like a little kitten on his shoulder, her hand naturally wrapping around his waist. This strange situation made Lianhao want to curse. Looking up, Lan Tingfang's eyelashes came into view again. Lianhao had always wondered how a man could have such long eyelashes. Every flutter seemed to be soul-stirring. Lianhao stared at his face. This man truly looked like an angel while sleeping, with skin so pale it was almost transparent and soft. Messy hair that concealed the indifference and mockery that usually flickered in his eyes. This version of Lan Tingfang was like a clear sky after the rain. For Lianhao, waking up to such a face every day was a joy. With his eyes closed, Lan Tingfang smirked as if advertising. This was definitely a kind of enjoyment. Who could say that such a face combined with such a voice was indeed remarkable? Lianhao's hand fell on her heart, feeling a pang of sadness. If it were in the past, it would have raced wildly at such words. Tingfang, let's talk. The only thing Lianhao knew on this morning was that it could not continue like this. At 8 in the morning, Lianhao sat on the sofa in the living room while Lan Tingfang sat across from her. Kaka also came over to join in, lying on Lianhao's lap. Eyes darting between the two, Lianhao resolutely chose to ignore Lan Tingfang's face, which was filled with anxiety, and got straight to the point. I can stay here until the end of the academy schedule. Aren't you sponsoring our academy? During my stay, I can provide a detailed report for your reference, and our interactions will be limited to work-related matters. If Mr. Lan does anything inappropriate or discusses personal matters with me again, I will consider that Mr. Lan has no sincerity or other intentions in collaborating with our academy. Although our academy is facing financial difficulties, we do not need sponsors with ulterior motives. Therefore, please consider whether to accept my conditions. Mr. Lan? Lianhao kept referring to him as Mr. Lan, which made Lan Tingfang's anger boil inside. Her official tone sounded harsh and grating. Leaning closer, he wanted to silence her. At that moment, her rose-colored lips made him restless. Lianhao coldly looked at his gradually approaching face, knowing his lips were only a few centimeters away from hers, and she raised her hand to block him. Mr. Lan, if you disagree, I can resign and leave Beijing. Lan Tingfang clenched his fists tightly and then relaxed them, his furrowed brow softening as he leaned close to her ear, as if whispering. All right, Lianhao, I agree. The most important thing was that she stayed by his side. From then on, he would never give her a chance to escape. Chapter 43. After You Become a Memory. 19. Xu Xiaoxiao didn't know how many times she had looked out the window. Today was her 23rd birthday. Last year, on her 22nd birthday, she had glanced out the window during class and saw him. His car was parked at the school gate, and he was leaning against it, looking extremely handsome from the side. At that moment, Xu Xiaoxiao put away her book and left the classroom under the stern gaze of Professor Blackbeard. He remembered her birthday and even brought her a birthday gift, a limited edition crystal bracelet, which she had never been willing to wear. Xu Xiaoxiao knew that men didn't like to be tied down, especially successful men, and particularly that man named Lan Tingfang. So, she tried not to contact him actively. But today was her birthday. Huang Yin, sitting next to Xu Xiaoxiao, nudged her absent-minded friend and made a gesture of disdain. Are you thinking about what kind of surprise you might receive today? Surprise? Xu Xiaoxiao felt bitter inside. Once, Huang Yin had accompanied her to Fenglin Garden, and when they returned, she had labeled herself as Cinderella, enviously recounting all the good things Lan Tingfang had done for her. Yes, he treated her well, but Xu Xiaoxiao understood that kind of kindness stemmed from a certain emotion, from a certain attachment. To catch his attention, Xu Xiaoxiao tied her hair in a ponytail because he liked that hairstyle. He preferred it since Annie wore her hair that way in college. He would only lightly kiss the back of her neck and never her lips, often distracted when looking at her. Annie liked to wear simple and plain clothes. So Xu Xiaoxiao chose similar outfits. Annie preferred a bare face, and so did Xu Xiaoxiao. It wasn't that she didn't care. Rather, Xu Xiaoxiao firmly believed in the spirit of Yugong Yishan, the old man who moved mountains. In this world, finding a perfect man like Lan Tingfang was as unlikely as being struck by a meteorite. Therefore, Xu Xiaoxiao understood when to act coy in front of Lan Tingfang and what to say or not say, as if, up to now, Lan Tingfang was quite satisfied with her. As the sun set, Xu Xiaoxiao stood in the empty campus square, holding her phone, feeling lost. He had not appeared at the school gate nor called her. Her hands were sweating around the phone. Should she call him? Would he hang up on her like last time? In her hesitation, her shoulder was heavily patted. Huang Yin, understanding, said, If you miss him, go find him. Who says only he can come to you? But Xu Xiaoxiao hesitated. There was no buts. Huang Yin crossed her arms. Today, you are the birthday star. You are the most important. Around 4 o'clock, Lan Tingfang strolled around the company and then returned. In fact, he was just putting on a show. Since he finished negotiations with Lianhao in the morning, he had been at home, his eyes unconsciously following Lianhao until Lianhao impatiently said, Mr. Lan, don't you need to go to the company? So, he dragged his feet, and indeed, he managed to share a simple lunch with Gu Lianhao. Although the dishes were simple, the first bite made Lan Tingfang feel a pang of bitterness. It was a long-lost taste, one that resonated deeply within him. After finishing lunch, under Lianhao's piercing gaze, Lan Tingfang reluctantly went to work. After sorting out a few documents, he couldn't wait to rush home after 4 o'clock. Opening the door, he heard her gentle voice. She was giving Kako a bath in a bathroom, grumbling as she washed. Lan Tingfang leaned against the bathroom doorpost, greedily watching the scene. Half an hour later, Lianhao finally finished with Kaka. When she looked up, she saw Lan Tingfang standing there. Perhaps because he didn't have time to hide, The loneliness and sadness in his eyes were laid bare before Lianhao. Vaguely, Lianhao recalled those years. That boy like moonlight, standing alone on a small stage in a decadent underground bar, sometimes receiving ridicule, sometimes pity, and sometimes the frivolous words of certain women. Vaguely, Lianhao remembered Lan Tingfang's obscure years, a father who committed suicide, a mother who married far away, and uncles and aunts who regarded him as a rebellious boy and a burden, in a cramped room where even turning around was difficult. So, it was perhaps inevitable that Lan Tingfang would become a twisted man. Maybe every woman hides a delicate string in her heart, a string called tenderness. When he stood there at a loss, that string in Lianhao's heart was tugged, and she glanced at him, saying, "Do you want to blow Kaka's hair?" Lan Tingfang felt a surge of gratitude in his heart, silently praising Gu Lianhao for being such a lovely woman. To Lianhao's surprise, Lan Tingfang's technique in blowing Kaka's hair was remarkably skilled, and Kaka lay on the sofa, comfortably scrunching its nose. As if sensing her doubt, Lan Tingfang casually explained, "I usually give Kaka a bath and blow-dry its hair when I have free time, so I got used to it." While Lan Tingfang was busy talking to Lianhao, he accidentally pointed the hairdryer the wrong way, and Kaka seemed displeased, grumbling while using its front paws to grab at Lan Tingfang's hand, as if to remind him not to just chat. That appearance was incredibly cute, causing Lianhao to giggle. That charming smile made Lan Tingfang abandon the hairdryer and focus on her, which made Kaka even more restless. Regarding eternity, Lan Tingfang had only a vague understanding, thinking it was the slogan of perfectionists. However, at that moment, Lan Tingfang wished it could become eternal. That woman sitting beside him with a bright smile, and that silly little chihuahua could be frozen in time, close enough to reach. Suddenly, his phone rang along with the hairdryer, long and jarring, shattering the moment. "Aren't you going to answer the phone?" Lianhao reminded. Lan Tingfang angrily picked up the phone. The name Fang Zhuang jumped shamelessly on screen. He answered. Lianhao noticed Lan Tingfang's expression change subtly after he took the call, and he discreetly glanced at her before covering the phone and stepping outside. A moment later, he stood before Lianhao with his car keys, mumbling, "Lianhao, Fang Zhuang needs to talk to me about something. I'll step out for a bit." "Okay." Lianhao stood up, holding Kaka. "Actually, Lan Tingfang, you don't need to explain where you're going. If doing so causes me any distress, then it's unnecessary." The car keys almost crumbled in Lan Tingfang's grip. He nodded and moved to the door. He gently closed the door behind him. Lianhao stared blankly at the door. His departing figure hammered into her heart like a nail. His slumped shoulders as he left were a stark reminder. Xu Xiaoxiao sat anxiously in a private room at Fenlin Garden. After Fang Zhuang called Lan Tingfang, Xiujing brought her to this room, pointing out meaningfully, "Xu Xiaoxiao, this room is for entertaining guests, and it also represents a certain attitude. A smart girl should know when to stop." Xu Xiaoxiao knew that Xiujing was the kind of woman who knew when to stop. Her discretion had earned her today's status. The owner of Fenlin Garden was also Fang Zhuang's lover. Xu Xiaoxiao questioned whether she could achieve what Xiujing did. The answer was unknown, but she felt luckier than Xiujing because Lan Tingfang was not like Fang Zhuang. He was currently single, and he didn't need a noble wife to assist his career. What made Xu Xiaoxiao uneasy was that she was not taken to the 7th floor this time. The 7th floor was their private space. As Xiujing had said, bringing her here represented a certain attitude. She was his guest, not like before when she could hold his hand and appear in his circle as his companion. Soon, Lan Tingfang appeared in the private room. Xu Xiaoxiao cautiously looked at the face she hadn't seen for over a month. During this time, she knew he had gotten into trouble, reportedly involving a brawl. She also knew he didn't like her calling him without permission, so she had sent him a message. But he didn't reply. In this month, she learned he had been honored as an outstanding youth representative, and she couldn't help but message him again. Yet he still didn't respond. The moment he entered, he picked up a bottle of alcohol, but after a moment, he set it down and switched to lemon juice. "I'll do it." Xu Xiaoxiao half-kneeled and poured the lemon juice into a glass. After slowly taking a sip, he leaned back on the sofa, his gaze fixed on her. "Today is my birthday," Xu Xiaoxiao said, lowering her eyes, her reflection shimmering on the glass table, looking quite charming. He replied lightly. I just wanted to see you on my birthday, Xu Xiaoxiao added, not knowing why she felt that reaching out to him today was a misstep. Xu Xiaoxiao. From now on, Xiang Yuan belongs to you. He glanced at his watch. Xu Xiaoxiao's face turned pale. Mr. Lan, do you think it's inappropriate for me to look for you today? I can guarantee I won't do anything like this again in the future. It's not like that. Xu Xiaoxiao. Lan Tingfang rubbed his forehead. You are a smart girl. You should understand what this means. What does it mean? Xu Xiaoxiao asked, her voice trembling. It's not that I don't understand. It's just that one doesn't give up until reaching the Yellow River. What does it mean? Lan Tingfang scoffed. Xu Xiaoxiao. You should actually understand that there is no obligation between us to take responsibility for our actions. We haven't even reached the level of a good parting. The reason I'm giving Xiang Yuan to you is simply because I feel sorry for you as a girl from a difficult family background, especially since your brother needs care. I have no other intentions. I just want you to live a little more comfortably. Xu Xiaoxiao's mind went blank. Usually, she was quite confident around men. She could watch the boys at school compete for her attention and could discreetly have young mentors open doors for her. But when it came to Lan Tingfang, she felt completely at a loss. Chapter 44. After You Become a Memory. 20. Mr. Lan, Miss by Annie came to see me. Xu Xiaoxiao said. Lan Tingfang frowned. Xu Xiaoxiao. Miss Bai came to see me, Mr. Lan. Are you two getting married? If. Xu Xiaoxiao closed her eyes. If I say I can be your second lover, it doesn't matter if you want to marry her. I can be your mistress. With a bang, a glass bottle fell and smashed hard on the ground. Unlike the angry glass shards, a sneer appeared on Lan Tingfang's face. I have seen some young girls use their bodies and youth to exchange for impractical luxuries. You are a bit better. You just want to escape a life of poverty. Xu Xiaoxiao, clearly, you are a very smart girl. Why are you saying such foolish things today, mistress? Xu Xiaoxiao, you still don't know, do you? In this world, I hate the word mistress the most. My mother became someone else's wife after being a mistress for 7 years. Xu Xiaoxiao, do you want to be like my mother? He stepped closer to her. With your understanding of me, you should know I am not a good man. All this time, you have been playing cute in front of me, willingly making yourself a substitute. Why, Xu Xiaoxiao, don't you feel disgusted by your own actions? Or do you think with your little cleverness and tricks, you can one day ascend to the throne of Mrs. Lan, as if placed under a microscope? Xu Xiaoxiao felt her world falling apart. She raised her hand, wanting to use a slap to stop him from saying those humiliating words. In midair, her hand was caught. In this world, Lan Tingfang is only willingly, to let one woman slap him, but that woman will never be you. He said. He exerted a little force, and Xu Xiaoxiao fell to the ground, red wine dripping onto her white chiffon dress, the dress he had brought back for her from Europe. Xu Xiaoxiao stared blankly at the spreading red liquid on the dress, listening to him speak. Xu Xiaoxiao, tomorrow I will have my lawyer hand over the property certificate of Xiang Yuan to you. You don't need to think too much. Just take it as my sincere expression of gratitude to you. Pausing, Xu Xiaoxiao, at that stage, I thank you very much. I never regarded you as a substitute. I just entrusted some regrets I had for not doing something for someone else onto you. That's all. Moreover, his tone grew heavier. I need you to remember one thing. From now on, you need to act as if we have never known each other. In this world, some games have their rules. Don't think you are innocent. In this world, some people play like this. After saying these words, Lan Tingfang no longer looked at her and left the private room. He has gone. In this short half hour, Xu Xiaoxiao experienced all the worst emotions: humiliation, futility, shame, anger, heartbreak. Indeed, deep in Lan Tingfang's heart, there is a woman who he willingly allows to be slapped. But is that woman by Annie? Fang Zhuang waited for Lan Tingfang on the 7th floor. He handed him a glass of wine, but Lan Tingfang shook his head, looking gloomy. Yao Shu, who had been getting along well with them, joked, President Lan, your little mistress didn't come with you today. What is wrong? Afraid we'll lead her astray? Yao Shu is the cousin of Ko Jiaming, the only son of a powerful family, often speaking thoughtlessly due to his family background. However, this young master did not expect that the first person to splash water on himself would be the usually silent Lan Tingfang. Next time you speak, please use your brain first. Lan Tingfang held the cup, looking down at him. Lan Tingfang, you. Yao Shu wanted to rush up, but was held back by Ko Jiaming. Shut up. Lan Tingfang slightly bent down, speaking with disdain. If you don't want to get your father into trouble, you better behave. If I hear you talking nonsense next time, it won't just be a glass of water. Yao Shu, who didn't even believe himself, shut his mouth. His instincts told him that this man named Lan Tingfang could definitely do it, just as he said. All along, Yao Shu had regarded Lan Tingfang as a pretty boy, but now it seemed he was gravely mistaken. Some people just hide their brilliance, and some can convince you with just a glance. Yao Shu was pulled away, leaving only Lan Tingfang and Ko Jiaming in the room. Deal with that Shu Xiao. Ko Jiaming said irritably. Why did you provoke her? She's just a student, and her brother is still in prison. Although her motives for approaching you are impure, you could turn a blind eye. Ko Jiaming, I regret it. Lan Tingfang smiled bitterly. You know, when she was saying the same things to me as Lianhao and taking me to see the same scenery, I felt like a drowning person. Finally, when I saw a similar scar on the back of her neck, I went mad. You may never experience the feeling of wanting to unconditionally give all your love and care to someone, only to find that person has already slipped away from you, someone you have lost the right to have. So, Shu Xiao filled the suffocating regret in my heart. Jiaming, I've been living very poorly since Lianhao left. Perhaps that kind of poor can be called difficult like a walking corpse. Ko Jiaming was speechless, patting Lan Tingfang's shoulder. Lianhao caressed her laptop. The maple leaf sticker's still there. That time, due to turbulence, the plane circled over Canada for 40 minutes before making an emergency landing. When the plane landed at the Canadian airport, Lianhao felt as if she were in another world. To commemorate her survival, she bought a maple leaf sticker at the airport. Now, the sticker's maple leaf was still vibrant, and the laptop looked spotless. Not only the laptop, but even the glasses she used for writing, eye drops, scattered doodles, sketchbooks, and pens were all preserved perfectly. In the closet, Lianhao's clothes did not smell musty from disuse. In the bathroom, her toiletries were still in their previous positions, and the study-s books, along with letters and postcards from readers, were just as before, along with the little trinkets she collected from various countries, all neatly arranged. Stroking her laptop, Lianhao murmured, What do you really want, Lan Tingfang? You really shouldn't be doing these silly things. The scene that Lan Tingfang had longed for returned. She sat cross-legged on the big sofa, her fair fingers busy with the laptop, the glow of the screen illuminating her focused face. During her absence, Lan Tingfang constantly reminisced about that scene, from initial resistance to eventual longing. Gu Lianhao gave Lan Tingfang the most longing, day and night, tirelessly. His fingers were just a centimeter away from touching her hair, yet he heard her coldly hum, Mr. Lan, you're back. Again, it was Mr. Lan. What a stubborn woman. Lan Tingfang forcibly withdrew his hand, wanting to sit beside her, but then he heard her say, Mr. Lan, I don't like being disturbed while I'm working, implying that he should know to leave her sight. Remembering that he was still under scrutiny, Lan Tingfang moved his feet with difficulty, yet his gaze unconsciously roamed over her white legs, and in just a few seconds his mind became heated, hormones surging. Clearly, the woman on the sofa was still the same Gu Lianhao from before, but now she was different. He felt that every strand of her hair exuded a seductive charm, and every breath she took was alluring. For a moment, Lan Tingfang wanted to press her onto the sofa, fingers tangled in her hair, their breaths intertwining, letting her legs wrap around his waist, delving into the deepest part of her body, engaging in the most primal contact, dancing with her soul across the boundless plain. Mr. Lan. She looked impatient. Nodding, Lan Tingfang stiffly moved his steps. Leaning helplessly against the bathroom wall, Lan Tingfang watched helplessly as his aroused state stood high, as if soothing a child. It's okay, we have plenty of time. After tidying himself up, Lan Tingfang came out of the bathroom. Originally wanting to discuss the issue of sleeping with Lan Tingfang, Lianhao was dumbfounded upon seeing Lan Tingfang's attire. A bath towel wrapped around his waist. That was all. When did Lan Tingfang become so open? Such a situation had never occurred in the 6 years they had been married. Lan Tingfang, why don't you put on some clothes? Lianhao stammered. No need. Lan Tingfang casually replied, raking his dripping hair back behind his ears, feeling his ears burning. In fact, he was mustering his courage, wanting to evoke Lianhao's past memories with his body. They once shared the closest moments. His physique seemed even better than before. Lianhao vaguely thought. This man seemed uninterested in fitness. Yet his lines were perfect. Every time they pressed against each other, it felt scorching, almost like fire and water. Anyway, they would be in bed soon. Lan Tingfang deliberately elongated the word bed, satisfied with the expression on Lianhao's face. Clearly, he had affected her. Be bed? Lianhao felt flustered again, and only when the next thought came did he remember what he wanted to tell Lan Tingfang. Sorting out his thoughts, Lianhao stopped looking at the perfect lines swaying in front of him, closed his notebook, and took off his glasses. Mr. Lan, I have moved my things to the guest room. For this phase, I will stay in the guest room. When her gaze no longer lingered on him, Lan Tingfang felt a sense of loss. What made Lan Tingfang feel even more lost was Lianhao's next words. Also, Mr. Lan, appearing in front of a married woman like this, wrapped in a bath towel, is quite inappropriate. Please be mindful of your behavior in the future. Chapter 45, After You Become a Memory. 21. Yuan Yingxiong stood under the blazing sun of July, taking a deep breath. Although the sky and air in Beijing were far from the delightful marine climate unique to the Malay archipelago, this was the city that Gu Lianhao cherished and longed for. Emmy frowned. Recently, he had been getting along well with a girl from Malaysia, and now a phone call from headquarters undoubtedly felt like a blow to their romance. Xiao Fan, carrying a large bag, was clearly reluctant to leave, as the food and scenery there had made this rookie, who had just stepped out of school, forget to return. Yuan Yingxiong put on his sunglasses, revealing only a third of his face. When Gu Lianhao softly asked over the phone, "Hero, when will you come back?" his heart stirred uncontrollably. Okay, he admitted it was a floating feeling. Gu Lianhao needed Yuan Yingxiong. Of course, Yuan Yingxiong knew that her words did not represent love or longing. He guessed that Gu Lianhao's mention of him might be related to Lan Tingfang. Perhaps Gu Lianhao felt uneasy because of her, which made this silly girl regard him as a lifeline. He didn't mind being treated as a lifeline. Instead, he felt secretly pleased that she was thinking of him. In Malaysia, the film crew made Yuan Yingxiong fume. This crew was completely different from the one in Beijing. In Beijing, they would stretch 1 minute into 2, while in Malaysia, more than a dozen people were leisurely behaving as if they were on vacation. The director would wear beach shorts every day and drag him around to find filming locations and good food. After 1 or 2 days, Yuan Yingxiong understood that Lan Tingfang was using this childish method to prevent him from contacting Gu Lianhao. He despised Lan Tingfang's actions, believing that if you liked a woman, you should express it with flowers, gentleness, and passion. If Yuan Yingxiong liked a girl, he would tell her directly. In fact, he had done so, but unfortunately, Gu Lianhao always played dumb, effectively blocking all his advances. In Yuan Yingxiong's eyes, Gu Lianhao was braver than anyone else and more timid than anyone else. On the 14th day in Malaysia, a call from headquarters summoned him back to Beijing. He was curious about what game Lan Tingfang wanted to play this time, but he was not in the mood to guess whether there was a purpose for his return. He just wanted to see Gu Lianhao. As soon as he exited the airport, Lan Tingfang's administrative assistant was waiting there, overly familiar, putting on a warm welcome expression, respectfully ushering him into the car and saying, "Mr. Lan asked me to take you to a place." Yuan Yingxiong did not expect Fang Yue to take him to try on a suit. Fang Yue explained that he had to attend a fashion party the next day, and he was one of the company's new talents. After dragging on from noon until dark, he finally thought he could call it a day after trying on the suit, but to his surprise, he was told there would be a dinner with several advertisers who had specifically come for him. Taking advantage of a break, Yuan Yingxiong called Gu Lianhao. Originally, he wanted to give her a surprise, albeit perhaps a somewhat inflated surprise. Every time he thought he could surprise Gu Lianhao, that woman always found a way to thwart him. Yuan Yingxiong, we didn't get into any trouble, did you? Yuan Yingxiong, it's not fun when you suddenly appear in front of me. I have to spend time managing you. That woman really treated herself as an inheritance left by her mother. Yuan Yingxiong shook his head and dialed Gu Lianhao's number. His call interrupted her irritation, and he continued to boast about his romantic encounters, finally asking, as usual, "Gu Lianhao, are you jealous?" Yes, very much so. Gu Lianhao cooperated with him. He thought he would continue along with her words, as he usually did. After all, Yuan Yingxiong was a master of conversation. always knowing the right thing to say to make you relax. Gu Lianhao, I'm waiting for you always. After a moment of silence, he said softly. Without waiting for Gu Lianhao to respond, he hung up. Gu Lianhao stared blankly at her phone screen, wondering how her emotional world had suddenly become so lively. The sound of Lan Tingfang showering came from the bathroom, filling the quiet space with an ambiguous atmosphere. Gu Lianhao, feeling irritated, turned on the speaker and chose a U2 song, and the now over 50-year-old boys began to scream. Half an hour earlier, Lan Tingfang had been playing video games in the living room, while Gu Lianhao was organizing some drafts that Kuing had asked her to help with. Without thinking much, Gu Lianhao said, Tingfang, can you come over? I don't know how to spell that word. Since Gu Lianhao had attended elementary school in Hong Kong, where the curriculum didn't particularly emphasize pinyin, she sometimes struggled with the complex and varied pinyin letters while typing. At those times, if Lan Tingfang was home, she would ask him for help. After saying this, Gu Lianhao was stunned, then realized that she and Lan Tingfang were already divorced. The habits that had developed over 10 years were naturally ingrained in her, not something she could just discard. In that moment, deep sorrow surged in Gu Lianhao's heart. It had been a month and 3 days since she came to Beijing, and she had lived with Lan Tingfang for 8 days. After going through a day or two of awkwardness, she found that she could naturally coexist with him without him doing anything out of line or saying anything inappropriate. Gu Lianhao never expected that one day she could coexist naturally under the same roof with Lan Tingfang. Lan Tingfang was like a loach, making Gu Lianhao feel helpless against him. He knew just how to say things that wouldn't annoy her, carefully gauging the size of his words, and expressing his concern just right, with a hint of ambiguity. He even managed to touch her skin appropriately, like when he handed her a grape and casually brushed against her with his fingertips. Under his calm gaze, Gu Lianhao couldn't find any clues, which made her feel embarrassed about her suspicions. Lan Tingfang seemed both distant and close, both familiar and strange. Just like last night at the gathering with Kuing, he used her lack of a driver's license as an excuse to take her to the party. More than 2 hours later, when a group of people came out of the pub, he remained motionless in the car. Kuing knocked on his car door and said, Lan Tingfang, you disgust me. Here is a piece of advice. You're not cut out to be a loyal dog. At that time, he merely smiled faintly and pointed at them, saying, It's late. If I don't have a driver to take me, I can help you. This left several girls, including Su Si, stunned, and one girl asked Su Si, Is he really Lan Tingfang? Yes, he really is Lan Tingfang. Was he still the Lan Tingfang who had remained steadfast, no matter how hard Gu Lianhao tried to love him? This kind of Lan Tingfang left Gu Lianhao at a loss, making her feel irritated. Today, as she watched Lan Tingfang, who had been at home all day, waiting for him to go to work, she scolded him, Lan Tingfang, aren't you going to work? Today is the weekend, he said softly, his expression awkward, making Gu Lianhao feel like a fierce old woman. Sighing, Gu Lianhao turned off the music, feeling more chaotic the more she listened. The surroundings were silent, and the sound of Lan Tingfang's voice came from the bathroom. Gu Lianhao, I forgot to bring my pajamas, he said. Forgetting to bring pajamas, such a strange thing happened to Lan Tingfang. Reluctantly, Gu Lianhao went to the closet, casually picked out some comfortable loungewear, and casually went to knock on the bathroom door. The bathroom door opened, and his mostly naked body suddenly appeared in the gap of the door, his hair dripping wet, water droplets running down his neck. Such boundless springtime beauty filled Lianhao's vision, like a magazine illustration carefully crafted by a photographer to evoke endless thoughts. Typically, a sexy man would stifle a woman's thoughts. Well-known female experts emphasize this in their columns. Lianhao finally understood that this statement wasn't baseless. At least, when she felt she should look away, she didn't. She had seen Lan Tingfang's body before, and, as she stared at the droplets on his chest, she told herself this with a mix of curiosity and fear, trying hard to dispel that layer of fear. In Lianhao's heart, fear was closer to danger than curiosity. He slowly took Lianhao's clothes, saying slowly, Lianhao, it seems you didn't prepare underwear for me. Oh, underwear, in this context, became an extremely ambiguous item. My underwear is still in the original place. He repeated the object that represented ambiguity. Lianhao patted her head. The steam in the bathroom made this sexy man look like a charm in the forest. I want black ones, he said leisurely. Oh, Lan Tingfang, you go get it yourself, Lianhao shouted. Oh, he said slowly again, then I want tea or underwear. His tone sounded like a spoiled child. Oh. I'll go get it for you, Lianhao roared. After Lan Tingfang came out of the bathroom and saw the tightly closed door, he smiled silently. Indeed, the highest realm of flirting is daring to be a rogue. The next day, when Lan Tingfang woke up, the house was quiet, and that silence spread to his heart, prompting him to rush into Lianhao's room. Fortunately, her luggage was still there, and Lan Tingfang let out a deep breath. The kitchen was a bit messy, clearly because of being in a hurry and not having time to tidy up. When Lan Tingfang saw the remnants in the kitchen trash bag, this scene revealed a fact to him. Gu Lianhao actually cooked porridge for another man in their kitchen. Gu Lianhao actually cooked porridge for another man in their kitchen. The cup in his hand was smashed heavily on the ground, shattering into pieces. While Lan Tingfang was furious, Lianhao was on her way to meet Yuan Xiong, carrying her favorite carrot porridge and loquat rock candy water to soothe his sore throat. Chapter 46, After You Become a Memory, 22. Lianhao received a call from Yuan Xiong at around 6 in the morning. Due to the time difference, he had been consuming nothing but unhealthy food, which left him feeling irritated, lonely, and empty. All these feelings and words that he couldn't quite understand were forcefully stuffed into Lianhao's mind with an indescribable sense of sorrow, urging her to visit the set with her heart in tow. Yuan Xiong was urgently called back to Malaysia for a promotional photo shoot. It was said that Asia-Pacific media wanted to do a photo shoot for him, inviting the renowned photographer Alan, who had a sudden inspiration to shoot a series themed around Dawn. Consequently, the shooting location was moved from the studio to the terrace on the 25th floor of Asia-Pacific's building. Since it was called Dawn, it had to be linked to the sacrifice of sleep. When Lianhao arrived at the shooting location, she found Yuan Xiong finishing up the last scene. She was genuinely shocked by the visuals. The terrace was adorned with a series of props resembling ice. Yuan Xiong was dressed in all white. Even his eyelashes were painted white. The sunlight was cleverly arranged to shine through the gaps in the ice-like props, and Yuan Xiong stood barefoot against the light, holding his shoes and gazing thoughtfully at the horizon. Light emanated from his jawline, in a scene crafted to resemble the end of the world. He looked like a pure man, with warm sunlight, truly resembling a ray of dawn, symbolizing hope. Lianhao couldn't help but smile. As if sensing her smile, Yuan Xiong curled the corners of his mouth. Master Alan, as if he had discovered a new world, excitedly shouted a series of photography terminologies while feverishly pressing the shutter. Finally, he stopped in front of Lianhao, exclaiming that she was Yuan Xiong's goddess, pulling her into an embrace. Evidently, the master's actions annoyed Yuan Xiong. Without the time to put on a fade, expressed his dissatisfaction to Alan. Well, lonely and empty, Mr. Yuan Xiong. Aren't you hungry? Lianhao said with annoyance, holding up the thermos in her hand to the still grumbling Yuan Xiong. Xiao Fan, a bit gossipy, observed her, contemplating whether to consider Yuan Xiong, who was being visited by the woman named Gu Lianhao with heart-shaped food, as one of her unrequited love interests. Lovers? Friends? Relatives? Xiao Fan had to admit that the relationship between these two seemed to resonate with the examples she had conjured in her mind. At that moment, Yuan Xiong was wolfing down food, while Gu Lianhao had completely replaced herself and was seriously using a cotton swab dipped in makeup remover to help Yuan Xiong remove the white paint from his eyelashes. As an agent, Emmy was casually on the phone, video chatting with his Southeast Asian girlfriend, seemingly unfazed. Xiao Fan thought it was strange. After all, Yuan Xiong was an idol, and a popular one at that. Shouldn't Emmy be showing a sense of urgency, protecting Yuan Xiong's idol aura like guarding a drool-worthy cake? Moreover, due to his humorous and sincere hosting style, combined with his handsome sunny face, Yuan Xiong's popularity was surging, making him the new darling among female students at various universities. To let a woman act so affectionately towards Yuan Xiong in public, one should know that nowadays, even a small dog understands how to pose for the camera. Since someone was willing to take care of it, Xiao Fan thought, why not gossip a little? She slowly approached Emmy, using her broken English combined with body language to express Emmy, who is Gu Lianhao, to brother Xiong. Obviously, The Italian was displeased and shot her a fierce glare. After more than a month, Xiao Fan knew that this seemingly formidable Italian was actually all looks and no substance. Ignoring Emmy's cold glare, she continued to approach him with a bright smile, expressing her curiosity. The stony face, just a few dozen centimeters away, seemed to receive a strong signal and broke into an official smile. The Italian handed his phone to her, leaning forward. "Mr. Lan, when in Rome, do as the Romans do," Emmy said in his awkward Chinese. Following Emmy's gaze, Xiao Fan's heart leaped with joy upon recognizing the newcomer. What an honor! She was seeing Lan Tingfang for the second time today. From the moment she first met him, she had labeled him her #1 crush. In her mind, how could a man be so ridiculously handsome, so ridiculously wealthy, have skin that was so ridiculously good, and be so ridiculously perfect? With all these ridiculous traits combined, Xiao Fan felt that her crush was far from ordinary. She squinted her eyes, greedily absorbing the approaching figure. The man's expression was not difficult to look at. Really, it wasn't difficult at all. Xiao Fan swallowed hard. Indeed, he was her #1 crush, looking like he had stepped out of a romance drama. Yuan Yingxiong frowned as Gu Lianhao arrived just after Lan Tingfang. Look at the faces of those surrounding him. The previously professional staff now appeared shocked and flustered at the sudden appearance of their lofty boss. Yuan Yingxiong knew that Lan Tingfang was trying to assert dominance over him. Unfazed, he took Gu Lianhao's hand to show a welcoming gesture to the great boss visiting the set. Lan Tingfang waved his hand to stop those chattering about performance metrics in his ear. Stepping in front of Yuan Yingxiong and closely observing the hands that Gu Lianhao and Yuan Yingxiong held. At that moment, Xiao Fan sensed a strong wave of gossip. There must be a subtle relationship between Lan Tingfang, Yuan Yingxiong, and Gu Lianhao. Look at how Lan Tingfang seemed ready to burn a hole through the tightly held hands. Could it be Lan Tingfang and Gu Lianhao, or Yuan Yingxiong and Lan Tingfang, or Gu Lianhao and Lan Tingfang and Yuan Yingxiong? Xiao Fan's excitement was short-lived as Fang Yue came over to clear the scene, leading to all unrelated people being ushered out, making her turn back 3 times. Only 5 people remained on the terrace. Emmy, who coldly hummed, "Read the 3rd clause of the contract." Emmy reluctantly recited, "No intimate gestures in public with women that could affect your image." After finishing, Emmy looked to Gu Lianhao for help. Gu Lianhao glared at Lan Tingfang. Her hand tried to pull away from Yuan Yingxiong's grip, but he held on tightly. She smiled at Yuan Yingxiong, her smile exuding charm, which made him release her hand in response. And then Gu Lianhao reached out to hold Yuan Yingxiong's hand. This brief interaction conveyed a message. These two had an exceptional rapport, a connection born from years of understanding each other. This brief moment caused Lan Tingfang's heart to sink. "Mr. Lan, what I want to say is that I am actually a fan of Yuan Yingxiong, and it was I who took the initiative to act intimately towards him. I think Mr. Lan should respect a fan's love for their idol." Lan Tingfang's gaze fell on the now empty thermos, feeling a strong pulse in his arteries. "Very well. Gu Lianhao. Emmy, I will have my lawyer draft a penalty for violating the 3rd clause of the contract, and you are to come to my office in 2 hours." At that moment, Lan Tingfang resembled a shrewd and cold businessman. Yuan Yingxiong shrugged, wrapping his arm around Gu Lianhao's shoulders and lightly kissing her hair, nonchalantly saying, "Gu Lianhao, you can tell this Mr. Lan how much property we have, including, of course, what our mother left us." Lan Tingfang remained unmoved. He simply yanked Yuan Yingxiong's hand off Gu Lianhao's shoulder, glaring at her with a voice that was both cold and hard. "So, there's a lot of property, huh? Yuan Yingxiong, do you believe I can make your assets worthless and even turn them into negative assets? Forcing you to rely on your face to make a living from now on? Lianhao, you should tell him to use what you know about me to inform him what kind of person Lan Tingfang is, and that Lan Tingfang never tells lies." Lianhao's face turned pale, unable to speak due to anger, her mouth trembling. "Lan Tingfang, don't you think you're being too arrogant? Or do you think you have the power to cover the sky with one hand?" Yuan Yingxiong found it amusing. Lan Tingfang returned Yuan Yingxiong's gaze with a faint smile and raised a hand, prompting Fang Yue to come over immediately. Half an hour later, Fang Yue published Yuan Yingxiong's previous comments attacking the U.S. government, using the largest space and the fastest frequency to stir up interest. He approached Yuan Yingxiong step by step, speaking casually word by word. Xiong. Sometimes people often find themselves in helpless situations, and as for how helpless, you will soon find out. You still don't know, right? I have a whole bunch of hackers, and with just one phone call, they can fabricate emails that are indistinguishable from real ones, like long-term correspondence between you and sensitive websites of anti-Western organizations. The content of those emails could include records of your involvement in money laundering or friendly conversations with members of a terrorist organization. As a U.S. citizen, you should know how sensitive the government is about these matters. Not only do I have a lot of hackers, but I also have my think tank, who can come up with unimaginable ways to show you how cruel life can be. So, Xiong, after hearing all this, do you still feel like showing off your meager assets? Lianhao swayed slightly, and Xiong swung a fist at her. After that punch, Lan Tingfang's body swayed, but then steadied, a corner of his mouth stained with blood, which combined with his fair and delicate face and his smile, looked breathtakingly beautiful, like a rose blooming on a cliff. Fang Yue, smiling, was as happy as could be. Call Nitani and say I was attacked by radicals. Lianhao was greatly shocked. She knew that when Lan Tingfang's business first landed in Japan, Nitani was his personal lawyer. Nitani was known for her ruthlessness and even became part of the notorious Yamaguchi family's legal team in Tokyo last year, being the soul of that team. 12 years later, Lan Tingfang was no longer the boy who had his teeth knocked out and could only swallow his own pride, knowing only music. She witnessed his transformation step by step. And Xiong, who idolized Batman and collected comics of heroes from every era, hated his mother for destroying other families for her own selfishness. How could he believe that the young man, just like him, could easily do everything he claimed? Chapter 47. After You Become a Memory. 23. Once, Lan Tingfang had told Lianhao not to try to touch her heart, because sometimes she didn't even understand herself. Now, Lianhao realizes that perhaps Lan Tingfang not only has a selfish soul, but also a demonic one. And maybe that's what he meant when he said he sometimes didn't understand himself. Aimee, who had seen the world, hurriedly approached Lan Tingfang, attempting to explain to the hero in less than perfect Chinese. Lan Tingfang was unmoved by the Italian's explanation and simply stared at Lianhao. As she watched, she signaled Fang Yue to take a photo of her. Just a side view would do. Find an angle that clearly presents the wound. Lianhao walked over, snatched Fang Yue's phone, and without looking, tossed it into the sky. Fang Yue winced at the loss, glancing at the boss, who looked at his ex-wife with a loving gaze, as if she had done something remarkable, only to sigh inwardly, wondering if he was the proverbial cannon fodder. Xiong came over and put his arm around Lianhao, pointing to his head. This person here is no good, either a narcissist or delusional. I've seen plenty of such lunatics. We don't need to pay attention to him. Let's go. Aimee approached at that moment. Xiong, you have an appointment, and you're already half an hour late. Right now, the most important thing is to protect Xiong. Aimee pulled him away, knowing full well that Lan Tingfang was a man who was not to be trifled with and always acted on his words. The crux of the problem lay with Gu Lianhao, and now, the only solution was to see if Gu Lianhao could help Xiong. Compensation didn't matter. The most important thing was to ensure that Xiong was not drawn into those sensitive topics. All right, hero, you should go. Lianhao pointed to the thermos on the ground. I'll clean this up and find you later. Xiong was dragged away by Aimee, and as they left, Fang Yue followed suit. The terrace still bore the remnants of what looked like the end of the world, much like the despair deep within Lianhao's heart. No woman would wish for the man she once loved to become someone she couldn't even accept. Without picking up the thermos, Lianhao walked toward the exit of the terrace with her handbag, not even glancing at Lan Tingfang. As she walked, she pulled out her phone from her handbag and found a string of numbers. After descending about 10 steps, she stopped at the elevator door and dialed. Hello, airline? I'd like to book a flight. Her phone was snatched away, and Lan Tingfang's face darkened. Gu Lianhao, you can't possibly be naive enough to think that a plane ticket can solve everything, can you? You don't think I can't deal with you, do you? Do you want me to give you examples of how I can handle you? After saying this, time seemed to freeze, and the elevator doors slowly opened. Lianhao walked in numbly, followed by Lan Tingfang. Once the elevator doors closed, Lianhao hooked her arm around Lan Tingfang's neck, pressed her body against him, and kissed him, their lips meeting as she eagerly sought a response. The two adult bodies intertwined. Lianhao's fingers traced over the buttons of Lan Tingfang's shirt, either drawing circles or lightly scraping, causing him to shudder. Her legs began to subtly rub against his sensitive area. When she felt the heat, Lianhao pushed him away. The elevator's display stopping at the number 17, and Lan Tingfang's eyes were already clouded with desire. Lianhao took out a tissue from her handbag and wiped her lips vigorously, looking at the bulge in his lower abdomen with a flirtatious smile. Lan Tingfang. So this is what you want. You should have said it earlier. It's not like we haven't done this before. All these theatrics are just a waste of our time. Lianhao leaned against the elevator wall, crossing her arms, her tone teasing. You booked the hotel room. Of course. I don't mind those themed rooms if you want to make it more interesting. I also wouldn't mind wearing sexy pajamas if you want to play with handcuffs or other alternatives. Just, Lianhao said coldly. I hope it's a one-time deal and you won't bother me again. You, a man with such dark tendencies, make me nauseous. Very successfully, Lianhao saw all the color drain from Lan Tingfang's face, like a vampire long deprived of sunlight in the dim elevator. Suddenly, he smiled, and with his smile, his features softened, revealing the brightest colors of the mortal world. Nodding, his fingers brushed against Lianhao's face. Gu Lianhao, you have successfully angered me. Before Lianhao could react, he had thrown her over his shoulder. That Sunday, among the few employees who stayed late at the company, a lucky few witnessed their CEO carrying a woman out of the elevator. The woman on his shoulder was squirming, and when she moved vigorously, the CEO would slap her on the backside, leaving them dumbfounded. Unfortunately, the woman's face was obscured by her cascading curls, revealing only her pointed chin. However, in their minds, they had already imagined her as someone stunningly beautiful, worthy of being paired with the CEO. A rookie who had just started working there exclaimed during this romantic moment, "Should we call the police? It could be a kidnapping or something." Lan Tingfang forcefully shoved the struggling Lianhao into the car and locked all the doors. In her fury, Lianhao clawed at Lan Tingfang's hair like a shrew, even scratching his face with her nails, but he paid no mind, starting the car, turning around, and accelerating. With his acceleration, Lianhao was thrown back, the automatic seatbelt securing her in the passenger seat, where she sat stiffly, tears streaming down her face. About an hour and a half later, Lan Tingfang's car stopped in a secluded place, and Lianhao saw vast expanses of greenery surrounded by shade. Again, Lan Tingfang pulled Lianhao out of the car, looking as if he intended to throw her over his shoulder. I have my own legs, Lianhao said coldly. Lianhao did not expect Lan Tingfang to bring her to see a psychiatrist named Hao Jimin. In that elegant room, Lan Tingfang casually tossed Hao Jimin. Show her my medical records. The car stopped under several bamboo shoots. Lianhao opened the car window, looking out at the distant horizon, reflecting on how many things in life go against one's wishes. After a long time, a deep sadness welled up from somewhere, leading her to wrap her arms around Lan Tingfang's waist, burying her face against him and sobbing, while murmuring, Lan Tingfang, why did you have to let me know all this? Don't you know a person's capacity for endurance is limited? Why do you impose this on me? Why? Yes, why? Phobia, also known as anxiety disorder, is a type of anxiety disorder where patients seem no different from those around them but harbor deep-seated fears of certain objects, events, people, or memories. In severe cases, facing their fears can lead to fainting due to lack of oxygen to the brain. How selfish and arrogant Lan Tingfang must be to suffer from such a peculiar illness. How could this be? Moreover, in the medical records that Lianhao saw, there was a small line of red text that read, the possibility of developing depression cannot be ruled out. How could such a ridiculous thing happen? Anyone in the world could be associated with such a strange medical record, but Lan Tingfang could not. Lan Tingfang is the treasure that Gu Lianhao has waited for 12 years and loved for 10 years. She cannot bear to associate him with such a harsh and terrifying medical term. Gently stroking her hair, Lan Tingfang spoke. If I told you this just to win a bit of your sympathy, a bit of reluctance, would you believe it? Holding him tightly, Lianhao's shoulders trembled violently. When I was 7, I took Dad's paint and make a kite, and Dad was really angry and hit me with a stick. That day I saw him cry. The next day, in the evening, when I came home from school, I still remember it was the end of March. Aren't all March days like the faces of children? It had just been bright and sunny, and suddenly it became dark and stormy with heavy rain. I rushed home in the rain, eager to show my dad the perfect score on my exam to make up for my mistake. Lianhao, do you know what I saw? Lianhao tightly embraced Lan Tingfang's trembling body. She vaguely guessed she would hear something. I saw legs swaying in front of me in our hall, just swinging back and forth. Do you know how silly I was? I grabbed his legs and said, "Dad, come down quickly. Look, I got 100 points." Then I touched his cold feet. They say that kind of cold is called the temperature of a corpse. At that moment, I thought, could it be because I took Dad's painting to make a kite that he was so angry? Every time I think of that, I remember the coldness of my little fingers touching my dad's feet. Lianhao, every time that moment comes, I get goosebumps all over. Lianhao, I always dare not recall that moment. Lianhao felt she was about to suffocate. She could not imagine little Lan Tingfang, full of joy, witnessing her dad hanging there. She held him even tighter, as if trying to convey all her strength to him. That was the only thing she could do at that moment. Later, I learned that my dad actually died from depression. Lianhao, you might not know, but part of depression can come from genetic inheritance. Lianhao felt scared, afraid of becoming one of those people. Lianhao was at a loss. She didn't know what to say to comfort him, only holding him tighter and tighter. Then looking up and saying, "It won't happen, Tingfang, it won't. You have to believe me. I say it won't happen, so it won't. Do you believe me?" There was a glimmer in Lan Tingfang's eyes, moistening her eyelashes, her fingers slowly resting on Lianhao's face. This silly girl. I believe, as long as Gu Lianhao says it. Lan Tingfang believes it. As long as Gu Lianhao says it won't happen, it won't. Chapter 48, After You Become a Memory, 24. As the car gradually drifted towards the center line, Lan Tingfang drove with one hand, holding Lianhao's hand with the other. Lianhao did not pull away. Lianhao, let's go to the supermarket later and buy some things to take home. Lianhao, I want to eat carrot porridge. Lianhao, I also want to drink loquat raw candy water. Lianhao, accompany me to a place tonight. Lianhao, are you angry that I'm telling you all this? Lianhao, please don't be too angry, okay? Okay. Lan Tingfang felt like a child in kindergarten, and Lianhao was like the teacher engaging in a dialogue, with the child being cautious and the teacher. The teacher was calm, tilting her head to gaze out at the world through the car window. Next, Lianhao and Lan Tingfang spent the warmest moments since their reunion together. They went to the supermarket, with Lan Tingfang pushing the shopping cart and Lianhao picking things out. Every time Lianhao chose something, it drew Lan Tingfang's attention, and he would make small talk. Sometimes, Lianhao, annoyed by his questions, would give him a fierce glare, which brought out his innocent expression similar to that of a puppy or kitten. This made Lianhao daydream. Clearly, he was over 30 years old, had once had such indifferent eyes, had experienced so much, yet why did his eyes still hold the innocence of child? Such a Lan Tingfang reminded Lianhao of Ko Jiaming's words. Actually, Lan Tingfang was a child who didn't know how to love. He had always been loved by women, but he didn't know how to love back. When they were checking out at the supermarket, there were many people shopping on Sunday. So Lianhao had to pull Lan Tingfang to stand in line together. Clearly, the addition of Lan Tingfang to the queue made everything subtle. The girls' gazes flickered and returned to him, and the women were much more generous, appreciating him as a beautiful sight. Today, Lan Tingfang wore a violet checkered shirt with loose cuffs, looking like a refined orchid. When Lianhao saw a flamboyantly dressed woman behind Lan Tingfang pressing her chest against his back without restraint, she frowned and kicked Lan Tingfang's foot. "What is it?" he asked with his eyes. This man was clearly very shrewd. Yet how could he not realize that another woman was taking advantage of him? "Wait outside for me. I'll help you get things later." He was still doing things to please himself, his expression genuinely like that of a loyal little cat or dog. Clearly, his expression sparked many thoughts. The flamboyantly dressed woman turned back to look at Lianhao with contempt. It seemed she must have thought in that direction, for example, that he was her kept man, or that her power had forced him to submit. "Wait outside for me," Lianhao said sternly. "Oh." Lan Tingfang looked sullen. After walking a few steps, he turned back and, without saying a word, shoved a card into Lianhao's hand, mumbling, "Use this to pay later." It was an unlimited card, with a black background and gold edges featuring the World Bank logo. The flamboyant woman stared intently at the card in Lianhao's hand, and after a few seconds, scoffed and turned her face away. As Lan Tingfang walked a few steps, he vaguely heard a woman's voice say, "Miss, your husband is really good to you, handsome and considerate." Like a radar, Lan Tingfang quickly activated various reception systems. He stopped, fearing that Lianhao's voice of denial would ring out behind him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds. She didn't deny it. She didn't deny it. The fact that Lianhao didn't deny it was too adorable. A pleasant smile curved on the corners of Lan Tingfang's mouth, and his steps became lighter. Lianhao walked out of the supermarket carrying shopping bags, and in the bustling crowd, she spotted him at first glance. Under a giant Pepsi advertisement, he stood there with his face turned slightly against a deep blue background, reminiscent of the color of the sea from a distant childhood in a big harbor. Lianhao stood there, tears welling up in her eyes. On the way back, Lianhao still gazed out at the world through the car window, while Lan Tingfang's hand remained on the back of her hand. "Tingfang, don't treat heroes like that," Lianhao said softly. "If you treat him that way, it will make me sad." His hand was held tightly, then released, and then he said, "Got it." In the following minutes, the car was filled with a heavy silence. "Lianhao, at this moment, I really wish I were a hero." "Lianhao, it doesn't feel good for me to hear you defend another man." Lan Tingfang seemed to transmit his discomfort to Lianhao, who turned her face away. Lan Tingfang's long eyelashes formed a curve of melancholy. To dispel the indescribable emotions, Lianhao cleared her throat. "Lan Tingfang, do you think that the woman who pressed her chest against your back in the supermarket had silicone?" "Ah." Lan Tingfang was greatly surprised. "Silly." Lianhao patted his head. "You let someone take advantage of you and still look so foolish." "Take advantage?" As if recalling something, Lan Tingfang turned to look at Lianhao, his eyes brightening. "So you sent me away to prevent me from being taken advantage of? Or do you actually want me to be taken advantage of?" Lianhao did not directly answer his question. "Lianhao," Lan Tingfang said cautiously, "can I interpret this to mean that you actually care a bit about me being taken advantage of by other women?" Lianhao was taken aback and slowly said, "Look ahead, don't forget you're driving." After saying this, Lianhao closed her eyes, afraid to meet Lan Tingfang's gaze, which was too bright and clear, as if she would get lost in his eyes if she wasn't careful. Now, Lianhao didn't know what to do. After a moment, she heard him sigh, "I'm sorry. Lianhao, I forgot that you don't like to hear me talk about these things." Lianhao felt even more uncomfortable inside. When they got home, Lianhao began to cook carrot porridge. She cut the carrots into small cubes, mixed them with shredded meat, and chopped ginger and garlic. Lan Tingfang was by her side helping, and Kaka also came to join in, sniffing around. While Lianhao was chopping garlic, Lan Tingfang greedily gazed at her face, which was so close. The kitchen was open, with excellent lighting. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the large glass windows, illuminating the kitchen, reflecting off the shiny utensils and casting a white glow on her hair. He slowly reached out his hand, wanting to brush aside the hair at the back of her head to see the scar on her neck. That small scar that had always swayed in his thoughts on lonely nights since their parting. Her action of cutting ginger paused, and Lan Tingfang suddenly withdrew his hand. He was afraid that his actions would upset her. He didn't dare to ruin this hard-won moment. Xiao Dao, holding a small knife in her hand, arrived at Mr. Lan's home and saw this scene. The man was setting the dining table while the woman was tidying up the kitchen, and a small, fluffy pink ball was rolling around on the floor, entertaining itself. Xiao Dao stood there in a daze, secretly sizing up the man. Although he wasn't exaggeratedly wearing an apron, the tenderness revealed in his brows made her hesitate to associate him with the usual Lan Tingfang. When leaving Qingyuan, Xiao Dao belatedly realized that the tenderness in Mr. Lan's eyes came from the woman in the kitchen, and his recent unusual behavior seemed to suggest he wanted to stage a scene of reunion. But could this mirror really be mended? Staring at the white dress, Lianhao compared it to herself and nodded, "Very nice, a very conservative style. Didn't you promise to go somewhere with me tonight?" Lan Tingfang shook the dress in her hands. "Will you accompany me to a fashion gala tonight?" He asked her, "Is that okay?" In the past, he had never made such requests of her, always appearing alone at public events. So after 6 years of marriage, he had given everyone the impression of being single, and various magazines crowned him with the title of a golden bachelor. The fabric of the dress felt soft to the touch, and Lianhao lowered her eyes. You should know that my identity is not suitable for appearing in public with you. My identity? She barely suppressed the agitation that those 4 words brought from her heart. This was a gala prepared for Gu Lianhao and Yuan Yingxiong. How could she be absent? This is a private gala, attended by some company shareholders. There won't be any media present, and no one will question your identity, Lan Tingfang said lightly. Yuan Yingxiong will also be there. He is one of the main characters of this gala. The TV station wants to introduce a group of newcomers, and he is one of them. This is his first appearance before the company's senior management. Lianhao continued to look at her slippers. Why do you want me to go with you? Because. Lan Tingfang's hand brushed Lianhao's hair. I've read in books that every girl has a princess dream. Glamorous banquets, exquisite gowns, and a prince by her side. Lianhao, I don't mind whether I'm the prince in your arms, but I hope to be the one who creates that dream for you. After a long time, Lianhao nodded, unable to articulate why. It was just that in a distant past, she had indeed had such a princess dream. While watching the movie Edward Scissorhands, she had once hoped to encounter a lover like Edward, who would use his hands to create a dreamy estate for her. As night fell, outside the central hall of Asia-Pacific Media, workers setting up the venue were gradually leaving, and servers replaced them within the hall. Someone was laying down a red carpet on the steps leading into the hall. Fang Zhuang, dressed in formal attire, stood next to a girl dressed as a server. He paused at the entrance of the hall, avoiding everyone and moving to a corner, dialing Lan Tingfang's number. The call connected. Lan Tingfang, are you sure you want to do this? Yes, I have to do this. Chapter 49, After You Become a Memory, 25. To be honest, Yuan Yingxiong found the formal party with its official expressions quite boring, especially tonight's party, which left him feeling confused. He and Emmy followed Fang Yue like products, greeting certain board members from the company, shaking hands, smiling, exchanging pleasantries, and then one of the board members patted him on the shoulder, saying, I've seen your show. It's great. You have a promising future. In China, this is said to be a type of formal flattery. Of course, there were a few others like him. New talents promoted by Asia-Pacific Media. At this stage, Asia-Pacific Media was in a transition period between old and new hosts, but those newcomers were obviously much better than him. Their facial expressions were sincere, and they looked like they were eager to learn, shaking hands at a perfect 45-degree angle. Emmy nudged him, and Yuan Yingxiong immediately put on a smile, repeatedly saying thank you, thank you, thank you. What a joke. After returning from Malaysia, he had only rested for 2 hours. He was not a robot that didn't need rest. What troubled Yuan Yingxiong even more was that Emmy had confiscated his phone. So he couldn't even check on Lianhao-Li's visit, nor could he make a call to find out where she had been taken by Lan Tingfang. As time passed, more and more people entered the venue. Well-dressed, plump men escorted heavily made-up female companions, and stylishly dressed men paired with equally stylish women streamed in. It was said that investors, advertisers, and heads of management and film companies were also attending the banquet. Yuan Yingxiong felt a wave of acidity in his stomach, not knowing how many more people he had to greet. Is this how new talents are introduced in China's entertainment industry? Finally, Emmy had a moment of conscience and returned his phone to him. As soon as Yuan Yingxiong got his phone, he moved to a less conspicuous spot to call Lianhao. After a long wait, the call connected. Yuan Yingxiong. Her voice felt both distant and close. Lianhao. For some reason, Yuan Yingxiong felt a small pang of vulnerability. The ancient city of Beijing seemed to stretch the distance between him and Lianhao. Because in this ancient city, there was a Lan Tingfang. And the time he spent with Gu Lianhao was merely a quarter of the time Lan Tingfang spent with Gu Lianhao. Yuan Yingxiong had always known that time was powerful, and he feared that he would eventually lose the time. Lianhao, didn't you say you would come to see me? Yuan Yingxiong complained. I'm sorry, hero. Hearing her soft, wifely tone made Yuan Yingxiong feel happy. Gu Lianhao had always been a tough character. It was rare for her to show a softer side. Yuan Yingxiong cleared his throat. Gu Lianhao, please bring me some late-night snacks tonight. I'm still working and exhausted. You're still working? She raised her voice. Cough. Of course I'm working. Just holding a pose takes dozens of minutes. The director must be jealous of how handsome I am and is now expressing his dissatisfaction with the creator in a roundabout way. But Lianhao, I will persevere for you. Xiao Fan had told him that hardworking men were very popular in China. And then, Lianhao asked him, and then, Yuan Yingxiong rested his chin on his hand. Of course. Suddenly, a commotion came from the entrance of the hall. Yuan Yingxiong instinctively turned his head toward the entrance, not knowing which big shot had appeared. The people in the hall seemed to be welcoming an ancient emperor, all rushing to the entrance. Due to the angle, Yuan Yingxiong couldn't see which big shot it was. He heard noise coming from Lianhao's side, and then she gently said, "Hero, I have to hang up." Yuan Yingxiong understood why she said that because Gu Lianhao was standing about 50 meters from him at the entrance of the hall, wearing a white high-neck, sleeveless fitted gown with a wide skirt, standing on the red carpet in the center of the golden hall like a mermaid. Beside the mermaid stood Lan Tingfang, also dressed in a white vintage gown. The two of them standing there looked like the most kitsch scene from a court drama. The entrance of a princess and a prince. Yuan Yingxiong walked step by step towards them. 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. Now he wanted to see Gu Lianhao's expression and whether she looked as happy as a princess in a court drama. 10 meters away, a man in a black suit appeared out of nowhere and unobtrusively separated him from her. The man was muscular, and his professional demeanor suggested he was a bodyguard. Yuan Yingxiong really wanted that man to see the wrestling move he had created, but his hand was grabbed by the arriving Emmy, who shook her head at him like a social fox. Yuan Yingxiong helplessly let his hand drop, watching Lan Tingfang and Lianhao from a distance. In the hall, everyone spontaneously made way. She walked gracefully, not overly beautiful or dazzling, yet captivated Yuan Yingxiong's gaze. Fortunately, her hand was not held by him, and, thankfully, her expression remained her usual calm demeanor. In the center of the hall was a large ice sculpture surrounded by small fountains, and a huge chandelier illuminated the ice sculpture, creating a stunning scene. They stopped by the ice sculpture, and he took a high-stem glass of red wine from a server's exquisite tray and handed it to her. She politely thanked him. A man in his 60s, full of energy, walked over and pointed at Gu Lianhao, smiling as he asked Lan Tingfang, "Who is this?" "She's a good friend of mine from long ago," he said lightly, without any hint of ambiguity, as if he and she were indeed old friends. Everyone looked at her with skeptical eyes, and she didn't mind, still sipping her wine. Yuan Yingxiong thought that Gu Lianhao could perhaps become an excellent diplomat like her mother. Maybe it was because he had been watching her for a long time that she looked up, and their eyes met. She frowned, put the glass back on the tray, walked towards him, stopped in front of him, and pointed at the bodyguard, saying softly, "Sir, please remove your hand. He is a distinguished guest invited by your host." After the bodyguard received the owner's permission with a glance, he quickly retreated after saying something offensive. Yuan Yingxiong felt embarrassed and chaotic inside. He felt he was letting down his name. However, seeing Lan Tingfang's expression made him feel much better. That guy was clearly struggling to suppress his emotions, and his face looked as if it might crumble. After dismissing the bodyguard, the female hero did not relax her brow and pointed at herself. "Yuan Yingxiong, didn't you say you were working now?" "Yuan Yingxiong, you habitually lied again." The man's expression darkened further. He was making small talk with those around him, his gaze slicing through like an ice blade. To prevent being hurt by that ice blade, and to maintain his sovereignty over Gu Lianhao, he gentlemanly bent down. "Miss Mermaid, would you honor me with a dance?" "Miss Mermaid? Dance?" Lianhao found it amusing. He was trying to show off again. Lianhao placed her hand in Yuan Yingxiong's hand, and under his lead, they walked to the dance floor. Clearly, the attendees were more interested in sipping red wine and having dignified conversations, as only a few pairs of men and women were dancing on the floor. Lianhao and Yuan Yingxiong were the third pair. As soon as they stepped onto the dance floor, the music switched from French lyrical melodies to lively Indian dance tunes. Lianhao was taken aback. She was clueless about those fast-paced partner dances, and her dress would surely cause her some embarrassment. "Don't worry, babe. Just do it like we did at the Rio Carnival. Just give me your hand," Yuan Yingxiong said, hands on his hips, guiding Lianhao's other hand into his arm, extending his left foot, smiling and starting. "Lianhao," it began, Lianhao said, and then they danced in the streets with people from all over the world. Finally, he took her onto the float, where he snatched the crown from the Brazilian girl's head, and placed it on hers. They shouted the most classic movie line, "I am the king of the world." No, they added an extra word to the line, "We are the kings of the world." Yes, we. At that moment, she felt that Gu Lianhao could form a we with Yuan Xiong, just like Emaine and Yuan Daisy. That we made her no longer lonely in this vast world. In fact, Lianhao was always grateful to the clever woman named Daisy for bestowing upon her the precious legacy called Yuan Xiong. That clever woman imposed a sense of responsibility on her, making her life fulfilling and preventing her from falling into despair after losing her mother and love. Yuan Xiong truly became a precious legacy that Gu Lianhao received. He placed his hands on his hips and linked arms with her as she took small steps, following the rhythm of the music in circles. Her white dress spread out like white waves on the sea. As the music slowed down a bit, Yuan Xiong turned his face toward Lianhao and asked, "Gu Lianhao, tell me, how did you end up with him?" Lianhao turned her face and glared at him. "Oh, sweetheart, watch your words and your knightly demeanor." Yuan Xiong squinted, looking for the voice of Lan Tingfang. His white figure spun in circles, casting shadows on the lake that rippled with the movement. "So, dear, how did you end up at the ball with him? Don't forget, we are allies. Don't forget how wicked he was this morning. How could you so easily push aside your upright ally and fall into the enemy's embrace in just one day?" Yuan Xiong. Lianhao chuckled. "Could it be that the great Mr. Shakespeare met you in your dreams last night? Just one day. But this day has been long enough." Gu Lianhao's life has taken another roller coaster ride. They continue to spin. One circle, the white shadow is still there. Two circles, the white shadow is still there. Another spin, the white shadow is still there. Closing her eyes, Lan Tingfang forever lingered like a white moonlight in Gu Lianhao's heart. Cool, lonely, and heart-wrenching. Yuan Xiong. Right now, I'm living in his home. Yuan Xiong. In a few days, I will leave Beijing. Yuan Xiong. During these last few days in Beijing, I want to be good to him. Yuan Xiong. I actually don't know why I want to be good to him. I just feel that I want to be good to him. I want to wash his hair, cook for him, leave a light on for him at home, and take his sheets out to sunbathe so they are filled with the scent of sunlight. Right now, this is the only way I can be good to him. Yuan Xiong. Tears slipped from the corners of her eyes, swirling away from her face as they danced in the air. Chapter 50. After you become a memory. 26. Yuan Xiong. I will be leaving Beijing in a few days. During these last few days, I want to treat him well. Lianhao's thoughts conveyed this message to Yuan Xiong. The lively dance music switched to slow music, and Yuan Xiong stopped, with Lianhao also coming to a halt, standing in the center of the dance floor. Her face was flushed from spinning, resembling the color of ripe apples on the apple trees at her classmate's farm years ago, with a few strands of hair falling over her cheeks. At that moment, Gu Lianhao appeared quite charming, so charming that Yuan Xiong couldn't muster any anger. He took a deep breath, gently tucked her hair behind her ear, and sighed. "Gu Lianhao, today you are a beautiful woman, so I can't be angry with you. Therefore, Gu Lianhao, you can treat him well, as you said, wash his hair, cook for him, air out his blankets, and leave a lamp on for him. That's all, remember. If you go beyond that, I really will get angry." Lianhao nodded emphatically and saluted in the way that Yuan Xiong liked. "Understood, sir." In the periphery, Lianhao saw a white figure approaching them. He stopped between them and smiled. "Lianhao, let's dance." With Lan Tingfang's arrival, the dance floor became the center of attention, as all the guests present focused their eyes on them. Lianhao looked as if she were an old friend of Lan Tingfang, smiling at everyone, unreservedly placing her hand in Lan Tingfang's palm. The theme song of the movie A Soul Haunted by Blue Bridge began to play softly, and the old melody seemed to evoke the sentiments of the older men and women who flocked to the dance floor to relive their past. Through Lan Tingfang's shoulder, Lianhao saw Yuan Xiong's departing figure. Lowering her eyelids and following the graceful melody, she danced forward and backward on her toes. Mom loved this old movie. Its black and white scenes of encounters, love, war, separation, and reunion always brought tears to her eyes. Those politicians who had suffered under her had called her a tough woman. And every time she watched this old movie, she would shed tears, her nose red. Mom said, not seeing Grandma for the last time left a big hole in her heart. In fact, Lianhao also had a big hole in her heart. "What's wrong?" He gently asked her, his arm around her as he whispered in her ear. I miss my mom, Lianhao said, staring at his suit collar, which was sharply patterned with bright white edges. Lan Tingfang stiffened, recalling when Kuing had asked him, "Where were you when Lianhao's mother had her accident?" Yes, he should have been with by Annie at that time, while she was alone, carrying her mother's ashes back home, standing alone at the memorial service, and delivering her mother's ashes to her grandmother. He might have been with by Annie all those times. I am Soda, Lianhao. Lan Tingfang sink down 30 feet. Mom, don't. Lianhao hurriedly interrupted Lan Tingfang, her heart racing like a deer surrounded by hunters in the woods. Pressing down her anxiety, Lianhao straightened her back again and followed the music, taking a deep breath. Let's not talk about that. Let's dance. Lan Tingfang sighed in relief, tightening her grip around Lianhao's waist, pulling her body closer so that her head could comfortably rest on his chest. All right, let's not say anything. Let's just dance. Yuan Yingxiong had just ordered a cocktail when a group of people approached him uninvited. After a few exchanges, he realized that the man was trying to get close because he knew a longtime friend of Lan Tingfang, while the woman was there to gossip. Curious about the relationship between Lan Tingfang and his female companion, as well as his relationship with Lan Tingfang's companion, they seemed eager to drag him into a klitsch love triangle. Looking around, Emmy was nowhere to be found. This laid-back Italian must have gone off to smoke. Yuan Yingxiong could only play dumb, as everyone seemed unwilling to let him off easily and continue their chatter, just as they were about to wear down his patience. A male waiter informed him that Emmy was waiting for him in the smoking room. Following the waiter, Yuan Yingxiong arrived at the east side of the hall. As he neared the small door of the hall, he turned back to look at Lianhao and Lan Tingfang on the dance floor. Their outfits complemented each other perfectly. Her skirt swayed, while his pants remained straight. Hey, Yuan Yingxiong, he slapped his face, reminding himself to have chivalry. After Yuan Yingxiong left, Lan Tingfang also took Lianhao away from the dance floor. The male waiter led Yuan Yingxiong up a wide staircase to the second floor, pointing down the corridor. Mr. Yuan, the smoking room is to the left. After saying that, he left. Unlike the bustling scene downstairs, this corridor was very quiet, with studios on either side. Following the waiter's directions, Yuan Yingxiong turned left. Amidst the sound of high heels and low sobs, he collided with a girl at the corner. A girl in a waitress uniform. She looked up at him in panic, tears in her eyes, her expression resembling a white rabbit accidentally wandering into a home in the woods. Looking down, Yuan Yingxiong realized the tears on her face were due to the torn marks on her top. The 3 buttons at the top of her shirt were missing, and her black skirt was in tatters. In her panic, she had forgotten to tighten her shirt, revealing most of her pearly white bra, which was structured in a way that accentuated her figure, making it easy for one to be lost in thought. It was clear that the girl had a great figure, and perhaps that was why she attracted unwanted attention from men. Miss, do you want me to call the police? Yuan Yingxiong asked softly. The girl suddenly trembled, shaking her head nervously. No, don't call the police, I'm fine. It didn't succeed. I ran out. Miss, Yuan Yingxiong lowered his voice even more, fearing that a louder voice would frighten this little rabbit. According to the law, you can also choose to call the police. No. The girl shook her head more vigorously. No, it can't be. I'm still a student. Today I came to work as a temporary waitress through a friend's introduction just to earn a little pocket money. And that person frequently appears on TV. People like us, we can't provoke. The girl's lips trembled, and her face bore no makeup. With tears rolling down her cheeks, her clear eyes glistening as if soaked in water, her hands trembling enough to reveal the enticing curves of her bra. Yuan Yingxiong hurriedly turned his face away. This girl was pure and alluring, a rarity in Yuan Yingxiong's surroundings. Shrugging, Yuan Yingxiong politely asked, "Well then, miss, is there any way I can help you?" Upon hearing this, the girl displayed a wary expression, trembling even more. How about this? Yuan Yingxiong regretted being seen as someone with ill intentions and cleared his throat. Miss, how about I go find another waitress for you? Just as Yuan Yingxiong was about to turn, his hand was grabbed. The girl looked at him timidly and said, Sir, I'm very scared right now. Can you find me a place where I can be alone for a while? Yuan Yingxiong nodded and noticed a half-open room across from them. He led the girl into that room, which turned out to be a dubbing studio. The girl slowly crouched down against the corner of the wall, her head buried in her knees, her shoulders trembling as if she was trying hard to endure something. Yuan Yingxiong looked at her with great sympathy, poured a cup of water, half squatted in front of her, and gently patted her shoulder. "Miss, it will pass. Miss, my name is Yuan Yingxiong. If in a few days you calm down and want to seek justice, I can help you." The girl stopped shaking and slowly lifted her head from her knees, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Yuan Yingxiong. This scene was transmitted through a hidden pinhole camera to another room just a wall away, and the surveillance footage clearly recorded this moment. The girl's appearance was enough to drive many men crazy. Lan Tingfang and Fang Zhuang were watching the surveillance TV, and Fang Zhuang sighed in amazement. These young girls today are really impressive. This girl will surely become famous one day. Lan Tingfang stared intently at the screen, feeling very complicated. He both wanted Yuan Yingxiong to fall into a trap and feared that his good friend would be disappointed because of him. The girl stopped shaking and slowly lifted her head from her knees, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Yuan Yingxiong. Slowly, the girl spoke. "Is it really you, Yuan Yingxiong? I thought it was just someone who looked like him. Mr. Yuan, can I touch your face?" Yuan Yingxiong was taken aback, but then he was no longer surprised. He had encountered similar situations many times, some even more direct. He nodded and simply squatted down. The girl's hand was very soft. Her fingers gently brushed over his nose. As if in a trance, "The girls in our class really like you, and so do I. The first time I saw you was in the cafeteria at noon. You were wearing a black shirt, the double-breasted kind. At that time, you said that as long as you like it. Even a basket of food could become a unique handbag. As long as you like it, a 15-ping house could be a palace. As long as you like it, a bumpy dirt road could be the champs, Lissy yes. The most important thing is to like it yourself. At that time, I liked you, treating you as my idol. I thought I would never have the chance to see you in person." Yuan Yingxiong smiled gently at the girl. Her hand slowly fell onto his lips. "It's so magical that I can meet you and even get your help, Mr. Yuan. You're so much better than I imagined." Her voice was very pleasant, especially at the end, as if she were hypnotizing him. Yuan Yingxiong listened as if under a spell until her lips pressed against his. In the other room, Fang Zhuang sighed deeply. The girl seemed like a siren weaving a web for Yuan Yingxiong. Lan Tingfang curled the corners of his mouth. Chapter 51, After You Become a Memory, 27, when the girl's lips pressed against Yuan Yingxiong's. He thought it would be fine as long as she didn't stick her tongue out. The girl looked quite pitiful now, so he treated his lips as a polite consolation gift. The next moment, Yuan Yingxiong forcefully pushed the girl away. She really did stick her tongue out. The girl looked at him in confusion, appearing at a loss. Yuan Yingxiong rubbed his head, took a breath, and then smiled. "Miss, I think I should find someone to help you." Yuan Yingxiong turned and walked away. The girl hugged him from behind, pressing her face against his back, saying, "Yuan Yingxiong, I really like you." Yuan Yingxiong gradually pried her fingers apart. "Thank you for liking me, but I don't like you." The girl froze, her hands loosening little by little, and the earpiece in her ear echoed a cold voice. "Use your body to seduce him. If he doesn't fall for your seduction, you must create the illusion that he is." Fang Zhuang looked incredulously at Lan Tingfang. Lan Tingfang continued, "So far, I think you're doing well. Don't you want to be an award-winning actress and have everyone know you? Then, show some courage." At this point, Fang Zhuang got angry. He grabbed Lan Tingfang by the collar. "Lan Tingfang, are you crazy? Do you know what you're doing? This outcome proves that Gu Lianhao's choice was not wrong. Yuan Yingxiong is a trustworthy man. Don't you think what you're doing is despicable?" "Despicable, maybe. I only know that Gu Lianhao was originally mine, and she can only be mine. No matter what means I use, I will bring her back to my side." Lan Tingfang forcefully pushed Fang Zhuang away, her gaze still fixed on the surveillance screen. In the footage, the girl was blocking the door with her body, pulling at Yuan Yingxiong, and the more they tugged, the more her clothes threatened to fall off. Finally, she fell into Yuan Yingxiong's arms and started to cry. The girl's ample chest pressed against Yuan Yingxiong, annoying him to the point of frustration, and he eventually couldn't take it anymore, throwing her over his shoulder and slamming her to the ground. However, the consequence of this throw was that the girl did indeed fall to the ground, but her top was still in his hands, leaving her wearing only a bra. As if stimulated, The girl crawled up from the ground and stepped back step by step until she had nowhere to retreat, her hands supporting herself on the dubbing keys. Yuan Ingxiong awkwardly held the clothes. I'm sorry, miss, I didn't mean to. You can put this back on, if you catch a cold later. In the auditorium, Lianhao stood somewhere, making small talk with people she recognized and some she didn't. Suddenly, the girl's panicked voice echoed. No, don't come over. I only like you as an idol. I never thought of doing this with you. Don't come over. Miss, please don't get excited. Put your clothes on first, a male voice said, soothingly. That voice echoed throughout the auditorium, swirling above people's heads like it had wings. The crowd in the auditorium looked around, surprised, searching for the source of the voice. With just one sound, Lianhao knew it was Yuan Ingxiong's voice. The girl's voice continued, seeming to sob gently. Step by step, Lianhao followed the sound of the crying. She stopped outside a room at the left corner of the second floor, pushed the door, which was not locked, and easily opened it. The door swung open like a long shot, slowly revealing a scene where Yuan Ingxiong was futilely trying to put a piece of clothing on a rain-soaked girl, who was inadequately dressed. Upon seeing her, the two looked at her blankly. Lianhao frowned, and the clothes in Yuan Ingxiong's hands fell to the ground. The girl covered her chest. The first thing Lianhao did was to turn off the microphone that had been accidentally turned on by someone. She stood in front of the girl, looking her up and down. Yuan Ingxiong, what's going on? Lianhao asked coldly. Yuan Ingxiong finally came to his senses, realizing that this was a rather disgraceful scene. Before he could explain, another person entered the room, someone who was incredibly fortunate to find himself in this situation. Lianhao felt annoyed and exhausted. She had helped Yuan Ingxiong clean up such messes several times before, the last time being more than a year ago. More than a year ago, a series of troubles brought about by a woman named Monica had worn Lianhao out, and in the end, she told Yuan Ingxiong, this is the last time I clean up your mess. Lianhao, from now on, I won't disappoint you again, he had assured her at that time. Lianhao looked closely at the girl again. She should be considered quite tempting for Yuan Ingxiong. No one was as innocent as her. No one as alluring. And so Yuan Ingxiong's enthusiasm rekindled. Lianhao, Yuan Ingxiong began to explain, you have to believe me, it's not what you think. Although he had a checkered past, he truly believed he had changed after the Monica incident. The girl sobbed quietly, and Lianhao's shoulders drooped in defeat. Finally, she bent down to pick up the clothes from the ground and draped them over her. Lan Tingfang came over and took Lianhao's hand. Lianhao, leave this to me. I will handle it. He held her hand, and together they stepped out of the room. Yuan Ingxiong watched them leave, his mind in disarray. This incident was too strange, and he needed to think it over. Lan Tingfang dragged Lianhao's hand and slipped out through the back door of the auditorium. Xiao Dao had parked the car at the back door, and Lan Tingfang let Xiao Dao leave first before getting Lianhao into the car. The Aston Martin glided through the wide Beijing roads like a nightmarish specter, with towering buildings lining the way. The car passed by Beijing's most iconic structures, the bird's nest and the water cube. Lianhao turned her face away, resting her head against the car window, her eyes blankly staring ahead. The memories of the nightmare brought by the woman named Monica over a year ago began to resurface. The dark house, the strong, fierce-looking black men, and the guns in their hands. It was a world completely unfamiliar to Lianhao. Feeling exhausted, she took off her high heels and curled her knees up on the car seat, softly saying, Tingfang, do you think I was a bad woman in my past life, making many men sad? So, in this life, I'm paying back my debts to men. The car's speed noticeably increased. It must be true, Lianhao muttered to herself. Before it was Lan Tingfang, now it's Yuan Ingxiong. The roar of the car's engine was deafening, almost shattering Lianhao's eardrums, and the speed limit signs along the road flashed blue lights intermittently. The driver was indeed reckless, daring to speed on the roads of Beijing. She believed he would receive many tickets tomorrow, perhaps even attract a crowd because of this Aston Martin. Everyone would surely say that some young heir was driving a luxury car, ignoring traffic laws and challenging people's limits, as if everyone enjoyed discussing such topics. Lan Tingfang, I don't want to die yet. Lianhao continued to stare at the rapidly passing scenery, feeling dizzy from the reckless speed. But I want to die, Gu Lianhao. I don't like seeing you worried about him. Lianhao's pale face made him unable to bear it, so he slowed down. Lan Tingfang's bad temper flared again. Lianhao closed her eyes, not wanting to continue this topic. What surged in her heart was probably disappointment, because Yuan Yingxiong had once told her, Gu Lianhao, from now on, I won't disappoint you again. She believed him. Lan Tingfang drove the car to a high-rise development site, and they quietly faced the myriad of lights from the homes below. For some reason, Lianhao felt inexplicably sad, pointing at the lights spilling from the windows. Tingfang, what do you think other women are doing at 30? She said. Maybe they are preparing their husband's luggage for a business trip tomorrow. Maybe they are helping their children with homework under the lights. Or perhaps they are enjoying time with their parents. Lowering her head, Lianhao stroked the hem of her gown. And what about me? Even my soul has nowhere to rest. Lan Tingfang felt a deep pain for her, a very deep pain. He pressed her head against his chest to suppress that ache. Gritting his teeth, he spoke. According to the script I had in mind, I should be comforting you now, persuading you that Yuan Yingxiong is not worthy of you. But seeing you so troubled for him, I can't bear it. If anyone should be troubled, it can only be for me. In this world, Lianhao can only be troubled for Lan Tingfang. Yuan Yingxiong did nothing to wrong you. That girl was brought to you by me. Everything was set up by me. To make you divorce him, to bring you back to my side. But now, I've changed my mind. I don't want to win you back that way anymore. Lianhao took a while to digest this information. Yuan Yingxiong asked her to trust him, but she didn't. What has this man done? Lianhao fiercely broke free from his grip, took off her high heels, and without thinking, struck his shoulder with one of them. You bastard. You promised me you wouldn't deal with Yingxiong, right? Lan Tingfang, everything you said is nonsense. I clearly haven't wronged you. It was you who didn't want me. No matter how I tried, I couldn't move you. No matter what I did, you turn a blind eye. Fine. I accept that. But how can you mock me like this? Do you think I'll be moved by this? No, it's not like that. From your actions, I see not a shred of respect for me. Do you understand respect? If you respect her, you must understand her thoughts. Lianhao shouted loudly at last. Lan Tingfang stood still, allowing her to hit him. After a while, Lianhao grew tired, her arms heavy, and the high heel fell from her hand. She stood there, staring straight at him. Tingfang, why do you always make me so tired? Before this, I wanted to treat you well, to treat you very well, but now, I don't want it anymore. I can't anymore. I'm out of strength. Moreover, your arrogance make me hate you. Lianhao got out of the car, knotted the hem of her dress, held her high heels, and walked step by step toward the light of the road. Lan Tingfang chased after her and grabbed her. Lianhao turned around and spat out fiercely. Lan Tingfang, I don't want to see you now. You make me feel disgusted. In the next moment, Lianhao was swept up in his arms. Chapter 52 After You Become a Memory, 28. Lan Tingfang forcefully shoved Lianhao into the wheelchair, their eyes locking in a fiery gaze, both wishing they could turn each other to ashes. The first to look away was Lan Tingfang, who leaned dejectedly against the driver's seat. I want to see the hero, Lianhao said. After a long pause, Lan Tingfang closed his eyes and said, I'll have Xiao Dao take you to see him. I can't take you to see other men. Gu Lianhao. There was a real news story in Japan about a man who killed his unfaithful lover and hid her body in a freezer. He lived with her as if nothing had happened, eating meals together, watching TV, reading newspapers to her, and singing to her for a year, until a massive power outage in Japan led to their discovery. Psychological experts concluded that the man had a mental illness, but when his psychiatric evaluation report came out, it showed no signs of mental problems. Those experts believed he must have some undiscovered mental illness. I think those experts must have never experienced extreme love. Just now, I really wanted to strangle you and hide you away like that Japanese man. Of course, I wouldn't be as foolish as he was. His fingertips gently brushed against Lianhao's lips, whispering like lovers in the dark night. Lianhao, after I strangle you, I'll take you to the North Pole, and we'll live together under the sky at 90 degrees north latitude. There, we won't have to worry about power outages. The Arctic, I've been there a few times. It's an endless pure white world, and you'll definitely love it. We can fish under the ice and live next to polar bears. No one will disturb us. His fingertips sent shivers down Lianhao's spine, and she pushed his hand away, closing her eyes. Tingfang, don't make me afraid of you. I don't want to wake up one day to find you have become someone I fear. He smiled faintly, his laughter reminiscent of an animal's cry. Lianhao, I'm also afraid of myself, afraid that I might really be like that Japanese man. You won't be like him. The man Gu Lianhao has loved for 10 years can't become like that. Tingfang, go find a girl who suits you, preferably someone lively, thick-skinned, and talkative. Someone who will chatter in your ear every day, and no matter how much you scold her, she'll just treat it as air. And if she likes to cause trouble, that would be even better, because then you won't have the energy to dwell on your inner wounds. That's how I've gotten through it. Tingfang, now, Gu Lianhao is no longer suitable for you. The current Gu Lianhao has a bridge in her heart that she can't cross. Xiao Dao arrived in just over half an hour. When Lianhao got into Xiao Dao's car to leave, Lan Tingfang was still there, leaning against the car door. The night and the thin neon light painted a desolate silhouette on him, making him appear like a wolf tirelessly searching for its mate in the wilderness. Lianhao averted her face, afraid to look at that silhouette. In the early hours of the morning, Xiao Dao brought Lianhao to a star-rated hotel near Wangfujing, where Emmy was waiting for her in the hotel lobby. Outside the hotel room door, Lianhao tried hard to put on a relaxed expression. Emmy informed her that the hero had been drinking. Yuan Yingxiong was sitting on the hotel room's balcony against the wall, with drinks and glasses beside him. Lianhao walked over, and Yuan Yingxiong looked up at her, like a child who had done something wrong. Over a year ago, Yuan Yingxiong had looked at her with a similar expression when someone was blackmailing him with a video of him in bed with Monica, appearing outside her room like a guilty child. The person with the video demanded an exorbitant price. Monica had been caught with cocaine several times at customs and was infamous in the entertainment industry. If the video got out, Yuan Yingxiong's image would be ruined. Aunt Daisy entrusted half of her assets to Lianhao to create a fund in Yuan Yingxiong's name, and Lianhao used part of that fund to buy back the video. Monica was notorious in Europe, and once at a nightclub, Yuan Yingxiong and his friends made a bet on who could get Monica into bed the fastest. Yuan Yingxiong managed to sleep with Monica in just 13 minutes. After destroying the video, they did not expect that more serious problems awaited them. It turned out that Monica was a long-term bed partner of a member of the Italian mafia, which was so rampant in Europe that it could challenge the government. There were rumors that several men who had been involved with Monica had disappeared without a trace, and it was widely believed that their disappearances were related to mafia members. Some said they fed the bodies of those men to the fish in the Atlantic. Fortunately, Emmy had received news in advance. So Lianhao and Yuan Yingxiong registered their marriage in California. However, with the help of a friend of Lianhao's mother, their wedding date was changed to the day Yuan Yingxiong slept with Monica, and they forged boarding records and hotel stay records. Just after they finalized these matters, the Italian mafia came knocking. Those people were ruthless killers, and Emmy used her connections and charm to negotiate with them, even presenting her marriage certificate with government seals. In the end, Lianhao and Yuan Yingxiong were both thrown into a dark basement, guarded by burly men with guns. Fortunately, all the evidence was perfectly forged, and 3 days later, Lianhao was released. After she came out, Yuan Yingxiong cried, saying, "Lianhao, from now on, I won't let you down again." After that incident, Yuan Yingxiong and Lianhao had a notarized marriage, a pseudo-marriage that would eventually end in divorce due to fading feelings years later. Lianhao, Yuan Yingxiong cautiously called her while sitting on the floor. Lianhao sat beside him, resting her head on his shoulder. "If I said I didn't need you, would you believe it?" He lowered his head, playing with the glass in his hand. "I believe. I just wanted to help her, but in the end, I don't know how it turned out like this." "Lianhao, this is very strange. I will find out the truth. I don't want Lan Tingfang to think you have poor judgment for being with a playboy like me." Lianhao took the glass from Yuan Yingxiong's hand and drank the remaining wine. "Forget it, hero. I trust you, so let's not care about others." Ultimately, Lianhao was still unwilling to let Yuan Yingxiong know that this matter was orchestrated by Lan Tingfang. Yuan Yingxiong nodded. "Lianhao," Yuan Yingxiong hesitated. "Were you jealous back then?" "Jealous?" Lianhao tilted her head, thought for a moment, and nodded. "Yes, I was jealous." Before Yuan Yingxiong could recover from his ecstasy, that woman poured a bucket of cold water over him. "I was jealous that she was younger than me and had bigger breasts," she said seriously. Yuan Yingxiong smiled bitterly. Gu Lianhao always liked to act silly, and then suddenly she said, "Hero, should we kiss?" If this were said by another woman, Yuan Yingxiong would definitely respond deeply, saying that such words were a man's privilege and should be said by a man. But, this woman is Gu Lianhao. "Kiss?" Yuan Yingxiong's tongue stumbled over the words. Lianhao, you said kiss. Yuan Yingxiong. Lianhao laughed, poking the spot over his heart. Right here. You must have thought about kissing me more than once, right? Yuan Yingxiong swallowed hard. Her smile deepened. When Gu Lianhao smiled, her usually indifferent brows would unfurl, and her smile became as charming as a lovely fox. Yuan Yingxiong, should we give it a try? She coaxed him with a fox-like voice. She closed her eyes, her lips slightly pink and moist from the wine. Yuan Yingxiong, after much struggle, finally swallowed that mouthful, and he could still faintly hear its loud echo in his throat. Louder than the echo was the sound of his heart racing, at a rapid frequency that made Yuan Yingxiong doubt it could rival a Boeing 747. How could he possibly miss such a wonderful moment? He slightly turned to the side, lifted her chin, and pressed his lips against hers. Her tongue carried the scent of cherry wine, a magical aroma that pulled down a sky full of stars. Finally, Yuan Yingxiong kissed Gu Lianhao's lips, almost making her breathless, and reluctantly let her go in the end. Slowly, he released her, her face hidden in the shadows cast by the hotel curtains, making it hard to discern her joy or sorrow. The surroundings were silent. Only his breathing could be heard. Her hand reached for his, slowly placing it on her heart. Her voice filled with sadness. Hero, now I know why I can't accept you, why we can't be together. The place beneath his palm felt like a midsummer night's harbor, still and calm as death. But then her tears began to fall, dripping onto his wrist. But Hero, it once raced because of a person's gaze, a person's words, a person's voice, a person's actions, fast enough to scare me, sweet enough to make me feel like I was in heaven. Faintly, Yuan Yingxiong heard the wind sighing, and he saw a girl in a red dress walking against the wind. That time, outside a shop window in Paris. She pointed to a red dress hanging inside and said, I have a dress like that too. I once wore it to me, man. Yuan Yingxiong kissed Lianhao's forehead. It's okay, Gu Lianhao, right now, you've just forgotten the fragrance of love. One day, you will remember. Tears continued to fall. Yuan Yingxiong buried his head on Lianhao's shoulder, feeling inexplicably sad, his heart aching. Gu Lianhao, at this moment, I truly hate Lan Tingfang. Yes, Yuan Yingxiong really hated Lan Tingfang at that moment. Gu Lianhao was the best rose in the world. Yet that man let her wither alone in his garden. Yuan Yingxiong, will I really remember one day? She murmured above him. You will remember. The person who makes you remember will definitely be me, no one else. Yuan Yingxiong moved his hand slowly and said, Gu Lianhao, your chest is quite nice, and it feels good to touch. Plus, I can be 100 sure there's no silicone present. Chapter 53. After you become a memory. 29. In the end, Lianhao and Yuan Yingxiong began drinking on the terrace, playing drinking games until the hotel manager politely informed them that their behavior would disturb the sleep of other guests. Just as the manager left, Amy arrived with a ticket to Malaysia for a flight an hour later. Yuan Yingxiong left the hotel at 4 in the morning, and, as he was leaving, Lianhao hugged him and apologized for not believing him and for siding with Lan Tingfang. Lianhao, let's save up and buy a small island together, he said. That night, Gu Lianhao and Yuan Yingxiong made a grand and luxurious agreement to own a small island in the Pacific with their names on it. After Yuan Yingxiong left, Lianhao soaked in the bathtub, bitterly smiling at how so much could happen in almost 30 hours, with such dramatic ups and downs. At 7, Lan Tingfang appeared outside the hotel room, pale and with sunken eyes, clearly having spent a sleepless night. As soon as he entered the hotel room, his eyes, sharp like a hawk's on a tennis court, relaxed visibly upon seeing the neatly arranged bed sheets without the slightest hint of disorder. Under Lianhao's cold gaze, he took out a set of women's clothing and breakfast from the paper bag he brought. Lianhao took the breakfast without hesitation, feeling genuinely hungry, while Lan Tingfang sat in front of her, watching her eat. After finishing breakfast, Lianhao took the women's clothing to the bathroom to change out of the hotel bathrobe. And along with the clothing were undergarments with the tags still attached. Holding those branded undergarments, Lianhao felt a pang in her heart. After changing clothes, Lianhao stood in front of Lan Tingfang and said, Tingfang, I booked a flight to New York at 11 o'clock. I'm leaving Beijing. I know, he said, his expression unchanged. Neither angry nor upset, just expressionless. Furthermore, he took out her passport and the ticket for the flight she had asked the hotel to book. He pushed the ticket in front of Lianhao and continued, still expressionless. "This is the ticket you asked the hotel to help you book? I brought it back for you. Get ready, I'll take you to the airport." This was far beyond Lianhao's expectations, but she didn't ask any further and took the ticket from his hand. With a little time left, Lianhao asked Lan Tingfang to take her to Gu Ying's magazine office. Gu Ying's magazine was located in an office building in the Chiuyangnu district, not far from her home, and although the office wasn't large, at over 150 square meters, it was well equipped. When Lianhao arrived, Gu Ying was on the phone, cursing loudly, seemingly upset with someone. After hanging up, she turned around and saw Lianhao. "All right." Lianhao pointed to her belly. "Don't harm your little baby." Gu Ying was already 3 months pregnant. The arrival of the child was unexpected, but she quickly accepted it and even bragged to Lianhao. "Gu Lianhao, I'm going to be a mom before you." After their conversation, Gu Ying accompanied Lianhao downstairs, hesitating as she looked at Lan Tingfang in the car. She said, "Lianhao, if you still love him, think about it. Lan Tingfang, I feel like he's different now. I have a premonition that if you can let go of your past grievances, you'll find a lot of happiness with him." Lianhao said nothing but hugged Gu Ying. By around 10 o'clock, Lianhao arrived at the airport. Throughout the journey, she and Lan Tingfang didn't say a word. He bought her coffee and sat with her in the waiting area. 20 minutes before boarding, Lianhao could no longer endure Lan Tingfang's silence. "Tingfang, say something. Safe travels would be nice." Lan Tingfang's silence made Lianhao feel suffocated. "What if I ask you not to go?" he said. Lianhao shook her head. "What if I said I could give up everything now and leave Beijing with you for America? You as a Chinese teacher and me as a working person handing over my monthly salary to you to manage, living a simple and pure life together?" Lianhao shook her head again. Lan Tingfang didn't say anything further. The airport announcement began, notifying passengers for the 11 o'clock flight to New York to prepare for boarding. Lianhao said, "I'm sorry," stood up with her ticket in hand. Her hand was grabbed. "Gu Lianhao, I really don't want to reach this point. But now I have no choice. I can't think of anything else to keep you. Gu Lianhao, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. If you want to board the plane, I won't stop you. But I guarantee that 1 hour after you board, the captain of your flight will receive an urgent satellite call from the airport because someone has reported that there are dangerous items on the plane, leading to an emergency landing in Incheon Airport. When they make the emergency landing, they will find out that this was a malicious prank, and the investigators will follow the clues, and then the name Lan Tingfang will be associated with various speculations and condemnation, becoming a hot topic." Lianhao's ticket fell to the ground. "The next process is that I will have to face legal consequences, as this situation has escalated so much. At that time, I will appear in court to face the judge's judgment. Of course, I won't hire a lawyer for myself, and I will show my arrogance in court, provoking public anger and crossing the moral bottom line in the eyes of the legal personnel. In this way," he leaned down with a smile towards Lianhao. "This way, Lianhao, do you think Lan Tingfang will become an unforgivable pervert? Such a pervert must face prison time." Lianhao felt weak and fell back in her chair. This was the most absurd thing she had ever witnessed. It was like a beautiful fantasy. Lan Tingfang was truly a pervert, like those high IQ criminals in suspect movies, where the timing and scene were meticulously planned and executed like performance art. How could he think of such an incredible thing? It was so absurd that Lianhao began to laugh, patting his shoulder while laughing. "Goodbye, Lan Tingfang. No, never again goodbye." Lan Tingfang, after saying that, she stood on her tiptoes and whispered in his ear, "You're so childish." "Lianhao, to solidify my guilt, I really hid something strange on the plane. But I can't bring myself to blow you up. Don't worry, the plane will land safely at Incheon Airport. However, the bomb disposal experts they hire will be fully armed and will feel humiliated when they find out it's just a dud. I got that strange thing from the black market in Atlanta. I thought it would be fun. It was said to have been mailed to the U.S. Embassy in Japan and caused a panic. Just, Lianhao, when the time comes, don't panic and don't try to tell them the truth. In the face of danger, people generally prefer to believe in something rather than not. In 24 hours, this news will dominate the headlines of major media outlets. My rivals will hype it up. Lianhao, I know this industry too well. I understand the power of information in this era. It has both constructive and destructive forces. It can turn stone into gold or push you into the valley of destruction in an instant. Lan Tingfang, go to hell. This was what Lianhao said to him after Lan Tingfang's grandiose speech. After saying that, Lianhao walked away without looking back. Lan Tingfang remained in his original position, took out a nicotine gum and put it in his mouth, pulling out his phone to play a game. After a while, a commotion arose at the security check, with a female voice loudly calling out, "They say I'm not fit to fly right now." This was clearly a passenger trying to escape at the last minute. Lan Tingfang curled the corners of his mouth. On that day at the capital airport, many people witnessed a scene where a young woman in a cream-colored short-sleeve shirt, who had escaped from the security check, snatched a book from a passenger's hand. She took the book and walked toward a young man in a black shirt, who was looking down at his phone, and began to hit him on the head with it repeatedly. To their surprise, the man in the black shirt allowed the woman to assault him. It should be considered assault. That book looked to weigh about half a kilogram and was made of hard cardboard. The woman clearly intended to hit the man hard, and in the process, her hair tie fell out, leaving her hair disheveled. Seeing that the man did not fight back, they realized this was a case of mutual consent. Lianhao then grabbed Lan Tingfang and brought him to the women's restroom, slammed the door shut, and pushed him against the wall, pressing his hand against his throat. Fiercely, he said, "Lan Tingfang, tell me, what do you want?" Lan Tingfang easily removed Lianhao's hand, a pleasant smile appearing on his face. "Lianhao, just now you were like a female agent in a movie, really cool." Lianhao maintained a cold expression and carefully tidied up her messy hair, while Lan Tingfang gently held Lianhao's shoulders. "It's July 10th. Give me a month. I need a month." Lianhao looked at him coldly. Lan Tingfang sighed and cupped her face in his hands. "I really want to be a great hero in your heart, but it seems there's not a glimmer of hope now. Lianhao, I ask you to give me a month. During this month, we will be together. If, after a month, you still think it's not working, then I'll let you go." He lowered his eyes, looking despondent, his voice choked with emotion. "If you think I'm still not good enough, then I swear on my father, I will let you go. Lianhao, life is very long, and I will cherish the time we spend together this month as the most precious memory I have, letting it accompany me through the rest of my life. Lianhao, promise me, okay?" Chapter 54, After You Become a Memory, 30. Lianhao, a person's life is very long, and I will treat the time we spent together this month as my most precious memory, letting it accompany me through the rest of my life. Lianhao never thought that one day she would hear such words from Lan Tingfang's mouth. "Lianhao, promise me, okay?" Should I promise him? Should I? I am unwilling, Lianhao. I really am unwilling. Clearly, we could grow old together like others. Clearly, we had that opportunity, but because of my foolishness, I lost that chance. Lianhao, aren't you unwilling? Unwilling? Yes, I am unwilling. Unwilling that fate has a pair of hands that can turn the world upside down, and in those hands, everyone is as insignificant as dust. Someone was knocking on the bathroom door, the sound becoming more urgent. "Okay, Lianhao, okay." Lianhao took a deep breath. From this moment on, Lan Tingfang and Gu Lianhao, a 61-year-old old boy and girl, would play a pretend game. The corners of Lan Tingfang's mouth curled into the arc that Gu Lianhao adored the most, brilliant and dazzling, like an endless golden wheat field. From this moment on, let's pretend we have fallen together on a dream island where there is no human society and no such thing as growing up. In that virtual world, Gu Lianhao is an unfilial daughter secretly marrying him, captivated by Lan Tingfang's beauty while hiding it from her family. We are still in our honeymoon period, and it is not yet the year 2027, and Lianhao raised her head and said, "My mother is still here." Lan Tingfang nodded heavily, repeating, "Mom is still here." Gu Lianhao, from this moment until August 10th. Lan Tingfang, from this moment until August 10th. At this moment, they were just children before the Buddha, making a wish to the Bodhisattva, wishing to remain as children who have not yet experienced growing up, playing a game similar to house play in their own era. The bathroom door opened, and outside were a few dissatisfied travelers. Lianhao pretended to be shy as she adjusted her clothes, quietly complaining, "It's all your fault. I told you it wouldn't work." A few travelers immediately understood, casting ambiguous glances at Lan Tingfang, who looked very flashy, but he cooperatively muttered, "Who told you to wear purple?" Don't you know that purple coexists with mystery and temptation? Don't you know that men have always had no resistance to purple? Now, it was Lianhao's turn to look flustered as the traveler's gazes fell on her. When Lianhao lowered her head, the purple bra was faintly visible beneath her off-white silk shirt. Oh my, what has this man picked out for her? After leaving the airport, it was midday and the sun was blazing. Lianhao pointed to the sunlight above and commanded Lan Tingfang. Lan Tingfang, I am the advocate of this game, and I want to have absolute say, and please don't make any unnecessary resistance like just now. Understand? Unnecessary resistance? Lan Tingfang was puzzled. All right, Lianhao helplessly said. Let me guide you a bit. Just now you should have said it's my fault. Who told you to be so stunning that I couldn't help myself? Lan Tingfang's shoulders twitched, and Lianhao glared at him. All right, I got it, I will change. Lan Tingfang quickly nodded and bowed. It's my lack of self-control. I find it hard to resist your stunning beauty. What about my say? Lianhao hummed. Lianhao, I promise, you absolutely have 100% say. Lan Tingfang embraced Lianhao's shoulders and raised his hand. From now on, if you say one, I will never say two. If you say the sky is red, then the sky is red. If you say the sea is pink, then the sea is pink. If you say the universe is created by you, then the universe is definitely created by you. If you say the apple that fell on Newton was discovered by you first, I will prove to everyone that the apple was discovered by you first. If you say, all right, Lianhao brushed off Lan Tingfang's hand resting on her shoulder. Let's keep the charm to a minimum. Now, the first thing I want you to do is change out of this outfit. Right now, Lan Tingfang is truly eye-catching, still wearing the outfit from last night's party. But he took off his suit jacket and held it in his hand. The light gray shirt was unbuttoned at the top two buttons, the cuffs rolled up loosely, and after a night without washing, his hairstyle with wax had a captivating effect. This Lan Tingfang reminded Lianhao of Su Si's evaluation of him. Lan Tingfang is very much himself. Su Si, a visual analyst, said that the first impression of Lan Tingfang not only satisfied her vision, but also her senses, making her want to place him in a showcase to appreciate him as an artwork and also want to climb into his bed and make him belong only to her. 2 hours later, Lianhao and Lan Tingfang emerged from a bathhouse in ordinary clothes bought from a budget store and found a hot pot restaurant nearby, enjoying hot pot in the sweltering July heat. After leaving the hot pot restaurant, dark clouds gathered, and Lianhao stood under the black clouds, gazing sadly at the sky. Lan Tingfang stood beside her, wrapping his palm around her hand. Lianhao looked down at their hands together. They chose an Irish-style CAF with an outdoor seating area, and Lianhao sat in a two-person chair, resting her head on Lan Tingfang's shoulder, watching the still, overcast sky. When I was young, I hated this kind of weather. Every time I saw it, I felt depressed, as if the sunshine could never reach my heart again. Lianhao's palm touched the temperature of the coffee cup. Actually, I was very reclusive as a child. I attended a boarding school in elementary school, and although my academic performance was good, my classmates didn't like me. They thought I was from the mainland, and at that time, kids liked to discuss topics like whose father had a mistress from the mainland. During elementary school, I was always ostracized, but I didn't care. What I cared about was that every weekend when I came home, I could never find my grandma. My grandma loved playing cards and often forgot to come home while playing, so I would sit on the small stone stool in front of the door, watching the sky slowly turn blue, then navy blue, and finally black. That was the most hated thing in my childhood. Tingfang, many people have bright youth, but it seems that apart from studying, I didn't know how to do anything else. I couldn't make cards, couldn't skate, couldn't sing those popular songs. And I knew very few stars from Hong Kong and Taiwan. I couldn't flirt with boys until I met you. And only then did Gu Lianhao.Lianhao's life start to become bright, like those girls. I would secretly buy lipstick and hide in my backpack by pink leather shoes, and sneakily try on one outfit after another at home, practicing my walking posture in front of the mirror again and again. Once, I read a line in a book that every girl walks through life foolishly and then transforms into poetry as time passes. I thought I would never become poetry or song until I met you, and thus Gu Lianhao became poetry and song. Meeting Lan Tingfang, Gu Lianhao felt grateful. It turns out that even such a boring girl like her could cherish someone deep down for 10 years. Tingfang. These words have been in my heart for a long time. That day, Lianhao sighed. That day, if you had appeared, I would have wanted to tell you these words. The thick clouds were gradually dispersed by the wind, becoming thinner, as if someone were poking through them with a stick. Sunlight streamed through those egg-like holes, giving the bustling city a magical hue, and the people walking under the sky had lovely and warm expressions. Lianhao, Lan Tingfang gently called out, her fingers softly caressing the tips of Lianhao's hair. If there really were a time machine in this world, then I would be that baby who fought with you for the milk bottle in our infancy, the little rascal who left bite marks on your hand when teething, the cheeky kid who shamelessly asked you to draw him taller and cooler when you just learned to draw, and the little boy who sat behind you in elementary school, secretly tugging at your hair to make you angry. It said that boys express their affection for girls they like in such ways. Then, the time machine would take us to your middle school years. By then, I would be that kid who rode his bike home from school, still singing difficult songs on the uphill, trying to show off, the boy who flaunted love letters from other girls in front of you just to make you mad, and the silly boy who dreamed of being cool while using a series of punches in a dark alley to teach off those little rascals who try to take advantage of you a lesson. Of course, he paused for a moment, his tone shy. Of course, I would also be that perverted boy who imagined you without clothes countless times, leading to some rather inappropriate acts. Lianhao laughed and snuggled closer to him. Then, the time machine took me to your high school years. In your high school years, I would be the half-hearted student whom the teacher specifically warned not to bother the good student Gu Lianhao, the arrogant boy who secretly spread the word that Gu Lianhao was his girlfriend, and the idiot who blocked those boys with inappropriate thoughts about you in the alley, warning them with his fists. It said that good girls and bad boys are a classic match, and in the end, the good girl saves the bad boy while also getting involved with him. The sunlight gilded the clouds with a golden edge, and Lianhao squinted, the golden edge dazzling. And then, Lianhao asked. Then, with the help of the time machine, we got married, and our marriage has lasted until now, happily and blissfully. However, just now, we heard bad news. In a month, our planet will sink. Lianhao finally chuckled. Is it because of 2012 that you're so flustered? Lan Tingfang became displeased, pinching Lianhao's cheek. Gu Lianhao, just now I was speaking sweet nothings to you. Lianhao's smile had tears. I know, and I love hearing this. I think, 50 years from now, I might not remember many things or many people, but I believe I one T forget these words. No one said anything more until the lights lit up. Tingfang, how should we spend this month? We'll just live like everyone else. Then, let's go home. Then, let's go home. Chapter 55, After You Become a Memory, 31. She pulled back the curtains in the bedroom, and large streams of sunlight poured in, so bright that it even hurt her eyelids. She sat there on the blue bed, which resembled the ocean, staring blankly at the sunlight outside the window. It was now 10 in the morning, and it hadn't even been 24 hours since she and Lan Tingfang had made their 1-month agreement yesterday. She was already regretting it to death. Why did she agree to such a strange pact with him? Clearly, she was at an age where she should know how to think. At an age where relying solely on emotions wouldn't solve problems, so why? Lianhao bitterly smiled, held her head and shouted, then simply buried her head under the blanket, which was filled with Lan Tingfang's scent. Yes, it was this scent that made Lianhao regret. It was an addictive scent. Last night, Lan Tingfang insisted that Lianhao sleep in the master bedroom while he slept in the guest room where she had been before. He gently kissed her forehead and softly said goodnight. That goodnight kiss seemed to have magical powers, and Lianhao fell deeply asleep. From 10:30 last night until 10 this morning, she hadn't had such a satisfying and pure sleep in many years. The ample sleep left Lianhao unusually awake, so awake that she thought everything from yesterday felt a bit like a fairy tale. She wondered if it was too late to back out now. Lianhao felt guilty. After struggling in bed for a while, she turned her ear to listen for any sounds outside the bedroom, but heard nothing. She quietly opened the bedroom door. The living room was quiet. The tropical fish in the aquarium swam leisurely, and Kaka was lounging lazily on the sofa. The door to Lan Tingfang's room was tightly closed, and Lianhao went to the kitchen. On the kitchen table, there was milk, juice, perfectly presented toast, and a mouth-watering fried egg that looked like it had been cloned from a gourmet magazine. Finally, Lianhao's gaze fell on a tall crystal vase containing a calla lily, next to which was a sticky note. Lianhao picked up a note, which read, "Lianhao, I've gone to work. I will be back for lunch." The soft light spread around the kitchen, and Lianhao felt as if everything was a dream. The image of herself, still in bed, having a lover who prepared breakfast and left a warm note, was a tireless dream of hers. Lianhao sat at the dining table, slowly eating the breakfast that Lan Tingfang had prepared for her. After finishing the last sip of milk, she said to herself, "All right then, Lianhao, for the next month, just pretend you've accidentally wandered into another time and space, a place with Peter Pan, flower fairies, 7 dwarfs, and open sesame." After breakfast, Lianhao called Xiong. She said, "Xiong, I would be honored to be invited to Mars. The Martians told me that I would have to wait a month before they send me back to Earth. Do you think I should accept this invitation?" After a long silence on the other end, he asked, "Gu Lianhao, do you want to visit Mars?" She replied, "I do, Xiong, I do." After another long silence, he said, "Then, Gu Lianhao, don't forget to come back from Mars." Lianhao nodded heavily. "Then, I will wait for you at my home in New Jersey in a month," he said. Fang Yue accidentally saw the boss's personal computer again. As he looked at it, he told himself that it was nothing. It was just an employee wanting to check on his boss's life. Just that, nothing more. Mr. Lan arrived at the office in the morning and briefly held a weekly routine meeting to discuss recent news highlights. After setting a few indicators, he shut himself in his office and didn't come out. Fang Yue guessed that Mr. Lan was probably Googling and Baiduji again. Before 11 o'clock, Mr. Lan excitedly left work early. As Mr. Lan's personal administrative assistant, Fang Yue had free access to the president's office. But he didn't understand why he was so curious. Maybe it should be called gossip. After indulging in some gossip about Mr. Lan, Fang Yue left the office with a righteous expression, turned a corner, and slipped into a special elevator, lowering his head to avoid being caught on camera. Now, he was trying hard to suppress his laughter. Normally, he wouldn't think much of such matters if they were about someone else. But when it came to a man named Lan Tingfang, he found it quite amusing. It was like people suddenly discovering that Hamlet had Gu Yu's face. Mr. Lan was indeed a diligent student. He sneaked into a chat room and earnestly asked various dating experts how a man could win a woman's heart in the shortest time while making her feel respected. Because he was sincere, experts from around the world offered their advice. The chat log that made Fang Yue laugh the most was from a user named 90s Parkour Boy. The Parkour Boy said, "If all else fails, just force yourself on her. Use your male charm to become the father of her child and make her the mother." In contrast, Mr. Lan interacted most frequently with a user named Uncle Sam. In the final chat log, Uncle Sam analyzed the psychology of women at various ages for Mr. Lan. He said that women in their 20s liked romance and appreciated flowers and travel, while women in their mid-20s preferred elegance and style, requiring a man to express his intellectual and considerate side in a fine dining setting. Women in their 30s began to seek authenticity in life, tending to look for stability in a man. At this point, a man could cater to her desire for simplicity while still showing himself at the right time, such as introducing her to his social circle to make her understand her importance to him, or taking her to experience pastoral life or a trip for two on the weekend. Uncle Sam's advice resonated with Mr. Lan, and he continuously expressed his gratitude. Lan Tingfang returned around noon. When he came back, Lianhao was making seafood noodles. His footsteps stopped behind her as he wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, gently kissing her hair and saying, "So nice." Lianhao didn't pull away. She initially felt a bit unnatural when his hand touched her body, but soon she relaxed and went to set the table. In the past, Lan Tingfang liked to eat seafood noodles for lunch. When they lived in Guangzhou, the market was nearby, and to save time, Lianhao would buy some seafood to cook with the noodles, fearing that without it, the noodles would lack nutrition. Over time, Lan Tingfang became addicted to them. After moving to Beijing, he stopped eating lunch at home, and the seafood noodles were gradually forgotten. Lianhao still remembered how Lan Tingfang would eat noodles in their cramped home in Guangzhou, sweating profusely as he slurped them down. Now, Lan Tingfang's eating style was still the same. He first twirled the noodles with chopsticks and shoved them into his mouth in a hurry. The noodles were still hot, and eating so quickly made his eyes turn red from the heat. "Why are you eating so fast?" Lianhao pouted, quickly grabbing an ice cube for him to hold in his mouth. The contrast of hot and cold made Lan Tingfang shiver, and tears fell from his eyes. Lianhao came in front of him, bent down, and gently touched his red, burned lips with her fingers, frowning and nagging. "Your lips are burned like this. It must hurt, right?" "It doesn't hurt now," Lan Tingfang grinned. He sat in the chair, wide-eyed looking at her, and she was bent over, the distance between them only the size of two fists stacked together. Lianhao gazed at the face that had swayed in front of her for more than 10 years, and her heart softened, relaxed. In the end, Lan Tingfang finished all the seafood noodles that Lianhao had made. After lunch, Lan Tingfang handed an invitation card to Gu Lianhao. This month, a dozen members of the European Film Association and several directors will come to Beijing to give lectures. With this card, you can enter any of their classes. Didn't you used to love the camera? Gu Lianhao, if it weren't for me, you might have already been the director of an award-winning film by now. Gu Lianhao opened the invitation card and was surprised to see Luc Besson's name inside. Gu Lianhao's interest in the camera stemmed from that bearded Frenchman. In fact, compared to his classic film Elan, The Professional, she preferred the Big Blue. She often said that the scene of Jacques swimming with dolphins in the blue water made her forget to breathe. Lianhao sighed. "Did I ever say that?" 16-year-old Gu Lianhao had indeed said so. During the days leading up to Lianhao's departure, all things related to her gradually became clearer in Lan Tingfang's mind. 16? Perhaps she had experienced too much, and Lianhao could no longer remember what she looked like at 16. Maybe now she would no longer forget to breathe at the sight of Jacques swimming with dolphins in the blue water. "Thank you, Tingfang, I will go." Lianhao touched Luc Besson's name. In her teens, she had regarded that bearded man with innocent eyes as her idol and dream. She had never imagined she would one day be face to face with him, listening to his voice. After resting for a while at home, Lan Tingfang went to work. Around 4 in the afternoon, the housekeeper came to clean the room. It was a plump Annie, and this was Lianhao's second time seeing her come to clean. In their small talk, Lianhao learned that Lan Tingfang had told the Annie that his wife was studying abroad. "Mrs. Lan, you shouldn't leave anymore. Studying and gaining knowledge is good, but you can't neglect your family. You should cherish a man like Mr. Lan. Every time I come to clean, the first thing he says is, 'Don't touch my wife's things.' I've heard that so many times it feels like my ears are getting calluses," the plump Annie chattered. On July 11th, it was the first day of the pretend game for Lan Tingfang and Gu Lianhao. They spent the day very ordinarily, just like many couples in the world. After dinner, at Lan Tingfang's suggestion, Lianhao went with him to enjoy an outdoor concert. After the concert, Lan Tingfang held Gu Lianhao's hand as they walked along the long street. Following the lights that lined the way, with the July evening breeze slightly humid. "Tingfang, why do you, a man, have such a name? Don't you find it strange?" "My name comes from the character Lan Tingfang in a play. I heard that one night. My mom dreamed that all the winter sweet flowers in her hometown's courtyard bloomed overnight, filling the courtyard with fragrance. The next day, after she had that dream, I was born. My grandmother, who loved opera, named me Tingfang. It was originally the court character, but I always forget the wide character, so over time, it became Tingfang." That night, Gu Lianhao and Lan Tingfang felt as if they were meeting for the first time. Gu Lianhao had long been curious about why he was named Lan Tingfang. Lan Tingfang, a very beautiful name. Chapter 56, After You Become a Memory. 32, on July 13th. A video went viral online, showing a woman at Beijing Capital Airport hitting a man on the head with a book. The man remained silent and let her hit him. When Lianhao saw the video, she was stunned. Although the video only showed the woman's side profile and the man had his head down, Lianhao knew who they were. Netizens, embracing their spirit of entertainment, dubbed the woman with various nicknames, such as my barbaric girlfriend at the airport, fierce sister, heroine, and Yasha, among many others. Some even vividly described the man as extremely handsome, with a flight attendant who had seen Lan Tingfang pointing out that he resembled the CEO of Asia Pacific Media. On the third day after the video was released, everyone condemned the woman for publicly assaulting a handsome guy. Colleagues of Lan Tingfang who were not in sync with him also published articles insinuating that he had a powerful girlfriend, mocking that he had only risen to fame so quickly due to her support. As a result, Public interest in the video surged. The news surrounding the video made Lianhao's scalp tingle. What should she do now? Lianhao anxiously nudged Lan Tingfang, who was sitting next to her. Lan Tingfang Juke, placing Lianhao's notebook on her lap, pointing at the nickname Fierce Sister. I'm more interested in your thoughts on this nickname. That evening, Lan Tingfang appeared in a live studio on a financial channel, discussing the stock market trends of Asia-Pacific media over the past week. Since this program was relatively relaxed, towards the end, the host showed Lan Tingfang the recently popular video, jokingly asking if he was the man in it. Lan Tingfang seriously watched the over 70-second video, then laughed, saying, "Why haven't I met such an interesting woman?" Through the TV, his expression seemed to reveal a sense of regret, and Lianhao sighed at Lan Tingfang's acting skills in front of her home television. With a few casual remarks from Lan Tingfang on TV, no one doubted anymore that the man in the video was Lan Tingfang. The incident faded as quickly as it had heated up, like all online events. However, when this video appeared in front of Annie, she could no longer sit still. She certainly knew who the man and woman in the video were. But why had it developed to this extent? Why had these two people, who had never sparked any interest in each other for 12 years, created such a scene 3 years after their divorce? The video also drew attention at Beijing Communication University, where Huang Yin brought it to Xu Xiaoxiao's attention for the third time, asking Xiaoxiao, "Take a look. Is that your guy?" People are very curious. Xu Xiaoxiao did not watch the video and continued to gaze out the window. Huang Yin said, "No way, it definitely isn't. Who is Lan Tingfang? How could he fall to this level? If the man is as everyone says, Lan Tingfang." No. Xu Xiaoxiao finally shifted her gaze from outside to the video. Although she said it wasn't him, she knew it was. She just didn't know who she was. How funny, Xu Xiaoxiao thought to herself. Nowadays, the internet and the media like to blow things out of proportion. Maybe it's a misunderstanding. Perhaps they didn't know each other at all. And maybe he unintentionally angered the woman in the light-colored outfit in the video, leading her to think he was one of those lewd men who took advantage of girls in the subway, while that man had always valued his privacy above all else, thus suffering in silence. It must be that way. During the first weekend of Lianhao and Lan Tingfang's pretend game, Lan Tingfang drove a yacht from Zhuhai to Tai. Lianhao saw the long-lost sky and ocean. They docked the yacht at Taio's pier, and Lianhao led Lan Tingfang to search for the footprints of her childhood and youth left on this land. Due to the Hong Kong government's emphasis on environmental and ecological protection, Tai-O had retained its original appearance apart from a few resorts, with old streets, still houses, boat hotels, and restaurants, as travelers and diners from around the world leisurely roamed the streets with their large backpacks. The old house where Lianhao's grandmother used to live had been donated to the Hong Kong government, and those houses, symbolizing the old Hong Kong of the 40s and 50s, had now become iconic tourist spots that were only open to visitors during festivals. Lianhao stood outside the aging house, feeling melancholic, reaching out to touch the moss on the outer wall. Another hand covered hers. Placing a small conical stone in her palm, holding her hand to write on the moss, Gu Lianhao and Lan Tingfang came here. Just as they finished writing, a voice shouted at them, "What are you doing there?" Upon hearing that voice, Lianhao felt a chill. It was the Scarface guard of Tai-O. As a child, she had always been afraid to come here due to the mysterious rumors surrounding the scar on his face. She grabbed Lan Tingfang and ran, the voice and footsteps chasing after them. Initially, Lianhao ran ahead, but gradually it became Lan Tingfang leading the way, and Lianhao let him hold her hand as they ran through the old street. The wind rushed into her ears, and Lianhao felt happy. So happy that she laughed out loud, her laughter vibrating in the wind. Soon, Lan Tingfang laughed too, their laughter intertwining and echoing in the narrow alleys of the old street. At a corner, Lianhao pulled Lan Tingfang into a narrow alley to hide, covering his mouth. Because the alley was narrow, their bodies could only press tightly against each other. Lianhao felt as if she had returned to her childhood, playing games of cops and robbers with friends. This long-lost innocence made her heart soar. Her face was flushed, her eyes sparkling, her lips rosy, and her chest heaving from heavy breathing like undulating mountains. Lan Tingfang felt dry and restless, a fire swirling in his body, and he thought he should lick Gu Lianhao's lips now, He really wanted to lick her lips. He pulled away her hand from her mouth, inching closer. Lan Tingfang, what do you want to do? She asked coldly. Nothing. I just feel a bit hot. Lan Tingfang stammered awkwardly. That night, they lay on the deck of the yacht, which was a medium-sized vessel made in the Netherlands, featuring a Dutch design with a deck resembling a windmill. Lianhao and Lan Tingfang held hands, feeling as if the starry sky above them was particularly close enough to see every thread of the Milky Way. It was very quiet around them, with the sound of waves, sea breeze, tide, the occasional call of seabirds, and the distant sound of someone singing in a boat restaurant. Her palm was held in his, like the spring breeze spoken of by her grandmother in her childhood. Her grandmother often said that when the spring breeze blows, the willows turn green, the wheat fields become green, the banana trees grow green, the pond fills up, frogs start to croak, the moon becomes hazy, and the heart warms up. Yes, now that her hand was in his palm, his heart began to feel very warm. If the world were to sink at this moment, he would smile and hold her tightly, and then they would become eternal together. Lianhao woke up to find Lan Tingfang missing from the entire yacht. Eventually, she found him at a nearby small pier, where he was working as a temporary laborer, helping a couple carry boxes of seafood from the boat to their van. Lan Tingfang, Lianhao Shan stood with her hands on her hips, feeling a headache coming on from the sight of Lan Tingfang. His white shirt and gray casual pants were covered in mud. He excitedly moved the phone box to the car and approached Lianhao, with tiny beads of sweat glistening on his forehead in the morning sunlight. This version of Lan Tingfang was charming, and Lianhao found herself lost in thought, dazed and just staring at him. Suddenly, a rough male voice interrupted. If you keep looking at him, I'll throw you into the sea. Lianhao chuckled. Clearly, her husband was annoyed that she kept paying attention to Lan Tingfang. Her gaze returned to Lan Tingfang's unfortunate attire and in irritation. She rolled up his sleeves. Are you too idle, or do you want to change your career to become a mover? Lan Tingfang, feeling pleased with himself, replied, I made a deal with that big guy. If I help him move his stuff from a boat, he'll give us the fish he caught. Don't you like fish porridge? I saw the fish is still lively. Now, Lianhao found it both amusing and infuriating. The value of Lan Tingfang's outfit could buy all the seafood at this dock. With his sleeves rolled up, Lianhao felt even more troubled by the watch on his wrist, a limited edition Rolex released in the millennium. The fish that Lan Tingfang earned through labor was indeed worth it. That morning, Lianhao leaned against the kitchen wall, watching the handsome man earnestly make fish porridge for her. As he served the first bite, he nervously looked at Lianhao as if waiting for a judgment. Delicious, Lianhao said, and indeed, the fish was fresh, making the porridge delicious. In that moment, a spring breeze seemed to dance in the corners of Lan Tingfang's eyes. In the afternoon, Lianhao and Lan Tingfang visited the Tiantan Buddha on Lantau Island. Most people in Hong Kong practice Buddhism, and Lianhao's grandmother was a devout follower, eating vegetarian on the 1st and 15th of each month. Although Lianhao was not a Buddhist, she had a reverence for the Buddha instilled by her grandmother from a young age. They bought incense and candles and prayed to various deities like the other worshippers. On a whim, Lan Tingfang generously donated a lot of money for incense oil. A slightly thin monk accompanied them around many scenic spots. At dusk, when they bid him farewell, he stood under the golden light of the sky, pointing at Lianhao, saying, "The female benefactor has a bright forehead and clear eyes. She is a blessed person and will soon have a child." A child? Is she going to have a baby soon? After realizing the implication of the profound monk's words, Lianhao nearly choked on her own saliva. Clearly, Lan Tingfang understood the monk's meaning as well, and he fell silent, his face darkening on the way to Tai O. No matter how Lianhao tried to tease him, he wouldn't respond. As the stars and moon rose in the sky, Lianhao and Lan Tingfang left Tai O, with the yacht sailing through the vast sea. Lianhao woke up in the middle of the night, slipped on a jacket, and went to the cockpit. Only a small light illuminated the cockpit, and the various navigation indicators glowed with a blue hue, reminiscent of the scales of the sea at night. In that dim light, Lan Tingfang had a cigarette in his mouth, unlit, and was half-closed eyes mimicking the act of smoking. This sight made Lianhao's heart ache. She sat down beside him, gently took the cigarette from his mouth, leaned her head on his shoulder, and curled her body into his embrace, silently counting down in her heart. 10, 9, 8, 7. Just as she reached 5, his arm came around her, pulling her into his warm embrace. Lianhao closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep in his arms. Chapter 57, After You Become a Memory, 33. On July 19th, Dean Wu returned to Beijing with the children from the academy after their trip to Xi'an. That evening, Lan Tingfang hosted them at a banquet in Xiaofu. Lianhao pulled Lan Tingfang to introduce him to Dean Wu. Lan Tingfang, my ex-husband. Standing aside, Gu Lianhao noticed his old friend slightly furrowed his brows. After a moment of surprise, Dean Wu chuckled, "You really are dramatic." Recently, movies have become popular with plots about divorced couples reuniting. I hope you two can catch up with this trend. Gu Lianhao saw Lan Tingfang's frown relax and smiled as if basking in spring breeze. On July 20th, the kids officially concluded their summer camp in Beijing. Lianhao went to the airport to see them off. As Dean Wu had promised, he would return when the kids started school. The school year began at the end of August. Dean Wu said nothing more, just hugged Lianhao and finally said, "Lianhao, don't do anything you might regret." Watching the plane carrying the children glide overhead, Lianhao felt a bit lost. On July 21st, Lianhao finally waited for Luc Besson's lecture, which was held at the Film Academy. Only a few dozen people were allowed in. The notoriously eccentric Frenchman brought only one translator and did not invite any media, because the translator performed exceptionally well. The lecture was lively and filled with laughter for the short 40 minutes, and Lianhao, like a little fan, hid in the corner, gazing at the hall that had accompanied her youthful days, laughing foolishly along with him. Soon, the translator apologetically explained that they had to catch a flight to Shanghai. The Frenchman, referred to as Mr. Pancake Face by Gu, stood up. That day, he wore a beige shirt and a dark sweater draped naturally over his shoulders. He nodded to everyone and then left through the side door with his translator, led by the organizers. Lianhao stared at that side door, feeling a sense of loss. As a teenager, she had vowed that if she ever met Luc Besson, she would use any means necessary to get his autograph. Now, it seemed she had lost that ambition. In her daze, someone called out her name, filled with surprise. The caller was the passionate DJ from Cheoyang Auditorium. After a moment, Lianhao remembered his name, smiled faintly. Peng Haiwei. Peng Haiwei was very enthusiastic, as if they were old friends reuniting after many years. He invited her to a CAF near the Film Academy. Lianhao and Peng Haiwei chose a window seat. "Gu Lianhao, I didn't expect that man to be the famous Lan Tingfang," he said. "I used to admire him." Peng Haiwei told Lianhao that Lan Tingfang had approached him first, wanting to retrieve the messages and bottles she had sent him. Because Lan Tingfang, in his impression, was a jerk, Peng Haiwei sharply refused him. Since then, Lan Tingfang would look for him every month or two, and each time, he had given him a good face. "Peng Haiwei, have you found your Yanging?" Lianhao changed the subject, not wanting to recall that day. Then, Lianhao learned that Peng Haiwei had married his partner last year, and now his marriage was happy. "After hearing your story that day, I felt emotional, wondering if there were also good girls around me silently giving for me. So one day, I whimsically asked my partner, whom I had co-hosted with for 6 years, whom I was very good to. I asked her if she had liked me for a long time, and she cried on the spot. Later, we got married. Gu Lianhao, I thank you. You made sure I wasn't hopelessly foolish." The afternoon sun was just right, illuminating Lianhao's heart. As the car passed the building of Asia Pacific Media, Lianhao looked through the car window at the massive structure, counting the floors. Lan Tingfang's office was on the 28th floor. When she counted to the 28th floor, she paused and asked Xiao Dao to find a place to stop. Picking up her phone, Lianhao dialed Lan Tingfang's number, and it was quickly answered. "Tingfang, do you want to have afternoon tea with me?" Before he could respond, Lianhao said in a cool tone, "I'm waiting for you in the B District parking lot downstairs at your office. You only have 10 minutes. After saying this, Lianhao hung up and secretly smiled. 10 minutes later, Lan Tingfang appeared, sweating profusely and on time. His hand pressed against the car window, gasping for breath, almost foaming at the mouth. Xiao Dao sat up straight, stealing a glance at Mr. Lan, who looked very much like a male lead in a movie who had fallen in love. "Mr. Lan, it seems you've fallen quite deep. 10 minutes to come down from the 28th floor. And the Asia-Pacific building covered an area as large as several football fields, plus having to navigate a large parking lot. How did Mr. Lan manage that? Indeed, the power of love is great. That afternoon, Lianhao and Lan Tingfang went to a Hong Kong-style tea restaurant. After leaving the restaurant, Lianhao took Lan Tingfang to a famous antique furniture market in Beijing. It was said that those who were fated could find treasures passed down from the Qing dynasty here. They spent the entire afternoon walking down one street after another, chatting with shop owners and listening to stories about the old street. And the afternoon passed just like that. After exiting the antique furniture market, the sky had already dimmed. "Were you bored just now?" Lianhao asked softly, as Lan Tingfang had mostly been listening to her talk that afternoon. Shaking his head, Lan Tingfang put his arm around Lianhao's shoulders. Their shadows under the newly lit streetlights resembled a pair of lotus flowers. "Just now, I truly wished we could be trapped in that old street forever and never come out." That night, Lianhao dreamed that she and Lan Tingfang opened a furniture store on that old street. When she woke up in the middle of the night, she stared blankly at the painting on the opposite wall. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. In these 10 days, apart from not sharing the same bed, they lived like ordinary couples in the world. Lianhao dreamed of the married life she had longed for. This kind of life made her infatuated. After pretending to play the game for 2 weekends, Gu Lianhao and Lan Tingfang went hiking. They went to Baiwa Mountain, which is more than 100 kilometers away from Beijing. They didn't follow the route specified on the map, but chose a more secluded mountain path to start their climb. In July, Baiwa Mountain was lush with green grass and blooming flowers of all colors. Although it was scorching hot, the mountain breeze from all directions made Lianhao stand on a large rock and shout joyfully, her voice echoing in the serene valley. Seeing Lan Tingfang slump down with a large backpack, Lianhao shouted even louder. This man was too lazy to work out. The gym at home was just for decoration. In the evening, they set up a tent and stove by a small stream on the mountain. Okay, Lianhao admitted that both she and Lan Tingfang were lazy. So the two lazy people reached an unspoken agreement to consider the halfway point as the summit. The night in the mountains was particularly quiet. Because of her innate fear of the dark, especially in the pitch-black valley, Lianhao grabbed Lan Tingfang and hid in the tent as soon as it got dark. This was the first true instance of sharing a bed since their reunion. Lianhao rested her head on his arm, and there was a skylight in the center of the tent, allowing them to see the night sky above the valley. The night sky over the valley looked very quiet, with the dark valley contrasting the stars hanging in the night sky, which shone brightly and clearly. "Tingfang, whistle for me." Lan Tingfang was very good at whistling, and Lianhao loved listening to him whistle Red River Valley, and the bright moon sends my thoughts over 1,000 miles. At 17 or 18, it was easy to be moved by certain melodies. His hand brushed her hair, whistling softly, a beautiful sound in the silent valley, and Lianhao slowly closed her eyes. Lianhao habitually woke up in the middle of the night. The night wind rustling against the tent made strange sounds, and she curled up tighter in Lan Tingfang's embrace. Every time Lianhao woke up at night, it would take her more than an hour to fall back asleep, as if there were sounds crawling on the grass outside the tent. "Tingfang, Tingfang." Scared, Lianhao nudged the person beside her. Perhaps it was because he was exhausted from the day. He remained completely still after a few nudges, furrowing his brow. Lianhao turned over, supporting her chin with her hand. Under the dim glow of the light, Lan Tingfang's sleeping face resembled the purity of an angel. Holding the big foxtail grass she picked by the stream during the day, she playfully touched Lan Tingfang's face and neck, his eyelashes trembling slightly, bringing a dreamlike quality to the tranquil valley amidst the soft sound of the flowing stream. Lianhao never knew she could have such a moment. At that time, it seemed as if there were only the two of them left in the world. The trembling eyelashes slowly unfolded, his black and white eyes gazing at her, filled with deep, unshakable emotions. Lianhao paused, her expression dazed as she held the foxtail grass. In the next second, she found herself pinned beneath him. The air in the small tent felt thin, and Lianhao realized breathing was becoming difficult. You're not asleep," Lianhao stammered. "No, not at all." His head leaned in closer. "You're lying in my arms. How could I possibly sleep?" "Lianhao, I'm a normal man." His body pressed down on her, clearly changing, and Lianhao pushed him, feeling anxious as he weighed heavily on her. Lianhao, can I take your earlier actions as a temptation towards me? His face was close, his gaze intense. Since you left, I haven't touched any woman. It's not just women who know how to guard their bodies. Men do too. I often think that if I really touched another woman, then I would be truly finished. Deep down, I've always been waiting for you. Chapter 58, After You Become a Memory, 34. In my subconscious, I have always been waiting for you, he said, his breath warm against Lianhao's face. Lianhao quietly gazed at his eyelashes, which shimmered with the most exquisite brilliance. Lan Tingfang's hand moved to Lianhao's waist, his body pressing tightly against hers, wanting her to feel his desire. Lianhao, give it to me, okay? Now, he spoke in a hushed voice. His trembling hand fell on Lianhao's waist, his fingers entangled in the knotted strap of her sweatpants, as if he was about to snap it in the next moment. The hottest part of him pressed against her, and the mountain breeze gently brushed against the top of the tent, seeping in slightly, making Lianhao shiver. No, I don't want to. Lianhao turned her face away. Sweat dripped from his forehead onto Lianhao's cheek. The body pressing against her was still trembling. Lianhao pushed him away, and he sprang off her like a cheetah, rushing out. After a while, a hurried and rushing sound of water came. Lianhao sat up and opened the tent door. Under the starry sky, Lan Tingfang was kneeling in the stream, the light and shadows from the tent casting on him, his white t-shirt glaringly bright. That night, Lan Tingfang never returned to the tent. When dawn broke, the light was so bright that Lianhao couldn't open her eyes. She stared at the top of the tent, and the valley was filled with the crisp calls of unknown birds. With a tearing sound, the tent zipper was pulled open, and Lan Tingfang walked in. Lianhao quickly closed her eyes. She heard his light laughter by her ear. Something tickling like grass tips brushed against her face, carrying a rich floral fragrance. When she opened her eyes, various small flowers were joyfully dancing in his palm, competing for beauty. Lianhao laughed sincerely. When the sun set, they left Baiwa Mountain. Throughout the day, Lianhao took photos of the flowers in the valley, the trees, and the stones, while Lan Tingfang followed behind her, occasionally handing her tissues to wipe her sweat and serving her tea and water, seemingly becoming Lianhao's little follower. Back home, Lianhao was exhausted and collapsed in the bathtub. Dozing off, in her hazy state, she felt a familiar and endearing scent like cotton while coming toward her, and some voices seemed distant yet near, sad yet far off, inexplicably stirring a pang in her heart. That voice asked, Lianhao, will you stay by my side like this forever? Okay, Lianhao answered in the dream. In the dream, he held her as they walked through a long corridor, with the wind blowing and the sound of wind chimes ringing clearly. On July 28th, Thursday, Gu Lianhao, under the encouragement of Lan Tingfang, came to Beijing Happy Valley, wearing a couple's hat and matching shirts, driving a very cool vintage car. There weren't many visitors at Happy Valley on Thursday. They watched many interesting performances led by a tour guide, including the recently popular Maori dance from New Zealand. The dancers with face paint made the children cry out loud, which, in turn, amused some of the other visitors. Following the tour guide's recommendation, Lianhao and Lan Tingfang played go-karting, racing against each other on a track with obstacles, eventually forming an alliance to compete against a newlywed couple from Hunan. Happy Valley, as the name suggests, seemed filled with joy. After finishing go-karting, Lianhao, still wanting more, pulled Lan Tingfang to a stall filled with various plush toys. In the past, Lianhao envied the girls who visited amusement parks with their boyfriends, holding the plush toys their boyfriends won for them. As a teenager, she occasionally imagined that if she had a boyfriend one day, she would want him to win her favorite plush toy. Upon seeing the stall, Lan Tingfang felt a bit uneasy. He remembered that these were toys typically for young kids. The stall was surrounded by a few stylish young people, and two boys were aiming at plush toys several meters away with air guns, while the girls cheered them on excitedly. Lan Tingfang felt even more embarrassed and silently pleaded with Lianhao, "No, if you want it, I can buy it for you." Lianhao suppressed a laugh, put on a serious face, and pointed, "Tingfang, I want that little 7. Lan Tingfang, feeling pressured, paid the uncle and took the air gun to the starting line. Clearly, the appearance of a handsome guy made the girl's eyes sparkle with pink bubbles as they whispered to each other while watching Lan Tingfang. This situation evidently annoyed the two boys aiming at the plush toys. Lan Tingfang aimed at the little 7, but none of his 10 shots hit it. The two boys laughed, and one of them casually raised his air gun, firing a shot that knocked the little 7 down. Lan Tingfang was stunned and glanced at Lianhao, who quickly put on a serious face. It seemed that this man could only think of various perverse ways to torment her. All right, Lianhao decided to be a bit bold, leaned in close to his ear, and said, "Tingfang, I absolutely want that little 7. So, Lan Tingfang, feeling pressured again, approached the two boys, pulled out a wad of cash from his wallet, and rudely pointed at the little 7 in the boy's hand, saying, "That one, and that one in your hand." Now, Lan Tingfang became a blatant capitalist in the eyes of the two hot-blooded boys, using cash to impress a woman. The boy holding the little 7 glanced at Lan Tingfang with disdain and handed the little 7 to a girl with bangs. "Let's go," said the boy as he pulled his friends away from the stall. Lan Tingfang helplessly shrugged at Lianhao, who was now interested, smiling as he approached him. Standing in the sun, Lan Tingfang's skin looked fair and tender, which made Lianhao feel a twinge of jealousy. In a moment of impulse, he pinched Lan Tingfang's cheek and said, "Who told you to be so rude? Just now, you should have said, 'Classmate, my dear really likes the little 7 in your hand. Could you please let me have it?'" As Lianhao spoke, he thought to himself, Lan Tingfang's skin really feels amazing. It seems that with a little effort, one could wring out water. Well, Lianhao has long wanted to imitate those spicy women in comedy who pull on their man's ear or cheek. In the past, while watching family dramas, Lianhao often fantasized about how interesting it would be to do such a thing to Lan Tingfang one day. Now is just the right opportunity. Leaning close to his ear, "Tingfang, if you don't get me that cheese eye, then a month will turn into 29 days. At this, Lan Tingfang got anxious. She patted her face and flashed a charming smile. Bending slightly, she stood in front of the girl with bangs holding the cheese eye and said gently and politely, "Classmate, could you please give me the cheese eye in your hand?" The girl with bangs immediately blushed. This scene was perfectly captured in the eyes of Xu Xiaoxiao, who didn't expect to witness such a moment at Happy Valley today. The two of them wore matching hats and had the same color clothes. At first glance, they looked like an ordinary couple out for a day in the park. The man was very attentive to the woman, as if he wanted to pour out his heart like a boy in school trying to win her over, acting like a lovesick young lad, which was quite ridiculous. It was truly laughable. Could it really be, as the media said, that Lan Tingfang's career was in crisis, and he urgently needed a wealthy and powerful woman to help him, just like the plot lines in many soap operas? Huang Yin came over with ice cream and saw Xu Xiaoxiao standing there in a daze, her pupils unfocused, her gaze fixed on a certain spot. Following her line of sight, Huang Yin saw a man who resembled Lan Tingfang being playfully posed for photos by several young girls. Huang Yin felt that using suspected to describe was more fitting. She really couldn't be sure if that man was Lan Tingfang. She and Lan Tingfang had only met once, and that was at night. When they first met, Lan Tingfang did indeed give off the same vibe as he did in the magazine: cold, noble, and mysterious. She remembered a photographer who had once shot a cover for Lan Tingfang, saying that there are very few people in this world whose expressions, whether smiling or calm, seem to carry a veil similar to that of the Mona Lisa, evoking natural daydreams, and Lan Tingfang was one of those rare individuals. But now, the image of the man who was being described as possibly Lan Tingfang and wearing the Mona Lisa's veil was truly unflattering. He had a red horn headband on, with flashing fluorescent lights inside the horns, and posed for the camera, making a victory sign at the request of several girl students, while saying eggplant in rhythm. Finally, a girl with bangs excitedly handed a plush doll to the man suspected to be Lan Tingfang. The man put his hat back on and handed the plush doll to a woman who was taking their pictures and wearing the same hat, then playfully pinched the woman's cheek. The woman lifted her foot and kicked the man's calf, and the man, looking displeased, directly tossed her onto his back. The woman quieted down, obediently wrapped her arms around his neck, and pressed her face against his back. He did not let her down again, and their figures gradually disappeared into the distance. Huang Yin thought the scene of the man and woman looked quite warm. The man was tall and straight, and the woman was slim and graceful, blending into the crowd in a tender manner. The ice cream in her hand melted, sliding slickly into Huang Yin's palm. And she finally woke from her dream. She turned to look at Xu Xiaoxiao, whose face looked a bit pale. Huang Yin quietly asked Xiaoxiao, "Why do I feel like that man just now looked a bit like Lan Tingfang, but also seemed not to be? What do you think?" Xu Xiaoxiao did not answer her, but walked in another direction, getting faster and faster. Huang Yin threw the ice cream into the trash can and caught up with her, pulling her back. "Xiaoxiao, is there something wrong between you and Lan Tingfang?" Xu Xiaoxiao stopped, turned back, and smiled at Huang Yin. "No, we have no problems. That man just now is not him. He is abroad. We talked on the phone last night, and he'll be back in a few days." In fact, Xu Xiaoxiao hadn't been able to get through to him even once, from initially calling him once a day to recently calling him over 10 times a day. She must have become a blacklisted contact in his phone. She went to Fengling Garden to find him, but couldn't even get through the gate. And when she went to his company, she was stopped by security at the door. Only once did a man named Xiao Dao tell her that doing so would only anger Mr. Lan and bring trouble upon herself. But the crystal shoes, Xu Xiaoxiao couldn't bear to take them off. Chapter 59, After You Become a Memory, 35, on the third weekend of playing pretend games. Gu Lianhao and Lan Tingfang hosted a gathering at home, inviting the couple Fang Zuwang and Ko Jiaming. Ko Jiaming, without a girlfriend to bring, brought along his large dog, a dong who looked like a wolf. Gu Lianhao didn't expect a dong to be the famous Tibetan Mastiff, which is said to be one of the oldest dog breeds in the world. Kaka was evidently intimidated by this big fellow, and soon became a dong's little follower. Lianhao squatted down, watching the interaction between the big and small creatures with amusement. Although it was a gathering, Lianhao was merely an observer. Lan Tingfang had called in chefs and waitstaff from Zilfu, who prepared everything meticulously, leaving her, the nominal hostess, free to observe the wonderful interactions among the animals. "Gu Lianhao, I envy you," a slightly low female voice suddenly sounded beside Lianhao. Lianhao looked up and smiled at the person standing in front of her, Zhu Ming, Fang Zuang's wife, a socialite from Beijing, a nominal professor at a prestigious university, and the honorary chairwoman of an anti-domestic violence association. Currently, she worked as a host, often seen at large diplomatic events organized by the government. "Half a year ago, I asked Tingfang about you. He said you went abroad for further studies." Zhu Ming's tone carried envy. "Sometimes when I'm tired, I really want to be like you, swapping high heels for canvas shoes, wiping off my makeup, and carrying a big backpack to go wherever I want." Lianhao was taken aback. She had heard her mother say similar things a long time ago, swapping high heels for canvas shoes. Lowering her head, Lianhao continued to play with Kaka's curls. The chef at Zilfu was exceptionally skilled, and Lianhao ate a lot that evening. After dinner, at Zhu Ming's suggestion, they went upstairs, where there was an entertainment area that could rival a 5-star hotel, featuring a snooker room, a small bowling alley, and a well-equipped small bar. The bar could accommodate 20 couples dancing gracefully. Zhu Ming pulled Fang Zuang to dance, while Lianhao and Ko Jiaming drank on the side. And Lan Tingfang was outside answering calls. Taking a sip of wine, Lianhao squinted at the dancing Fang Zuang and Zhu Ming. Their performance resembled that of a loving couple, which made Lianhao think of a woman named Xiujin. Lianhao wondered if Zhu Ming knew there was another woman named Xiujin beside her husband, or if she was also playing a pretend game, pretending not to know about Xiujin. They all said Zhu Ming was a very smart woman. Was it her intelligence that led her to play that pretend game, or did she simply not care? Lianhao's heart filled with a gray emotion at this thought. "All right, Gu Lianhao," Ko Jiaming waved his hand in front of Lianhao's face. "You're sitting in front of Jade Tree." Lianhao took another sip, squinting as she assessed the man who called himself a Jade Tree. "Thank you for returning to Lan Tingfang's side, Gu Lianhao. I assure you from now on, he will bring you lots and lots of happiness." Lots and lots of happiness? Not long ago, Lianhao had heard Ku Ying say something similar. Lianhao finished her drink, and just as she was about to pour more, a pair of hands blocked her cup. Lan Tingfang frowned. "Tingfang, the wine is really good," Lianhao said softly, trying to charm her. Ko Jiaming, with great interest, crossed his arms. Lianhao was clearly being cute with Lan Tingfang, leaving her defenseless. He poured a little more wine into her glass, then seemed to remember something, retrieving some snack from the bar. preparing them with a knife and fork before placing them on a plate and pushing it towards her, nagging about how drinking too much would hurt her stomach and handing her the fork and knife for the square snacks. To be honest, during all the time spent with Lan Tingfang, Gu Lianhao had never seen this side of him. During the early romance between Lan Tingfang and Bai Annie, the most considerate thing Lan Tingfang did was wait for Bai Annie to finish class and then ride her home on his motorcycle, or fetch her water when she was sick. The rest of the time, he maintained a cool demeanor. That evening, the wine seemed particularly rich, and Lianhao drank several glasses in succession. That night, aside from Lan Tingfang's light drinking, Gu Lianhao and the Fang Zuang couple also drank quite a bit. When Lianhao stepped out onto the balcony for some fresh air, she saw Zhu Meng leaning against the balcony smoking. Lianhao could easily see her mother's youthful shadow in Zhu Meng, stubborn, lonely, strong. Taking the cigarette from her hand, Lianhao softly said, "Smoking is bad for your health." Zhu Meng lifted her exquisitely made-up face, smiling at Lianhao under the dim lights, both lonely and beautiful, causing Lianhao's tears to fall. "Why are you crying?" Zhu Meng gently brushed away Lianhao's tears with her finger. Lianhao sniffed, facing the brilliant lights of the Qingyuan residential area. "I just miss my mom. I wonder if there were many moments when my mom, like you, hid alone on an empty balcony smoking at some banquet. My mom loved her husband very much. Although she rarely expressed her love, I know she loved him deeply. Yet her husband hid his first love deep inside, so deep that no one knew, until one day. That first love, a doctor, had an accident due to negligence. He even forged a fake mental assessment to prove she was in a long-term state of mental weakness. My mom's husband was a senior translator for the government, a civil servant well-versed in all legal treaties, yet he did such a thing. During that time, my mom must have been in so much pain, but I was never by her side. I was never by her side." Lianhao covered her mouth. "So everyone thought my mom was a strong woman, including her husband and me. Later, I realized my mom was not. I'd seen her hide and cry secretly, and—" Here, Lianhao could no longer hold back, breaking into sobs. "Also, after my mom was gone, while sorting through her belongings, guess what she treasured the most? Not the certificates symbolizing various accolades she received, but the cards I sent her every year when I was a child. She even kept the clothes and shoes I wore for my first birthday." Zhu Meng stood shoulder to shoulder with Lianhao, silently. After a while, Lianhao wiped her tears, feeling embarrassed, and forced a smile at Zhu Meng. "Today is her birthday. I would always go see her on this day in the past. I just wanted to find someone to talk about my mom. I haven't talked about her with anyone for a long, long time." Yes, she hadn't dared to talk about her mother with anyone for a long time. After Fang Zuang and the others left, Lianhao curled up on the sofa. The alcohol began to take effect, and Lianhao had a bad habit when drunk. She laughed like a fool. She felt her mouth uncontrollably turning up at the corners. With the little awareness she had left, Lianhao turned on the TV, recalling that this time slot featured a rerun of a program hosted by Hero Yuan. Sure enough, as soon as the TV turned on, Yuan Hero's beautiful face appeared. Lianhao smiled foolishly at that face. Just as Yuan Hero began to talk about his jungle adventure, the TV was turned off, and in front of her was Lan Tingfang's face. Lianhao blinked dully, hearing him say, "Gu Lianhao, I only allow you to look at me." Then he adjusted her face, positioning it to face him directly. Slowly, Lianhao's fingers gently touched the tip of Lan Tingfang's nose. The tropical fish in the fish tank bubbled in the water. Kaka slept on the blanket, and the alcohol brewed in her mind. The man in front of her was handsome, charming, with long eyelashes that resembled a black, tempting forest. "Lan Tingfang, it seems I've been tempted by you again." She spoke uncontrollably. When her mouth was blocked by him, she felt she should push him away, but it seemed she had no strength. Strangely, though, she had the strength to wrap her arms around his neck. The moment her hand hooked around his neck, her body was pressed down onto the sofa by him. Her hand moved from his neck to his hair, fingers tangling in his thick locks. She arched her body, her lips pressed against his tongue entwined with hers like flames. His hand rolled up her clothing, slipping into her underwear, his breaths coming in waves, easily pulling away her lingerie. The purple bra arced through the air, landing perfectly on Kaka, who shivered slightly and continued to sleep soundly, prompting Lianhao to giggle uncontrollably. He repositioned her face as if he were a furious child, saying, "Lianhao, look at me." Lianhao's consciousness continued to drift, her attention waning. Lan Tingfang's face reflecting like a ripple in water. Closing her eyes, Lianhao murmured, "You won't let me look at heroes. You won't let me look at Kaka. You only let me look at you." He said in a hoarse voice, "You can only look at me." It was as if he was kissing her, his hands flowing over her body, as if he wanted to turn her into water, as if he wanted to grind her into powder, as if he was whispering in her ear, "Lianhao, can we be together?" Her eyelids grew heavy, Lan Tingfang's reflection expanding like ripples, spreading out in Lianhao's dreams. Lianhao woke up from hunger, hearing her stomach protesting. When she moved her head, the remnants of alcohol left her mind blank. Finally, what came to mind was the image of her bra on Kaka and Lan Tingfang's hand on her chest. Now, she was in the bedroom, startled, sitting up. Thankfully, she was still covered, and aside from a headache, her body felt fine. Just as Lianhao was tangled in her thoughts, the door was pushed open, and Lan Tingfang entered with a tray. Why are you home?" Lianhao asked awkwardly. Clearly, she had acted flirtatiously last night, recalling her bent posture and her hand his hair. "I was afraid you'd be hungry, so I got off work early to buy your favorite pastries. You must be hungry now, and Gu Lianhao, you've been sleeping for over 10 hours. After placing the tray down, Lan Tingfang stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, picking up the curtain remote, pulling back the layers of curtains one by one. The golden sunset opened like the most dazzling curtain, and he stood in that golden light, softening his features, bringing out the warm tones Lianhao cherished most in her heart. Standing in that golden glow, he said, in a tone filled with helplessness, teasing, and drunkenness, "Gu Lianhao, last night I took 3 cold showers, once after leaving the sofa, once after helping you bathe, and once after changing you into pajamas. Gu Lianhao, your stunning beauty last night nearly exhausted me." Lianhao squinted her eyes, faintly returning to that era of infatuation with the lens, encountering a boy with a beautiful profile swinging alone on a quiet afternoon. Chapter 60 After You Become a Memory, 36, on August 4th. There were 6 days left until Gu Lianhao and Lan Tingfang played pretend games. Lianhao was reorganizing Lan Tingfang's clothes in the cloakroom. Recently, she seemed particularly fond of doing these trivial things, like preparing meals for him before he got home from work, laying out his slippers when he walked in, drying his hair when he washed it, and carefully adjusting his collar before he left for work. She seemed to have become addicted to these tasks. Just like when he told her softly that at the beginning of next month, a friend from the yacht club would celebrate his birthday, and they planned to sail to the Caribbean, even visiting the tribes of the indigenous people there to experience a life without electricity or information. "Lianhao, let's go together. I want to introduce you to them. And didn't you say before that if given the chance, you would definitely want to experience that kind of primitive lifestyle?" In the end, he cautiously and humbly said. Lianhao didn't answer him, nor did she refuse. Next month? Lianhao didn't tell him that they no longer had a next month. She couldn't explain why, but she just didn't want to tell him. Then, she saw him facing her with a dazzling smile, and he pressed a kiss on her forehead before happily going to work. Lianhao touched the spot where he kissed her and fell into a daze, feeling the warmth of his imprint. Around 10 o'clock, Lan Tingfang sent her a message, simply informing her that he had arrived at the office. This person, who used to hate sending messages, once said that what was the point of a phone if it was just a voice tube? He thought messaging was the biggest waste of time, yet now he would send similar messages every time he arrived at the office. Moreover, he, who originally started work at 8 in the morning, always procrastinated and arrived at 9 instead. Lianhao didn't have many of his clothes at home. Most of them were at the office. His clothes were chosen by the public relations department at his company, which periodically added some fashionable indicators symbolizing successful people, advising him on what to wear for different occasions. In the past, Lianhao often thought that the head of the public relations department seemed more like Lan Tingfang's wife than she was. While Lianhao was organizing Lan Tingfang's ties, the security office called. They told Lianhao that a Miss by Annie wanted to see her and had been waiting at the security desk for a long time. There's a saying about fate. In one's lifetime, paths may cross unexpectedly, and Gu Lianhao and by Annie were such a relationship. She stood under the glass-colored corner, wearing a light yellow dress and light makeup, having shed the halo of a star, looking exquisite and elegant like Suzhou and Hangzhou embroidery. Gu Lianhao, I didn't expect you to end up living at his place. Bai Annie was still straightforward. Do you want to come up and sit for a while? Lianhao responded. Let's go up for a coffee, and you can tell me your purpose for coming. I believe you wouldn't want to waste time with me. Just as I don't want to waste time with you. Do you want to come up and sit? Hearing this, Bai Annie felt a pang in her heart. She had visited this residential area named Qingyuan a few times, but each time she could only linger outside. It was said to be so secure that not even a bird could enter, with electronic devices set up to prevent eavesdropping and 360-degree rotating cameras to prevent spying. The first time she came here, she was full of confidence, thinking that within an hour, Lan Tingfang would come down to take her up. However, after standing here for 3 hours on her first visit, he still didn't come to take her up. As she came here more often, the security personnel sometimes spoke to her with pity, sometimes with impatience, and at times with sharp words. Each visit left by Annie feeling awkward. Yet she couldn't help but come back, hoping that one day Lan Tingfang would soften his heart. After all, they had once loved each other deeply. When Gu Lianhao casually asked if she wanted to come up, Bai Annie felt as if life had become a satire. Clearly, Tingfang once reacted coldly to her when she expressed her dislike for Gu Lianhao. Now, those who should be standing inside were outside, and those who should be outside were inside. Bai Annie smiled faintly. If she easily got angry, she wouldn't be Bai Annie. No, Gu Lianhao, you're right. I'm not here to waste time with you. I'm here to help you realize a fact. Once you understand that fact, if you still want to invite me to come up, I will gladly accompany you. Lianhao was curious about what fact Bai Annie wanted her to recognize. As she seemed so confident, Lianhao let Bai Annie drive her through Beijing Road, and just before noon, Lan Tingfang called. Where are you? He asked anxiously, presumably because he couldn't find her at home. Oh, Lianhao elongated her voice. I'm catching up with friend for lunch. On the other end, he sighed heavily. Lianhao smiled, glancing at Bai Annie, feeling a sense of mischief. Tingfang, I want to eat pineapple cakes tonight from that shop on Taiwan Street. And please also give me some wife cakes. They have to be from Lao Gangji in Yuanlong. It took about 2 hours to get from Qingyuan to Taiwan Street, and then another hour to get to Lao Gangji, so a round trip would take an afternoon. Tingfang, if you think it's too time-consuming or troublesome, you can let Xiao Dao go by them. Lianhao casually spoke on the phone while playing with her fingers. She slightly moved the phone away from her mouth. Her old Nokia had terrible sound quality, and Lan Tingfang's voice came through clearly. No, I have to buy them myself. Lianhao, you'll get to eat delicious, warm pineapple cakes and wife cakes when you come back. These are not buns. They won't be warm. Lianhao pouted. I'll warm them up with my heart, he said, sweetly, using words he probably picked up from somewhere, his sweet talk flowing easily. All right, enough with the sweet talk. Go buy them for me now. Lianhao glanced at Bai Annie, who still wore a calm expression, though her grip on the steering wheel indicated her anger. At your command, my esteemed queen. Lan Tingfang's voice was bright and clear from the other end. Lianhao hung up and heard Bai Annie scoff. Gu Lianhao, when did you become so childish? You were just about to explain something to me, right? To show that Tingfang listens to you, but some people's obedience is built on gratitude and guilt, just like that night when he thanked you on stage. Say whatever you want. Lianhao shrugged. I just find it strange that you were so high profile in front of me. But even though your studio is only a short drive from their company, why haven't you two gotten together? Since you haven't, you have no right to say ridiculous things in front of me, and there's no need for you to appear before me. You should know I don't like seeing you. Bai Annie nodded. Good question, Gu Lianhao. Soon, I'll let you know why Tingfang and I couldn't be together. Bai Annie took Lianhao to a beautiful villa area that resembled the exquisite Suzhou Gardens. She parked the car and stood in front of the relief sculpture engraved with Xiangyuan, pointing at the off-white buildings. This is Xiangyuan, the best hiding place for the rich, a gold house for men of high society. Coincidentally, Lan Tingfang is one of those men. Lianhao quietly watched Bai Annie, feeling a sense of sadness, as if the youthful love had now become a straightforward clique de soap opera, just like Bai Annie and Lan Tingfang, which had once seemed to Lianhao like a beautiful romantic inspirational movie. Lianhao couldn't possibly connect Lan Tingfang with the metaphor of a hidden beauty in a golden house. Don't believe it? Bai Annie was not surprised by Lianhao's calmness. Wait until you see that girl, Xu Xiao, and you'll believe it. She led him to the security room, where a call was made, and soon the closed electronic door opened. Bai Annie stood in front of the villa to the southwest, pressed the doorbell, and, after a while, a woman in her 50s came to open the door for them. Inside the charming house, a graceful young woman stood in front of exquisite furniture, looking slightly reserved at the two unexpected visitors. Lianhao felt dizzy, and through the young woman, he vaguely saw the Bai Annie of the past, as clear and bright as a gentle breeze under a bright moon. "Miss Bai, are you here for something?" she asked, her gaze drifting towards Lianhao. "It's nothing." Bai Annie smiled at Lianhao. "I just brought a friend to see you. She knows Tingfang too." "I see," the girl said softly, "but Mr. Juan hasn't been here much lately. He asked me not to look for him for a while. He has some things to take care of. By the way, we just spoke on the phone last night, and he said he would be staying abroad for this period." Her voice was soft, dark as ink, and her pure face bore the marks of naivety. Such a girl would indeed have many men wanting to hide her away. Perhaps those men did not include Lan Tingfang. But once that face bore a resemblance to the past Bai Annie, everything would be different. Just like her father, he Main's husband, a perfect man, but who could never move on from his first love. Perhaps this is what men are like. Lianhao felt a chill in his heart. The woman who opened the door for them brought them tea. The red liquid made Lianhao feel nauseous, and she barely suppressed that feeling as she stood up. "Bai Annie, let's go back." At that moment, Lianhao really couldn't stay any longer. Xu Xiao stood alone in the living room, watching the two white, carved doors slowly close. She took off the headband, letting her hair fall freely. Hearing that Bai Annie had brought a woman to see her, she vaguely knew something would happen. So she tied her hair back in a ponytail and welcomed the guests in Bai Annie style. Seeing the woman who had been happily carried on Lan Tingfang's shoulder at Happy Valley that day, she felt it was only natural. As she watched the woman's expression gradually stiffen, the satisfaction from that day turned into pain for Xu Xiao. Like a classmate who had lived like a princess growing up, suddenly falling and getting a scar on her face, while everyone pitied her, she felt a sense of joy, knowing that among those who pitied her, many shared her hidden glee. Lianhao walked out of the residential area and back to Bai Annie's car. Although she wanted to show her disdain, she couldn't. She even found it hard to believe that Lan Tingfang was hiding a girl who resembled Bai Annie in his golden house. Now, Lianhao felt her life was like a Picasso painting. She rolled down the car window, resting her head on it, half of her body leaning out, as the light from all directions and the heat rising from the asphalt made her dizzy. Bai Annie did not drive immediately, but backed the car into a shaded area, removed the car's top, and lit a cigarette. "Gu Lianhao, aren't you curious why Tingfang and I can never be together? Then let me tell you. We once had a child, for 2 months and 17 days, she said amidst the swirling smoke. She knew this statement was the last and most lethal strike in the combat of words. Chapter 61, After You Become a Memory, 37. I had a child with Tingfang, 2 months and 17 days old. Amidst the swirling smoke, Bai Annie said, "At that time, I was still young and wanted both fish and bear's paw. So, without Tingfang knowing, I secretly aborted him. That is why Tingfang had to marry you, to punish me. You also know how stubborn Tingfang is, just like his actions in burning the Quran. Back then, he gave his mother only 2 choices, either choose him or give him up. 2 years ago, when his mother came to see him, he politely called her Andy, and then, in front of her, called her husband to tell him that if his wife continued to claim kinship recklessly, he would not be able to keep his mouth shut about their family scandals. This shows how difficult it is to be back together with him. I had a child with Tingfang, so they once had a child, and the reason Lan Tingfang married Gu Lianhao was so pathetic. It turns out, it wasn't just a matter of pride. I was just a target for punishing Bai Annie. Gu Lianhao, who cannot be emotional, regretful, or resentful, was the one who willingly became that target. This is Tingfang's emotional knot. Bai Annie took a breath, her voice pained, so he would rather raise a shadow of someone like Bai Annie than forgive her. That girl is called Xu Xiao, a student in the media department. Zhuang knows her, and Jiming knows her too. Everyone in that circle knows that Lan Tingfang has a mistress named Xu Xiao, and everyone knows he dotes on her. So, Everyone knows that Lan Tingfang has a mistress named Shu Xiaoxiao. Everyone knows he dotes on her. A dull pain began to spread. It turns out it could still hurt. However, I don't mind. I'll just treat everything I've suffered as a return to him. By Annie continued. As long as he still has me in his heart. I don't care how long I have to wait. Lianhao, you might be wondering about everything Tingfang has done to you. Perhaps he really wants to reconcile with you. Children raised in an unhealthy family always long for a sense of belonging. I grew up in such an environment. So I understand better than anyone how important that sense of belonging is to Tingfang. I think Tingfang found that sense of belonging in you. A sense of belonging? Yes. That day, Lan Tingfang also said that after 6 years of marriage, he missed the light left by her. Perhaps it was those lights that gave him a sense of belonging? These two were indeed childhood sweethearts. Playing pretend games? It seems Gu Lianhao has done something foolish again. As if every time he encounters Lan Tingfang, he ends up doing something extremely foolish. Do you think that Tingfang driving all afternoon to buy pineapple cakes and wife cakes for you is a sign of love? She sighed. If he really loved you as you think, then he would have said thank you to you that day. If he loved you, those words would have been replaced with I miss you or I love you. Love? Lianhao slowly chewed on this word. By Annie, do you think everyone likes to say I love you? There are many ways to express love in this world, and in my opinion, your love is the most selfish. You treat Tingfang as your personal possession. Lianhao withdrew his hand from the window, tilting his head. What? By Annie, do you feel threatened again? Is that why you're so eager to bring me here, to prove how foolish I can be? I don't know what our future will turn into, but based on today's events, I can be sure that you will never be able to be with Lan Tingfang. Lianhao pointed at Bei Annie, word by word. Right now, it seems to me that you're doing something desperate. After saying this, Lianhao opened the car door. By Annie twisted her hands tightly, coldly and maliciously saying, Gu Lianhao, do you guess if Tingfang is planning this way? Having the sense of belonging you gave him while also having the shadow of his first love? I think, with Gu Lianhao's greatness, he should be able to tolerate this. Hasn't it been 10 years like this? Until By Annie's car whizzed past, until it was out of sight. Lianhao stopped and slowly walked to a road sign at the roadside, leaning against it. At this moment, Lianhao thought of Zhu Meng, Fang Zhuang's wife, and the beautiful mistress of Fenglin Garden. Really, Lianhao chuckled, pineapple cakes? Wife cakes. Just now I was really childish, really. Lianhao, while cursing himself in his heart, picked up his phone. Kuing, I'm sending you the address now. Come pick me up. Kuing, before you come, book me a hotel. Giskivik going. I want a hotel with a luxurious and comfortable big bed. And also, Kuing, you need to buy me a lot of tasty food. No. Just buy me some junk food, the kind of junk food I always regretted eating in the past. That afternoon, Lianhao was eating a lot of fries and hamburgers that would bring fat and possibly make her brain duller at the 5-star hotel where Kuing was staring. Kuing did not ask Lianhao what happened. Lianhao was very grateful that Kuing did not ask her these things. Otherwise, she would feel embarrassed. Playing pretend games? A 30-year-old woman doing this. Just saying it makes her feel ashamed. Around 6 o'clock, Kuing left, and Lianhao's phone started ringing again. It had been ringing since around 4, and Lianhao didn't want to turn it off and let it ring every 10 minutes. At 7 o'clock, Lianhao saw someone she didn't want to see outside the hotel room. Lan Tingfang standing outside, holding the now very ironic pineapple cakes and wife cakes. What are you doing here? Lianhao blocked the door. Why didn't you answer the phone? Lan Tingfang's face was not good, his expression gloomy. You still haven't answered me how you knew I was here? Lianhao felt her expression should also be bad. I called you every 15 minutes since around 4. His expression softened a bit, and his voice became gentler. I started to worry about you around 5, worrying if something happened to you. I report news. Countless things happen in this world every day, so I'm always sensitive to those things. Lianhao, in the future, if a situation like today occurs, could you please return a call to let me not overthink? In the future, this man went off on a tangent. But Lianhao was more curious about how he knew she was here. Could it really be a telepathic connection? Lan Tingfang, you still haven't answered me how you knew I was here? Lianhao gritted her teeth. Did you have someone follow me? Lianhao thought if she heard him say yes, she would definitely give him a pair of panda eyes. Lianhao, did something happen? Where we find this afternoon? Did I do something wrong? Lan Tingfang's voice became lower when he got here. I just want to know if you had someone follow me? Lianhao suppressed her voice. She didn't want to attract the attention of nearby guests. No. Lan Tingfang answered quickly, his eyes downcast. I just installed a tracking system on your phone. A tracking system? An electronic tracker? These scientific terms that usually appear in 007 movies have unexpectedly found their way on her. Lianhao wanted to applaud. This was even better than being followed. I didn't want to suddenly lose track of you like today. Lan Tingfang said, naturally justifying his actions. Lianhao leaned against the wall, and Lan Tingfang took the opportunity to slip in and close the door behind him. After calming himself down, Lianhao picked up the phone that was on the sofa, held it high above his head, and let go. The phone fell to the ground with a thud, but unfortunately, it lay there unscathed. Lianhao raised his foot and stomped down hard on the phone, and finally, the sound of the screen cracking echoed. Amidst the sounds, Lianhao said calmly, Lan Tingfang, I don't know whether to feel honored or sad right now. Just leave. I don't want to see your face for a moment longer. Tell me, what exactly happened? He stood in front of Lianhao, blocking his way. What happened? Lianhao replied sarcastically, Lan Tingfang, aren't you capable? You could go find the answer. Tell me, what exactly happened? He was like a stubborn child. Not leaving, huh? Then I'll announce that our game ends here. Lianhao pushed him hard. Lan Tingfang, I don't want to play anymore, so you can get lost. It's not yet August 10th. Lan Tingfang remained motionless, gripping Lianhao's wrist tightly. Tell me why. Why tell him? Should he tell him that Gu Lianhao felt uncomfortable upon realizing he was keeping a lover who resembled by Annie? Lianhao shook his head. There's no reason. I just feel it's no longer fun. I think you, Lan Tingfang, aren't all that great, so I don't want to play anymore. Lan Tingfang tightened his grip on her wrist, pressing her against the wall, and lowered his head. Lianhao, you're lying. Leaning against the wall, Lianhao remembered Xu Xiaoxiao's face, which somewhat resembled by Annie's. How did that girl manage to dress up like the old Bai Annie? Was Lan Tingfang really like what Bai Annie said, wanting to feel a sense of belonging while embracing the shadow of his first love? Lifting her head, Lianhao coldly said, Yes, I lied. You asked me if I wouldn't feel unwilling, right? I do feel unwilling, which is why I started that game. I just wanted to tease you and see how far a dream lover could go for a woman. But after less than a month, the more I played, the less interesting it became, so I got bored. Lan Tingfang, you're utterly boring. Compared to a hero, you seem more like a block of wood. If I told a hero about your tricks, he would think they are childish play. Just being with you for a second makes me uncomfortable. So let us not play anymore. He pressed against her, his chest heaving violently, like the surface of the sea before a hurricane, as if it would swallow her whole in the next moment. Lianhao looked expressionlessly at that face, which was so handsome that even anger couldn't find a flaw. The room was silent, except for the ticking of the vintage clock on one side. After a long time, he let her go and said stiffly, Gu Lianhao, it's not yet August 10th. This game cannot stop. Chapter 62, After You Become a Memory, 38. Gu Lianhao, it's not August 10th yet. This game cannot stop. Lan Tingfang said stiffly in Lianhao's ear. Without waiting for Lianhao to respond, he took out his phone and dialed. Feng Yue. Get a phone, just like Lianhao's back, right away. He stated Lianhao's phone model into the phone. I want an exact match. After hanging up, his hand gently rested on Lianhao's shoulder, softly saying, Lianhao, I was wrong. I should have installed that thing on your phone without considering your feelings. You have every right to be angry. You can punish me however you want. Is it that you've been bored at home lately and want to stay in a hotel now? Then fine, I'll accompany you. I want to go to work these days. I'll stay with you, okay? Lianhao, do you think I'm like a wooden block? From now on, I'll try my best not to be wooden, okay? He lowered his head and gently kissed the top of Lianhao's head, trying to please her like a cat. I'm not good at flattering women, but it doesn't matter. My brain works well. I'll book a room just next to yours. I guarantee I'll be at your beck and call. He forced a smile, trying to pull a smile from his lips, but it looked like a distorted painting. Lianhao closed her eyes, not wanting to see his expression. If this were yesterday, no, it should be said a few hours ago. She would have been moved by these words and felt pain for his expression. But now, Lianhao felt disgusted. She opened her eyes and said to his back, Tingfang, I don't want to play anymore. I really don't want to. I have no feelings for you anymore. Really none. That's why I don't want to continue playing with you. Even if there were, it should have disappeared completely, right? Lan Tingfang's back shook and stopped, not turning around, just saying, Lianhao, don't say silly things, you're just too angry. In this world, no woman would remain indifferent if a tracking system was installed on her phone. Lianhao, I only did it just in case. Today is the first time using it. Believe me. Lianhao's heart twisted. Lianhao, take a break. If you need anything, just call me on your phone. I'll have Fang Yue get you an exact same phone. In the future, I won't do such stupid things again. His knuckles felt like they were about to pierce through his skin. In the future, this man still repeatedly said in the future. Did he really want to have a sense of belonging to himself while embracing the shadow of his first love? When Lan Tingfang's hand touched the doorknob, Lianhao leaned against the wall, crossing her arms. Why not Tingfang be my lover? A lover to Lan Tingfang is a nightmare, a taboo. Facing his back, Lianhao slowly said, I want to divorce a hero. A hero is a good man. I promised Aunt Daisy that I would be with him. She is my mom's best friend. I can't break my promise. I have been happily married to the hero for a year, so I will always be with him. If you want to continue being with me, then just be my lover. Lianhao laughed. Tingfang, let us hide it from the hero and be together secretly. This way, I can keep my promise and still rekindle our past. The pendulum clock, half a person tall, continued to sway elegantly and rhythmically. The room felt like a ruin in the dark night, with a strange ambience. Lianhao looked down at her toes. The gray, casual shoes were an inch away from her toes, and she didn't look up. Gu Lianhao, say it again. His breath surrounded her thickly. I said. Lianhao continued to look at her toes. Do you want to be my lover? Lan Tingfang laughed, a laugh almost full of despair. In a spin of the world, Lianhao was pressed against the wall again. He gasped. Gu Lianhao, you're something else. I never thought I would hear such words from you one day. To be a lover, right? Before being your lover, let us get to something substantial. Lianhao felt a chill run through her body as his thin silk shirt was quickly torn open. His hand unhesitatingly reached into Lianhao's bra. One foot wedged between her legs. Lan Tingfang behaved like an angry lion with madness in his eyes. Lianhao hurriedly covered the front of her shirt. His hand had already ripped the button of her shorts, and the other hand forced Lianhao's leg around his waist. He spoke above her head. Didn't you want me to be your lover? Didn't you? Gu Lianhao, you should know what being a lover represents, right? You shouldn't think that being lovers is just holding hands, chatting, and kissing foreheads, is it? As he spoke, Lianhao's shorts were already pulled down to her ankles. Now her body was entirely hanging on him. His hand had reached the inside of Lianhao's thigh. One finger had already slipped along the lace. Lianhao trembled all over. Suppressing the uncomfortable feeling, she hugged him and tilted her head, letting his face successfully kiss her collarbone. I certainly know how lovers play. Lianhao teasingly bit his earlobe. Tingfang, let us go to bed. There, you can do whatever you want as many times as you want. Lan Tingfang had long, narrow eyes. His double eyelids weren't very pronounced, only very obvious when he woke up in the morning. At that time, Lan Tingfang always looked like a beautiful, lazy lion. Now, at this moment, Lan Tingfang still resembled that lion, but the difference was that his eyes now held a bloodthirsty madness. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds. Slowly, Lianhao was released from the wall. He looked at her deeply, mechanically moved to the door, his voice tinged with a heavy sadness like a mountain. Gu Lianhao, how can you say such things so easily? How can you do such things so easily? Lianhao adjusted her clothes, feeling tired. She didn't want to entangle with him any longer, not for a moment. It's not surprising. The kindness I showed you before was built on the condition that I loved you. Now, this condition no longer exists. So some words and actions can be easily expressed and done. I believe you understand now. This is the difference in treatment between love and indifference. I can stay here until August 10th, but the result is only one. In the end, I will return to the hero's side. Tingfang, you swore by your father. You said you would let me go by then. I hope you keep your promise. He didn't answer, silently opened the door, silently walked out like a ghost. Tears silently fell at the moment the door closed. So be it. This is best. August 5th, morning, Lianhao opened the door. Lan Tingfang stood outside. There were dozens of cigarette butts on the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, still wearing yesterday's clothes. His hair was messily sticking to his forehead, anxiously looking at her. like the stray dog that appeared at her door many years ago on a rainy night. Lianhao stood still, listening to him say, Lianhao, if I become your lover, would you be willing to love me again? Lianhao, if I become your lover, would you be willing to love me? He said, Lan Tingfang, you're crazy. Lianhao murmured to herself. No one understands that the title of lover is a nightmare in Lan Tingfang's growing years. From the age of 8 to 15, his mother was always a woman hidden away by men in a golden house. Then the 8 or 9-year-old boy, ignorant and unaware, took that man's money to attend the most expensive elite school. Gradually growing up, he learned what it meant to be the bastard of a whore from his classmates. I know, he said. After a long silence, Lianhao stepped aside. Come in. The door closed, and he stood there, stubbornly saying, You haven't answered my question from just now. Gu Lianhao pointed at the bed. Lan Tingfang, right now you need to take a good bath and get a good night's sleep. If when you wake up you still haven't changed your mind, then we can talk about this issue. He leaned over and hugged her, his face rubbing against her hair. Last night, I stood outside your room all night. No woman dares to say such things in front of me. If they did, I would kill them. But the woman who said those words was you. After you said that, I felt I should give you up. Some things have their limits. Gu Lianhao, you challenge my limits. Gu Lianhao knew very well that this was Lan Tingfang's limit, and she deliberately said it knowing that. Then I should forget you fiercely and find someone more suitable for me, a girl who's prettier, gentler, and cuter than you. I leaned against the wall, telling myself I had to do this, but ironically, I didn't even have the courage to leave that wall, because you were right inside it. Do you think I said these words while being unclear-headed? I also can't believe I said such things. But the only thing I'm sure of is that my mind was clear when I said them. Gu Lianhao clumsily escaped from that room. She ran desperately on the hotel tennis court and finally lay on the grass, drenched in sweat, looking at the morning sky, watching as the sky gradually became clearer, slightly stinging her eyes. When she returned to the hotel, Lan Tingfang was already asleep on the bed. After taking a bath, Gu Lianhao stopped in front of the bed. Lan Tingfang was sleeping deeply, presumably exhausted, her brows furrowed as she slept in her clothes. Gu Lianhao suppressed the impulse to unbutton the third button of her shirt and once again escaped from that hotel room. After wandering aimlessly for a day, when she returned to the hotel, she saw Ku Ying and Su Si in the lobby. Ku Ying looked at her with a reproachful gaze, while Su Si was grinning. The three of them went to a nearby restaurant for dinner, where Su Si's several girlfriends were also present, so 7 or 8 girls gathered together, chatting about everything from Fashion Week to luxury goods, from the latest sexy men to the latest gossip about who is together and who is broken up. Among them, the girl named Xiao Man was the most active. Suddenly, Xiao Man stopped speaking. Her gaze seemed glued to the entrance of the restaurant, and the girls at the table followed her gaze outside. The restaurant where Gu Lianhao was located was a 24-hour casual dining place, resembling those found on French streets. It was open and without any barriers, and since it was dinner time, the place was filled with diners. Lan Tingfang walked in amidst the bustling crowd and laughter. It was a very good visual scene, with the lighting just right. The relaxed diners seemed to become a backdrop, as if everything else was still except for the handsome young man walking through the revolving door. He walked slowly, romantic and exquisite. He stopped next to Gu Lianhao, and Su Si left her seat. In the hot gaze of the girls, he replaced Su Si and sat down next to Gu Lianhao. The bed in the hotel was nice and soft. He smiled at Gu Lianhao, light and carefree, as if nothing had happened in the past 24 hours. His voice was neither loud nor soft, just right for the girls to hear, and their eyes were filled with ambiguity. Chapter 63, After You Become a Memory, 39. The waiter brought the menu, and Lan Tingfang was flipping through it. Lianhao looked at him coldly as he finished ordering, and in a low voice said, Lan Tingfang, how did you know I was here? At this moment, Lianhao's hand revealed something, an identical Nokia phone to the one she had before. He also lowered his voice, I brought you a phone, and it's the same card you had before. The moment she saw the phone, Lianhao's face changed dramatically. Did you put something strange on me again? Lan Tingfang's expression became awkward. Over there, Su Si smiled and said, Lianhao, I told him you were here. Just now. He called Ku Ying's phone while you were in the restroom with her. You know, I can't resist handsome men. She nodded at a group of girls watching her eagerly. That's right, this is the Lan Tingfang you girls are thinking about. Immediately, The girl sat up straight and became more ladylike, casting aside thoughts of a man with six-pack abs, a firm butt, and a V-shaped torso. They began discussing the fog in London, the rain in Scotland, the snow in Japan, and the ice in Alaska. A girl named Xiao Man openly expressed her admiration for Lan Tingfang and hinted that she was preparing for an interview at Asia Pacific Media, mentioning that her choice of major in media was also related to this man. While she was speaking, Lan Tingfang was carefully cutting the golden brown bread into small pieces, spreading butter and peanut butter on them, and placing them on Lianhao's plate. Xiao Man's voice became less confident, just as Lan Tingfang raised his head and elegantly asked, "What did you just say?" Xiao Man stammered, "Mr. Lan is really a gentleman." Lan Tingfang smiled, his gaze shifting to Lianhao's face. "I just want to show my gentlemanly demeanor in front of her. I only wish to display my gentlemanly demeanor in front of her." The girls gasped. Lan Tingfang, who usually kept his romantic life private, was openly expressing deep affection for a woman in such a public place, which left the girls astonished. They cast envious glances at Lianhao. "I just want to show my gentlemanly demeanor in front of her. I only wish to display my gentlemanly demeanor in front of her." Just like that day in the tent, when he said that not only women could be virtuous, men could be virtuous too. Virtuous? Fang Zuang, Ko Jiaming. And even by Annie knew there was a girl named Xu Xiaoxiao living in Xiangyuan, the famous golden house in the capital city. That woman named Xu Xiaoxiao, with her moonlight-like fair skin, the body wrapped in a simple white dress, and those tiny toes painted with pink nail polish peeking out of her slippers, kept flashing through Lianhao's mind, making it hard for her to swallow the bread that Lan Tingfang handed her. After swallowing that piece of bread, Lianhao pulled Lan Tingfang up and left, taking him to the back door of the restaurant. In that narrow and messy space, Lianhao raised her head and faced him. "Lan Tingfang, where's your pride? Where's your self-esteem? Aren't you usually stingy with your emotional investment? It's not that you don't want to give. It's that you can't give because you've already given everything to buy Annie, the girl you love in your youth. What does your obsession with me mean?" Under the dim streetlight, he slightly pulled at the corners of his mouth. "I don't know what this is supposed to mean. Maybe I still have 50 years to live in this world. All I know is that 50 years is a long time, and in this long time, I want to hold your hand and walk on." His eyes fell to Lianhao's ring on her ring finger. "Even if you wear a ring from another man, even if I can only be your lover for a lifetime, I still want to hold your hand." Lianhao turned around, tears filling her face. She thought that if this continued, she would once again fall into the web that Lan Tingfang had meticulously woven, perhaps deceiving herself, perhaps wandering aimlessly. Turning back to face him slowly, Lianhao's fingers gently brushed his brow. "Didn't you say you wanted to be my lover? Well then, I think I still need to test you to see if you have the potential to be my lover, Tingfang. Tonight will be your internship." Around 8 o'clock, Lianhao sent Lan Tingfang back to the hotel to wait for her while she had Ku Ying return first. She called Fang Zuang to ask Ko Jiaming for by Annie's phone number. Around 8:30, Lianhao and Su Si appeared at a flagship store of a men's brand, taking away the most extravagant clothes from the store. In the hotel lobby, Lianhao dialed by Annie's number. By Annie was in a daze. Just moments ago, Gu Lianhao had called her, saying, "By Annie, tonight, I will show you who has the more powerful background to flaunt." The 3-inch high heels stepped softly on the carpet in the hotel corridor, feeling as if floating on a cloud, inching closer to that room. Standing at the door, Lianhao took a deep breath. Once inside, she tossed the beautifully packaged bag in front of Lan Tingfang. "Change into this." Lianhao rested her chin on her hand, circling around the already dressed Lan Tingfang. He wore a black silk wide-sleeved shirt and tight black leather pants. His fair skin and exquisite features made him look like a prince of the night, enchanting and alluring. She put on a prepared diamond earring in the ear hole. Lan Tingfang had pierced for rock music, and Lianhao blew a whistle in satisfaction, raising an eyebrow. "Tingfang, now you can turn heads. Going out with a lover like this will give me great face." Lianhao was pleased to see Lan Tingfang frown. "What's wrong? Can't handle it?" "No." He quickly regained his previous calm. "By the way, there's also this." Lianhao remembered something and took out perfume from the paper bag. When she opened the perfume packaging, she successfully noted the displeasure on Lan Tingfang's face. It was a sea cone perfume, which had become famous due to a documentary depicting how a group of beautiful boys made women spend lavishly on them. The famous sea cone in that documentary was a unisex fragrance, and according to those beautiful boys, women loved to gift them sea cone, claiming it made women perform enthusiastically in bed. Lianhao sprayed the perfume on Lan Tingfang's cuffs and neck, intentionally leaning in to sniff, nodding in satisfaction. In front of him, Lianhao applied lipstick to her lips and pressed them together. "All right, Tingfang, now I'll take you to the 12 embroidery workshop." Lianhao linked arms with Lan Tingfang, tilting her head to look at him. "You wouldn't know about the 12 embroidery workshop, would you?" In Su Si's words, that's her old nest. There's a 12 embroidery workshop in Fenglin Garden, specifically designed for the wealthiest and most powerful women in the capital. Each year, they only accept 12 members, and the 12 women who pay the highest fees become members. Fenglin Garden even holds a bidding event for the 12 membership spots, reshuffling every year. It is said that the fees for the 12 embroidery workshop are reaching new heights annually, and the 12 members receive treatment akin to empresses within the workshop. The main reason women compete to become members is that Fenglin Garden provides a batch of stunning men from around the world at every stage. These so-called stunning men are professionally trained and know better than anyone how to please women. Lianhao felt her hand, which she was holding, suddenly stiffen after she mentioned the 12 embroidery workshop. She released Lan Tingfang's hand, took a few steps back, and extended her hand, pausing in the air. "Didn't she say that even if I wear someone else's ring, even if my lover wants to hold my hand, there is still a little time for you to make a choice?" The hand, suspended in the air, was grasped. "Let's go," he said lightly. Annie did not expect such a bizarre scene to unfold. She and Xu Xiaoxiao appeared at Fenglin Garden, but they had come from the opposite direction. Xu Xiaoxiao was accompanied by the mistress of Fenglin Garden, while Annie was with Gu Lianhao. They entered the elevator together. Annie looked at Xu Xiaoxiao with a blank expression, and Xu Xiaoxiao returned the gaze with a similar expression. Xu Xiaoxiao had a depth that did not match her appearance, which Annie realized after their first meeting. Especially after Annie had said that no matter how she disguised herself, she could never become her. It was said that Jia only lived a little over 10 minutes away from his workplace, but he would rather spend 2 hours driving to see me. Just from this point, I am already satisfied. Jia, have you heard of jungle games? The last person to exit the jungle is the ultimate winner, she said lightly, smiling gently. The elevator stopped at the top floor of Fenglin Garden, which was always the most mysterious place in the circle. It was rumored that there were no blind spots for surveillance on the top floor, and that it concealed an aerial garden. When the elevator doors opened, Annie was still amazed. She didn't know about the surveillance blind spots, but there truly was an aerial garden arranged like a manor garden, primarily featuring roses, with a fountain, a flower rack taller than a person, sculptures, and massive European-style flower pots. The blooming roses filled the high-rise in midair with a dreamy ambience. This situation made Gu Lianhao's heart race, and what startled him even more was why Xu Xiaoxiao was here too. A few hours earlier, he had received a call from Gu Lianhao, insisting that he bring Annie here. After Lianhao hung up, he immediately called Lan Tingfang to inform her of what Lianhao wanted him to do. "Just listen to her. Do whatever she says," that person said lightly, clearly in a situation where the emperor was not anxious, but the eunuch was. It seemed that his old friend intended to pamper his ex-wife to the heavens. Gu Lianhao had a somewhat queen-like persona, so Gu Lianhao helplessly glanced at Annie, wishing her all the best. 30 years later. 30 years of the Hushi River. However, why was Xu Xiaoxiao also here? This indicated that Gu Lianhao knew about Xu Xiaoxiao's situation, which made Gu Lianhao even more worried for Lan Tingfang. "Gu Lianhao, what exactly do you want to do?" Chapter 64, After You Become a Memory, 40, like Annie. Xu Xiaoxiao was surprised by her appearance. It was indeed a strange phenomenon. She had only received a call from Fenglin Garden, where Xiujin had said clearly on the phone, "Xu Xiaoxiao, if you want to see Lan Tingfang, come to Fenglin Garden." So, she put on light makeup and chose a simple yet elegant dress. It was Xiujin who personally came to pick her up, and the car stopped in the parking lot of Fenglin Garden. Xiujin stopped her as she was about to get out of the car and said meaningfully, "Xu Xiaoxiao, I hope this is the last time I see you. I seem to find a reflection of my past self in you. Proud, vain, with a hint of insecurity, yet looking down on everything. However, unlike you, I am fortunate enough not to have fallen in love with my benefactor, which is my greatest blessing at the moment. You see, in movies and novels, a woman falling in love with her benefactor is romantic, filled with passion and drama. But in reality, it can only end in tragedy, and many would be more than happy to witness such tragedies unfold. Xiao Jin looked directly at her, her gaze as precise and sharp as a surgical knife. It seems a bit inaccurate to describe Lan Tingfang as your benefactor. He is more like your sponsor. I guess he hasn't touched you. Xu Xiao turned her face away, her fingers numb from the pain caused by her nails digging into her skin. Xu Xiao, I hope tonight will help you see clearly. I hope you can start a new life from now on. Don't feel resentful. If you do, you'll sink deeper and deeper, and you'll destroy yourself. Once, a woman treated loving Lan Tingfang as a project, tirelessly building it over 10 years. You and I are the same kind of people. We understand better than anyone that we lack that kind of perseverance and determination. So, don't expect to win Lan Tingfang's love. Even if you do, it will never come to you. Xu Xiao did not respond, got out of the car, and patiently waited for her to park. That is someone else's story, she said. What Xiao Jin said was just someone else's story, unrelated to her. Thus, Xu Xiao followed Xiao Jin and by Annie to the 12 embroidery workshop. Xu Xiao knew a little about the 12 embroidery workshop. Last year, she encountered a strange incident at Fenglin Garden when a friend of Gu Lianhao met his lover and his wife at the same time. His wife was also with her lover, and the two greeted each other amicably. Later, Xu Xiao learned that there was a 12 embroidery workshop in Fenglin Garden. As the name suggests, the 12 embroidery workshop mixed ancient charm with a fashionable salon style. Under a huge screen carved with peonies was a gilded high-back sofa from medieval Europe, a luxurious bar, in a dimly lit atmosphere that exuded a sense of decadence and decay. Several elegantly dressed women were playing cards with their male companions at the gambling table, while a dealer in uniform and a sexy waitress attended to them, accompanied by country music and a self-entertaining magician on stage. Annie felt as if she had walked into a members-only club in Las Vegas. Xiao Jin nodded in greeting to the women, who barely acknowledged her and continued playing cards. Xiao Jin didn't mind and sat down on the sofa with them, as the blue-eyed bartender personally served them his proud creation. After a few minutes, the women seemed tired of playing cards and gracefully led their male companions to the sofa. Their eyes wandered back and forth between by Annie and Xu Xiao, frowning. One woman, around 40 and wearing earrings that had once appeared at Chanel's 80th anniversary jewelry exhibition, looked particularly displeased. Xiao Jin, why did you bring such a messy crowd here? At Xiao Jin's gesture, the man beside the woman with the Chanel earrings skillfully changed the subject. The male companions of these women were exceptional, all mixed race, with top-notch physiques, looks, temperament, and conversation skills. No wonder the membership fee for the 12 embroidery workshop increased every year. But now, Annie had no time to pay attention to this. What made her anxious was why Gu Lianhao had called her here and brought Xu Xiao along. She coldly mocked in her heart. Could it be that Gu Lianhao wants the men here to seduce us? Fortunately, Gu Lianhao did not let Annie's anxiety continue. Around 11 o'clock, led by Feng Zhuang and Kou Jiaming, Lianhao arrived late, dressed in a black knee-length dress and black fishnet stockings, walking gracefully towards them, with blue diamond earrings shimmering in the translucent light. Xiao Jin stood up and introduced, my friend Gu Lianhao just returned to the country. Initially, the women frowned at this unexpected guest, but after sizing her up, they all focused on her blue diamond earrings, their brows relaxing. They never expected that one day the light of hope could be worn by their fellow Chinese. It was something that could hardly be bought with money. The woman with the Chanel earrings expressed her envy and admiration. Annie knew about the light of hope. It came from the Vatican, cut from the 9th largest diamond in the world into 142 small stones, and was kept by the Archbishop of the Vatican. It was said that as of last year, the Archbishop had given out 42 pieces, and there were only a handful of people globally who owned it. Gu Lianhao casually let the earrings dangle from her ears, a touch of flamboyance in her delicate demeanor, and said lightly, my husband just stuffed this into my hand before I left. I actually feel honored to hear you say that. Upon hearing Gu Lianhao casually mention my husband, Bai Annie felt a pang of jealousy, like a woman in the market, envious of her living in Lan Tingfang's house. Envious that she could easily make him run across half of Beijing to buy her pineapple cakes and wife cakes. And even more jealous that she wore the light of hope gifted to her by Lan Tingfang. To know that she could have worn the light of hope herself. And Bai Annie would have cherished it more than Gu Lianhao, rather than treating it as if it were just a diamond worth a few thousand on the market. Your husband is, the woman with the Chanel earrings asked tentatively. In high society, connections are the food chain. At this moment, Xu Xiaoxiao also felt nervous, not knowing why she was afraid to hear that familiar name from the woman named Gu Lianhao. Gu Lianhao merely cast a bland glance over Xu Xiaoxiao and Bai Annie, then said to the woman with the Chanel earrings in an ambiguous tone, "Madam, it's not appropriate for us to discuss our husbands at this time, is it?" The women exchanged knowing smiles. Gu Lianhao addressed Ko Jiaming and Fang Zhuang. "All right, this is none of your business. You can leave now and let him in." These women were adept at sensing the wind, seeing that this young woman, wearing the light of hope, could so easily command Fang Zhuang and Ko Jiaming. They increasingly felt that Gu Lianhao was a rare gem. The woman sitting next to the one with the Chanel earrings proactively poured wine for Lianhao and leaned closer. "Miss Gu, I'll call you Miss Gu for now. Would you like me to recommend a male companion?" She smiled subtly. Just as she finished speaking, a tall figure moved behind the intricately designed screen at the entrance. The light reflecting off the man's diamond earrings and his exquisite features resonated in this dreamlike hall, captivating everyone. The women momentarily forgot what they were saying due to the sudden appearance of this handsome man. Xu Xiaoxiao instinctively stood up, calling out in a voice only she could hear, "Mr. Lan," while Bai Annie, at this moment, calmed down and coldly watched Gu Lianhao, who looked a bit smug. "Xiaojin, he is." In the eyes of women adorned with Chanel earrings, there sparkled an excitement akin to hunters spotting their long-desired prey. "Let Miss Gu introduce it." Xiaojin smiled and nodded. Lianhao, amidst the crowd, approached Lan Tingfang and intertwined her arm with his. "This is my deer, of course. The kind of deer that's meant to be hidden away." She shook her hand, the ring on her ring finger gleaming brightly, and looked at it with a helpless expression. "I'm taken, but I can't bear to part with him. So for now, this will have to do." She tiptoed and turned to look at the man in her arm. He lowered his head and gently pecked her lips, looking as adorable as a docile feline. Bai Annie's hands trembled as she stared fixedly at her former lover, while Xu Xiaoxiao's face turned ashen, her mind feeling like a tangled mess. Coincidentally, the gaze of Lan Tingfang, who was being held by Gu Lianhao, fell upon her. He first paused slightly, frowned, then his lips curled into a smile. This series of expressions changed in mere seconds. His gaze swept across the room and softly landed back on the woman holding his arm, transforming into that of a gentle feline once more. They both squeezed onto a two-seater sofa near the West Wing. The man squinted slightly, his eyes long and cat-like, combining a lazy feline grace with a lion's sharpness, embodying both the innocence of a boy and the sensuality of a man. He was a captivating mixture, an existence akin to a rare gem for women. The extravagant place seemed to stir with an undercurrent upon Lan Tingfang's arrival. Xiaojin sighed internally, unsure of what Gu Lianhao intended to play at, but feeling a pang of sympathy as she looked at Xu Xiaoxiao, who was frozen in shock. The hot, unabashed gaze of the woman wearing Chanel earrings fell directly on Lan Tingfang, and she slightly furrowed her brows as she observed him. "This gentleman looks quite like someone I know." "I think so too. He resembles Lan Tingfang." The woman sitting beside the Chanel woman eagerly chimed in, as if fearing that others might not understand, adding excitedly, "He is the superco of Asia-Pacific media. We mentioned him just a few days ago." Lianhao took a small sip of wine, leaning back into Lan Tingfang's embrace, glancing at those around them with a chuckle. "Ever since I brought him back to the country, I've heard that a lot, dear. Did you hear? You should feel honored. Lan Tingfang is the dream lover voted by both women and men." Indeed, it was an honor. He lowered his head and lightly kissed her hair. Her fair fingers lightly wound around his shirt collar, lingering on his collarbone before drifting slightly downwards. Lan Tingfang leaned closer to Lianhao's ear and whispered helplessly, "Lianhao, don't play with fire. I just love playing with fire, Lianhao replied playfully, her gaze drifting towards where Bai Annie and Xu Xiaoxiao were sitting. Tingfang. This feeling isn't pleasant, is it? But what can we do? I used to be called your tail girl by Annie, and now I want to show off in front of her. Dear, are you willing to cooperate? Chapter 65, After You Become a Memory, 41. Darling, are you willing to cooperate? Lianhao gazed at Lan Tingfang with alluring eyes. Of course. Lan Tingfang's lips brushed against Lianhao's earlobe. I would even give my life for you. Sweet talk. Lianhao avoided it, her ear where Lan Tingfang had touched feeling hot. Tingfang, maybe I will do something outrageous next? So what? He murmured as if in a dream. By the way, that girl named Xu Xiaoxiao was invited by me. Lianhao raised her chin in mockery, looking at the pale-faced Xu Xiaoxiao in his arms. Tingfang, I think you must have scared the poor girl like this. You're really a twisted man. Lianhao tilted her head. No, it should be said you're a pervert, actually finding a shadow of Annie as a lover. Now, your little lover is watching her image of Prince Charming shatter. Are you sure you want to continue? Fool. Lan Tingfang's hand, filled with indulgence, gently landed on Lianhao's ear. She is not my lover, just an unrelated person. I can explain this to you later. Lianhao couldn't describe her current feelings. She recalled what her mother had once said. Lies are more detestable than not loving. It's not just women who understand the importance of keeping themselves pure. Men do too. He had once said so. It was clear as day, just like how her father, the man she had deeply trusted, had told her when he was dismissed from his job that he had simply lost passion for his work. Just like that night when she caught her father kissing his first love and he told her that was just an old colleague. Clearly, how strange that scene was. But Lianhao believed it because he was her proud father, upright and loyal. Lianhao hadn't thought about that man and the possibly unhealable wound he left in her heart for a long time. Yet Lan Tingfang, her ex-husband, always had a way of making her think of him again and again. The few beautiful women present seemed to have forgotten their male companions, casting hot glances, either concealed or unrestrained, at Lan Tingfang, clearly enchanted by the charming demeanor he had just displayed. Darling, go pour some wine for the lovely ladies. I'm sure they will enjoy your service. Lianhao pushed Lan Tingfang away. At this moment, Bai Annie could no longer hold back and stood up, wanted to slap Lianhao several times, wanted to take her Lan out of this disgusting, filthy, luxurious place. Lan Tingfang's eyes lightly fell on her, and Bai Annie sat back down hard. How could she not understand the warning in his eyes? As long as she dared to act out, they would be truly finished. What is this now? On what grounds does Gu Lianhao get to do this to him? Lianhao coldly watched the interaction between the former lovers, her eyes rolling as she pulled Lan Tingfang, who was about to get up, and smiled warmly at the lady wearing Chanel earrings. Madam, your companion is quite nice. Would you mind changing partners? Without looking at Lan Tingfang's expression, Lianhao teased. I wonder if the madam has heard of a wife-swapping club? It's quite popular in the West now. They say many big-name athletes are members. It must be quite thrilling, right? Why can men play, but women can't? By the way, this one beside me, you can call him Lan, because everyone says he looks like Lan Tingfang, and my friend thought it was funny to give him that name. Lianhao's suggestion clearly hit the mark, and a lady with the Chanel earrings laughed heartily, her carefully done makeup unable to hide the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. The hand that had pulled Lan Tingfang was twisted painfully. Lianhao frowned and pointed quietly to the door. The door is over there. If you find this game uninteresting, you can choose to leave. Bai Annie could no longer endure. She clenched her fist and approached Lan Tingfang, tugging at his collar as they had done in their childhood. Lan, let's go. Bai Annie wished so much to return to their beautiful times, but unfortunately, she was still that nun, and Lan was no longer that Lan. He coldly brushed her hand away and said coldly, Miss, you seem to be rude. Bai Annie looked at Lan Tingfang in despair, shaking her head, tears flowing. Lan Tingfang brushed past her shoulder, slowly stopping in front of the woman with the Chanel earrings, bending at a 45-degree angle, lifting his sleeve, his long fingers falling on the romantic French wine, like a pianist's deep conversation with the black and white keys. Madam, let me pour you some wine. His eyes flowed, smiling. But about this partner-swapping thing, let's skip it. I like that woman too much, and if I see another man sitting beside her, I would go crazy. What do you think, madam? The lady with the Chanel earrings seemed enchanted by his voice and body language, nodding unconsciously. Such a man was like the flowing blue of the Aegean Sea, mysterious and splendid. Bai Annie numbly turned her eyes to Lianhao's face. Picking up the wine glass in front of her, wanted to pour it onto Gu Lianhao's always expressionless face. As her hand just touched the glass, she heard that familiar voice filled with love and hate behind her. By Annie, if even a drop of water falls on her, I swear the consequences you will have to bear will be unimaginable. Listen to what he said. It sounded like a threat, right? Yes, it should be a threat. For Gu Lianhao. How ridiculous. Once, for a mere dislike for Gu Lianhao, he had said without blinking in front of the tail girl that Gu Lianhao didn't like you, so I don't like you either. Even more ridiculous was that he repeatedly allowed Gu Lianhao to do whatever she wanted to him, and even catered to her. A lover? Now he is her lover? Is there anything more ridiculous, more absurd than this? An ex-husband has become the lover of his ex-wife? Bai Annie turned her head to look at her former lover, who only gave her the back of his head. His silhouette seemed even more charming than before. Once, standing there, Bai Annie felt like a retired soldier reminiscing about the glories of the past. In that moment, she felt as if she could never get her Lan back in this lifetime. Moving her feet numbly, the flowing blue light on Gu Lianhao's ear pierced into Bai Annie's heart, a beacon of hope, symbolizing waiting and fidelity. Dragging her heavy feet, Bai Annie moved outside the door. The waiter opened the door for her. She looked back, feeling as if this place was like a mirage, a nightmarish mirage, until Bai Annie gradually disappeared. Xiaojin sighed and looked at Xu Xiaoxiao beside her. Xu Xiaoxiao was sitting upright, her palm-sized face showing a calm expression. She half covered her eyes, revealing no joy or sorrow. From a parking lot, when Xu Xiaoxiao said that was someone else's story, Xiaojin understood that Xu Xiaoxiao had a soul completely different from her appearance. Xiaojin looked at Gu Lianhao with cold eyes. She just sat there quietly, nobody knowing what she was thinking. In contrast, Lan Tingfang behaved like a public lover, completely different from his usual self. His long fingers, in a dazzling display of movement, transformed a white napkin into a beautiful rose, while several beautiful women seemed to return to their youthful days, either shy or gazing affectionately. Meanwhile, the beautiful public relations hired from various top clubs with heavy expenses seemed to have forgotten their skills at this moment. Now, Lan Tingfang perfectly matched the dreamy lover that men and women had voted for last year. It seemed he had enchanted not just women, but men as well. Lan Tingfang flicked his hand, shook it, and spread it out. In a beautiful series of movements, white rose petals cascaded down from his fingertips, his dazzling smile blooming like the peonies on the screen behind him, exuding national beauty and fragrance. If such flamboyant actions were performed by another man, they might seem ostentatious. But when done by Lan Tingfang, they were full of texture, like a clever idol actor perfectly presenting the most flawless part of themselves before the audience. Not one bit more, not one bit less. Xiaojin couldn't help but recall how Lan Tingfang had arrogantly said while leaning on the balcony during a midsummer night, "I will never equip myself with the lover app." She smiled bitterly in her heart, remembering the saying people often love to repeat, "Don't speak too confidently." At exactly 12 o'clock, the lights dimmed, and the 4 large lights in the corners suddenly went out, replaced by warm, diffuse halos from the ceiling. Those lights were evidently specially treated, hazy and dreamlike, making the women under the lights appear exceedingly charming. Accompanying the lights was the surrounding seductive music. As the clock struck midnight, the official arrival of midnight marked the most splendid feast for night owls. Xiaojin tugged at Xu Xiaoxiao beside her, who stood up. At the 12 embroidery workshop, once it hit 12, the passionate moments would commence, and members could play any extreme games here, of course, without any audience present. Xiaojin politely bid farewell to a few elegant ladies. Surprisingly, Xu Xiaoxiao followed her quietly, not showing any emotion, just as she had said a few hours ago. That was someone else's story. Standing in the garden filled with the fragrance of roses, Xiaojin paused and looked back. Xu Xiaoxiao still maintained her earlier calmness. After a moment, she called out to her, "Sister Xiaojin." Sister Xiaojin, the woman who treats Mr. AI Lawn as a construction project. Is it Gu Lianhao? Sister Xiujin, just wait. I will also become an excellent architect. Gu Lianhao rejected the tall man's invitation to dance for the second time, maintaining her previous posture. Her eyes uncontrollably fixed on Lan Tingfang, who was now dancing the tango with Miss Chanel. Lan Tingfang indeed had the clever mind he claimed. Despite his clumsy steps, he moved like an expert with the fervent music, making the woman in his arms giggle. The woman maintained a good figure, her waist soft, as they intertwined intimately, moving from one side to the other like two fluttering butterflies. Eventually, her hand landed on Lan Tingfang's hip. Gu Lianhao frowned, based on her understanding of Lan Tingfang. He should have pushed her away, but he didn't. Not only did he not, but he also twisted his hips as if enjoying it. She should have looked away, but her eyes remained glued as that beautifully manicured hand slithered from his hip forward, seemingly touching his pants button, moving downwards, then stopping. The music slowed, and the two moved slowly, their faces close together. What should have been a moment to look away turned into a rush to stand up. Gu Lianhao suddenly transformed into a temperamental teenage girl, rushing over to them, fiercely grabbing that inappropriate hand, shaking it off, and then firmly taking hold of Lan Tingfang's hand. Chapter 66, After You Become a Memory, 42. In front of everyone, Lianhao held Lan Tingfang's hand and walked past the exquisite screen through the beautiful corridor. The well-dressed and handsome bellboy smiled and said, "Ladies, have a good walk." Lianhao stopped in front of the bellboy, stood on tiptoe, and lifted her head. "Look carefully. I'm not a lady. At least, I'm not the kind of lady you think." Yes, at least she wouldn't let her nails get messy. Nor would she boldly place her hand on a man's, but nor would she. Thinking of this, Lianhao's eyes glanced at Lan Tingfang's abdomen. And this person was still wearing tight leather pants today. Su Si, that unkind woman, said that if Lan Tingfang wore leather pants, he would definitely look flamboyant, right? Above her head, she heard him chuckling, saying, "Look carefully, there's no reaction. If that action was done by you, the effect would be different." Lianhao's face turned slightly red, unsure if it was because of the alcohol or his words. After leaving that extravagant place, the wind blew, and her mind became a bit clearer. She lowered her head and walked silently in front. Now her mind was extremely chaotic and somewhat panicked. Why did things always turn out the opposite of what she wanted? Clearly wanting to draw a clear line with him, it seemed like they were getting more entangled. After walking a few steps, he hugged her from behind, his breath pressing tightly against her. Lianhao, the jealous. No, Lianhao thought without thinking. Those words you said in the hotel, that you don't feel anything for me, really scared me. At this moment, Lan Tingfang felt as if he had survived a catastrophe. In the past, he could never have imagined that there would be such a woman who could so easily sway his joys and sorrows. Heaven and hell were all in her words, actions, or even a fleeting thought. I'm not jealous. Lianhao didn't know if she was saying it for him to hear or for herself. I just can't stand it. I just hate manicures. He chuckled lightly above her head. Okay, you're not jealous, you just can't stand it. You just hate manicures. I actually hate manicures too. He turned from behind to face Lianhao, slightly bending down, his eyes glistening, his moist fingers climbing up her brow. Lianhao, let's go home. A curtain of night scenery unfolded behind him, the rose garden on the rooftop exuding a subtle fragrance. Sparse lights seeping through the flower racks made this midnight romantic and affectionate. Lianhao felt she couldn't resist his hand reaching for her, and just like that, she let him lead her out of the wind forest garden. Back home, it was nearly dawn. The warm lights illuminated the tropical fish in the marine park swimming tirelessly. And Gu Lianhao's beloved Lan Tingfang, who had been in her heart for 10 years, sat on her left, his eyes soft as if they could drip water. Why did such a scene have to come so late? Lianhao's eyes filled with mist. A new day arrived as expected. Through the heavy curtains, Lianhao knew it must be another sunny day. She lay in bed, bored and dazed, with faint sounds coming from the kitchen and the conversation between him and the housekeeper. "Auntie, you don't need to clean the bedroom. My wife is still resting." A moment later, the housekeeper seemed to ask Mr. Lan, "Is lunch prepared for your wife?" Soon, the housekeeper's footsteps approached, as if murmuring, "If my son-in-law treats my daughter half as well as Mr. Lan does, I would be satisfied." "Auntie, I used to be worse than your son-in-law," he said. After the housekeeper left, Lan Tingfang entered the master bedroom, his body rubbing against Lianhao from behind, hugging her. Lianhao instinctively pushed him away with her hand, creating a bit of distance. He rubbed his nose against Lianhao's hair and said, "Shu Xiao is not my lover. It's just that one day she did something similar to you. She took me to watch the sunrise and asked me the same question you did. Then, I found that she had a mark on the back of her neck similar to yours. So, from that day on, I gave her many things, some of which I wanted to give to you. We spent some time together, but unfortunately, everyone said she looked very much like the old Annie. I don't know if they really look alike. I just know that at some moment, she did the same thing as you and said the same words, and she had a mark on the back of her neck similar to yours. And," he said cautiously, "also I once kissed the mark behind her ear. Other than that, there was nothing else." Lianhao continued to remain silent, and he didn't speak anymore. They lay there like that. And then an extremely discordant sound broke their silence. Lan Tingfang's hand pressed directly on Lianhao's belly. "Lianhao, your belly is protesting." Before Lianhao could react, he picked her up and took her to the bathroom. On the dining table were mouth-watering vegetables, white porridge, and some appetizers bought from the supermarket. Lan Tingfang was serving porridge into Lianhao's bowl. She sat down at the table, silently taking the porridge, chopsticks, and plate he handed her, and began to eat quietly. After a while, she frowned and glanced at Lan Tingfang, who was staring at her from across the table, and huffed. "Aren't you eating?" The person sitting opposite awkwardly touched his hair on his forehead and stammered, "Oh, I forgot." His nonchalant words stirred ripples in Lianhao's heart again. Due to her anxious gaze, she ate her first bite too hurriedly and choked, causing her to run to the bathroom with a flushed face. The sound of suppressed coughing came from the bathroom. Lianhao walked in, paused beside him, her hand gently stroking his back, playfully scolding. "Who told you to eat so fast?" He mumbled, "Who told you to look at me like that? Every time you look at me like that, I feel uneasy, afraid you'll say those things that I don't want to hear anymore." Gu Lianhao's heart ached like a knife. Had she ever seen such a careful Lan Tingfang? So cautious and submissive? That night, the clock stopped at 11:30. Lianhao quietly picked up her luggage and walked out of the bedroom. Lan Tingfang was sleeping in the room to the left of the master bedroom. With the dim light of the staircase, Lianhao tiptoed to the tightly closed door, her fingers gently brushing against it, softly murmuring, "I'm sorry, Tingfang." "Yes, I'm sorry, Tingfang. It can only be like this." Staying by his side for another moment could lead to her downfall. Heartbroken, she turned around. The lights suddenly brightened, illuminating everything. In that brightness, Lan Tingfang sat on the living room sofa with a remote control in hand, looking at her with a pale face, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. In this sudden situation, Lianhao instinctively took a few steps back until her back hit the door behind her. Lan Tingfang slammed the remote control on the ground, the sharp sound causing Lianhao to close her eyes tightly, her hands gripping the luggage bag tightly. Step by step, Lan Tingfang walked toward Gu Lianhao, and in this quiet night, each of his steps seemed to imprint deeply and heavily on Lianhao's heart. He stopped in front of her, pinching her chin as if he wanted to swallow her whole. "Gu Lianhao, open your eyes and look at me." Lianhao squeezed her eyes shut even tighter. "You're treating me so well because you want to sneak away, taking me out for dinner, watching a movie together, letting me kiss you?" God knows how grateful he felt when his lips touched hers in the cinema, how intoxicated he was by her sweetness. "Then, you accompanied me for drinks. It turns out you had such intentions." At this moment, Lan Tingfang really wanted to kill her. Would that settle everything? "Gu Lianhao, you're wondering why I'm here, right? It's actually not that strange. When you lived here, I slept here almost every day. You might ask why I slept here. The reason is simple. I'm afraid you'll run away in the middle of the night like you did tonight." "Gu Lianhao, are you feeling proud now? As you said, I never thought I would end up like this. Now, Miss Gu, no, it should be Mrs. Yuan. Are you satisfied?" "Huh, are you satisfied?" As midnight approached, his voice was like a storm, and Lianhao felt like a small boat caught in the whirlpool of a storm, unsure of what to do. "Tingfang, you don't love me." Lianhao opened her eyes, tears streaming down her face. Finally, she said this sentence. Men often mix feelings of being moved, gratitude, habit, guilt, attachment, respect, and memories into love. "I don't love you." Lan Tingfang laughed bitterly, every bone in her body aching from the laughter. They were clattering. "Gu Lianhao, I really want to kill you. If I had a knife in my hand right now, not love you? Then why did I do so many foolish things these days? How could you not know that as long as Lan Tingfang doesn't like someone, she won't waste a bit of energy on them? No, that's not right. Lianhao stubbornly said, No, you are seeking a sense of belonging from me. A sense of belonging? Lan Tingfang slammed her hand on the door. What the hell is that nonsense? Annie said it. She said you're seeking a sense of belonging from me. Lianhao glared at him fiercely. Lan Tingfang raised her hand, curled her fingers, and knocked hard on Lianhao's forehead. Annie said, Gu Lianhao, you could be even more foolish. I think Annie is right. Lianhao confronted him. They were like two roosters ready to fight. All right, Gu Lianhao, you win. Now let me show you how Lan Tingfang truly loves Gu Lianhao. He easily wrapped her in his arms, opened the door, and threw Lianhao onto the bed as if she were a piece of junk. With a tug, her clothes tore apart. In an instant, he was in front of Lianhao, holding her head in place, forcing her gaze to meet his arm. Gu Lianhao, open your eyes wide and see clearly. All of this is thanks to you. Chapter 67. After you become a memory, 43. Lianhao was forcibly pulled into the room by Lan Tingfang, who violently threw her onto the bed, tearing her clothes apart and forcing her gaze to meet his exposed arm. Gu Lianhao, open your eyes and see clearly. This is all you're doing. Everything played out in slow motion as Lianhao numbly shifted her gaze, inch by inch, feeling a mix of fear and a strange urge. The pale light fell on his arm, revealing no less than 10 scars the size of marbles on what was once a smooth arm. The scars were not densely packed. The upper ones were faint and required close inspection to be seen. The middle ones were more obvious, and the last one at the bottom looked grotesque. Scattered across his arm, Lianhao stared blankly. There was a sense of disarray in Lan Tingfang's eyes, like a lion in the forest that had lost its claws and teeth. On August 8, 2008, I was invited to attend a summit for mainstream global media as a leader of a private enterprise, becoming one of the only 10 speakers among over 300 invitees. The organizers even gave me 5 additional minutes compared to the other 9 speakers. At the end of my speech, the applause lasted for 3 minutes, and finally, a senior I admired immensely unprecedentedly declared in front of everyone that I could build a media empire that could rival the West in the next decade. That night, I was very happy, drank quite a bit, and when I returned to the hotel, I felt like I should tell you something like bragging about these achievements, thanking you, pretending to ask how you were doing, and then telling you, Lianhao, I regret it. I started regretting the moment I received that divorce agreement from the lawyer, and I regretted it deeply. Then, I would say to you, Lianhao, come back, let us start over. But when I mustered the courage to dial your number, it was a disconnected line. So, I called Kuing, that bad-tempered woman who scolded me fiercely, calling me trash, a plague. She said that someone like me didn't deserve to be with you, and that you wouldn't be with me anymore. That disconnected line was proof. She said if I had any compassion, I should let you go to live your life again, and that it was something I had to do as a way to repay my debts to you. She said the unluckiest thing in your life was meeting Lan Tingfang. Then, all my joy vanished. I felt that Kuing was absolutely right. Realizing that she was right made me feel extremely distressed, as if I had fallen into a black hole without air. Lan Tingfang's hand slowly brushed over the topmost scar on his arm, lowering his gaze, and said, At that time I was smoking, and somehow the cigarette ended up here. The pain from the smoke pulled me out of the black hole, and it seemed like from that moment on, it spiraled out of control. His fingers traced those scars, focused and undistracted, like an artist explaining their work, like a doctor tackling their problems. The next one was done during the new year. I remembered how in previous years, I could see you going crazy over those tacky decorations you loved to set up at home during the new year. The next one is from our wedding anniversary. I know this isn't normal, but does it matter? Oh, right. The one at the very bottom was done the day I sent you to Yuanxiong. As for this one, don't say it, don't say it. Lianhao screamed, covering her ears. All right, we won't talk about it. Lan Tingfang said softly, reaching out to wipe away her tears. Eventually, he wiped her tears clean, adjusted her face, and, after a long time, he said, Lianhao, if this isn't love, then I really don't know what love is. Tears brimmed in Lianhao's eyes again. She cautiously touched the scars on his arm, frowning, sniffing, and then asked, Tingfang, You really haven't touched Xu Xiao? You really only gave her things? And Tingfang, when you chased by Annie around the world, did you sleep with her? Those reporters caught you both at the hotel. Lan Tingfang's mouth twitched, his eyes glistening. He took her hand and guided it down his arm to his chest, past his ribs, down her lower abdomen, stopping just a bit lower. Gripping her hand that was trying to slip away. Lianhao, after you left, it was like a child that recognizes people, stubbornly and tirelessly wanting to reach the only place it desires. Lianhao, I miss you, and it misses you too. Lianhao was stunned. Then the temperature under her palm suddenly rose, and that stubborn child raised its forehead. Lianhao let out a noise, but didn't remove her hand. Instead, she pressed down, and he let out a muffled, restrained sound. Lianhao lifted her eyes, and the person before her was not much better off. His pale face flushing like a pepper. Half kneeling, Lianhao leaned in, tilted her head, and kissed his lips. Their bodies were like twins with similar souls. The moment Lianhao's lips touched his, a wave of passion surged forth, his tongue like a tide, tirelessly swirling and entangling with hers until his breath filled her mouth. Then reluctantly moving to her earlobe. Lianhao inhaled sharply, her toes trembling. Their positions became awkward. She was half kneeling, and due to his strong hold, her hands were awkwardly resting at. As soon as she moved, Lianhao was violently pressed down onto the bed by Lan Tingfang. He roughly tore her clothes apart, brutally ripped off her bra, and his palm ruthlessly kneaded her chest. Then his teeth bit down on the top of her chest without mercy, his tongue provocatively entwining around it, like a lively little snake encountering its beloved prey. Lianhao's mind exploded as her body felt like it was sinking into flames and seawater, half in pain and half in ecstasy. Tingfang, be gentle, please. Lianhao's words were incoherent. Lianhao's submission did not soften the man atop her. His movements became even more brutal, his hands eagerly moving to the button of her tight jeans. Since they were tight-fitting, and Lan Tingfang was too impatient, he couldn't unbutton it on the first try and angrily attempted to tear it open with both hands. With that force, both of them fell from the bed to the floor, landing on the carpet, with him on top and her underneath. They gazed at each other intensely, both their eyes filled with a surge of passion. Still trying to escape, not escaping anymore. In the next moment, their positions switched again, he on top and she beneath. Lan Tingfang's hand returned to the button of Lianhao's jeans, which clearly didn't want to cooperate. Lianhao removed Lan Tingfang's hand, whining like a mosquito. Let me do it. As soon as the button was undone, Lan Tingfang cursed the uncooperative button and forcefully pulled down Lianhao's jeans. He rushed in without mercy, still wearing half of her pants. She was just as tight as the first time he entered, and this realization eased Lan Tingfang's heart somewhat. But it also made him angry. That man must have experienced this bone-deep ecstasy in her, pushing deeper and heavier into her body, wanting to expel the mark of that man left in her. When he rushed in, Lianhao winced in pain, her fingers twisting tightly, wanting to grab something to alleviate the pain, but unsure of what to grasp. Her hands hovered in the air, ultimately resting on his back. Almost as soon as her hand touched him, he began to move. The carpet behind her is a pure handmade Turkish cashmere rug, soft and fluffy, as if lying in a cloud. Yet, the man on her seems to treat this place like a slaughterhouse. Yes, a slaughterhouse. He looks like he wants to devour her alive, and each impact feels like it could shatter her bones. After 6 years of marriage, Lan Tingfang had never experienced this rough and impatient side of Lianhao. Well, all right. It's more like rugged impatience. He behaves like a reckless young man, charging headlong without any restraint. After 3 years without this, Lan Tingfang's fervor truly overwhelms Lianhao, causing him to furrow his brows involuntarily. His kiss quickly lands on her forehead, and his movements slow down, gradually kissing away the lines on her brow. His lips travel from her forehead to her ear, whispering hoarsely, "I'm sorry, Lianhao. I haven't done this since you left. I couldn't hold back. Since you left, I haven't done this. I couldn't hold back." What a wonderful secret. Her hand, resting on his back, gently moves to his neck, hooking him in, leaning in, kissing down from his temple to his sideburns and then to his ear. A flick of her tongue sends electric shocks through him, making him growl lowly, his body trembling as he leans over her. She stretches her foot, her toes gripping the linen pants still hanging on his leg, rolling them down like a curtain, successfully removing his casual pants from his body. Her toes tease him, trailing up his leg to the inner thigh, to the hottest spot, tapping lightly, successfully revealing his expression of desperation. Gu Lianhao grits his teeth. "You're going to drive me crazy." Lianhao smiles. Finally, Gu Lianhao's stunning beauty makes Lan Tingfang lose control, and at last, Gu Lianhao has Lan Tingfang mesmerized. The Turkish handmade carpet becomes a canvas for the most primal Eden between man and woman. Lan Tingfang behaves like an excited wolf. Several times, Lianhao begs for mercy beneath him, and each plea results in a deeper, heavier penetration. He enjoys teasing her like a cat. "Do you like it, Lianhao?" If she doesn't, he respond. He will provoke her until she admits it. In the end, Lianhao leaves her bite mark on his shoulder in frustration. Afterwards, he carries her to bed, his face slightly flushed under Lan Tingfang's burning gaze, provoking a round of laughter from him. His hands are restless, slipping under the sheets to grasp her chest. "Lan Tingfang, when did you become a carnivore?" Lianhao, annoyed, pushes his hand away. "Weren't you cool before?" He flips his body, pressing down on Lianhao again, his hand moving to her thigh, sliding along the inner thigh, fingers probing inside. "Lianhao, it's different here." Lianhao's face quickly turns crimson. This man. Before, it was merely pleasure, but now, it's intoxication, an obsession so deep that she would willingly give her life for him. At this moment, Lianhao's face is about to bleed from the intensity, and then she hears him say, "Lianhao, let us do it again. You're crazy. We just should that was on the carpet. Now we're on the bed." Didn't T people say that being on the bed counts? The carpet doesn't T count. Lan Tingfang. Chapter 68, After You Become a Memory. 44. A phone call from Lan Tingfang on Sunday abruptly pulled Fang Yue back to the company, interrupting his plans for a day out with his son. The Monday meeting was unexpectedly moved to Sunday afternoon, and the executives from various departments were on edge, thinking that the boss might be dissatisfied again. Recently, there had been rampant rumors about the boss's unpredictable temper. Not long ago, he had stormed out in front of a European advertising client, harshly scolding a rookie who had just been interning for 2 weeks, and even mockingly pointed out that a certain high-ranking official's daughter had gotten in through connections. He had also rejected the advances of one of the most commercially valuable actresses in the country, leaving her as the laughingstock of the city with his parting remark about recognizing the value of a vase. After the meeting, Fang Yue finally sees an opportunity to sneak into the break room of Lan Tingfang's office. The boss had been so strange during the meeting, with that elusive smile hanging on his lips that could instantly charm both women and men. He had hurriedly instructed that several major topics of the week must be secured exclusively before returning to the office. He had been in the break room for nearly an hour when he finally emerged, his handsome face flushed with a rosy glow. At this point, Fang Yue was even more curious, very curious indeed. The boss's private computer was like a Da Vinci Code, revealing explosive information once deciphered. Fang Yue, well-versed in navigating such matters, went straight to the point. From the records on that computer, he deduced that, finally, the boss had rekindled a relationship with his ex-wife. Look at what he had downloaded. Intimate issues between couples, 100 questions about men and women, how a man should perform in bed, male spaces, what kind of positions do women like, and understanding a woman's heart. Oh my! Fang Yue was left speechless. Such a noble and elegant woman like Lan Tingfang, who seemed untouched by the mundane world, was actually this way. As soon as he exited the break room, Lan Tingfang walked in. Upon seeing him, she frowned. Fang Yue casually organized the documents on the desk, then nonchalantly exited the office. As he closed the door, he glanced back at Lan Tingfang, who was on the phone with her head down. What was she doing? Speaking tenderly into the phone. As he closed the door, Fang Yue could guess that the caller was undoubtedly her ex-husband, and that the story of their reconciliation was probably reaching a happy ending. Meanwhile, Lianhao was in the passenger seat of Su Si's car when he received Lan Tingfang's call. She glanced nervously at Su Si, while Kuing had already pressed her ear to the phone. They were planning to go out for dinner. Lianhao whispered, after a steamy night, She felt that Lan Tingfang's voice over the phone carried an air of flirtation. "I thought you would be waiting for me at home." Lan Tingfang's voice quickly dropped, followed by laughter from the other end, and then came Gu Ying's cheeky comment, "Lan Tingfang, you sound so cute this morning." Lan Tingfang felt as if she had seen a ghost and quickly hung up. Damn, this morning? After what had happened that morning, she knew she had lost all semblance of dignity in front of Su Si and Gu Ying, two flirtatious women. When she woke up that morning, she had been lying in his arms, soft and incredibly charming. She had once heard that a charming woman is not cute, and a cute woman is not charming. But that morning she felt that her man was not only cute, but also charming. Not just charming, but also alluring. And not just alluring, but also pure. All the good qualities she could imagine seemed to be embodied in Gu Lianhao. Perhaps beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Then, Lan Tingfang felt the need to start working out. It was said that while women might not say it, they secretly hoped their men had the bodies of the stunning male models in magazines. So, Lan Tingfang quietly made her way upstairs to the gym. After sweating profusely for an hour and a half, she admired her figure in the mirror. Whether it was just in her mind or not, she felt like Apollo. And with Apollo's perfect curves in mind, she decided to tempt Gu Lianhao, hoping he would lose control and push her onto the bed, or at least onto the carpet. However, Gu Lianhao was not in bed. As soon as she exited the room, she heard the electronic door open. She struck what she thought was a seductive pose, exposing her upper body, and deliberately pulled down a pair of pants that Brad Pitt also owned. She had seen the poster of Brad Pitt in those pants on the beach, and it was said that women who saw that poster most wanted to pull down those pants, hoping Gu Lianhao was one of those women, though of course, Gu Lianhao wanted to pull down Lan Tingfang's pants. When the door opened, Lan Tingfang was stunned, Gu Lianhao was stunned, and so were Gu Ying and Su Si, who followed Gu Lianhao. Gu Lianhao couldn't understand how. After just going downstairs to pick up Gu Ying and Su Si, he was greeted with such a vivid sight. Then Su Si shamelessly swallowed hard and exclaimed, "OMG, I really want to pull down his pants." Lan Tingfang shot a glare at that loose-tongued woman, not expecting her seductive attempt at Gu Lianhao to be met with such a comical response. After changing into formal attire, she tried to bond with Gu Ying, only to provoke Su Si, who was leering at her from head to toe with a gaze that was almost akin to an electronic scan at New York airport security. While Lan Tingfang was feeling frustrated, the three women on the other side were already laughing together. Of course, Su Si was laughing the hardest, stopping the car and resting her head on the steering wheel, shaking with laughter. "How is this man so interesting?" She laughed, slapping the steering wheel. "Gu Lianhao, your ex-husband is so adorable." "Ah, adorable?" Gu Lianhao awkwardly glanced at Gu Ying, who nodded in agreement. Okay, she admitted that Lan Tingfang was somewhat cute. For example, his pants and his pose, which indeed, as Su Si had said, was even more alluring than Brad Pitt's. Although his skin was a bit lighter, he was definitely full of charm. All right, Gu Lianhao found herself wanting to pull down his pants, but the sight also made the other two women feel a bit uncomfortable. Fang Yue, grumbling about having to work overtime during the holiday, was starkly contrasted by Lan Tingfang's blooming happiness. After a video call with executives from Tokyo, Fang Yue saw the boss sneaking away to talk on the phone. "What did you have for lunch?" he asked softly. From the side, he looked just like the embodiment of a perfect lover. Fang Yue quietly listened, occasionally chiming in, and finally asked, almost like a little wife, "Lianhao, can I come over to your place?" Seeing his cheerful demeanor, Fang Yue felt disdain in his heart. Love really makes people go crazy. And falling in love with his ex-wife? It truly echoed the poetic saying that life is a movie and movies are life. Mr. Lang, who was falling in love with his ex-wife, was charming, especially with his parting words at the end of the workday. "Fang Yue, cancel all tomorrow's appointments. You don't need to come to work tomorrow. Take a day off and take your wife and kids out for a walk." If Fang Yue remembered correctly, tomorrow was supposed to be Mr. Lan's ex-wife's birthday. To be honest, when he first learned about Mr. Lan's divorce from Miss Gu, he thought it was for the best. A woman could crumble under the pressure of being with a man like Mr. Lan for too long. If she didn't love him, it would be better. But she was in love. Only a fool like Mr. Lan could be oblivious to the fact that the woman named Gu Lianhao loved him. Later, strangely, Mr. Lan, who had never bought birthday gifts for his wife, one might say ex-wife, actually prepared a gift for her on the first birthday after she left. It was a film reel from the famous movie Life is Beautiful. It was said to be one of the first batches released into the film market, with the signatures of the director and several actors, indicating its commemorative value. On the following August 8th, Mr. Lan also prepared a birthday gift, this time a living film, a mysterious movie that had attracted attention at the Tokyo Film Festival. On that day, he personally consulted the technical staff of the movie and, with their guidance, edited the film. In the end, he added a production credit and personally included a message from Lan Tingfang to Gu Lianhao in the film. By that time, Fang Yue didn't know whether to pity or resent Mr. Lan. When Lan Tingfang arrived at the venue, Gu Lianhao was focused on listening to a speech from the president of the Italian Independent Film Association. The venue was a rented cinema that could accommodate a few hundred people, but since it was an independent film lecture, not many people attended. He sat down next to her, she glanced at him, and he took her hand, which she allowed him to hold. As the event ended, people gradually left, but Lan Tingfang still held Gu Lianhao's hand, sitting in their original seats. Gu Lianhao didn't move either. Just before, the cinema had screened a low-budget Iranian film that depicted how a group of innocent teenagers sought joy amidst the turbulent situation in the Middle East. "Do you like it?" he asked her. "I do." "Then from now on, I'll give you all my earnings so that Gu Lianhao can make the movie she loves, not just profit-driven ones. Of course, if they can make money, that's great. Any extravagant scenes can be built, if the roles require it, no matter how expensive the actors are. We can have him in your film because Gu Lianhao's man is a billionaire. Then, we'll build a cinema that only shows the films made by Gu Lianhao, where people can enter for free and enjoy complimentary popcorn. If, when you're 80, you still love making movies, then that cinema will provide free movie tickets. And we will grow old together with the audience who loves your films. Lianhao, what do you think?" Gu Lianhao turned her face away, not wanting him to see her tears. Did Lan Tingfang not know that a dreamlike cinema and a tender-hearted man could easily make a woman cry? "Lianhao, is that okay?" Lan Tingfang's voice trembled. It seemed her silence frightened him. Gu Lianhao smiled quietly and said, "Tingfang, I love you." At that moment, Lan Tingfang's heart began to race. He had learned yacht driving, and he felt his heartbeat was like the engine of a yacht at full throttle. "Tell me, what did you say?" Lan Tingfang, down. Her voice like a short-circuited frequency converter. It had always been others telling you how much Gu Lianhao loved Lan Tingfang. And you had always been listening to others describe how Gu Lianhao loved Lan Tingfang, but it seemed you had never heard it yourself. Meeting his gaze, Gu Lianhao said, "I love you, Tingfang." Chapter 69, After You Become a Memory, 45. The car reached halfway when, under Lan Tingfang's sincere suggestion, Lianhao went to the supermarket with him. This man seemed particularly fond of going to the supermarket with Lianhao. It was said he liked the lively atmosphere of families shopping together, which felt very vibrant and full of life. Upon arriving at the supermarket, Lianhao soon realized that this man actually had other intentions. They wandered into the men's products section, where there was only one male customer. As that customer turned away, Lan Tingfang pressed Lianhao against some fitness products, removed her glasses, wrapped his arms around her waist, leaned in, and kissed her. Lianhao felt a bit suffocated by Lan Tingfang's series of actions. By the time she realized what kind of scheme he was plotting, her mouth was already captured, and his tongue was advancing deep inside. Behind Lianhao was a punching bag meant for boxing training, and Lan Tingfang kissed her so fervently that she lost all strength. Initially, she wanted to push him away, but after their intense entanglement caused the punching bag to spin around and shield them, Lianhao's push turned into her wrapping her arms around his neck. They hid behind the punching bag, gasping for breath. Lianhao, still panting, managed to remove his hand that had slipped inside her shirt, but it felt as if that hand was not hers, soft and lacking any strength. Looking at Lianhao's slightly swollen lips, flushed cheeks, and dazed eyes, Lan Tingfang internally whistled. A popular emotional magazine, Listening to a Woman's Heart, mentioned that one could appropriately tease women in public places, such as engaging in discreet flirtation. Generally, women also need and enjoy some excitement to elevate their hormones, which is why women often love bad men a bit more than good men. "Do you like this, Lianhao?" Lan Tingfang asked softly, pressing his forehead against hers. Lianhao almost dared not look at Lan Tingfang, feeling embarrassed by the sound that had just escaped her. This version of Lianhao ignited a rush of emotions in Lan Tingfang, and he felt a change within him, silently lamenting that he had intended to tease her, but ended up getting lost himself. "What are you two doing here?" Came a sudden voice. A security guard, holding an electric baton, stood under the sign of the men's product section, exuding an aura of authority. Now, it was Lianhao who felt awkward. Lan Tingfang, who wore glasses that diminished his handsome appearance, pulled her behind him and casually picked up a razor from the counter, leading Lianhao past the guard. "You." The security guard was displeased. After watching the surveillance footage, the two seemed unusual. After staring for a while, he only saw a punching bag spinning, but these two, with their demeanor and attire, didn't he look like thieves stealing in a mall? Lan Tingfang stopped, turning to look at the guard. "Brother security, we are actually customers here to buy things, but as we were shopping, we couldn't help ourselves." With a knowing expression on the guard's face, Lianhao wished she could tear Lan Tingfang apart. He was the one who fanned the flames. The guard crossed his arms, standing there with a smirk as he watched the man, who looked very awkward, walking away. Pushing the shopping cart, Lianhao took the opportunity when Lan Tingfang wasn't paying attention to sneakily grab a pack of Durex and hurriedly toss it into the cart. The package, resembling candy, ended up in the most conspicuous spot in the cart, and Lianhao wanted to hide it under other items, but her hands were quicker to grab it. Lianhao felt a bit embarrassed. "Lianhao, we don't need to use it," you whispered in her ear. But she was still the wife of the hero in name, a thought Lianhao didn't voice. "No buts." Lan Tingfang returned the Durex to its original place, took Lianhao's hand, and said, "We're not young anymore, Lianhao." But Lianhao stammered. He lowered his head, playing with her fingers. "Lianhao, there are no buts. I'll handle everything. You just need to stay by my side." As they left the supermarket, the atmosphere felt a bit delicate, and this subtle feeling continued into the car. Lianhao gazed at Lan Tingfang's profile, and after a while, quietly said, "Tingfang, I want to be divorcing the hero for the next few years." The car suddenly made a harsh noise and came to an abrupt stop, followed by a series of emergency brakes and curses. Lan Tingfang ignored it, just staring intently at Lianhao. Lianhao lowered her eyes. "I have my commitments. In 2 years, I will divorce him." In 2 years, the storm brought about by Monica would truly settle, as a woman named Monica was still entangled with the hero. Cars behind them honked furiously, and some drivers rolled down their windows to yell and gesture angrily at them. Lan Tingfang continued to stare at Lianhao. After a while, he slammed his hand on the steering wheel, the horn blaring a sharp sound, his teeth clenched. "Fine. 2 years it is, but there's one condition you must adhere to. During these 2 years, you must stay by my side every single second." Lianhao leaned in to kiss him. "Okay, during these 2 years, Gu Lianhao will not leave Lan Tingfang for even a second." Lianhao awkwardly looked at Kaka, who was curiously blinking at them. Who could tell her how things had developed into this? Now, the tropical fish in the living room were bubbling. The painting hanging on the wall remained cold and elegant. The thermometer in the kitchen recorded the temperature, and the items bought from the supermarket were scattered everywhere. Kaka squatted on the kitchen floor, her back against the cabinet, one foot dangling about a foot off the ground, while the other was propped against Lan Tingfang's waist. She was almost completely undressed. He had only unbuckled his belt, and the child who knew how to recognize people was stubbornly repeating a primal action, with the increasingly forceful impacts against the cabinet creating heavy or crisp sounds. Who could tell her how things had come to this? On the way back to Qingyuan, his face was sullen, so Gu Lianhao began to subtly tease Lan Tingfang. By the time they reached the elevator, her bra had already been stuffed into his pocket, and once they entered the room, her clothes were in disarray. They had twisted and turned to the kitchen, and without waiting for Lianhao to put those things away, they ended up in the situation. Lan Tingfang was developing skills in this area, having learned those teasing tricks from somewhere that made Lianhao feel flustered and almost cry out several times. High-pitched, cheerful, and intoxicated sounds. "Lianhao, if you feel happy, just let it out. I love to hear it, just like last night, he whispered, biting her ear. Lan Tingfang admitted he was still a bit perverse. Gu Lianhao's beautiful face and sultry sounds always made him feel as if his bones were turning to powder. Kaka and Tingfang, this is the kitchen. Lianhao gasped. He didn't team move while saying those words, and Lianhao leaned against the wall behind her, actively meeting him. Tingfang, let us go to bed, mm? In bed, Lan Tingfang thrust hard, the sudden fullness making Lianhao cry out uncontrollably. Lan Tingfang smiled in satisfaction, believing this woman would have a deep memory of the kitchen in the future. Originally, dinner at 7 o'clock was forcibly postponed for more than 2 hours due to special reasons. After satisfying their bodies and filling their stomachs, the two lazily leaned against the big sofa, heads resting against each other, feet intertwined. Lianhao nudged Lan Tingfang's foot. The dishes are still not cleaned up. Lan Tingfang stretched her leg to press down on Lianhao's foot. I cooked the meal. Of course you have to clean up the dishes. I'm too tired, you go. Lianhao hummed in response. Lan Tingfang squinted and glanced at the little guy who was very comfortable, huffing. Let Kaka do it. After saying that, she gave Lianhao a light slap on the wrist. Then Lianhao lazily said, Tingfang, should we hire an ant? That way, we won't have to push each other around in situations like this. That can't be done. If there's an ant living in the house, then, with Gu Lianhao's shy personality, she wouldn't even think about such enchanting things in the kitchen as today. Your Majesty, I'll take care of it right away. From now on, all the housework will be my responsibility. Lan Tingfang quickly stood up, patted her chest, and bowed dramatically. One step at a time, Lianhao walked towards the figure busy in the kitchen, resting her head on his back, wrapping her arms around his waist. Only by doing this did she feel at ease. This scene was too beautiful, too good, making her feel like it was an illusion, a bubble that would disappear with a blink of an eye or a poke. Have you seen? Gu Lianhao is a lazy woman. Leaning against his back, Lianhao felt warm inside. I just like lazy women, Lan Tingfang said seriously. But Lianhao pouted. Susi said only beautiful and lovely young girls have the capital to be lazy women. You are my beautiful and lovely girl, and you will still be when you are 80. He said in a voice so gentle it could almost drip with water. Lan Tingfang woke up in the middle of the night, feeling empty in her arms, and was startled. As her mind quickly cleared, she relaxed when she saw Lianhao in the living room. A dim light glowed like a bean. She curled her feet up, burying her head in her knees. With half a cup of water in front of her, she gently walked over and sat down beside her. What's wrong, Lianhao? She suddenly raised her head like a rabbit startled in the forest, her face slightly pale. Her hand brushed through her slightly sticky hair, and Lan Tingfang